1. Chapter 1, Bleach System. System, ding. Congrats! Host has successfully integrated into the character Ichigo Kurosaki. Please wait as the system booting in your soul. System, booting success. Welcome to the anime realm Bleach. Host has died in your previous life trying to save someone from bullies and you were selected to be brought here at the role of the main character of this realm Ichigo Kurosaki during its time in the womb of his mother. System, as a welcome gift, the system would like to gift you 10,000 soul points and 3 lottery tickets. Ichigo thought I thought I died, why am I in a dark place I can't see? Ichigo thought and what is that at? System boot character role points tickets WTF is happening? System, would you like the system to repeat the introduction? Ichigo thought this voice again. XMMM, let's see, make it simple. System, you died and was given a chance to live as Ichigo in this realm with me the Bleach system as a guide. Ichigo, so that's what it is. Said understanding extremely fast what the current situation he was in. Instead of feeling grief or misery, Ichigo instead felt happy and excited. He led a previous boring life as an average man so suddenly getting tossed into this situation brought about excitement and anticipation. Ichigo, system, how can I use my privilege? System, there are 5 main interfaces in this system 1. Status 2. Skills 3. Store 4. Inventory 5. Quest some main interface has a few subs interface. Ichigo, I see. You mean like in the interface quest there are 2 columns for main quest and sub quest right? System, host is correct. Ichigo, then let's see my stats. Status. After yelling for the interface Ichigo found that a fairly big screen popped up in front of him with letters and numbers. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 8 months. Level, 0. Stamina, 8/8. Attack, 2 halves. Defense, 2 halves. Focus, 100/100. Spiritual pressure, 100/100. Affiliation, human. Ichigo looks like I'll be way too OP, in the future. System, no comment. After a little bit of looking, Ichigo started feeling way too excited and then remembered about the tickets and the points he got as a welcome gift. Ichigo come to think of it let's check the store. Store. Then another window popped up in front of him with countless skills weapons medicines and others. While he was looking he saw in the corner of the window a round roulette. He tried to press it and then it was enlarged and started spinning. 1 second. 5 seconds and after 20 or so seconds it stopped only to hear the system saying. System, ding. Congrats host for obtaining 1000 soul enriching pills. System, ding. Congrats host for obtaining Book of Heido Arts 91, Senjo Katenteho. System, ding. Congrats host for obtaining Book of Heido Arts 31, Shak Keiho. Ichigo was speechless he didn't expect to get 2 powerful arts and a huge number of pills he has no idea what they do, they might be trash to gain that many. System, host can't learn yet those arts because you have yet become a Shinigami. Furthermore due to the integration of the original soul and host soul the other powers may be different than what host knows. Ichigo while is frustrated when he heard the first part. He was kinda excited to find what kind of change will he cause from the original story. Ichigo perhaps I should chase the girls like everyone else. He thought. Well that's for the future till then let's wait to be born first. And so Ichigo totally forgot about his soul points and waited till the fated day he was born and came officially in this world as a baby with general knowledge of the original Bleach series. 2. Chapter 2, The Hard Life as a Baby. It's been a month and a half since Xylan Sora was integrated as Ichigo and was born in this world watching the time passing away too slow for him since he was 9 months and 12 days old. With the only way to pass his time was to check his new stats that was unlocked when he was born. Ichigo, status. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 9 months and 12 days. Level, 1 EXP, 10/100. Stamina, 9/9 health, 90. Attack, 2 halves strength, 20. Defense, 2 halves endurance, 20. Focus, 100/100 mental, 1000. Spiritual pressure, 100/100 Ryutsu, 0. Affiliation, human. Ichigo, system care to explain what the new columns are. System, the host sure knows about a few of them. Host has me as a guide the Bleach system the EXP shows how much you have to train in order to level up and become stronger. The level shows how strong you are usually and they split into ranks for example. Levels 110 equals Soul Reaper 20th Seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 1120 equals Soul Reaper 19th Seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 2130 equals Soul Reaper 18th Seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 3140 equals Soul Reaper 17th Seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 4150 equals Soul Reaper 16th Seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 5160 equals Soul Reaper 15th Seed Hollow Jillian. Level 6170 equals Soul Reaper 14th Seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 7180 equals Soul Reaper 13th Seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 8190 equals Soul Reaper 12th Seed Hollow Jichas. Levels 91-100 equals Soul Reaper 11th Seed Hollow Jichas. Levels 101-110 equals Soul Reaper 10th Seed Hollow Jichas. Levels 111-120 equals Soul Reaper 9th Seed Hollow Jichas. Levels 121-130 equals Soul Reaper 8th Seed Hollow Jichas. Levels 131-140 equals Soul Reaper 7th Seed Hollow Jichas. Levels 141-150 equals Soul Reaper 6th Seed Hollow Jichas. Levels 151-160 equals Soul Reaper 5th Seed Vasto Lord. Levels 161-170 equals Soul Reaper 4th Seed Vasto Lord. Levels 171-180 equals Soul Reaper 3rd Seed Aaron Carr. Levels 181-190 equals Soul Reaper 2nd Seed Lieutenant Aaron Carr. Levels 191-210 equals Soul Reaper 1st Seed Captain Espada. Levels 201-210 equals Soul Reaper 0th Seed Commander Espada's second forms. System, as you can see host, each time you level up, you will gain a point automatically in each column and your stats will be modified with the ratio 110 and only your Ryotsu will be in a ratio 1-100. You can increase them at the same time through quests. Ichigo, are there any quest for me right now? System, host can check the main one and the sub ones. Ichigo, main quest. As Ichigo was calling the interface of quests, he appeared quite happy in the outside, causing his mother Masaki Kurosaki and his father Ishin Shiba more pleased, happy as they watched their son with a playful face. Little did they know that he made that face for checking his quests, but then suddenly he started frowning and crying. Masaki took him in her arms to calm him down. She thought he was hungry, so she went in a corner and tried to feed him to no avail. Ishin, do you think he's sleepy or hurt somewhere? Masaki, no idea. What's wrong my baby, don't cry. Shhhhh. Let's go back a few moments. When Ichigo was calling the interface of quests, he was left speechless by what he was seeing in the popped-up windows of the main and subs quest. Main quest 1. Save Masaki from death by defeating or killing Grand Fisher. Rewards, 500 EXP / Book of Hado Arts 4, Byakurai / 1000 Soul Points. Main quest 2. Kick and punch Kukaki Rukia upon her arrival. Rewards, 300 EXP / 200 Soul Points. Main quest 3. Help Oriaminu with her brother passing away. Rewards, 400 EXP / Creation Book / 500 Soul Points. Sub Quest 1. As a baby catch Shihoan Yuryuki's tail in her cat form. Duration, 30 seconds. Rewards, 250 EXP / 300 Soul Points. Sub Quest 2. Create your own skill set of Bakudo Hado Kaido. Created, 0/3. Rewards, 600 EXP. Sub Quest 3. Spend soul points in the store of the system. Repeatable, infinite. Rewards, EXP depending of the amounts of points spent in the ratio 1 EXP 50 points. Ichigo, are you kidding me? What the hell are those quests? I can't complete any of those at all. While Ichigo was screaming in his mind for the uncompleted quests that he had with the exception of spending points, he can't use of them right now. Even worse, he can't eat the pills he won right now, not until he became a Shinigami, and through the system, he found out that he can awaken much faster than the original story with the condition of spending 15,000 soul points and at minimum 3 years old. All that led to his frustration, which causes his crying outbreak and in turn caused his parents to worry and hasn't stopped till now. Masaki, hey, do you think some kind of problem was caused by the birth we don't know about? Ishin, I don't know. It might be possible, but let me call him over. Masaki, yeah, please hurry. We're powerless right now, so we can only call him. Ishin left the room to make a call, while Ichigo, as he had heard the whole conversation, he was asking the gods if he was really lucky if a certain someone appears. 3. Chapter 3, Expert Guests. A few minutes have passed since Ishin went out to make a call. While Ichigo was thinking about his luck, he started to calm down, making his mother Masaki also much calmer than before. Ichigo was starting to get tired. He thought it was perfectly normal since he was a baby in body but an adult in his mind. And start making hand signs to his mother in order to eat and then sleep. Masaki noticed that and started feeding him when Ishin came back and saw them. Masaki, how is it? Ishin, he said he will come to take a look and see if anything is up with him, and if it is he will try to do something. Masaki, I hope it's nothing more than nothing and we got worked up for nothing. Ishin, we will have to wait and see. While they were talking, Ichigo was eating from his mother boobs, and at the same time, he was thinking if the people coming over here were the ones he thought, and if they were, how is he going to catch the cat's tail in order to take a step forward to becoming stronger. A few hours have passed and Ichigo has fallen asleep while Masaki and Ishin were watching over him to see if anything might happen to him while waiting for their guests. The waiting didn't last long as the sound of doorbell was heard through the house. Masaki, he came. Ishin, I'm gonna get it. Ishin went to open the door so he can get the guests inside. While opening the door he saw a man with a hat with green and white stripes wearing a store-like an outfit while holding a cane, and on top of his head was sitting a black cat with shining yellow almond eyes. Ishin, you came Urahara and you're Yuaki. Urahara, well I had to see if there was a problem with the newborn baby's soul since we kinda had expected it but not so soon. You're Yuaki, cat form, well you know me I go everywhere. Ishin, come let's go inside to Masaki. Urahara, let's go. Masaki was sitting inside waiting for Ichigo to wake up and for the others to get here. Ichigo on the other side was awakened by a sudden sound and now was pretending to be asleep with excellent acting skills. While he was pretending he heard sounds coming towards his room where he was fake sleeping and his mother guarding him. When the people stepped in he was reminded again of the sudden sound. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. As a baby catch Shihoan Yuruki's tail in her cat form. Duration, 30 seconds. Rewards, 250 EXP/300 soul points. Ichigo as he was pretending to be asleep he suddenly woke up with the sound of footsteps and started crying, surprising everyone that he had such a good grasp of its environment and who is getting closer and who's not. Masaki, Ichigo my baby don't cry, they are just friends, don't be afraid. Urahara. Amazing. Ishin, you found anything just now from those cries? Yuruki, more like we saw something. Urahara, yeah I can tell you right now his spiritual pressure is 0, for now, he doesn't have a shred of it. But his mind is active at 100% capacity. Masaki and Ishin were left puzzled and afraid at the same time, waiting with courage and patience for Kisuk to finish up his analysis. Yuruki, don't worry, it's not harmful. He can just perceive his surroundings much like a cat senses. Urahara, yeah that's right, probably because of what we did in the past his brain doesn't have limiters and he's using 100% of it both awake and when he's asleep, but even then only his body can rest, his mind is still awake. Masaki, you mean he can't shut down his mind and only his body shuts down? Ishin, wait, then how can a baby handle that kind of mental overdrive? Masaki, can't we do something to help him? My poor boy. Urahara was speechless watching Masaki with tears in her eyes trying to figure out a way to solve it when he realized that Ichigo has stopped crying and was making hand signs and looking with pitiful tearing eyes at the cat. 4. Chapter 4, Chain Sub-Quests and Levels. Urahara was watching the little fellow who in return was watching with tears in his eyes and curiosity the cat. Yuruki. Masaki, and Ishin also noticed this and saw each other's faces to seek a solution to the little fellow curiosity. Masaki, well it looks like he got fond of you. Yuruki, should I laugh or cry? Ishin, Masaki why don't you let him a bit on the bed? Masaki, let's see how it goes. Masaki then went towards his bed to lay his down for a few minutes, and while everyone was watching Ichigo heard another alarm from system. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Move your whole body as much as you can to fall in the ground. Rewards, no damage to host. Ichigo was speechless and thought why did such quest was triggered as he was looking at the message through his mind and then finally realized it. He tried to make a happy face while grinning inside him and opened his little hand, and with a single twist without anyone realizing it he was in midair away of his mother hug with only 1 or even half a second before hitting the ground, but it was then that he crashed on top of a black ball. Masaki, Ichigo. Ishin, Ichigo. Urahara, nice one Yuruki. While everyone was having their own thoughts, Masaki had tears crying out of her eyes for letting him fall. Little did she know that was a trap for the start of a legend. And at the same time a nightmare for Yuruki, which she's already suffering, while watching Ichigo playing and squeezing her tail like there's no tomorrow with his tiny little hands till he heard a familiar sound only to be speechless and happy at the same time. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a sub-quest. Rewards, 250 EXP/300 soul points. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up reaching level 2. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up reaching level 3. System, ding. Host stats have been enhanced. System, ding. Showing new stats. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 9 months and 12 days. Level, 1 EXP, 10/100 level, 3 EXP, 10/225. Stamina, 9/9 health, 90 stamina, 11/11 health, 110. Attack, 2/2 strength, 20 attack, 4/4 strength, 40. Defense, 2/2 endurance, 20 defense, 4/4 endurance, 40. Focus, 100/100 mental, 1000 focus, 102/102 mental, 1020. Spiritual pressure, 100/100 Ryutsu, 0. Affiliation, human. While everyone was busy through trying to calm down from Ichigo's stunt, Urahara noticed a slight increase in the fellow wavelength, trying to figure out if it was good or bad and how he should bring it in front of his parents, making him frown. Masaki, on the other hand, tried to clean up the mess and tragedy her son unknown to her has done, and just as when she tried to lift Ichigo again he started crying, showing he wanted to stay with the cat, placing in a difficult spot for her blunder and towards her guests. Yoriuki, on the other hand, she was living a terrible nightmare, one that will make her never to approach babies again. Ishin was trying to separate them to no avail. It was like the tiny hands had glue on them, while Urahara noticed something and told them about it. Urahara, Yoriuki, stop struggling and let him try and hug you. Yoriuki, now even you betray me. Masaki, you can't do that, at this rate she'll die. Ishin, did you notice anything? Urahara, I think that he's growing stronger at an alarming rate for a baby, and earlier when Yoriuki saved him I felt his wavelength have a slight change, like he unconsciously absorbed a bit of Ryutsu from Yoriuki. I neglected it because it was almost nil, but I used earlier my Ryutsu to scan him and felt that he did become stronger. While everyone was listening to Urahara and pondering over it, Ichigo, having free reign over Yoriuki, finally finished preparing for the next quests he just received. System, ding. Double sub-quests triggered. Condition 1, pull the ears of Yoriuki's cat form. Condition 2, put your hand in her cat mouth. Rewards, 300 EXP/300 soul points. As everyone was distracted, Ichigo caught her ears trying to pull them, and when Yoriuki opened her little cat mouth he places his hand inside her, shocking her to the extremes, both her and all others. And while Ichigo started crying from outside view, but inwardly he was laughing his heart out while watching his stats change again. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up, reaching level 4. System, ding. Host stats have been enhanced. System, ding. Showing new stats. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 9 months and 12 days. Level, 3 EXP, 10/225 level, 4 EXP, 85/340. Stamina, 11/11 health, 110 stamina, 12/12 health, 120. Attack, 4/4 strength, 40 attack, 5/5 strength, 50. Defense, 4/4 endurance, 40 defense, 5/5 endurance, 50. Focus, 102/102 mental, 1020 focus, 103/103 mental, 1030. Spiritual pressure, 100/100 Ryutsu, 0. Affiliation, human. 5. Chapter 5, An Endless Suffering. After Ichigo started crying he was looking at Yoriuki with eyes that contained endless hatred, causing her to feel incredibly guilty for almost trying to bite his little arm. Masaki lifted Ichigo up in her arms, trying to calm him down as much as she could, hoping to get him to sleep a bit again. Urahara was paying close attention to the little guy, only to find that he had done it again. Somehow he became even stronger than before, and while Yoriuki was down Ishin came closer. Ishin, why are you so silent about? Urahara, oh. Sorry, I got lost in my head with the whole mess someone created just now. Yoriuki, but it wasn't my fault. All 3, excuses. Yoriuki got way too down, mentally hurting a little guy, not bothering to even move as she was watching Ichigo slowly falling asleep, at least body-wise, because based on Urahara his mind is always awake and active. When Ichigo finally was asleep, or so they think, they tried to rack their brains out for an imaginary problem on how to make Ichigo control his mind. Surprising enough, Yoriuki was the one who opened her mouth. Yoriuki, hey Kisuk, what if we seal his mind and reduce the burden on its body? Urahara, I was thinking the same even before we came here, but since the 2 previous incidents I changed my mind. Ishin, what's your plan then? Masaki, will it cause problems for him? Urahara, I was thinking that perhaps we should bring him to a place with high Ryutsu concentration and let him grow up there at least for a few months and let his body adapt to that naturally. Yoriuki, you mean, there? Ishin, no, I'm not gonna send him to Soul Society. Masaki, neither will I. Having to get negative answers before he got to explain it to them, he looked at Yoriuki and told her with his eyes to explain to them, and so she did. Yoriuki, no, not there, he means under our shop, where we have a place for training completely isolated from hollows and such, and we even have spiritual hot springs whose waters have the power of healing injuries. That's perfect for relaxing. It might be helpful for his mind. Ichigo, while pretending to sleep with excellent skills, he was excited because he will be seeing and torture one of his favorite character of his previous life, and because he got an alarm. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Pass 4 years in the underground training facility. Reward, 2 levels/5000 soul points. Having received such a generous sub-quest, he tried to rack his brain for a way towards torturing. Training in there with Yoriuki and the others, and perhaps he might save his mom by changing history. While Ichigo was still acting, Ishin broke the silence that had trapped them for a few minutes. Ishin, perhaps we should go as well. Not only it will be helpful to him, we might also gain benefits that can help us recover faster. Masaki, you might be right, but still, isn't it way too early for him? Urahara, don't worry, he will have the perfect bodyguard, or should I say cat guard. Masaki, then Yoriuki, I will leave him in your hands or claws. Yoriuki, No worried, I'll also want to say sorry for scaring him earlier, no big deal. Finishing the conversation and finally reaching an agreement, they started to prepare in order to move, each one with their own hopes and convictions. Little did Yuruki and the others know that would be the most painful 4 years of her life. 6. Chapter 6, The Passing of the Years. Day after day, month after month and year after year, Ichigo has reached 3 years old, making him stronger by a large margin, completing sub-quests, and of course, a certain someone took the full torture, making her pass the most bitter experience she ever had. As Ichigo kept accumulated soul points with the most inhuman way possible, there was a time he even pranked on Yuruki cat form, which will be kept secret for the future. He had finally managed to gain enough soul points to awaken his Shinigami strength, which makes him quite excited as he wanted to find out his version of Zangetsu. Ichigo, well, now that I have reached the minimum age for Shinigami according to the system, let's see what I can do to awaken. Ichigo, store. System, ding. Zanpakuto upgrade level 0, awaken 15.000 soul points. Heido arts. Bakudo arts. Kaido arts. Weapons. Medicines. Soul points, 15.600. As Ichigo was looking inside the store through all of the columns, he had decided that's it's time to awaken his Shinigami strength. Pity though, while he was distracted, a figure appeared behind him, and without knowing he got suddenly thrown in midair, and before he had even realized what happened, he smashed to the ground. With 0 damage. Yuruki, as always that body of yours is way too sturdy. Ichigo, Aunt, you're back, I've missed you so much. Is uncle also here? Yuruki, why you like an old man more than a maiden like me? During the time Ichigo spent in the training facility when he became 1 year old after he was born, he was already walking and speaking, surprising everyone while passing as a genius in their eyes. While he was 2 years old, he was already speaking and trolling a lot of people. He started calling Kisuk and Yuruki uncle and aunt, gaining the approval of his parents. And when he was crossing 2.5 years old towards to closing 3, he saw Yuruki in her human form, getting himself mesmerized by her stunning beauty. Finally giving a chance to her to pay him back for all the torture unknowing to her she got in future troubles. Ichigo, who is going to like a hag like you? Yuruki, YOOU. As they were fighting over Yuruki's perks, they felt a slight disturbance towards another corner of the ground. They stopped to look at that direction and saw 2 figures. They were Ichigo's parents. Masaki, Aira still love quarrel. Ishin, more like fighting like a cat and dog. As Ichigo was prepared to answer that, he saw Urahara coming towards him with a smile on his face, making him quite scary in his eyes, only to be ignored in the end as he continues bickering with Yuruki, and out of nowhere an alarm was sounded in his ears. System, ding. Main quest triggered. Use Urahara wisdom and quirks and get him to help you awaken your Shinigami powers. Rewards, 75% discount on awakening Shinigami strength /5 levels. Cough, cough ku, Ichigo was choked by the sudden quest, trying to calm himself as he was thinking on how to go about everything to Urahara. While everyone was watching him with tiny bits of worry in their eyes. Ichigo, say uncle, will it be possible to help? Kisuk, with what exactly? Ichigo, well, you know, training. I wish to become a Shinigami and travel through the realms helping innocent souls. And you know, to get the girls. After saying that, Ichigo tried to make a poker face like he's the center of the world, only to make everyone start laughing at him, with someone feeling a few pricks inside her. It was as if she knew that it was possible for him. Urahara, fine pffffffff. I'll help you. Pffffff. Masaki, someone may get pissed in the future, pffffff. As everyone was laughing, Yuruki was kinda with a sour face. Ishin was hitting the floor with tears in his eyes while Ichigo was waiting for them to stop laughing. 7. Chapter 7, Awakening of the Soul Reaper. Ichigo, hey uncle, how long are you still going to laugh? Help me out, will ya? Urahara, wait, you were serious? Ichigo, of course, can't you sense my Ryutsu? It will be trouble for me and everyone else if I can't protect myself in the future. As he said that, he released his power towards them, shocking them to the extremes, only to leave them with eyes wide open and stretch up opened mouths. And at the same time they wondered how the hell a 3-year-old kid got this kind of Ryutsu that rivals a 5th seat Shinigami. They tried to ask him what did he do, but they got only half words, as only Ichigo knew that it was thanks to a few pills he got in his lottery that had a certain effect on him. Soul-enriching pills. Upon consumption the user gains 10 spiritual pressure attributes points permanently. When he saw that, he started eating them like candies without any worry of exploding himself, as he had the system for support and guide. He ate hundreds of them within a year since he had found out about the effects. His current stats, along with the points of level ups and 3 points bonus attributes in stamina and defense gaining them from sub-quests, went off the charge. Ichigo, status. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 3 years 9 months 3 days. Level, 4 EXP, 85/340 level, 13 EXP, 5/13070. Stamina, 12/12 health, 120 stamina, 24/24 health, 240. Attack, 5/5 strength, 50 attack, 14 14th strength, 140. Defense, 5/5 endurance, 50 defense, 17 17th endurance, 170. Focus, 103/103 mental, 1030 focus, 112/112 mental, 1120. Spiritual pressure, 2609/2609 Raitsu, 260,900. Affiliation, human. He ate around 250 pills, gaining 10 points of each pill and 9 points from leveling up, making his Raitsu power off the charge for someone of his age. Suddenly they all had the same thought in their minds, how strong he's going to be when he will reach captain level Shinigami, same as Kenpeki or Yamamoto or even more. They felt the chills as they were thinking about the future. After a while, they look at each other, and once Urahara got the permission from his parents, he decided to help him, making hear the notification of many alarms in his ear. System, ding. Congrats host for completing the main quest. System, ding. Congrats host for gaining a 75% discount on Awaken. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up, reaching level 14. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up, reaching level 15. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up, reaching level 16. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up, reaching level 17. System, ding. Congrats host for leveling up, reaching level 18. System, ding. New price for Awakening, 15.00075% equals 3750 soul points. System, ding. Host stats have been enhanced. System, ding. Showing new stats. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 3 years 9 months 3 dias. Level, 13 EXP, 5/13070 level, 18 EXP, 85/99250. Stamina, 24 24ths health, 240 stamina, 29 29ths health, 290. Attack, 14 14th strength, 140 attack, 19 19th strength, 190. Defense, 17 17ths endurance, 170 defense, 22 22nds endurance, 220. Focus, 112/112 mental, 1120 focus, 117/117 mental, 1170. Spiritual pressure, 2609/2609 Raitsu, 260,900 SP. 2614/2614 Raitsu, 261,400. Affiliation, human. While Ichigo was in his own world, Urahara left the training grounds and went to the store so that he can prepare to help his nephews, so that no mishaps will happen and no one should notice him from the upper and lower realms. Time passed 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, and a month later Urahara finally finished with the ups and downs of his plan to awaken Ichigo, and when the fated day came they gathered all together in the center of the field, hearing Urahara chanting a few of his original Bakudo arts. Urahara, universe and laws, planes and realms, stars and planets, endless cycle of life and death, bind with your will and creation the time and space. Bakudo N101, domain of chains. Urahara, Ichigo, you can enter the domain now, and through it you will connect to your soul realm inside you, letting you officially become a Shinigami. Good luck. Ichigo, thanks, Uncle. Mom, Dad, old hag, I'll be back. Before Yuruaki even get the chance to scold him, Ichigo's figure disappeared. 8. Chapter 8, An Impossible Quest. Ichigo, XMNNN, where am I? System, host has been brought in his soul realm inside of just as Ichigo was first sent when he regained his Shinigami form with the help of Urahara on the original story. Ichigo, I see, but why is this place a mess? It looks like a space with skyscrapers instead of a blue sky with buildings. System, this place was altered the moment host was integrated to this world main character. But in order for host to unlock his full potential, host need to battle 4 figures, otherwise if host only defeats one of them or 2 of them it will have resulted in a quasi or half-kind awakening. Ichigo, really, then won't I be like Ichigo who had awakened only his half Zanpakuto? System, host is correct. Ichigo, then what do I do now? System, host has a fighting chance. System, ding. Main quest triggered. Defeat all 4 residents within your soul tower. Condition 1, defeat every single one of them in their basic forms. Rewards, basic powers fused. Condition 2, defeat every single one of them in their first forms. Rewards, Shikai powers fused. Condition 3, defeat every single one of them in their second forms. Rewards, Bankai powers fused. Condition 4, defeat every single one of them in their final forms. Rewards, Origin powers fused. Warning 1, during the time of the battle you will lose contact with your physical body and go on a rampage. Warning 2, host must at least beat 1 resident to at least form the outline of your powers sword. Warning 3, Defeat from all 4 of them results in host's expulsion of this body and waking up in soul societies as the weakest soul. Ichigo, what the hell? Ichigo, how the hell I'm gonna beat those freaks? System, host is really forgetful. Host has points where you can use them in your awakening. Ichigo, EEHHOO right store. System, ding. Zanpakuto upgrade level 0, awaken 15.000 soul points. 15.00075% equals 3750 soul points. Heido arts. Bakudo arts. Kaido arts. Weapons. Medicines. Soul points, 15.600. Ichigo, then let's see how well spent those points will go awaken. System, ding. Host has used 3750 soul points remaining 11850 soul points. System, ding. Congrats host for awakening your Zanpakuto. System, ding. Zanpakuto level 0 Zanpakuto level 1. System, ding. Host can now use the skill Reishi Blasting Heavy Sword. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points gaining 75 EXP. Ichigo, WTF so little EXP god damn it. Wait I had one more sub-quest what was it found it. Quest. Sub-quest 2. Create your own skill set of Bakudo Heido Kaido arts. Created, 0/3. Rewards, 600 EXP. Ichigo, system how can I create my own skill set? System, host can buy from store under Kido columns creation books for their respective fields but each one costs 5000 soul points so choose wisely. Ichigo, before deciding let's check my new attack. Reishi Blasting Heavy Sword. A strike created based on someone overwhelming Ryutsu. Surrounding us we breath particles of Reishi and we absorb them but sometimes they just wander around us. Using someone's Ryutsu you can control those particles compress them and create an invisible sword strike that will feel as if carrying a heavy sword. Warning, high-level characters can sense the environment around them and see through the attack. Ichigo, ha 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 the heavens are helping me now I know what kind of Kido I'll create. Therefore system I wish to buy creation of books for Bakudo Kaido. System, ding. Host has used 10,000 soul points. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points gaining 200 EXP. 9, Chapter 9, Creating New Kido. Ichigo, yes let me start and create my own Kido. By the way system why haven't I met with anyone till now and as far as I remember they should be 2 in my soul realm, not 4? System, host is right but that was on the original story here the residents are. 1. Zanpakuto Zangetsu 2. Hollow Ichigo 3.1000 years younger Quincy Ywack and 4. Human remnants of the original Ichigo's soul. Ichigo, how the hell Ichigo's original soul survived? System, because host was integrated into this body while he had already formed his soul realm. Furthermore, this is a chance for host. Ichigo, what do you mean? System, host can gain at a later date their soul essence and unlock your own version of Ichigo's sword with traits human/hollow/Quincy/Shinigami. Ichigo, wait didn't Ichigo had those traits in the story? System, yes host but you have a different trait called. Ichigo, say that again. System, if host can't hear the words means you are currently weak. Ichigo, so that means I will have 5 traits, assuming I can kill them. System, correct. As our little fellow was thinking about possible different traits he also started to walk towards the tallest tower he could see thinking how could he pass all the conditions with the smartest faster and most efficient way possible. While thinking he reached the door of the first floor. Ichigo, before I enter I should create my own Kido. 1 minute past 2 3:10 1 hour he fried his brain trying to think about the proper image he had from his previous life as he tried to bring a few other skills of anime to life in the form of Kido. Ichigo, gets so goddamn hard. System why is so hard? System, host doesn't have a clear image about the skill you want to recreate. I should remind host that you have 1 chance per book if it fails you will lose the 5,000 you used to buy it. Ichigo, fine let's try if it fails I will simply get expelled and go to Soul Society. Ichigo, creation of books. System, ding. Host has used the creation of books please recite the words inhaling with the image you have. Ichigo, here goes nothing. Creation of nothingness everlasting void energy yin and yang seen and unseen make everything appear and disappear Bakudo custom N1, formless doors how's that? System, ding. Congrats host for creating your first Bakudo. System, ding. Sub-quest 2 updated. Create your own skill set of, Bakudo, Heido Kaido. Created, 1/3. Rewards, 600 EXP. Ichigo, let's rest for a bit. Outside of Ichigo's realm while he was resting, four people started to become restless as they couldn't feel any change inside the domain of chains, neither could they see him. Masaki, you thinks he's okay? Ishin, I hope so. Urahara, we will know if something happened to him simply by the domain shaking. Yuki, yeah, because usually those that fail the start to become hollows and the surrounding aura feels suffocating when that happens. Masaki, Aira, aren't you worrying too much, miss? Yuki, beat it. He's my nephew, of course I have to worry. Masaki, xmmmmmm. While they were having their own debate, Ichigo started his second creation inside his soul realm. Ichigo, creation of books. System, ding. Host has used the creation of books. Please recite the words in along with the image you have. Ichigo, hope it doesn't fail. Energy of souls, energy of emotions, energy of life, energy of breathing, carry the wind and bring a gentle rest. Kaido custom N1, whispering lullaby. Heya, well did it work. System, ding. Creation fail. Ichigo, my money. 10, Chapter 10, Meeting the weakest of the four. Ichigo was crying tears of blood and anger as he thought about the points he just lost, and while complaining he entered the tower first room of the 1RST floor. In front of him there was a huge momentum with the following message. Condition 1, defeat every single one of them in their basic forms. Rewards, basic powers fused. Warning 1, during the time of the battle you will lose contact with your physical body and go on a rampage. Warning 2, host must at least beat one resident to at least form the outline of your power's sword. Warning 3, defeat from all four of them results in host's expulsion of this body and waking up in soul societies as the weakest soul. While he was reading he had a sour and frown face. At the same time he now realized that this tower has 4 rooms and 4 floors with the appropriate gains and warnings. He looked around inside the room while he was trying to spot who's going to be the first resident. He heard a voice behind him. Yo there, Mr. Faker. Ichigo froze on the spot by the familiar voice he had heard countless times in his life as he was an otaku, much less he had the same voice right now. He slowly turned his head behind him only to be shocked, confirming his gut feeling. What's wrong? Did the cat ate your tongue as well? Ichigo, never would I have thought I would get to fight you first. And how's life here? Before we play find the quiz answers, revert your appearance to your original look. It's kinda annoying to look on myself. Ichigo, how do I know, you ask? Simple, the moment you came tried to absorb me or possess me I saw your memories. Lucky me I guess for having formed the soul realm that I survived. There was a deadly silence within the room and an angry figure in front of him ready to blaze with rage and fire from within his eyes. RMC looked at him. He took a deep breath and sigh. While doing that he closed his eyes, focused his imagination and reverted back to his original looks. MC, is this better for you, Kurosaki? Ichigo? Ichigo, much better. Now then, up to the main point. Never would I have realized another world exists and in there we appear as texts and pictures. Quite shocking if you asked me. MC, then aren't you glad that I get to save your mother, protect your sisters and everything you saw from me? Ichigo, hey, I am, but not for what you think. But because now I know what I have to do. MC, and what's that, Mr. Getting beaten in every season, feeling hopeless, despair, powerless, sinking towards the darkness each and every time. Furthermore, you should know who the other guys in the other rooms are, right? Ichigo, yeah, that's why I used your Raitsu to grow my soul into the form of your memory and gaining knowledge and strength. MC, oh interesting. You used the same method you used to find Dark Rukia in movie 3 to connect our traits and secretly becoming stronger. Ichigo, doing that I will gain my body back, save my mother, my yet siblings to be born, and beat the hell out of everyone. MC, well aren't you hyped up? Ichigo, like I said in one of my fight in the so-called series. I also want to win, therefore I'll beat you, I'll beat Byakuya, I'll beat Aizen, I'll beat the Espadas, I'll beat Waiwak. So get ready for the most epic survival battle ever. Having finished his epic speech, Ichigo drew his oversized sword, taking a battle position waiting for our MC to respond. And while all that was happening inside the realm, outside they were nearing their limits of breakdown. 11, Chapter 11, The Darkness Appears. Let's go back a few minutes. Just when our MC entered the first floor on the outside, a change occurred. Small thin lines of Raitsu started to appear out of nowhere, circling around his body while forming a 4-way color of vortex spinning in opposite directions from each other. As Urahara and the others saw that, they were shocked to find out that those 4 colors were respectively a light blue, a crystal white, a dark gray and a pitch black Raitsu. Ishin, this can't be happening. Masaki, Ichigo. Yuki, Kisuk, what's going on? Urahara, that's impossible, it's like he's... Yuki, he's what? Urahara, the Soul King himself. All 3, Not having enough time to think about what Urahara said, Ichigo's body from with domain started floating in the air while sitting in a meditation posture, and all those energies merged with him, making him through the training ground. Urahara, not good. Ishin, take Masaki and leave this place, and while you're on your way call Tessai ASAP. Ishin, Kisuk, what happened? What's wrong with Ichigo? Masaki my boy. Yuriuki, you can't mean that, right? Urahara, he passed his awakening but during the process, probably the Quincy and hollow that got from both of you along with his human trait got mixed up and lost himself. He started hollowification with all traits mixed up. Masaki, no. While Masaki was on the verge of breakdown, Ishin clenched his fists while Yuriuki was sad and angry at herself for letting him awaken that much early, but there is no pill for regrets, therefore, he turned to Urahara and asked anyway. Yuriuki, is there anything we can do to help? Urahara, leave the talking to later, we don't have time. Ishin, leave and call Tessai, we need to keep him from moving so we can give him more time. Ishin, you don't have to tell me twice. Ishin grabbed Masaki, which she was in tears and screaming, but what he could do, both he and her, they were powerless without their powers, they could only place their hopes on Kisuk and Yuriuki as they left. Yuriuki, Kisuk, you think the little boy will be okay? Urahara. Before Urahara could answer, his worst nightmare has just been awakened. With the most devil appearance, a figure walked out of his domain with such easy steps that brought chills in his back. He looked at the adult-like person clad in a red Shinigami attire different than the usual they know. In his head existed on the left side a 2-inch hollow horn-like sword and a 4-inch on right side. His eyes were black and purple, but what was stunning, it was a 4-colored sword that had its hilt bonded to his left arm with a 3-inch almost crescent moon. Indiana, the upper guard of the sword, with a shocked face. Oh, what do we have here? Former captain of the 12th Division of the Godi I-13 and former captain of the 2nd Division of the Godi I-13. XMM interesting. While they saw his smile at them, they were speechless. Who's the guy in front of them who looks like a cold-blooded monster, and how come he knows them? Where is the little kid? Two of them, who are you? Where is Ichigo? Oh yes, I forgot I looked like a kid for 3 years. No choice then. Let me do you the honor to introduce myself to you. My name is Xylan Sora. Who? Who's Sora? But he looks like a grown-up Ichigo. When Sora saw them black out from exposing his true name, he suddenly thought, oh yeah, my looks are that of Ichigo's. 12, Chapter 12, The Battle of Outside. Sora, oh wait, I need to revert like my other part to my original look. Not that much of a change happened before them, only his hair from orange became brown, his height was increased by 1,5 inch and he became more sturdier and refined in his look. It might not be much, but they could tell now that he was a different person. Yuriuki, where is Ichigo? Sora, you mean the Ichigo who tortured you for 3 years, or the 8 months boy who hasn't seen the outside yet? Yuriuki, why, you. Sora, I'm sure the genius over there has figured everything out, right? Urahara Kisuk. Even when he said that while trying to cause distortion in their hearts, Yuriuki knew the truth as well as Urahara from the previously spoken words. They both realized that for 3 years there was no Ichigo but someone who possessed his body before he was born. Sora, I see it didn't work, then how about we get this done? I need to stop you from interfering in my plans. He instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Urahara while smiling and raising his sword. He looked at him and slashed at his shoulder all the way down, cutting his arm and leg with a single strike. Yuriuki, Kisuyuaki. Sora, 1 down 1 to go. Zexixixixi. He turned towards Yuriuki, raised his right hand, and before she could react she saw many black spheres flying at her in an alarming speed, and when they connected she crashed with incredible force a few mountains back, raising smoke and clouds of dust. Seeing one of them and the ground bleeding while the other stuck deep within the wall on the mountain, he saw from disappointment from facing too weak of opponents and started walking towards the direction of his parents, but before he could make a few steps, he started to tremble and spit black blood while at the same time he heard someone behind him. Urahara, awake Benihime and shred Benihime. Along those words, he saw a red huge screen like crystal appear, and then from within it, small blade-like crystals flew at him, cutting him in multiple spots, leaving cuts in his clothes but no damage in his body, but the force behind it made him smash in the ground. Urahara, was that a type of Zero? Sora, TSSK, to forget about your clone GKI, since you managed to get behind me I'll answer you, it was a modified version of it. Urahara, he, you know quite a lot, shall I dig everything up from you? Sora, try it. Just as Sora got up as nothing happened, he started to tremble again, thinking inwardly, God damn it, he passed 2 rooms already, can't someone kill my good side? Urahara noticed this and the weakening his opponent had. Lucky for me, otherwise I may had used my Bankai and still be in the losing side. As he was thinking, he saw him raising his sword, place it behind his neck, lowering his body and twisting a bit his legs, left leg front, right leg on the back, and then he raised his right hand in front of him with the palm of his hand in front like a marker. He jumped and then attack once again, much slower this time. Sora, Raishi blasting heavy sword. As he said that, nothing happened for a while, making Urahara look at Sora, who had a smile on his face with a pensive look. What was that? Little did he know that 4 invisible swords similar to the one he wields were created waiting to shred anything. 13, Chapter 13, The Battle of Outside 2. Urahara, Raishi blasting heavy sword is what you said, but why I don't feel anything different in the environment? Sora, you think I will tell you that? Keep dreaming. As he had his sword behind his neck, he suddenly slashed it downwards in the air, leaving Urahara with a dumbfounding expression soon to be changed in one of pain, confusion, fear, as he felt 4 solid hits in his body through the air and eventually smashed on the ground, resulting in his right hand completely broken and 3 more spots on his body in critical condition from the bleeding. Urahara, Gyugha, what did you do? Sora, nothing special, I just sent you flying and now I'll just send you towards hell. Sora reached in front of Urahara, who was spitting blood, and tried to slash his head off, only to hit simply air and saw nothing but a flash passing by. Sora, that would have been way too easy if both of you died. Goddess of Flash. Yuryuki, Kisuk, you're okay. Urahara, never better. What about you? Didn't your legs got stuck in the rocks? Yuryuki, what about my sexy legs? They are just fine. Here, look at this smooth skin. Sora, number at number. Yuryuki, oya kiddo, you jealous? Sora, why should I be? I saw you naked in the lake a few months ago. Was it black? Your public ones. Urahara, cough, more like you torture her for 3 years, cough. Yuryuki's face turned red from having both of them team up to play her, one reason from shame, another from anger, which she vents by lifting her sexy leg and smash it on Urahara's right hand. As Urahara was screaming and swearing from the pain, she turned to Sora with a tomato face, which you couldn't tell if it was anger or being shy. Yuryuki, now then let's continue, Shunko. Sora, HOH, you have learned that kind of enhancement, remarkable. Before he could finish, he trembled again, and before he could react, he was hit 7 times in his abdomen by Yuryuki, making him spit blood and at the same time dizzy, giving enough time to her to launch 2 Bakudo without incantation. Yuryuki, Bakudo N61, Rikuya Koro and Bakudo N30, Shitatsu Sansen. Before he knew it, 6 bars of light have been drilled Indiana his body, and then 3 piercing triple beams nailed him on the faraway walls, making him unable to move even an inch, and even then they didn't stop. Urahara, Shibari Beniheim. A black-like net came out of Beniheim, falling upon Sora as a form of an extra-layer defense, making him almost unable to even see in front of him. And just as Sora was about to make Ryutsu storm to free himself, out of nowhere a few names were heard, and then he was engulfed by nothingness. Bakudo N75, Gakyu Tekken Bakudo N63, Seijo Sabaku Bakudo N73, Tozansho. 5 pillared iron weights fell out of nothingness on him, bringing him on his knees along with locking bondage stripes chaining him on the spot, and finally, a crystal-like coffin appeared trapping him inside along with all Kidos. Both of them fell on the ground from exhaustion, one from his injuries and the other from using Shunko before reaching a certain mastery. They knew who their savior was, none other than Tessai Tsukubishi. He was the former captain of the Kido Corps in Soul Society. 14, Chapter 14, A Wrong Move. As they were on the ground and while Tessai was healing them, he was surprised to see them in this condition, especially Urahara. And as he was about to ask them about the whole story, the ground started shaking with sounds of small cracks could be heard coming from their well-maintained prison. Tessai, he took all that and still have the spare strength to almost breaking the chains. Urahara and Yuryuki looked at each other face with bitter eyes, and as they prepared themselves, the prison turned to dust, blowing everyone out of its way, revealing a little boy in Shinigami attire. All 3. Before this whole mess, just when Sora got out of the domain, MC had already started his clash with Ichigo inside his realm. Sounds of swords clashing with each other, footsteps of trying to outsmart the opponent were kept displaying, making none to take the advantage. Ichigo, you really something else to keep up. I'm using the experience I learned through your memory and still can't take an advantage, and at the same time neither you can. MC, you really think so? Do you know what's your shortcoming? You could never control your Ryutsu, and you had to rely on White Ichigo most of the times, otherwise your bones would have been crushed from your pressure. Ichigo, yeah, like you can do much better. MC, perhaps I should finish this sooner than stalling. Ichigo, XMMNNNMM meaning. MC, creation of nothingness, everlasting void energy, yin and yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear. Bakudo Custom N1, Formless Doors. Ichigo, this is Kido, you learned your own Kido. MC, pretty N. Before he could speak another word, sounds of alarms went in his own soul, scaring the hell out of him. System, ding. Warning. Formless doors have opened, doors in all floors and all rooms. System, ding. Warning. All residents are rushing here. System, ding. Warning. All floors have opened up, therefore all residents have restored their strength to their final form. System, ding. Warning. An unexpected situation arose that needs an immediately action. System, ding. Main quest updated. Defeat all 4 residents within your soul tower. Has been updated into survive the ordeal within your realm. Condition 1, survive the attacks for 10 minutes. Rewards, host retaining his life and transferred in Hueco Mundo with half stats /4 levels. Condition 2, kill a resident within 10 minutes. Rewards, Hogyako shard /8 levels. Condition 3, kill 2 residents within 10 minutes. Rewards, Hogyako shard /12 levels. Condition 4, kill 3 residents within 10 minutes. Rewards, incomplete Hogyaku/16 levels. Condition 5, kill all residents within 10 minutes. Rewards, complete Hogyaku/20 levels/50.000 soul points/origin essence. Warning 1, during the time of the battle you will lose contact with your physical body and go on a rampage. Warning 2, host must purely fight with his hands. Any other form of help is banned as there is a chance of awakening Wywak at an early time. Warning 3, defeat will result in host's expulsion of this body and waking up in soul societies as the weakest soul. He froze both physically and mentally and he almost wanted to kill himself right now as he kinda signed his death papers if they existed here much earlier than possible as he knew he fucked up and his face became paler and paler with seconds passing by until figures started appearing like ghosts. 15, Chapter 15, A Small Light of Hope. Seeing the figures appearing one by one he couldn't help but tremble in the idea of fighting them that early when he was so weak. He kept thinking what he should do with surviving as his first priority. It was then that the last person appeared and all of them were looking at his direction making him breathe with many difficulties. Eira Ichigo, you look quite worn out, aren't you? Whitey, you look quite happy at his misfortune. Whitey, of course, since if he dies I will take over his body. Ichigo will never die. Whitey, Eira Zangetsu, will you save him from this intruder? Zangetsu, HXMMIM, he and he is me. All of you are just, how should I say this, leeches. Whitey, shall I kill you right now? All of you are so underestimating this intruder. Whitey, haha, aren't you quite the funny old man with that cape and cross in your neck? Shall I cut you off to pieces? Even if I'm just a speck of dust in terms of my original power, I can still take care low class level hollow like you. Whitey, say that again. Our MC was speechless. Can it be that these guys hate each other to the bone, and even then they don't know themselves? Maybe, just maybe, I can use that? But Ichigo already knows about me, then maybe all of them knows? And they still dared to ignore me. Black lines started appearing in his forehead and started a conversation with the system about possibilities of every condition he had. MC, system, calculate their behavior traits through my memories and tell me my odds. I still have 9 minutes left. System, ding. Calculating. System, ding. Condition 1 5%. System, ding. Condition 2 4%. System, ding. Condition 3 3%. System, ding. Condition 4 1%. System, ding. Condition 5 0%. MC, number at dollar number percent at percent. MC, can I use anything in the store or inventory? System, host can use the soul enriching pills as you didn't brought them with soul points, so there will be no disturbance and no awakening of Wywak. MC, what could happen if I consume the entire stock I have right now? System, host's Ryutsu will increased by a huge margin, placing you under tremendous stress over the body, but if host can endure it, if it can pass a certain limit, there's a chance of awakening your trait. When that happens you will have 10 times more the current odds. Hearing that, our MC started planning ahead of time while the clock was ticking and ticking like a bomb. His fate depended on this. While thinking and hearing others debate and staring daggers at each other, he thought. MC, status. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 3 years 9 months 3 days. Level, 18 EXP, 360/99250. Stamina, 29 health, 290. Attack, 19 strength, 190. Defense, 22 seconds. Endurance, 220. Focus, 117/117. Mental, 1170. Spiritual pressure, 2614/2614. Ryutsu, 261,400. Affiliation, human. Getting ready to face the biggest pain in his life, he turned to them and said. MC, small fries who bicker like bitches have no right to rule this space. Ichigo knows, and probably you guys know it in your hearts as well, if any of you have any heart at all. 2 of them, who's the small fry, you prick? MC, come at me with the intention to kill me, otherwise you will experience the most dreadful, painful, and longest 8 minutes left of your lives. Zangetsu, Bankai, Tensha Zangetsu. Whitey, Ruo Ichigo. That's it, get angry, get pissed off, because right now I have a light of hope, hoping to devour your origins and create my own power grid. MC, system, consume everything I have. System, ding. 16, Chapter 16, the most painful and longest 3 minutes. System, ding. Host has used 750 soul enriching pills. System, ding. Warning. Intense pressure will fall to the host for 3 minutes, gaining 7,500 spiritual pressure points. Ryutsu 750,000. System, ding. Warning. Host must survive for 3 minutes. Having heard all those alarms, he suddenly felt like he was being crushed by a mountain, slowly drilling in his body, bringing a lot of pain and suffering to him. He tried as much as possible to not show it, but those freaks saw huge beads of sweat and his color of skin going from white to green and then red in alternative, making them feel somewhat suspicious. XMNMNMNMN, that's odd. Why do I suddenly feel threatened by these changes in him? Ichigo, is it me or he's becoming stronger? Whitey, hey, no matter, you'll die right nuo. Zangetsu, XMNM get Shuga Tensho. As Ichigo and were trying to figure out what he was doing, they saw two flashes. The first one was a dark red overpower Zero and a pitch black Getsuga heading straight for MC, hitting him with full force and blasted him hundreds of meters away. MC had no choice to bear the pain as he couldn't move, therefore he took it head on and was sent him flying while spitting blood. As MC was struggling to stand on his feet, he saw two numbers in his eyes. 80 HP, 70 HP, leaving his with almost half his health and in critical condition. Whitey, TSSS, lucky him then. How about this barrage? Zangetsu, get Shuga Tensho barrage. Countless Ryutsu attacks, both small and big, covering all directions and hundreds of meters ahead, rained down upon him, making him lose rapidly health 10, 20, 40, 60, 10 HP. At one point he found himself inside a tornado barrage of attacks. With 10 HP left, he tried to avoid as many as he could, but before he knew it he lost all hopes. MC, well, I didn't make it. PFFFFF, at least I will leave and try again in Soul Society. He closed his eyes and the time has slowed down in his surroundings, hearing nothing, not even his own heartbeat. After reviewing everything from when he came here and for 3 years straight, his only regret was he didn't torture Yuruki enough. Little did he know that at this time she sneezed and thought of him. And while waiting 1 second, 2, 5, 10, it went on for 5 minutes and lost track of how slow the attacks were coming for him. Until System, ding. Congrats host for passing 5000 in spiritual pressure. System, ding. Congrats host for unlocking spiritual domain. System, ding. Warning. Host must survive for 2 minutes. System, ding. Spiritual domain. A domain made with pure Ryutsu. Anyone or anything that steps on it will have its speed and reaction slowed down by 200%. He then opened his eyes, revealing a deep dark blue spiraling color within his cores, and when their eyes fell upon that gaze, incredible pressure befell on them, making them even slower in their attacks, managing to avoid all raindrops of terror. They all thought how the hell he managed to avoid all those in that kind of speed-breaking limit. 17, Chapter 17, the most painful and longest 3 minutes too. MC was barely standing with only 10 HP left while feeling nothing from the numbness of pain. He had to endure for 2 minutes, which was virtually impossible to survive the crazy assault of 2 people with just his level, and even with his spiritual domain, it was a miracle he withstood all that. The others, Ichigo, Whitey, Zangetsu and were left with eyes wide open and jaws dropped on the ground by what they had witnessed a few seconds ago. Something changed, and at the same time his speed exploded, and his Ryutsu got compressed at an alarming rate around him. Ichigo, is that another Kido? No, that's more like an innate ability of his soul. It's like me from the past. Ichigo was speechless. Along with a poker face, he got lost in his thoughts when he heard that. Is it possible that everything I saw is true, not one bit of lies? Then this man is truly Whack. XMMNNNNM, what is it? Ichigo, who are you really? I'm just a part of you. As Ichigo was having his doubts, he tried to recall every memory he saw from our MC. All the while Whitey and Zangetsu continued with their frenzy attacks on our MC, making him avoid them in his domain by a terribly small margin. Whitey, why I can't hit him? What's happening here? Zangetsu, it's like he knows where the attacks will go. Getting attacked again and again, our MC has long lost all feelings. He disregarded anything in his mind and was only hanging in one thought, that is to survive. He felt like he was dodging for hours, days, months, almost a year, waiting for a chance, a single sound that will start his counterattack. Whitey, this is getting really annoying. Rapid fire Zero. Zangetsu, Tensha shadow images and get Shuga barrage. Oh, finally his last embers of life will be gone. Zigzigzigzigzigzig. Ichigo was struggling inside of him, and before he could decide he saw all of the barrages causing a huge cyclone, and at the center of it was our MC with barely any light in his eyes. Then he heard a sudden laughter from his side and saw something which shocked him. He saw his eyes were splitting from 1 core to 2 in the 4 and kept increasingly revealing a happy-like grin face at the death of our MC. He suddenly realized that this man is the one who will destroy the world. The memories he saw were true, and the one who tried to change all that by taking his body, his life and his soul is soon to be dead. Boom. 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 A loud explosion was heard, and you could feel the incredible heat of the combined attack that fell on MC, making everyone to focus their eyes on the center of explosion, waiting for the smoke to clear. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, 5, 10 seconds have passed, and finally, you could see a bloody figure on the ground with full burns and missing an arm and a leg, motionless on the ground. They cheered, mocked him, laughed at him, and they had huge smiles on their faces. Little did they know that they would get a huge surprise in a few moments. The last thing our MC saw in his mind was 9 HP. 18, Chapter 18, A Blessing in Disguise. MC was down in a death-like state with no strength to stand up again. but something was bugging him. He tried to gather the last embers of his focus to see what it was, to no avail. He tried then to focus his ears in case he heard something, and then he kept hearing small sounds. S, E, M, D, G. Con. T, S. S, T. He couldn't tell what it was, but he didn't know why he thought it was important. He tried again and again and again, and each time something was more clear than the previous time. SYS. D, GC, GR, SH, T. SYS, M ding. Con, TSH, ST. SYS, TEM, D, NG. Co, NGR, ATSHO, ST for Pa, Sin, G. SYS, TEM, D, NG. Co, NGR, ATSHO, ST for Pass, Ing 750, 0 in SP, Iritu, Alpri, Su, Re. Again and again, countless times he started seeing again more clearly, and also started hearing first noises, then half-cut words, and eventually, he heard and saw everything clearly. System, ding. Congrats host for passing 7,500 in spiritual pressure. System, ding. Congrats host for passing 10,000 in spiritual pressure. System, ding. Congrats host for returning from the other side of souls. Rewards, 2 levels. System, ding. Congrats host for unlocking spiritual mind. System, ding. Congrats host for unlocking spiritual soul clone. System, ding. Congrats host for unlocking your exclusive trait gluttony. System, ding. Congrats host for evolving Rishi blasting heavy sword into revolving heavenly Rishi blades. He saw and heard all those alarms, making him excited to the extremes, and at the same time he was drenched in sweat from fear of almost losing and going to Soul Society, where God knows how many years it would have taken him to restore himself. He then proceeded to check his new skills, traits and stats. System, ding. Spiritual mind. A mind that has been trained to the extreme limits. When someone has learned spiritual domain, host reaction speed increases 200%/20 points in focus. System, ding. Spiritual soul clone. A clone made by Ryutsuo and the thoughts of hosts that can remain hidden inside the environment. A soul clone has the half stats of the host. If clone is within domain, he has 75% of host stats. System, ding. Gluttony. Gluttony. It is stated that it belongs to the highest rank of traits, as it can eat from pebbles till the plane laws, assimilating them and creating its own Ryutsuo available to host. System, ding. Revolving heavenly Rishi blades. Blades that created from Ryutsuo that rotate around themselves, revolving around host's body. They can be visible and invisible and be used for both defense and offense. Current blades, X10/ within domain, 10% increased speed, 10% sharpness. MC was shocked by the new skills. He could now use his last 5 minutes to fight in an equal ground with them, or even surpass them and kill them, especially the one who's sitting there and doing nothing but smile. MC, status. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 3 years 9 months 3 days. Level, 18 EXP, 360/99250. Level, 20 EXP, 0/223310. Stamina, 0.1/29 health, 1 stamina, 0.3/31 health, 3. Attack, 0.1/19 strength, 1 attack, 0.3/21 strength, 3. Defense, 0.1/22 endurance, 1 defense, 0.3/24 endurance, 3. Focus, 7/117 mental, 70 focus, 29/139 mental, 290. Spiritual pressure, 2614/2614 Ryutsu, 261,400 SP, 10116/10116 Ryutsu, 1.011.600. Affiliation/traits, gluttony human? He was quite shocked to see such low stats, but then again compare what he went through, they are plenty to start and bring his counter-attack to them. And while all that took many hours in his mind, in reality only 1-2 seconds have passed. 19, Chapter 19, Insta-kill. The 4 of them were watching a bloody body on the ground. Some of them were having shining eyes, and a pair of eyes was looking at him with grief. He then saw Whitey getting closer and closer, ready to shred his limbless body to pieces. He couldn't resist anymore and charged at the white figure. Ichigo, that's enough. Whitey, you're in the way. Ichigo. Ichigo, you already defeated him. Even if in a million chances he's still alive, we can expel him from here. He's not a treat to us anymore. Whitey, you're too soft. Ichigo. Whitey released a huge blast in front of Ichigo almost instantly, causing him to be unable to react in time, but then 2 flashes were seen, one pure white and another light blue, neutralizing the blast. Zangetsu, what do you think you're doing, Whitey? You want to die first? Whitey, TSSS, fine, don't come running here when he comes back. As they were debating on how to kill him or expel him from Ichigo's body, they started to keep daggers at each other like they were mortal enemies. Ichigo thought based on what he learned from the memories that he was way too weak and he couldn't keep these guys in check and eventually consume him as a whole. What's the difference between them and MC? There was actually something that was worthwhile. He is trying to change his fate at the cost of erasing him. While he was wondering all that, our MC started planning how to kill each and every one of them. He started feeling his surrounding and he saw Ichigo standing in front of him with a surprised inside face, and then saw all the others drawing daggers ready to drip them in blood. Then he started preparing himself as he has one chance for a sneak attack and had to make it count. He remembered all the skills he had used and from the start, he enters till now and then it hit him like a lightning. How did this mess was created? Yes, by that formless doors. He then realized that one of the many reasons he survived was because not all of the attacks fell on him but on the doors sending them to others' rooms. He felt a chill thinking about all that. His view changed, he started calculating all the firepower he had and he could use in his arsenal. Inside his mind, he made a plan to at least kill 2 of them, and while he let them think that he was playing the dead corpse, he silently activated his own skills. MC, Spiritual Domain, Spiritual Mind, Spiritual Soul Clone, Revolving Heavenly Rishi Blades X10. As they were fighting among them they suddenly felt a chill like nothing else. It was the chill of Hades where they would be sent shortly. Countless amounts of pressure fell on them and the only one who managed barely to react and see everything like time itself had stopped. He saw 10 rotating blades appearing out of nowhere, more like teleport in front of Whitey and Zangetsu, shredding them in pieces with a face that was telling WTF happened. The ones who got out of this was Ichigo and, but before could react, a shadow appeared in front of him, and while he got affected by the domain he saw him slowly create another blade, cutting one of his arms and a leg, making him scream from the pain. On the other hand, our MC who had initiated those sneak attacks were going crazy by the alarms who resounded in his ears. System, ding. Congrats host. System, ding. System. 20, Chapter 20, Identification and Provocation. System, ding. Congrats host for completing Condition 2. Rewards, Hogyako Shard /8 levels. System, ding. Congrats host for completing Condition 3. Rewards, Hogyako Shard /12 levels. System, ding. Congrats host for reaching level 40. System, ding. Modify new stats for host to see. System, ding. Status. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 3 years 9 months 3 days. Level, 20 EXP, 0/223.310 level, 40 EXP, 0/742.563.060. Stamina, 0.3/31 health, 3 stamina, 20.3/51 health, 203. Attack, 0.3/21 strength, 3 attack, 20.3/41 strength, 203. Defense, 0.3/24 endurance, 3 defense, 20.3/44 endurance, 203. Focus, 29/139 mental, 290 focus, 49/159 mental, 490. SP10116/10116 Ryutsu, 1.011.600, SP10136/10136 Ryutsu, 1.013.600. Affiliation/traits, Gluttony Human? It was at this instant that Sora on the outside lost a major power, giving Urahara and Yuryuki a chance to fight back, albeit barely. Our MC having gained and restored some of his health, he started moving in order to stand up. As he was doing that, was bleeding on the ground and Ichigo stared at him with fear in his eyes, trying to avoid him at all costs. He tried to look left and right only to see pieces of flesh and blood, making him almost puke on the spot. Finally, after much struggle, he stood up and sat down on his ass, cause he was missing a leg and an arm. He looked at Ichigo and then on the other figure and started speaking with a rough voice from all the tiredness he had. MC, so if it isn't Mr. King of Quincy ya Wach-sama. How do you feel? Why whack, gwig pretty good I would. Gaegu agag say. Gritting his teeth he answered with much difficulty, while Ichigo was shocked again, having confirmed that this man was responsible for his mother's death. MC, heh, so what was you plan again? Yes, I remember. Ichigo, to rule over the souls by absorbing the Soul King. Waiwak was staring at Ichigo with disbelief and wide-opened eyes, as he didn't know that Ichigo knew about him, furthermore knew his plan, and was shocked even more when he heard him again speak the most important plan of his. Ichigo, the sealed king, after 900 years of being sealed, you would regain your pulse, after another 90, you would regain your intellect, and after 9 more years, you would absorb the power of every impure Quincy to make their abilities your own. And finally, you would regain the world after 9 days. Waiwak has been a ray of dust before the original that is still sleeping but had gained his intellect. He felt fear towards the both of them for the first time he could remember. MC, don't be so surprised, your face is about to split open from how wide your eyes and jaws are opened. Waiwak, it was you. How did? Who are you? Messing with my plans and everything. You will come to regret it. MC, PFFFF Zack 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 Zaxa. MC, if you were Yamamoto himself or the Zero Squad I would have turned and run full speed ahead to unknown grounds. But you're simply another soul. You have at least 5 or so years till you absorb all the impure Quincy's to gain your power. Ichigo, and also 2 more years for preparation to claim the world. MC, therefore you can just slowly gain everything only to lose them again like 1000 years ago. Hearing that, Waiwak was about to retort back when he suddenly felt something dripping from his neck. He looked down only to see a red line of blood. A clone appeared suddenly behind him, cutting his neck with revolving blade. 21, Chapter 21, Conclusion of the Inside. As Waiwak was disappearing, the Sora outside lost 3/4 of his strength, enabling Urahara Uryuaki and Tessai to seal him. Before he disappeared he managed to throw a few words on the face of our MC. Waiwak, you'll pay for is. Leaving behind nothing but air, and the only thing that broke this ice was the one and only the bleach system, giving him many sound alarms. System, ding. Congrats host for completing condition 4. Rewards, incomplete Hogyaku/16 levels. System, ding. Congrats host for reaching level 56. System, ding. Modify new stats for host to see. System, ding. Status. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 3 years 9 months 3 days. Level, 40 EXP, 0/742.563.060 level, 56 EXP, 0/487.745.740.794. Stamina, 20.3/51 health, 203 stamina, 36.3/67 health, 363. Attack, 20.3/41 strength, 203 attack, 36.3/57 strength, 363. Defense, 20.3/44 endurance, 203 defense, 36.3/60 endurance, 363. Focus, 49/159 mental, 490 focus, 65/175 mental, 650. SP10136/10136 Ryutsu, 1.013.600, SP10152/10152 Ryutsu, 1.015.200. Affiliation/traits, Gluttony Human. System, ding. Congrats host for obtaining 1 incomplete and 2 shards of Hogyaku. Would you like to fuse them and form a complete one? As MC was busy watching his notifications, he was speechless when he heard about the last one and couldn't help but ask the price, as he was interested in that. MC, how many points will that be? System, host only need to pay 1,500 soul points. MC, then do it. System, ding. Host has used 1,500 soul points, remaining points 350. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points, gaining 30 EXP. The incomplete and shards of Hogyaku appeared out of nowhere, stunning Ichigo, and then they started spinning and breaking in particles while slowly blending and fusing together. 1 2 3 5. After 10 minutes a sound alarm came in the MC ears. System, ding. Congrats host for creating a complete Hogyaku. System, ding. Complete Hogyaku. A sphere created by Urahara containing knowledge far beyond his abilities, as it is able to bend the universe laws. Grants the user complete immunity in mental attacks / combining with host's spiritual soul clone. Host can create a lifelike permanent clone / combining with host's imagination and origin essence. It can be used to create your very own Zanpakuto soul. Ichigo stared at a flabbergasted, shocked and happy MC who had his eyes wide open and even his tongue was out dripping saliva, and didn't know if something was wrong. He tried to call a few times and only when he punches him in the face he reacted. MC, WTF, what are you doing? Ichigo, I've been calling you like 10 times. You were staring in the unknown like an idiot. MC, you're the idiot. Everyone is an idiot. I'm a freaking genius. Therefore, die for the team. When he said that, Ichigo was pierced in his heart with a revolving blade from his clone, but the thing that surprised MC was that he had a peaceful look on his face and was shocked when he heard his last words. Ichigo, take care my fa. No, our family. And with that Ichigo fell lifeless on the ground while the MC froze for all eternity, but then was interrupted by the system. System, ding. Congrats host for completing condition 5. Rewards, complete Hogyaku /20 levels /50.000 soul points /origin essence. System, ding. Congrats host for reaching level 76. System, ding. Showing new stats to host. Name, Ichigo Kurosaki, Xylan Sora. Age, 3 years 9 months 3 days. Level, 56 EXP, 30/487.745.740.794 level, 76 EXP, 30/162.187.980.714.295. Stamina, 36.3/67 Health, 363 Stamina, 56.3/87 Health, 563. Attack, 36.3/57 Strength, 363 Attack, 56.3/77 Strength, 563. Defense, 36.3/60 Endurance, 363 Defense, 56.3/80 Endurance, 563. Focus, 65/175 Mental, 650 Focus, 85/195 Mental, 850. SP10152/10152 Ryatsu, 1.015.200, SP10172/10172 Ryatsu, 1.017.200. Affiliation/traits, Gluttony Human? System, Ding. Congrats host for avoiding condition 1. System, host has now enough power to create your own Zanpakuto. Host can use the gluttony trait to eat all 4 floors of this tower that contains the origin essence of 1, Ichigo Kurosaki 2, Zangetsu 3, Whitey 4, Whack then use the complete Hogyako with origin essence to create your own Zanpakuto containing every single trait. Do you wish to proceed? See I in here, I have some bad news and some good news. I was notified today through the construction team on my house that is responsible for renovating it that I would be left with no power for 2 days. So I tried really hard to write 4 chapters today. And the good news is 2 chapters till the end of arc 1. I will try to get early in the morning and finish this arc, for now, I'm tired. 22, Chapter 22, A New Zanpakuto Soul. System, host has now enough power to create your own Zanpakuto. Host can use the gluttony trait to eat all 4 floors of this tower that contains the origin essence of 1, Ichigo Kurosaki 2, Zangetsu 3, Whitey 4, Whack then use the complete Hogyako with origin essence to create your own Zanpakuto containing every single trait. Do you wish to proceed? MC, before that why is that in the original story Whack appeared 14 years later? Instead of 7. System, host is mistaken right now Whack is assimilating his intellect and will restore his intelligence 6 months before Masaki dies in the original story. Where he will begin regaining his strength and be accustomed to it for 9 years although right now it may be earlier or later due to host interference. MC, I see. You offered me a path since you're a guide. But I wish to take a different one I wish to choose the ancient way of creating a Zanpakuto by keeping an origin of my choice. Calculate and find me a solution. System, Ding. Calculating. Found. System, host in order to create your own Zanpakuto. Host can use the gluttony trait to eat the origins you have in this tower and use your own origin from the quest along with 10.000 points to substitute any essence you wish. Then use the complete Hogyako with origin of your choice along with spiritual soul clone to create your own Zanpakuto containing every single trait. Do you wish to proceed? MC, proceed. System, Ding. Proceeding. Choose the origin you wish to create your Zanpakuto. MC, that's easy. N1 Kurosaki Ichigo. System, Ding. Affirmative proceeding. System, Ding. Using gluttony eating. Devouring. Creating unique Ryatsu. Completed. Creating Zanpakuto using complete Hogyako with origin of host's choice. Completed. Creating a permanent clone within soul realm of host. Fusing Zanpakuto soul WITN spiritual soul clone. System, Ding. Do you wish to keep the origin's memories, personality, and experience? MC, yes. System, Ding. Affirmative proceeding. While MC was starting to see the whole process. On the outside, a loud explosion was heard in the seal of Sora revealing a 3-year-old Shinigami sitting in meditation making Yuruaki, Tessai, and Urahara tense up from the bitter battle they had and barely restore themselves. As they saw that they didn't know what was happening and decided to prepare for everything they waited and waited but nothing was happening, our MC stood there with closed eyes unknown to them what he was doing. On another far away dimension with the shadows themselves a figure started spitting blood from the loss of bits of the essence. And when the person in charge saw it he rushed towards him. My king, what's wrong? Every resident there felt something amiss and they rushed as well towards the throne room. My king! My king! My king! It was Whack he slightly waves his hand indicating that he had somehow wake up much earlier than the promised time. He felt them close to them and said half words to them. Whack, you, may. 1 years. But, no. More. He fell asleep again leaving everyone puzzled about what he meant and only one person started revealing killing intent towards the unknown out there. Meanwhile, the whole process had just finished and a new clone appeared within MC souls with new powers and a new name. It was Kurosaki Ichigo and yet a more powerful being threatening to devour the heavens themselves. System, Ding. Creation complete. Clone avatar name, Kurosaki Ichigo. Zanpakuto name, Heavenly Devour Moon. 23, Chapter 23, System Update and the Aftermath. System, Ding. Creation complete. Clone avatar name, Kurosaki Ichigo. Zanpakuto name, Heavenly Devour Moon. Buildings started crumbling from the space that was chaotic, and after they turned to dust what was left was a dark sky with a bright blue moon. Then when Ichigo opened his eyes and you could see power through his eyes affecting the space, creating auroras under the moon and sky towers, resorts 1 2 3 20 50 countless resorts and buildings of all types were born, stabilizing the space. Ichigo, how I'm still alive. MC, you wanted me to protect them, but without a loyal sword how can I do that? Ichigo. So you turned me to Zanpakuto. MC, no better. My clone and my Zanpakuto. Feel yourself. Taste your power. Ichigo closed his eyes and started getting familiar with his new self and power, but suddenly he was shocked and opened his eyes wide open. Ichigo, you. I mean really. MC, so what do you think? Quite amazed, right? Well, for now, stay here and get used to this power. Ichigo, so you really are a genius. MC, why, what did you think of me? Ichigo, a pain in the ass. MC, system, I demand another Zanpakuto. Ichigo, system, never. MC, While this kept for a while, they were quite anxious outside, so much time that even the MC lost track of and he hadn't waked up yet. Yoryuki couldn't take it anymore and went closer, and just as she was seeing his face he waked up only to fall in her boobs, fondling them with quite a bit of strength. Yoryuki, oh, ugh. She moaned from a bit but then shut her mouth because she knew a few of them were watching. As she thought of the others she heard small giggling from Masaki and then saw Tessai whistling and Urahara and Ishin laughing their hearts out on the ground. She got pissed and threw a Kido straight in Urahara's wounds, making him cry with tears of blood. MC on the other hand, while he pinched her nipples he got a lot of sound alarms from System. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points gaining 200 EXP. System, ding. Main quest triggered. Program and sub-program. The Bleach system has reached its desirable path. It will require a complete Hogyaku and 40.000 soul points along with host's hibernation of a time frame 10 years to update. Rewards, uncount. MC frowned. Ichigo, who got the same voice alarm, frowned as well, but they both knew that they had to become stronger in order to face higher powers, therefore, they came to an agreement while speaking inwardly. MC, the Ichigo you'll take care of everyone are yet to be seen. Yuzu and Karin, save mom and help dad gain his power back, but don't you dare do anything in those racks and sexy legs, they are mine. Ichigo, sax and no freaking way blrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr watching them making her blush. But then she noticed that he could barely keep his hand on as he was losing strength faster than expected. MC, system do it. System, ding. Host has used 40.000 points for the main quest. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points gaining 800 EXP. It was then that MC started losing himself in an eternal slumber, returning ever stronger to claim those boobs out there. Ichigo, in the last moments what you thought was boobs. MC, AN. D, the ______IR, as, SES. Ichigo, ____. You're Yuaki, Ichigo you're okay. Ichigo, never better. 24, Chapter 24, 10 years. When our MC was entering the eternal slumber for a major update, Ichigo was having a blast of his life. He pampered his little sisters when they were born when he closed 4 years old and always followed him behind. He felt like a big brother protecting his cute little sisters, especially Yuzu, who way too quiet as she was born with a tad weaker constitution. On the other hand, Karin was rebellious from day one of birth. She even pees on anyone she saw. The years passed watching them grow up, and eventually he reached 9 years old. He was prepared to fight for his mother's life, only to realize that she didn't need any help as she instantly killed Grand Fisher, puzzling him, leaving him with a poker face. And only after a long time, countless days of frying his brain, it suddenly hit him. He had just remembered that they changed history way too much. During these years Ichigo was going to Urahara's store and kept training in Kido arts by Yuruaki and Tessai. He managed to learn a few simple Kidos and almost kill Yuruaki in an attempt to create a unique Kido like MC head, which resulted in him being beaten. He wanted to create a chain-like Kido that binds his opponents in the space and time itself, meaning the one that got trapped will have its body completely frozen, and no matter how many days will pass they will only feel that it passed a second. Anyway, those got tangled in Yuruaki's sexy body, shredding her clothes, fondling her legs, ass and boobs, and after all that she had to activate Shunko in order to escape and beat him up, while on a side of a corner Urahara and Ishin were raising their thumbs up with bleeding noses as they saw every public place of hers resulting them to get beaten up with memory loss. Eventually, Ichigo became 12 years old and thinking that in 2 more years our MC will wake up praying to the gods that he doesn't kill him for playing with Yuryuki. He even sticks his hands between her legs when she wasn't expecting it only to get sent flying. He started wondering was his charm useless on her or our MC had a better way of handling her. It was a mystery. But he didn't complain. He also took liberties with Tatsuki Arisawa from when he had joined a dojo when he became 12 years old just for the sake of not messing too much with the timelines. They didn't like each other that much so they placed a bet the loser will do one thing the winner wants. Well, of course, Ichigo won with all the previous experience and made Tatsuki finger herself in front of him making her hate him to the bones. Well, of course, Ichigo got beaten up again by his scary alive mother of his when they submitted her parents a complaint of bullying. Poor Ichigo as he was healing his wounds on the day of Kurosaki clinic opening, he heard the bell ring and answered the door to find a girl with her brother on her back. He had been in a car accident and was covered in blood. The clinic did not have the equipment necessary to save him. Ichigo was stunned, unable to speak for a long time, and at the same time he was grinning inwardly and thought in his mind. Ichigo, I can save him with my Ryutsuo and Kido, but she will have to pay with those boobs of her. If I knew it would be this good to mess with girls I would have done it in my previous original story. My only concern is Sora doesn't kill me. 25, Chapter 25, 10 Years 2. As Ichigo was watching the little girl with a well-proposed body of hers, she was looking pale with her brother on her back and wanted to please someone to save him. He was her only family and got in a car accident which made her rush here. PLS sir, PLS help my brother. Ichigo, calm down, what's your name? What happened? Orium Inu. My brother got in a car accident, he's pretty bad, please save him. As Ichigo was watching her with tears in her red-like eyes from crying all the way, he started formulating a plan how to take advantage of her, as he had some kind of connection and feelings in the original timeline, so why not start earlier? He then proceeds to check his body, which caused him to stagger from the grave wounds he had. Ichigo, they're quite serious. I don't think I can do anything but follow me. Inu, my brother sniff, sniff wahaha. Ichigo, xmnmnmn I didn't say I will let him to die, calm down first, let me perform first aid and tell you what you can do. Inu, really I'll do anything, PLS save him. Gyu looking at the small spark of hope, he felt guilty somehow. He didn't remember her that willful. Did she change after his death? Then again, I was also shy and didn't take any chances when Yuryuki entered in the spiritual lake in Soul Society completely naked, nor when Ranjaku almost stiffed herself to let her stay at his house, nor when Neliel was squeezing him with her boobs. After some time they went to another room and was performing first aid with his Ryutsu. Inu saw her big brother turn slightly better and was beamed with happiness, only to get sour in his next few words towards her. Ichigo, I can only stabilize him for at least half a day, then his fate is unknown to him. Inu, can't you do anything? I'll try to repay with any way possible, PLS. Ichigo, I could use a few life-saving skills I know, but you will have to pay with a special way. Inu, PLS save him, he's the only family I have. Sniff sniff. Ichigo, don't forget to pay me later. Inu, When Ichigo got her confirmation, he started channeling his Ryutsuo and used a Kido spell he learned. While it was nothing for Shinigami's, for humans it was a lifesaver. The whole process took around 3-4 hours while Inu was in a side corner watching his brother getting better and better, and at the same time she felt dazed like getting high on drugs. Little did both of them know that the Ryutsuo of Ichigo was altering her soul, awakening much faster her future powers. Having finished his job and told Inu to let him rest, they got out of the room and went to the next one so that they can discuss its price. Inu, thank you so much. Write your name. I don't know your name. Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. Inu, so Kurosaki-san, what can I do to repay your kindness? As Inu asked that, she saw Ichigo getting closer and closer. She tried to back away a little only to find herself in the wall. Before she could speak, Ichigo sealed his lips to hers, hugging her while fondling her ass and boobs, stunning her for a few seconds before trying to struggle. It was then she trembled and had her eyes wide open as she felt his hand inside her bra squeezing her nipples and the other hand inside her underwear, all the while kissing her. As he was about to go further ahead, he heard noises in the hallway. It was his dad along with his mom. Fear and anxiety along with sweat and chills got on his back. He thought, damn it. 26, Chapter 26, 10 Years 3. Inu was speechless. While she was at first afraid, she started to feel good as she noticed that he wasn't forcing her with the hard way. Instead he was playful with her. He didn't mean harm to her but really wanted her. Which then was left puzzled as she watched him sweating with panic in his eyes at an alarming rate, and when she tried to speak but Ichigo closer her mouth with his hands. It wasn't until later she also heard the steps panicking as well. They waited and waited in an awkward position for both of them, making Inu red as a tomato, but the people outside, they just didn't want to leave. While they passed the room into the next one, they heard them talk to each other. Ishin, this feeling, did Ichigo used his powers? Masaki, who knows, let's see who's in the room. As they entered the room, Ichigo was swearing inside of his mind while Inu was confused. What powers? As she was thinking, he felt a tug on her shoulder, and when she checked that it was Ichigo, he was signaling for both of them to leave the room. Since they managed to get out they split up and after calming down a bit, they went towards the room of her brother finding there Masaki and Ishin. When Anu saw them she kinda turned red but they thought it was from crying for this person, perhaps her lover? Little did they know that she almost got booked by their son. As Ichigo was watching he couldn't help getting a few chills for some unknown reason and then saw Anu sit down in her brother's bed crying softly and calling out to him. Anu, big brother, sniff sniff. Ichigo, don't worry he will be okay. Ishin, Ichigo were you the one who healed him? Ichigo, yeah I couldn't see her like this so I helped her. Masaki, you used that. Masaki went close to his ear and whispered that so that only him will hear it, waiting for his confirmation. Only she didn't wait for long as she saw him nod. And then heard him. Ichigo, I just thought that if I had failed at that time then Yuzu and Karin would be alone. Imagine Karin carrying Yuzu in the hospital in the same way. So I felt the need to help her. Inu when she heard that her eyelashes trembled from the anger but held it down as she didn't want them to find out about their little deed. She only had one thought. What a white lie. After some time Ishin and Masaki left the rooms leaving the three of them inside but he couldn't help staring at her only to see an angry face. He sighs and thought, what kind of luck do I have lately? Ichigo, you should go rest and then come tomorrow for his discharge papers as he will be okay. Inu was troubled and annoyed at his whole act and couldn't help to ask him with a cold voice. Inu, so did I repay you with enough interest? Ichigo didn't know if he should laugh or cry, then again he kinda forced her but went gentle on her and he still gets the cold voice. Damn it. He should have gone way faster. But like he knows his luck is terrible as a cat was watching from the window scratching the metals on the wall. 27, Chapter 27, 10 years 4. Let's go to the time Ichigo was making with Inu. On the same time on the roof there was a black cat sleeping soundlessly. When something waked her up she got down from there next to a tree and was looking for the source of her disturbance. Searching and searching she got nothing until she yawns from being sleepy, and while she turned her head and saw through a small gap in the window her eyes flashed of thunder, getting incredibly angry at the sight she was seeing. She saw Ichigo getting closer and closer to a girl she didn't know as she tried to back away a little only to find herself in the wall before she could speak. Ichigo sealed his lips to hers, hugging her, fondling her ass and boobs, stunning her for a few seconds before trying to struggle. It was then she trembled and had her eyes wide open as she felt his hand inside her bra squeezing her nipples and the other hand inside her underwear, all the while kissing her. Something exploded inside of her without her realizing it and scratched anything she found on the wall as her eyes turned brighter and brighter from the jealousy and killing intent. She followed them in the next room and saw Ishin and Masaki talking to him. And before she knew it he was left alone with her and with a guy in deep asleep. She tried to stretch her cat ears to hear what they said. Ichigo, you should go rest and then come tomorrow for his discharge paper as he will be okay. Inu, so did I repay you with enough interest? Ichigo, yeah I didn't want to go that far at first, at most kiss you and fondle your breast, but you were so cute and scared I couldn't help tease you more. Really sorry about that. Inu didn't know what to feel about all that. As she was thinking what everything she got through today she didn't have the power to retort back. As she watched Ichigo leave from the room she sighed. When Ichigo left the room a black light flew on his face, moving incredibly fast, scratching him in multiple spots, making him scream and bleed, and while he activated revolving heavenly Reishi blades to defend himself he finally saw a devil-like a creature glowing in darkness with golden yellow almond eyes. He got scared so much he started running for his life, and as he was getting away and dodging every attack he noticed that its primary target was his little PP. He started to freak out as it was also Sora's PP. He ran and got chased all the way to the other side of town. He tried to think of ways to survive this, and just as he was at the end of the line for his lineage he saw the black creature turn into a woman. Ichigo, are you trying to kill me? You're Yuki, Ara itchy boy, I don't know what are you talking about, I was just trying to cut something you don't need like eternally. Thunder flashed in her eyes showing how scary and angry she was. Ichigo was thinking as his life depended on him when suddenly a crazy idea hit him. Ichigo, nd what would that be? You're Yuki, your little pants. As she said that she charged at him, and before she could hit him Ichigo jumped to avoid her hand, resulting in an unbelievable sight. Yuki's face inside Ichigo's legs. He only had one thought while running away, leaving Yuki in her own fantasies, and that was, Sora is definitely gonna kill me. 28, Chapter 28, The Promised Time. Day after day, month after month, were passing with Ichigo not daring to look at Yuki cause he knew really well he fucked up. He was passing his days with a very usual routine: home training, dojo, clinic, training, home to sleep, keeping himself busy as much as possible to avoid her. Before he knew it a year and a half has passed, making him 13.5 years old. During this time he had many things to distract himself, such as Tatsuki was keeping tabs on him and challenged him more than hundreds of times, only to end up in a bed in his family hospital where she was tortured beyond her imagination as she didn't like needles and the like. He also saw Anu as she came to visit her best friend countless times, as she had lost many times, form Ichigo winning none in her arsenal. Speaking to each other but never get to the point of what happened in the past. They let it pass just like it never happened, which somehow bothered Anu as he was the one who initiated the act. As his days passed during his time in Mashiba Junior High School he got into many fights. He somehow received help from Yasutora Sato. Shortly after, Ichigo returned the favor when he rescued Sato from 2 gang members roughing him up. When the thugs later abducted Sato, Ichigo found them and knocked down their leader, Yokochini. Using Yokochini's phone to ring for an ambulance for each of the 5 thugs, he beat up all of them and Sato was freed. They become friend really fast. During his free time he played with his 9-year-old sisters at home who admired him for being a nice brother who always plays with them, and just like that days were passing, and up to some point he and Sato began attending Karakura High School, where they met with Kigo Asano and Mizuru Kojima, while saving them from a fight. While Kigo was initially afraid of Ichigo and Sato, both he and Mizuru later became friends with them. Until he reached 14, and while being in his room he passed out and was brought in the inner world. He saw the familiar scenery and was both happy and sad that he'll lose his freedom. He tried to search for Sora, and when he reached the center of the world he was shocked to see an ancient temple in the sky floating between the towers and skyscraper. He focuses his eyes and saw a huge sign that had the following encrypted: the Bleach system. He was speechless. He didn't know what to say, but he was certain it was related to the name of his previous life. As he was thinking of going up there, a loud sound was heard, not just once but twice, then 3, 4, 5. It went on, and when it reached 100 sounds it stopped and a voice was heard in his ears. System, ding. Update complete. System, ding. The Bleach system v2. System, ding. Scanning the world for history changes and for new main and sub quest. System, ding. Scanning initiated. Scanning complete. System, ding. New main and sub quest have been created. System, ding. Scanning the world and all related realms for new power levels. System, ding. Scanning initiated. Scanning complete. System, ding. New power levels have been created. System, ding. Recalculating hosts interfaces. System, ding. New status have been created. System, ding. Awakening host. 29, Chapter 29, The New Powers. After being asleep for 10 years, Sora is starting to feel a calling. He tried to reach that calling only to feel a buzz like an electrical torrent in his mind, jolting his awake. After being in a daze for a few seconds he started hearing sound alarms. System, ding. 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 After a while, he looked around to find himself inside a room with a white door in front. Having nothing to do, he went and opened the door, and when he did open it he felt a sudden gush of air pushing him forward. He couldn't resist, and after a while he was right in the middle of the sky with nothing to step on. Within the limits of split seconds he froze and said, "Fuck." It was the only word he managed to say when he fell and started screaming within his mind as he continues to fall from that altitude. Ichigo, on the other hand, he saw a white blur in the temple, and before he realized he saw and heard someone scream in a freefall action and started laughing only to choke his tongue when he realized that the one who was rapidly falling was Sora and the target of the cushion was him. Boom! A loud explosion was heard in the middle of the Soul Realm, and if you got closer you could have seen a large crater with Ichigo crushed on the ground and Sora on top of him having a relief face from getting saved. He looked around and tried to find Ichigo only to hear a pissed off voice beneath him. Ichigo, $%, fucker, get off. Sora, sorry about that. As he tried to get off from him he saw him buried on the ground with only his shoulders, neck and head was out. He started laughing so hard he fell on the ground and started hitting it. Sora, pffffffff axis Black veins appeared on Ichigo and started getting really pissed off at him, but also trying to hold it down cause he didn't want him to be found about his deed. He whispered to himself, "You're dead. Ichigo, $number get me out." He ignored him and started checking the alarms he heard earlier as he was so free right now. Sora, system, show me what's new. System, ding. Congrats host for updating system. Rewards, double level up pill / complete Hogyaku / unrefined portable GKI clone. Double level up pill. It's a pill created from origin energy through laws, effect it can double a quest level up reward. Unrefined portable GKI clone. A clone made from durable materials able to host soul as a substitute in dire needs. System, ding. Congrats host for updating interface. System, ding. New history has been created through quests. System, ding. New power levels have been refined. System, host need to check everything manually. That was way too long. Damn it, but the rewards were quite nice, so I'm not complaining about any of this. Now I have to check all interfaces. Sora, open everything in order. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /Age, 14, 35, /level 82 EXP, 0/50.000.000. Health, 930 /Power, 830 /Defense, 860 /INTE Legend, 2001 /Ryutsu, 1.017.800. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakuro Tsuki. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kuro Tsuki. Soul points, 350. System, Ding. Opening skills. Category Kido. Heido. 1. Heido Arts 4, Byakurai. 2. Heido Arts 31, Shak Keiho. Incantation, Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, Ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. 3. Heido Arts 91, Senjo Katenteho. Incantation, limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Diseased Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Bakudo. Kaido. Custom. 1. Bakudo Custom N1, Formless Doors. Incantation, creation of nothingness everlasting void energy yin and yang seen and unseen make everything appear and disappear. Category acquired. 1. Spiritual Domain. A domain made with pure Ryutsu anyone or anything that steps on it will have its speed and reaction slow down by 200%. 2. Spiritual Mind. A mind that has been trained to the extreme limits when someone has learned spiritual domain host reaction speed increases 200%/200 points in intelligent. 3. Spiritual Soul Clone. A clone made by Ryutsu and the thoughts of hosts that can remain hidden inside the environment. A soul clone has the half stats of the host. If clone is within domain he has 75% of host stats. 4. Revolving Heavenly Rishi Blades. Blades that created from Ryutsu that rotate around themselves revolving around host's body. They can be visible and invisible and be used for both defense and offense. Current blades, X10/ within domain, 10% increased speed 10% sharpness. Sora was staring at the windows pops with glued eyes. He couldn't believe such a detailed explanation not even in his wildest dreams. He kept bringing the windows up in his mind totally forgetting about the buried Ichigo who was still screaming and swearing at him. System, Ding. Opening store. Accessories/medic pills/weapons/battle form/Kido arts/update. Soul points, 350. System, Ding. Opening inventory. 1x double level up pill 1x complete Hogyaka 1x unrefined portable GKI clone. System, Ding. Opening quests. Main. 1. Go to Soul Society. 2. Defeat Zaraki Kenpeki. 3. Save Kukaki Rukia from execution. 4. Defeat Byakuya Kukaki. 5. Beat Aizen Sosuke. Sub. 1. Kick Rukia out of the window without her noticing. 2. Trick Yoryuki into taking a bath with you in Soul Society. 3. Spend points in the store. WTF are all those quests and what's wrong with Yoryuki's bath time? I thought I changed that from history. No wait, I actually didn't. If I think about it, the one who was with her in the original story was and the one controlling my body was him. N_NOOO, confused face, don't tell me. Sora, system show me the log of my clone for the last 10 bloody years. 30, Chapter 30, Heavenly Retribution. Ichigo was scared shitless about Sora's shout in the void, and when he heard the void answering him back and hearing about the content they were saying, he was no longer scared but started shitting bricks along with crystallized sweat. He desperately tried to get out, and as time passed and saw the calm expression on Sora, he was shitting himself, even more. He kept trying and up to some point he managed to take out an arm while trying to free himself even faster. At that point Sora started laughing. Turning his head to Ichigo, he raised his thumb with a huge evil-like smile on his face, but in the next few moments, Sora stopped as time had frozen for him. Ichigo, confused face, Fuke_K. He saw it. As he had predicted, Sora saw something he wished he had never seen. He just wished he had never asked to saw the log. Dark history is dark history after all. He stood up from falling hard, put the most simple smile he could, and walked towards Ichigo. On Ichigo view, though that wasn't a smile that was simple, a devil reincarnated with a black no-seen face from anger with red eyes which caused him to remember something he saw in the memories he had absorbed from Sora. It was something like this. When the main character eyes in anime turns red, start running for your life. And just as was Ichigo about to ask help from the mystery temple, he heard a voice in the void. System, Ding. Sub-quest triggered. Beat up Ichigo leaving him half dead for playing with MC Waifu. Rewards, 10.000 soul points. Ichigo, at number trader. System, Zanpakuto and clone are just that nothing that can't be replaced. Host gave you 2 jobs before hibernating 1, don't mess with his wife 2, control your new like power you failed both. Ichigo and Sora stopped and looked at each other thinking the same thing. Did the Bleach system V2 retort back for real? Then Sora thought that works for me. Ichigo, WWAI we can talk this out right? Sorry I guess. Sora, you know what I admired your guts to troll Tatsuki as in the previous story you were beaten up from her but eventually won after countless matches, and also your courage to place your hands in Anu as you would have ended up together especially after execution arc but... Having reached above Ichigo he looked at him in the eyes and his worst fear and nightmare have come into his deepest part of the soul. He saw Sora clench his fists with both hands and tried to hit him with lightning speed hitting the ground burying Ichigo way further down. Sora, you will die Ichigo, you at number you want a war you will have it. Gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts Tengoku Akumatsuki. A sudden burst of Reishi blasts exploded from the ground going directly to Sora. Hitting nothing as Sora used Shunpo flash steps caught the head of Ichigo flew through the air and smashed him burying him again in the ground. Sora, new skill Aizen's face throwing. Too easy. He waited and waited only to realize Ichigo had passed out and one of his hand was bending in the wrong direction while the other one was a clenched fist with its middle finger raised up. System, ding. 31, Chapter 31, The Epicness of Training a Cat. Sora won 10.000 soul points so he left them aside for now as he was planning to really troll a small cat apart from the fact that the little cat tried to cut Ichigo's little pee-pee which was also his since they shared the same body. While he was thinking about that suddenly a ray of light was brought in his mind. Does that mean I also fondle a little girl? And more importantly she had already 2 bags no wonder she became quite a MILF as far as boobs go. Comparing Anu and Yoryuki the little dark-skinned goddess wins with her sexy legs and boobs I wonder how she will taste in between. I so wish to play with her but even then how should I go about it? It's quite a problem that we both use a single body. Damn it I should have just made him a Zanpakuto and not a clone as well. Sora, god damn it brain think. PFFFFFF well, for now, I should think how the hell. Surprised face, oh wait there is a way. Sora, I can use that. Let the plan of mofa my waifu begins. As Sora was making plans for the future Ichigo, on the other hand, was still MIA. Sora returned to the outside world and started controlling his body, he went and played with his sisters, said nice words to his mom and dad and he started strolling on the town left and right, up and down within stores he went everywhere. As he was walking he saw a few imaginary butterflies and knew that almost the time for Rukia has come but he had first to take a prisoner. He kept walking and eventually reached a familiar rundown shop. It had a sign that couldn't be more familiar than ever. Urahara store. He saw 2 kids on the door, one male with red hair and a bat and the other a little girl with 2 ponytails. Male, who are you? Female, Anno who are you looking about sir? Sora, I'm looking to buy a black cat, do you have any in stock? And who are you 2 little ones? Female, Anno I'm Ururutsumuji sir and there is a black cat that appears in the shop but for sale. Male, hint a Hanakari and say that again you bastard who's going to buy our masculine, BGBBGBGBLLLL. He got hit behind him by a tall guy with a mustache as he saw who it was and the little hostility the kid was emitting. He was none other than Tessai. As he remembered Sora looks he got stunned a bit before intervening and coming in front of him. Tessai, Urahara-san and Yoryuki-san are waiting inside PLS, follow me. As he moved to enter the shop he saw the little girl bow down while the boy raising his middle fingers with veins in his forehead, he cursed inwardly %. The went inside towards the end floor where the secret passage was hidden to the underground facility where he trained when he was months-year-old till 3-4 years old, and how could he forget about pinching those nipples of hers? Oh, good memories. The moment he went underground and was expecting something serious he saw something unbelievable, a small like katetsu table in one side Urahara drinking tea and on another side Yoryuki in her cat form playing with a ball underscore. And just as he was about to greet them, he heard a very familiar sound. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Train Yoryuki cat form with fish pills and ham pills. Rewards, a special mark will appear in Yoryuki's body that host can find her anytime. 32, Chapter 32, The Epicness of Training a Cat 2. Okay, I really can't comment on this. Why the hell a sub-quest like this pops up out of thin air? System, host has already set her as a target of marriage and prosper, therefore a tiny bit of help to always know her deeds. For example, taking a bath. Sora started crying inside him, system I love you, you're the best, and he got no answer back. Returning to his reality now, he went and sat down in the opposite side of Urahara and was waiting for him to finish before they started talking. After a while Urahara looked at Sora and said to him, shocking him to the core. Urahara, welcome Kurosaki Ichigo, or should I say Xylan Sora. Sora, HOH, would you be so kind as to tell me how you figured me out? Urahara, it was simple actually. When you were born and spent days here you had a certain maturity about you and did things untold of your age. Sora, can you go faster? I don't have all my day, you know. Urahara, Guguga cough, cough. Well, if you insist. 10 years ago on your awakening you knew perfectly well what you will be facing, but even so you went and asked for it. That was point 1. Sora, then I guess point 2 will be my 2 names, and then point 3 will be a totally different behavior up till today, right? Urahara, are you really that short on time that you are shortening your time much further? Sora, you can say that. Next point will be? XMMM. Urahara cat, will be every single word you said when we fought. She jumped from the ground into Urahara's hat while speaking and sat there. Sora, will you please get down from there? I'll give you a gift. And I have no memory of back then, after all, I was going through hollowification. You're you a key cat, oh jealous are you? What do you want to swing my cute little paw? Sora, you can swing anything you want when we're alone. But are you sure you don't want my gift? I went a lot of pain to create these fishies. As Sora said that, he took out a small bottle with pills costing him 50 soul points, while the irony was he heard he got one freaking express. And just when he opened it, a sweet-like aroma went in her little nose where you could see her starting to get drooled. He completely ignored the poor cat with shining eyes and continued to speak with Urahara. Sora, is there anything else? I still have a few hams to be cooked and be refined for my little girl. Urahara, what I would like to know is who's Ichigo and who are you? Sora, finally to the point. Well, I've probably told you when I went berserk I occupied Ichigo's body before he was born, albeit barely formed his soul. Then I was born, but when I awakened my powers all souls residing in this body clashed. Then Ichigo somehow became my Zanpakuto while my soul was drained, resulting what you have figured. When he finished and saw Urahara in deep thought, a black flash appeared in front of Sora, scratching his hands for those sweet-like pills that made her nose and appetite go crazy. You're you a key cat, nidu grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr laugh while Sora was speechless about her behavior. Tessai, on the other hand, has spams on his face. Sora asked the system what kind of fish it was that created the pill and the answer he got almost made him faint. System, a certain type of fish that male cats give to their beloved female cat when in heat. 33, Chapter 33, A Girl in the Window. Sora spent the next few hours playing and feeding fishies and hams his little kitten and then went towards his home where he played with his little sisters. Eat with his family and then went to his room to pass the night. As for Ichigo, just when he was found and was alive and kicking, he dropped dead yet again from laughing at Sora, who got trolled by the system. Hours passed and the night fell on the world while inside a room in Karakura town a human was sitting there in meditation when he heard the system sound alarm. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Kick Rukia out of the window without her noticing. Rewards, 5.000 EXP/1000 soul points. Sora was starting to release his Ryutsu slowly but steady so he can draw a few hollows and with that attract Rukia here faster. On another room, Ishin and Masaki were puzzled about Ichigo's behavior. They had the same thought and curiosity. Why is he doing all that? Sora knew his parents will be able to feel him as he knew that they had restored their powers, but that didn't stop him. He was raising the intensity of his Ryutsu and eventually somewhere on this town a figure appeared with flash steps. As she senses that much Ryutsu leaking, she was thinking which idiot was causing this. She left from where she was standing and went towards the center of the leak, but then suddenly it vanished. She couldn't locate it anymore and landed on the closest window she could find. Surprising enough, it was the Kurosaka's window. She ended up getting inside feeling not an ounce of Ryutsu from any people living here, but she could sense they had powerful souls, especially the boy in the room. He was off the charge while sleeping soundlessly. Sora, on the other hand, he had long prepared a spiritual soul clone along with formless doors so that something completely out of her imagination will happen. As she was about to leave, she sensed a gust of chill wind that lightly pushed her. First gently, then harder out of the window, feeling pain when she fell on the ground. As she was standing up, she had question marks on her head that they kept saying how the hell a gust of wind threw her off. It was out of the norm that something with only 1 in trillion may happen, and it happened to her. She didn't have enough time to think about it as she could sense many hollows approaching that would be troublesome if she didn't take care of them now. Sora had already waked up and was staring at her with no sex appeal at all. He had heard a few alarms from completion of the sub-quest, and while he was happy he heard someone behind him. Yoryuki, Ayaboya, where do you keep your fishies? Sora, what happened? You fell for me and came late at night and tell stories on my bed. Yoryuki, if you want me to only sleep with you I have no problem with that, but you better don't do anything funny. Sora, I never said anything about funny things. Does this mean you want that kind of thing? Yoryuki blushed when she realized that she dug her grave in front of him. Sora saw her trying to hide her embarrassment and was very pleased. He also heard the completion of the sub-quest to train her. And as he was preparing to go inside with her for a few funny things, he froze from the alarms in his mind. 34, Chapter 34, The Arrival. System, ding. Chain sub-quest triggered. Protect Kokiki Rukia from hollows. Rewards, 1 level / 1000 soul points. System, ding. Chain sub quest triggered. Destroy a Quincy marble that had been activated nearby. Rewards, 1 level / 1200 soul points. System, ding. Chain sub quest triggered. Kill all hollows 0 / 100. Rewards, 2 level / 2000 soul points. As he was preparing to go inside with her for a few funny things, he froze from the alarms in his mind. And when he checked them, he was speechless with a shocked face that it was impossible to hide it, and just as Yoryuki was about to ask him what was wrong, she felt multiple hollow signatures in the area, which made her also shocked. Rukia, on the other hand, was having a huge headache. She had to kill more than 15 hollows up till with her tiny skills in Keto, but they still popped up like candies everywhere. She was starting to get tired and eventually fall into a grave situation. She couldn't afford that, therefore she used her Shikai. Rukia, dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. Her sword transformed from a plain Shinigami into a white katana with a piece of cloth in her hilt, making it very beautifully as if it was made from snow. Then the temperature around her started to fall as she made her attack towards them. Rukia, second dance, Hakuren. She placed the tip of her sword on the ground 4 times and white flow of Ryutsu came out of it and blasted an explosion towards the hollows, hitting a few of them, killing them instantly and gravely injure some of them. As she continues to unleash one attack after the other, Sora was watching her along with Yoryuki with concern on his face, and Yoryuki couldn't help and ask him out of worry. Yoryuki, what's wrong Ichigo? Sora, it's Sora by the way. And for some reason, I can feel somewhere around here a Quincy marble that attracts hollows, but I can't pinpoint the location of it. Yoryuki, Ichigo or Sora, what's the difference? It's the same, although up to some point you will have to find a way not to confuse us. Sora, you think so? But I like the way it is right now. Yoryuki, why? Sora, we control a lot of people that way. He said that with shining eyes and with seriousness in his voice, making Yoryuki burst in laughing with tears in her eyes and continue to laugh up until was choked by Sora's next words. Sora, of course I wouldn't try this trick on my cat wife now, would I? Yoryuki, ahaha, you have to try a bit harder than that to make me yours, and that's only in a million years. Sora, I don't want to hear this from someone who came to my room at the middle of the night for fishies. And by the way, you have no idea what kind of fish I used, right? As he left Yoryuki with these words, he saw her deeply in thoughts thinking about his words, when he left his position and went to try and do something and lessen the burden on Rukia. Going with his own pace towards her, he felt a slight disturbance a few thousand meters above him, and when he looked at the sky he was shocked to see a black portal opening, revealing a giant black figure in the middle of the town with a huge white face and pointy nose. Shocking everyone present. 35, Chapter 35, The Minos Grande. Sora, damn it, how the hell did I forget something like this? As MC was complaining about this, so did Rukia as well, because she was already at her limits. She had to kill countless hollows using first dance and second dance repeatedly, along with Hado and Bakudo, making huge ice pillars in every corner of the town and also quite a bit of hole-like cracks that spread like a spider web without managing to reduce any of them. As things stand right now, she wouldn't be able to do anything else except buying a bit of time. Yoryuki saw how grave it was and decided to join the fray, but because she was hidden from the Godi I-13, she decided to transform into a cat yet again and fight like that. While the battle was going on between the parties, Sora activated his custom Bakudo formless doors and went on a killing spree with his bare hands along with searching for the marble. During the whole mess, the Minos Grande took notice of him and fired countless bars at his face, making it difficult to dodge and kill. He then used the doors in such a way that each bar were fired at the ones Rukia was fighting. Boom boom boom, waves and sounds of explosions were coming from behind Rukia while fighting a tad difficult opponent. She felt that she had now more room to fight back, and as she turned her head around she saw many ashes drifting in the air. Rukia didn't know if she should laugh or cry that a Minos Grande was helping her more like it was treating everything as ants. When she finished her last hollow in front of her, and while being a bit pale and she checked the surroundings for any stray hollow, after seeing nothing she went after the Minos Grande. Sora was starting to feel really pissed, and it wasn't long that a stray bara hit his legs right on his knees. Cold sweat was oozing out of his forehead a little bit above, and his crotch would have become history. At that time he stopped moving and turned towards the big ass Minos and looked at it with eyes full of darkness. Not a speck of emotion could be seen on them. The killing intent was spreading out of his body, making everyone who could feel it quite shocked. Ichigo on the inside while was watching the show and laughing with imaginary popcorn as he thought from the memory of MC that they were quite delicious. He spit the food and stared with eyes wide open on the whole show of almost losing their body part. Both of them got pissed off so much for the first time that they actually agreed on a single thing without speaking, and that was, this fucking Minos needs to die. Little did they know that a pitch black shadow that normally had yellow almond eyes while fighting with hollows, she happened to saw this and was enraged far more than them, turning her eyes into dark red with purple lighting flicker in them. She had one thought, and that was, this fucking Minos needs to die. Rukia, on the other hand, was sensing 3 different killing intents towards a single target. As she thought about that, she spoke her mind out. Rukia, I don't know who these people are, but that poor Minos will die. 36, Chapter 36, A Epic Battle, an enraged cat vs the Minos Grande. As all four of them were thinking that this particular Minos will die. In a corner far away 2 glasses were seen in the darkness watching them with a high-like arrogant face as he thought he was way above them and could easily solve this. He watched as the town was getting slowly but steady in ruins. He laughed at theirselves been too weak to even fight him in this sort of competition. Yes, for him it was all a game even if he hadn't killed anything yet, which puzzled him and wonder why. He didn't know that when Sora was using his Ryutsu he made all the hollows who got attracted with his marble go there. What a great luck! He took back his marble and started moving along the alleys towards their direction. On Sora's side as he was about to jump and shred to pieces this bitch of a Minos he heard a loud roar behind him forcing him to turn. What he saw shocked him within his soul as he didn't remember Yuryuki possess red eyes and purple lighting, he could only make head or tails with one reason: she was deadly pissed off. Yuryuki cat. She used her Ryutsu and her title as the goddess of flash to make hundreds of after images making it seem like an army of kittens which in turn attacked the Minos leaving him no room to fight back. She was scratching, biting and eventually getting on the winning side. As the battle was going on Rukia arrived and saw this when Sora was expecting to see her shocked. In reality he was shocked by what he heard from her. Rukia, a little fluffy kitty. Ichigo was laughing his heart out while MC was face-palming himself as he had forgotten that Rukia likes fluffy toys and animals. The battle continued for quite some time because it was hard for her to fight like a cat but still went with this. She had pride in herself, either don't do it or do it with a bang, and that's what happened. Yuryuki cat, Shunko. While using a semi-completed skill in her cat form, a giant cat was created from lighting Ryutsu with her in the center of it, making her reach the same height as the Minos Grande. Leaving Sora stunned and Rukia with sparkling eyes looking at her. The giant cat charged by raising its paw and smashing it on its face, sending the Minos a few steps behind. As Yuryuki continued to attack it, it suddenly released many bars hitting her and forced her all the way few meters back, falling in the ground. As she was about to get up she saw the Minos charging a dark red ball in its mouth sending it towards her. She used her ultimate attack. Yuryuki cat. It was a cat's roar along with lightning clashing with the Zero. It was coming towards her, blasting anything around them from the shockwaves between them, and within a split second, a black flash appeared through the chaos in front of the Minos. Yuryuki cat, lighting cat's claw. She dispersed her giant form and focused all her Ryutsu on her cute paw with nails, creating a deadly lighting claw that shredded the Minos from its head to its feet to pieces, resounding the ending of its battle. As she fell on the ground she was caught by 2 hands and starting petting her head as she was exhausted. Ruya was looking the whole battle with eyes dead set on the cute little cat, which eventually got embraced by Sora. She was shocked to see him and felt that he was very dangerous. Sora, while petting his little wife, he turned and smiles at Rukia, giving her the chills, and told her, "Sora, this wasn't caused by me, so don't do anything that will cost you your life. But you can do me a small favor, go back and tell Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, current commander, that he will eventually pay for expelling my little cat." As he left her those words and was about to leave, he remembered something and turned to tell her, "Sora, either way you're probably going to be punished harshly about this mess that happened on your duty. Good luck with that." He turned and left, and as he did he saw with the corners of his eyes a figure watching him in the darkness. It turns out, just like the original story in this timeline, Ishida Uriah was the one who activated the marble. Too bad he didn't destroy it tonight and completed only 2 of the 3 sub-quests. 37, Chapter 37, A Night of Mofu Mofu. As Sora was traveling through the alleys with a cat in his hand, Ishida was watching him getting further and further away while Rukia stood there frozen from the words he said to her. And she knew that, no more like she felt that somehow he was right. It was incredibly weird that she was sent here at this time, as someone arranged it with harmful thoughts in his mind. She stood there for quite some time, and when she came to herself she left in order to rest and then go to Urahara's store. Sora reached his room and entered the window. She placed the little cat on his bed where Yuryuki reverted back on her human form. A naked figure appeared on his bed showing her well-round boobs along with her sexy legs in her public places, which caused her to blush. Sora sat down next to her and blew with his mouth a little air in her ears, causing her to shiver, and Sora started laughing only to eat a punch in his face. Then he heard Ichigo laughing and went there with super speed in his soul realms and broke all of his bones, leaving him locked inside a tower where no light could be seen. When he returned he saw Yuryuki with a wet face, and he realized that while he was beating Ichigo up he was groping her in her boobs and probably hurt her. Therefore, as an apology, he hugged her gently and kissed her in her lips. As she was kissed by him she tried to resist, only to make it more pleasant for him. When he twisted his tongue with hers he jolted her as if electricity has passed inside of her. After a few minutes of kissing and hard breathing, small sounds of moans could be heard inside the room, making them more and more into it. In the end, Sora couldn't wait anymore and started getting more aggressive with his hands, touching her beautiful legs all the way up to her pussy, fingering and twisting her insides, making her moan louder and louder. They were so into it that they had forgotten about the people in his house listening to everything, while Masaki and Ishin were in an awkward position as they kept listening all the way till Yuryuki reached her climax from MC's hands. Sora asked the system if he did the deed with her, will it count as Ichigo's future child or his in case a child is born. Sisson, semen is made from the person DNA and their soul force, therefore host can cut off your soul force, resulting in ineffective ones, avoiding host's troubles. Sora saw an addicted Yoryuki and was also in his limits. He took his clothes off and jumped on her. He got on top of her and felt a sharp pain between her legs, making her moan in pain. A small red line could be seen in the sheets. Sora then started pounding her pussy on the bed until after a few minutes Sora couldn't hold on anymore and pushed even deeper, releasing his milk inside her. Yoryuki had almost passed out, and at the same time she was shocked that he finished so deep inside her without asking her. She then saw him smile at her with lovely eyes and continued kissing her and pounding her, indicating that he will take responsibility. This went on till morning came, when they waked up. They looked each other in their eyes with tiny blushes from both of them. They get dressed and on the bed, a red line could be seen in the sheets. Yoryuki left from the window in her cat form and Sora went down and met with his family. As they saw him, Masaki has a red face, Karin and Yuzu had black eyes and looked at him with hate in their eyes, while Ishin had a raised up thumb for him. Sora ignored them, sat down to eat so that he can prepare to go and meet Sato and other for their usual routine of boring class. He finished eating and then went out of his house saying see you later to all who still had black eyes from the lack of sleep. 38, Chapter 38, A typical day before school. As Sora left the house he could hear a few complaints from his sisters towards his parents. He could only let it pass as he went to meet Sato. As a schoolboy, from what he saw in the log of the system, Ichigo is short-tempered, strong-willed, and impulsive and always chased girls. Despite claiming not to care about what other people think about him, he attempts to maintain a certain image. He generally keeps his face set in a near-permanent scowl, with his eyebrows drawn together. His outspoken, hot-headed demeanor is a trait Ichigo himself has gained from the memories he got from me, and if somebody picks a fight with him, he cannot help screw them back. He refers to his teachers as instructors and doesn't really speak with others other than Sato, Kigo, and only if a girl tries to approach him or he wants to take some liberties from them. Despite all that, he is still genuinely compassionate and empathetic towards others, especially to others' souls, and he tries to cheer them so that they won't become a hollow from sorrow and regrets by bringing them flowers, toys of planes or something to soothe others when they become upset. Ichigo is still a capable student, ranked 23rd in his year at school, who studies regularly and does not neglect his schoolwork. He works as hard as he does to overcome the misconceptions as many have based on his hair color and fighting. Ichigo hated fortune-telling, horoscopes, feng shui, but now it's a different approach for him, as he saw my memories. Sora, well, from what I could tell he didn't change that much from his original character. The only thing that took massive change was his obsession of taking liberties with girls and believing in the unknown. Apart from that, he still helps his friends when in trouble, always respond when someone picks a fight. And he helped even more souls passing away. Is it because he himself became one? Having read the log in the system about Ichigo everyday school life, he had a hard time deciding if he should destroy his image or keep it. There weren't many major events, most of them were deleted from history as he changes the timelines and made the original MC as Zanpakuto. As time passed, he reached Karakura High School where he met up with everyone talking about studies, girls and the likes. He saw Tatsuki coming along with Inu, and at the gate was Inu's brother. As they passed him in order to go to class, Tatsuki had a disgusting look on her face when he looked at Sora, who had the appearance of Ichigo, while Inu was looking with a sad/complicated look on her face that took noticed for about a second before they left. Sora, should I give my portable physical clone Jige I got from the quest to Ichigo and restore my appearance? Well, not many have been informed of this, only Urahara, Yoryuki, and definitely my parents, but I still haven't told them myself. Sora, sigh, PFFFPFPFPFPFPFP. I will leave it for the future. As the sound of the class was heard and everyone was going inside to take their seats, Sora saw a student very well versed in his uniform, wearing glasses, looking at him like a provocation. And before he even tried to ignore him, something stopped his from not ignoring him. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Challenge Yuryu Ishida with your pride as Quincy's in a target practice hollow event. Rewards, 5 levels/2000 soul points/2x shards of history. 39, Chapter 39, A learning session of history in the school. He almost staggered when he saw the rewards of such a sub-quest. But was confused about the shards of history, so what else he could do as he sat in the class? What was the most efficient way to learn? Of course, he asked his own teacher, the system. Sora, system, what's with the shards of history, what are they? System, shards of history are shards hosts needs for the next update of the Bleach system. System, they are created from tampering with time and space and the main laws. Host has made 2 massive changes that created the shards. 1, save Masaki from dying. It was a major blow to the growth of Ichigo, and 2, you awakened your own Shinigami powers instead of the original way the forbidden transferred, which also caused you to have no relations with Godai 13. Sora, then why didn't you give them earlier? System, because host fell in a hibernation for 10 years and as I was updating I couldn't give them to you, and that's for the first shard. The second one had met the requirements when you met with Rukia. Sora, I see, but what's their usefulness? System, host is truly an idiot. As the name applies, they record history in them, and when all those are gathered they are to be used for updates, and if an off chance hosts dies, the system has an auto backup point from when Ichigo was born. It will auto-activate and delete this history, reverting it in the original one. Cold sweat was oozing out of him when heard all that, but then a sudden thought struck him. And while trembling with a pale face he asked. Sora, what would have happened if I had killed Ichigo when I became Shinigami? System, shards of history would have never appeared in this world, and when hosts would have died as both main characters died, this world would have vanished in the realms of nothingness. Simpler erased permanently, killing trillions with it. He was shocked, and somehow he realized the true meaning behind this. In his world, if you would have taken all episodes in the manga and put them in 2 PCs, erasing every scene of Ichigo, every dialogue he had from them in 1 PC, what would have happened? The answer was scary. He didn't want to think it at all. Just the fact he wouldn't be able to mofa his little kitten was enough to make him shit bricks and felt countless chills in his back. It was then that the sound of class ending awakened him and forced him to walk with difficulty as he was still thinking about it. After saying goodbye to them, he walked towards his home, and while he was distracted, a single arrow flew from within the alleys going directly to his heart. It was then Ichigo screamed his soul out, making Sora barely dodge with his bag. Oh, I didn't expect for you to dodge like that. Quite impressive, Ichigo. Sora turned at the sound of the voice, and then he saw 4 eyes with a bow made of Ryotsuo and knew who it was right away. Sora, Ishida. As he said that, he felt a strong competitive intent from him, making our MC frown, but then remembered that he was put in a quite dangerous spot by him and at the worst would have lost his life. Therefore he decided right there on the spot that if he ever died, he must at least save his loved one and his future waifu. That's why he screamed inside him, those shards are mine. 40, Chapter 40, a slight glimpse of MC's power. As Ishida was watching Sora glaring back at him, he felt quite superior. As he was a pure-blood Quincy, he wanted to show to the others half-breeds that he's way stronger. As a pure-blood, he could feel others Quincy's impurities, and it was one of the reasons being attractive in Sora, as he could feel small amounts of Quincy power. Little did he know that he was being tricked by MC, as he didn't even release his Ryotsu, more like his sword, not even once after he awakened. Only Ichigo did it, and even then he was buried for punishment. As they were staring at each other, MC sighed and talked to him. Sora, so what do you wish with me, little 4 eyes? Ishida, a little mixed up bitch is actually mocking me. I'm the heir of Quincy's, show some respect, low life. Black veins appeared in his forehead, showing that he got a tiny bit of pissed off. Now he was certain that letting the Quincy's live made Ishida even more arrogant. Thinking for a while, he thought, what do I love more than anything in both lives? That's easy, beating thugs and getting the girl. Only last time I tried I died and came here, while here I do have a girl. Do I have a reason to beat him up? Yes. I do. I need those shards to create a save point for my waifus. Sora, oh me a lowlife pffffffffff ha haka hasa, then let's see who's the lower one here. How about target practice of hollows? System, ding. Sub quest triggered. Challenge Yuryu Ishida with your pride as Quincy's in a target practice hollow event. Rewards, 5 levels /2000 soul points /2x shards of history. Ishida, hell like hell you're gonna win. Fine, let's do it. I'm also curious about your pitiful strength. Sora, since you agreed, then use your so-called prideful Quincy's marble as you so mess up before and almost a 1/4 of the town got wiped out. Ishida, y_o you knew. H_o. Sora, less shocked faces, more actions. Get moving, let's go to the mountains. As they went full speed towards the mountains, Sora was talking to Ichigo in his mind. No, it would be accurate to say that they were negotiating the terms of thrashing Ishida. Time went by and they reached the mountain while MC was still debating with Ichigo, only to end up being buried again, and a look of complaints flashed in his eyes. As Sora was leaving from the Soul Realm, he looked at him stuck on the ground and sighed, turning around saying these words of salvation. Sora, since I made you my Zanpakuto, I haven't really used you. Not because I don't want to, but because you need to learn your own powers, and so far you have mastered the Shikai, but if a captain level comes here, forget even seeing Inu, and everyone else will probably die. Even if the chance of us dying is small, that possibility still exists. Ichigo was quite troubled by this, since he knows perfectly well, as now he could also hear the system and heard the history about the shards. If he was to choose about dying and have everyone vanish with him, he would rather fight the world and end up getting the girl with it. Ichigo, fine, I'll do it. In the memories I got from you, I never really understood them. I just charged ahead only to get thrown off each time. But this time I'll grow alongside you. Sora, having heard that, he smiled at him but then froze, and he turned again towards Ichigo, having a poker face that almost said, you know what you just said is gay, right? As he left after a few seconds, Ichigo also realized it as well and started swearing number at number. 41, Chapter 41, a slight glimpse of MC's power too. As they looked at each other for quite a while, Ishida took out a crystal white marble that was emitting Ryotsu. It didn't take long for loud Ruoaarr to be heard. He also took out a blue with a white parts small item that when he input his Ryotsu it turned into a big bow. Having a huge grin on his face, he looked at Sora, who wasn't paying attention to him but was counting how many hollows have appeared. He then released his Ryotsu, making his appearance change drastically. A dark red attire of Shinigami covered his body. On his left hand sleeves there exist white stripes all the way to his shoulder. On his right one there were blue stripes twisting all the way to his shoulder. On both his legs there were black lines of all types spreading upwards up to his chest, and around his chest towards his back there was two grey hollow-like lines forming a cross type, while on his back there was a high-quality katana. Ishida was speechless with this turn of events. He didn't expect Sora to be Shinigami, while Sora was quite amazed as he hadn't seen his complete attire at all. Ishida, why_oh you're not a Quincy? No, I can feel it in your blood. Looking at the calm face of Sora, a sudden thought hit him and couldn't help and asked. Ishida, D_on_T tell me you're 1/3 of 3 traits. Sora completely ignored him and caught his sword with his right hand. He drew it out and a shining pale gold katana came out. For those who are wondering, take Ichigo's hair color and dilute it with white one and there you have it. He looked at it and after feeling amazed by its hidden power he looks at Ishida who got everything wrong and raised his Ryutsu even more. Sora, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Tengoku Akuma Tsuki. By the way guys, Tengoku no Akuma no Tsuki, this was its name, but because of it being a bit hard with 2 no on it I removed them. A loud bang was heard and a Ryutsu cloud was raised from MC, and when it was cleared a 1-meter broadsword was in his hand based on Ichigo's second Shikai. Instead of 2 lines, 1 white 1 black, it had 2 moris splitting the sword into a 4-way line instead of 2, with one being grey and the other light blue. In the surface of it had 5 holes evenly placed on it, and on the one in the middle was a second handle made from a cylinder of red and black stripes. The hilt was also black and red. At the start of the hilt was a small dark grey cylinder that had a small black chain on it, and at the end of the chain, there was hanging a semi-black moon. And last but not least, it didn't have a normal sword guard connecting the handle with the blade, but a hand like a claw that was dark grey in color as if the handle was catching the blade. Guys, really sorry for the long explanation as I don't have a way to make the cover for this novel with the swords I have drawn. Ishida felt a sinister yet gently but heavy pressure coming out of the sword. He couldn't help but take a step back as he wondered, what the hell is that sword? Sora was looking at Ishida who had a bit of pale face, and as he stepped back from him, he kept staring at him until he opened his mouth. Sora, now let's see, around 200 hollows have gathered here, the one who kills more wins, right? Ishida was flabbered. He now remembers that they had a contest and that bitch had drawn a sword instead of a bow. But before he could complain he saw MC caught the sword from the middle handle and a string of Ryutsu appeared, and when he drew it 4 different arrows appeared, 1 for each hole, targeting him with all 4 of them. 42, Chapter 42, A Slight Glimpse of MC's Power 3. Ishida felt something shatter inside him as he has been targeted by 4 different shaped and colored arrows. He felt he was insulted, mocked, laughed at his pride. It was then, as he was lost in his own illusions, that he heard 4 sharp whistles pass him by, while heard 4 small roars. When he turned he saw 4 hollows who had come behind him and almost attacked him, missing a few heads as they slowly disappeared. He was pissed that he was used as a target practice and lost himself in anger when he heard Sora's words. Sora, 4 down, 196 to go. You're so gonna lose. And with that he disappeared within the trees, shooting hollows. Ishida stood there dazed with an unsightly face. Only few seconds have passed and he could feel countless auras die out. He clenched his teeth and bowed and snapped. Ishida, Kojaku, Lone Sparrow. It was the name of the bow. The more Ryutsu you placed on it, the bigger and stronger it becomes, but drains much faster the user's stamina. He started firing small and huge arrows, trapping, diverting and killing hollows in hopes for a tie, since he could tell that MC got way ahead. Hollow after hollow they were coming to them, and arrow versus arrow destroyed them. Heads flying over and over. Seconds became minutes and minutes became hours. Up to the same point both of them had counted hundreds of dead hollows and they still had a few hundred in front of them. Sora, it's fucking endless. What the hell is going on here? Oi, 4 Eyes, is this your doing? Ishida, hey, you wanna die, you prick? Look at the fucking marble, it has become stone already. While they were arguing they were also killing hollows. They killed 110 came after them. Sora, I think it's time to clean this mess, my kitty is waiting. Tengoku no Aim, Heavenly Rain. The moment he called the name of a new skill from his Zanpakuto, his Ryutsu spiked instantly. 4 charged small Reishi balls appeared on the sword holes and started to mix in the center of it where the center handle was, in creating a rainbow-like Ryutsu ball, and when he pulled the string and released it, thousands of arrows were set free, destroying everything in their path. Ishida was stunned as he saw this sight. After the continuous judgment day for the hollows ended, only a few were left alive. Even so he gritted his teeth and fired the last few arrows he could make, killing the rest before he collapsed from exhaustion. Sora was a bit tired, not of exhaustion from fighting, but because it was his first time wielding his Zanpakuto, it was too draining. While Ichigo on the inside was paled from all the pressure he took, it was already his limit that he informed Sora about the new attack he had gained from condensing and mastering the Shikai of his powers. Ishida, on the other hand, was sitting down thinking about the unbelievable defeat he took today. It wasn't for few hollows, 2 or 3, he would have accepted it, albeit difficult, but he would have accepted it. Was a crushing defeat. He lost to his opponent Ryutsu and numbers of arrows he could release. 2 arrows vs 4 arrows, its result is obvious, but it was far more than that. Sora's arrows were already at 100% accuracy while he missed a few, not to mention he used a lot of them for diversion and entrapment. He had around 60% accuracy with 2 arrows while Sora had 100% with 4. It was at this moment that Sora heard the usual sound. System, ding. 43, Chapter 43, An Emergency Quest. As Sora saw he had finally gained the shards he so much desired, he started walking away slowly returning to his home. Before he even managed to walk a few steps he heard a cry behind him. Ishida, it. Sora, what do you want? I already won ages ago. Without bothering to even turn to face him he answered him making Ishida frown at this sight but what he could do? He was dead tired. Ishida, I know that. What I want to say is I want a rematch. Sora, sigh, you haven't lost to anyone right? So okay I get it but why should I agree to it? Ishida, I am. Sora, you don't know do you that's because you realize that even if we fight again the result will be the same. Unless you grow stronger and match my arrows at least in numbers. But then again I will also be stronger then. So try harder. Being left in contempt, loss, and everything else crumbled in his feet the pride Ishida had has been smashed to pieces. Sora turned to see him with the corners of his eyes before starting to walk again to a far away spot. As he did that and a few meters away of them a black shadow was running at full speed ahead and when it saw them it dashed towards them particular towards RMC. Yuryuki, Ichigo. He never saw her that much afraid it was like she was running for her life. Too bad for RMC she was running but not for her life but for. System, ding. Emergency quest interface unlocked. System, ding. Emergency quest triggered. The forces of Wandenreich has reached the Karakura town. Condition 1. Protect the Kurosaki family. Condition 2. Protect the Quincy's. Condition 3. Sabotage their plan. Time limit, 5 hours. Wandenreich, 0/5. Rewards, 10 levels/5x creation of books/1 complete Hogyaku/20.000 soul points. Time froze for him and Ichigo on the inside and outside he couldn't hear anything they only had the void coldness to feel like someone died. Yuryuki noticed this and tried anything to wake him up scratching biting everything until she changed to human form and gave him a headbutt which made him scream and at the same time waked him up. Ishida was watching speechless about the whole show he had never expected to see someone so strong yet freeze like that much less see a talking cat. Which in turn he was shocked to see her transformed and headbutted him. He went closer and closer to them only to hear something which shocked him and couldn't help to scream at them. Ishida, what do you mean they are massacring Quincy's? He just happened to get closed when they were talking about the Quincy's resident which was under attack with numerous dead ones lying down. The moment he heard that he ignored his exhaustion and dashed out of there running towards his parents and his grandpa. Sora saw him but couldn't help him at all, as he was also screaming inside of him along with Ichigo to save his mother and siblings, which from the looks of it Urahara and Ishin are keeping them off. 44, Chapter 44, Race Against Time. Ishida left full speed ahead while RMC was with Yuryuki trying to figure a way out of this. Tick-tock every second was like a knife in MC and Ichigo's feelings they couldn't come up with anything. Sora who knew about everything tried to create a plan to no avail as he didn't know which letters of Wandenreich have come to clean his mess and resume their plan. He needed to find a way to defeat them but how? He didn't know out of all of them who had come from 23 residents of that world. He started despairing when a sudden punch hit him in the head washing away all of his feelings and anxiety. Sora, Yuryuki thanks. He hugged her and pet her a bit in the head and then he realized she was trembling. She was on the verge of exhaustion but still tried to find him. He gave her a light kiss. Telling her. Sora, rest I'll take care of it. Before she could speak she felt a sudden pain in her abdomen and opened her eyes wide open and when she looked down he saw his hand inside her body leaving some kind of drug which he brought for 10 soul points. And as she was feeling sleepy she looked at him feeling angry she tried to curse to no avail. Yuryuki, yo_ou. With only one word she fainted, he took her like a princess ride and run as fast as he could towards Urahara's store. As he was going there he was speaking with Ichigo inside him. Sora, why are you trembling so much? For now, they're fine the guide has said so we have 5 hours, so in this time train seriously otherwise we would have to change the history for nothing and lose even more. Ichigo, god damn it. If I knew they would appear now I would have trained much harder to at least condense our Bankai. Sora, like I said don't get so beat up even I neglected this point. Ichigo, yeah but you were. Sora, stop it and train. At least restore yourself to your peak you're not used to Binazan Pakuto so you might have the most burden of both of us. So meditate got it. Having been scolded by Sora he was feeling awful but he couldn't do anything except meditate. Sora, on the other hand, started looking in the store for anything useful he might need. Sora, store. System, ding. Opening store. Accessories/medic pills/weapons/battle forms/keto arts/update. Soul points, 16.290. He went through all of the categories trying to find his salvation. There were many items that could help him, but they had so many high prices, he started swearing for not completing more sub-quests. Eventually, he gave up and reduced his search criteria, discovering a few quite handy items. System, ding. Accessories, 10 Shintai. Able to raise the next attack by 50% of its current power. Soul points, 4.000. Medic pills, fortification pill. It reduces the consumer's health by 30%, raising his intelligence and Ryutsu by 30%. Time limit, 5 minutes. Soul points, 4.000. Medic pills, Quin pill. Raises the all stats of the one who consumed it by 5%. Time limit, 30 minutes. Soul points, 2.000. Kido arts, creation of books. It can be used with anyone that have high intelligence and Ryutsu. The user must use words that align with his image he has on his mind for the Kido to be born. Soul points, 5.000. Sora, if I can create the kind of Bakudo I have in mind, then I will fear no one. Sora, buy them. System, ding. Host has used 15.000 soul points. Remaining 1.290 soul points. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points gaining 300 EXP. 45, Chapter 45, Race Against Time 2. As Sora was running towards Urahara's shop, he was buying items to help him in this difficult situation. He might not be able to save all of them, but he wanted to at least protect his family. Quite a bit of time has passed and he finally reached the shop, where he couldn't feel any Ryutsu at all, as he went inside only to be hit by a broom and club in the head. It was the two kids Hinta and Yururu on guarding duty. They felt someone enter inside and hit them with everything they had, and when they did they couldn't hear even a tiny scream. They raised their head and saw Sora holding an unconscious Yuruaki, which terrified them. When they also saw a small hole in her abdomen, they rushed inside and called Tessai, who had erected a barrier to keep unwanted guests outside. He placed inside slowly in a bed when Tessai came to check her condition, which made him frown as he realized she had been drugged with sleeping pills, and probably the one who did it was the person looking at him. Like he was telling him, don't say anything. Tessai, she's fine, just overuse of Ryutsu and a slight wound. A white lie. But what he could do now with this situation? One word, nothing. Sora, take care of her. I'll be going outside for a few hours. Tessai, yo_uu. Before he could finish he had vanished from his sight. As he was running towards his house he was speaking to his system and to Ichigo. Sora, Ichigo, have you been restored? Ichigo, not yet, in another 30 minutes I'll be. Sora, good, tell me how many Tengoku no aim, heavenly rain, can you handle in both of us top shaped? Ichigo, max 2. If I stretch it as I had done in the previous timeline where I had broken my Shikai and Benkai, it would be 3-4. You know what will happen then, right? Sora, yeah, you will lose half your strength forever and we will enter a state of false Shikai and Benkai, making it harder to restore you. Sora, that's why I'm going to try and create a Bakudo and let's hope it will help. Ichigo, do it, at worst I will lose half my strength. Sora, system, if I remember correctly there was a new power level chart, bring it up. System, ding. Opening new levels. Levels 001 200 equals Soul Reaper 20th seed / 13th seed Hollow Jillian. Levels 201 300 equals Soul Reaper 12th seed / 6th seed Ajichas. Levels 301 400 equals Soul Reaper 5th seed / 3th seed Vasto Lord. Levels 401 500 equals Soul Reaper 3th seed Chikai / 2th seed Lieutenant Aaron Carr. Levels 501 600 equals Soul Reaper 3th seed Benkai / 2nd seed Lieutenant Chikai Aaron Carr. Level 601 700 equals Soul Reaper 2th seed Lieutenant Benkai / Soul Reaper 1th seed Captain Chikai Espada. Level 701 800 equals Soul Reaper 1th seed Captain Benkai Espada first form. Levels 801 900 equals Soul Reaper 0th seed Commander Shikai Espada's second forms. Levels 901 999 equals Soul Reaper 0th seed Commander Benkai Zero Squad / Wandenreich. Both of them were flabbered with the new power level chart. They started to feel so weak and helpless, especially Ichigo. It was in his nature, and before completely crumbled he heard Sora laughing as he had lost it. Ichigo was speechless. From what he could tell he was nuts laughing like that. Little did he know that he had found the door of infinite possibilities and their key to win this. Sora, sometimes the heavens really are helping us. Ichigo, what do you mean I'm not following? Sora, take their level and multiply it by 1000, that's their Ryutsu level, and how much do I have? Ichigo was stunned. He knew he had over 1 million value. Thinking about all their skills he finally saw all their closed hopes open up. Furthermore, he had a special Ryutsu because of gluttony. 46, Chapter 46, A New Kido. Sora, system, is it possible to use gluttony and absorb any Kido Ichigo has learned? System, it's possible. Sora, then is it possible to eat that knowledge with gluttony, and along with my imagination and incantation to create an even stronger one. System, ding. Gluttony. Gluttony. It is stated that it belongs to the highest rank of traits as it can eat from pebbles till the plain laws assimilating them and creating its own Ryotsu available to host. System, that means that host can eat anything, even laws. Laws are rules, rules are restrictions, and restrictions are different parts combined and contradicted together. Sora, Ichigo, get ready. Ichigo, do it. Sora, gluttony. System, ding. Gluttony has been used. Target Ichigo. System, ding. Eating and processing knowledge. System, ding. Learned Bakudo N.4, Hanawa. Binds enemies with a reishi rope to stop their movement. Generating a crackling yellow energy rope within his / her hand, the user throws it toward the opponent. The energy winds around the opponent's arms and body, immobilizing them. System, ding. Learned Bakudo N.8, Seiki. The user generates an orb of light blue energy which repels whatever strikes it. System, ding. Learned Bakudo N.26, Kyoko. Hides the physical form and Ryotsu of the caster by bending light. It can be used in combat to mask the Ryoko used when setting up a trap for the target, masking individual abilities. System, ding. Learned Bakudo N.79, Koyoshibari. The user creates 8 black holes with purple outlines which emit spiritual energy in the space surrounding the target, with the 9th black hole manifesting itself in the center of the target's chest, with the intention of immobilizing the target. System, ding. Learned Heido N.73, Soren Sakasui. An advanced form of Heido number 33. Sakasui, it has twice the effectiveness. Generating blue energy with his / her index and middle fingers, the practitioner makes a pushing motion with both of his / her palms to push the gathered energy toward the target in a concentrated blast. It is essentially a doubled version of Heido number 33. Sakasui because the user fires 2 bursts of blue energy with much greater potency than the single-shot variety. Incantation, Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, Ye who bears the name of man. On the wall of blue flame, inscribe a twin lotus. In the abyss of conflagration, wait at the far heavens. Sora, perfect, then let's begin creation of book. System, ding. Host has used the creation of books pls recite the words and align it with the image you have. Sora, here goes. Souls of the Eternals, flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon, burning illusion, freezing reality, hot wind and cold void, blend in the everlasting life of man. Bakudo custom N.2, mirrors of Eternals lotus. System, ding. You have created a new Kido, Bakudo. System, ding. Inserting the devoured knowledge of gluttony. System, ding. Bakudo N.4, Hanawa / Bakudo N.8, Seiki / Bakudo N.26, Kyoko / Bakudo N.79, Koyoshibari / Heido N.73, Soren Sakasui have been fused into Bakudo custom N.2, mirrors of Eternals lotus. System, ding. You have empowered up an existing Kido, Bakudo. Bakudo custom N.2, mirrors of Eternal hellish lotus. The user fires from his fingers countless small lights which in turn they become lotus flowers, with some of them could be seen, others are hidden, and many are transparent. Each one of them have a certain ability. Burn to ashes, freeze to nothingness, space binding, confusing illusions, time deceleration. He was speechless. He didn't expect all aspects from the Kido he ate from Ichigo to fuse with his custom one. Its effect are far superior to what he wanted. If he could manage to use this with formless doors, what will happen? Just a mere thought caused both of them to shiver. 47, Chapter 47, 4 hours left. As Sora was thinking about how to use this kind of Bakudo, the time slowly ticked away. Seconds passed away, then minutes started decreased at an alarming rate as they had both restored themselves earlier. They were soon upon their house. As they were reaching nearer and nearer, they could hear the sound of battle explosions and the ground trembled. They sped up and finally saw their house, leaving them dumbfounded. Half their house was destroyed. Their mother was collapsed along with his sisters in the ground. Urahara was with them and trying to wake them up, and it seems they were trapped in a cage like Ryotsu, while Ishin was fighting a guy who was using his fingers along with flames. The moment he saw them, he knew them who they were. It was Besby, H the Heat, Quill Jopi, J the Jail, Kengdu, I the Iron, Candace Catnip, T the Thunderbolt. Jerome Gu Bat, R the Roar. He frowns because he knew it would be difficult to beat them. But something bugged him. Why was it that the system said 0/5 and all 5 were here? What happened at the Quincy mansion? What the hell happened that forced them to come here? If he had failed to protect the Quincy's, he would have been notified by the system, but because he didn't get anything, something happened that forced all 5 here. Too bad that what heard next shattered everything he was thinking. Basby, he well, what do you know? You're a tad bit stronger than those filthy brats. Quill Jopi, we already captured these 3 last ones. Performed your duty. Kengdu, you always let your heat get to your head. Jerome Gu Bat, grrrrrggggg grrrr. Candace Catnip, I can't believe I came with you guys here. Ishin, half. Half. I'll take their souls back. Getsuga Tensho. Bazbi, you think it will work? As the Getsuga was getting closer and closer to them, Bazbi raised his burning fingers and tried to catch it, burning it in nothingness, but just before his flames touched it at a fraction split of the second, the Getsuga vanished, appearing in front of the eyes of Quiljopi, splitting him directly in half. Quiljopi, a urr ma, jesty. It was the last thing he managed to say before his body fell lifelessly on the ground, stunning everyone as none could react, not even in a split second. Ishin was also stunned and happy as he could somehow kill one of them. Everyone was enraged as some one of them died in such way, rendering them useless, and all charged at him to finish the job. He took a battle position, and as he was about to confront them, a shadow appeared and redirect all of their attacks on their own comrades. As a result, hitting each other in their own faces. All four, number at her. After swearing at the guy who got the entrance Oscar award and saving the day, they were forced back a few steps from their own attacks. Ishin, you're late, Sora. Or Ichigo. Or whatever. Doesn't matter, my son is my son. Feeling dizziness, he almost fell down, only to be caught by him while he asked him. Sora, why didn't you use your Bankai? Sora, well, no matter, since you knew about me I won't go further. But before we talk, let me take care of this. Having said that, he took him and gave him to Urahara, who had a puzzled expression like he was searching for someone. Sora noticed this and said to him. Sora, she's fine, she's my wife after all. And then turned to face the four bitches that had a death wish to leave a stunned Urahara behind as he heard those words. 48, Chapter 48, A One-Sided. Sora was starting to float from the ground to the air, looking down on them, and emanating a killing intent far worse than anything before. He looked at them and asked them with a cold voice. Sora, is everyone from the Quincy's dead? Although after much thinking he figured out a few points calming him down a bit, as he wasn't 100% sure, and that compelled him to ask. Bazbi, who are you, brat? How did you kill Quiljopi? Sora, me? Hey, chicken head, you're talking to me. Bazbi, y_o_ you mothra number at percent at number bast dollar number at percent dollar number rd, you'll die. Kengdu, calm down, and the truth is you do look like a chicken head. Candace catnip, axisasa haka haha, so true. Bazbi, you slut, say that again, I'll burn you. Candace catnip, what did you say, Biazi? They started ignoring Sora, who was starting to get pissed off at them, so he raised his own finger. In fact, it was a fist with the middle one, and fired from their Aikido at them. Sora, Heido N.4, Biakarai. A lighting sparked and flew from the finger, traveling at an incredible speed at all of them. As they saw that they were pissed, he fired an energy blast from that finger, and they tried to avoid it by splitting up. Too bad for them, the moment it reached them it didn't pass but disappeared from their view. Seeing a lighting ray vanish from their sight, they became alert as they remember how Quiljopi died and split even further away from each other, waiting and waiting. None of them dared to let their guards down. 5 minutes have passed but still nothing. Sora looked at them and was laughing because in reality, the ray was right in their asses, meaning behind them. The reason they couldn't see it was because of the formless doors he had activated when he first arrived after seeing his mother and his little sisters lay down. Candace catnip, you tricked us, are you even a man playing tricks? Hey. Sora, sorry, I have a girl, furthermore I don't like your ass since it is getting pierced very soon. Black veins appeared on her head and lighting started flashing around her body, but before she could move the ray caught her unguarded, falling in her ass. The only thing that remained after the flash was a scream of pain. And a deadly silence from everyone else. Sora, after all that, will someone tell me what happened to them? Candace catnip, Sora, since none is speaking, no worries, I'll just kill you and see for myself. The moment he said that, his killing intent erupted further, making them flinch and entered battle positions. He raised both his hands with his fingers upwards towards the sky and said to them. Sora, oh yeah, I'm the guy who messed up your king's plans 10 years ago, and even now I will simply trash him again for messing with my family. Sora, souls of the Eternal's flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon, burning illusion, freezing reality, hot wind and cold void, blend in the everlasting life of man. Bakudo custom N.2, mirrors of eternal hellish lotus. Spiritual domain. Revolving heavenly Rishi blades. As he activated his skills, an incredible pressure befell them, countless lights that transformed them into lotus flowers, some visible, some invisible, and others transparent. Along with 10 revolving blades that spread around him, spinning at alarming speeds. When they said all that, they swallowed anything they wanted to say, and only a single thing stuck in their minds, while Sora confirmed it for them. Sora, if you don't come with your full power you will never leave here alive. 49, Chapter 49, A Battle of the Edges. When Sora declared that to the others, outside he was looking brave, unyielding and the like, but inside he was praying along with Ichigo not to get hit, not even once, otherwise they will die. He asked the system if it's possible to add a future interface where he could see their levels in his mind. He did get a positive answer at first, only to be drowned in despair after he heard that he need 50.000 soul points for that kind of skill. Therefore he had to act with mystery and being powerful at first, and his luck was really good as he used the doors to insta-kill one of them and also troll the girl, enraging her. He looked at his status when he declared that no one was leaving alive and was trying to think about any possible future way to avoid getting hit. Sora, status. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /H, 14, 35, /level 89 EXP, 5301 /97.435.855. Health, 1020 /power, 920 /defense, 950 /INTE Legend, 2100 /Ryutsu, 1.018.700. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals mastered. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki. Soul points, 1290. As he made calculation, he also ate one of his new pills for a power boost. It was Quin pill that gave him 5% to all stats for 30 minutes, making his stats stronger but also break the balance of his Ryutsu. Looking again at his status, he was shocked. Status. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /H, 14, 35, /level 89 EXP, 5301 /97.435.855. Health, 1020, 51, /power, 920, 46, /defense, 950, 49, /INTE Legend, 2100, 102, /Ryutsu, 1.018.700, 50,935. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals mastered. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki. Soul points, 1290. Both of them were scared shitless as they didn't know how strong they will be and had many questions such as, will they have their release form like from his memories or not, because it's way too early. Then again they changed history, again and again, they had no idea. Still they had to do it, and this tension was killing them even if he didn't show it. It was then that the one who broke the silence was the one with the letter R meaning roar, and charged at him. He crossed his arms like a guillotine attack, and from there you could see light gathering. After a second he let out a loud ruh and opened his hands, propelling countless arrows so tiny like nails scattering at every direction. As he was about to dodge, someone appeared in his face. It was the T-girl meaning Thunderbolt, and smashed a fist in his face. Too bad she hit air, as he had entered the door behind him, and appeared above her head. Sora, Hado N.4. Before he could finish his words, flames came out for him, almost burning him, and the one who fired them was the H meaning heat. As he thought he got him, he was shocked to see that something invisible was blocking his flames. It was a revolving blade spinning in front of the MC, creating a shield as he backed away. Sora, damn it, 2 moves and I wasn't able to get a hit. Kangdu, is it okay to be distracted? Sora, fuck. Sora was attacked from behind, hitting him in his back, making him crash on the ground, while the one who attacked him was I meaning Iron. He frowned as he didn't felt a hit, and when he looked down there was nothing but rumble. The MC had vanished. 50, Chapter 50, A Battle of the Edges 2. Clouds of smoke were raised in the ground by our MC, who was smashed by a punch in the back. They waited quite a bit for them to be cleared, only to see rumbles. Our MC had vanished. They were startled at first, but as they remember his unique ability to appear and disappear, they were on high alert. MC, on the other hand, was hiding inside the doors, panting heavily, trying to catch his breath from that scare he had. That son of a bitch went behind him, and when he hit it, shattered the unseen door with a brute force, caused our MC to fly towards the ground. It was then he instantly made a new door in front of him, making him vanish before he hit the ground, but the fucking air pressure from his brute strength shattered the second one as well and smashed the ground. If it wasn't for the debuffs of his spiritual domain, he would never have enough time to dodge, even if he had 3 times his current level. Can't get a hit, they haven't released their power yet, with only 3 scenes I was forced to run, heh. We will die. Feeling down, he heard Ichigo in his mind. Ichigo, Sora, use me, use my Bankai. Although I haven't formed it yet, our power is still there waiting for us to sink our Ryutsu. Sora, never, even if we died is the worst case. We have 2 shards of history, one of us with our memories intact will go back and prepare at a much faster rate. Sora, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Tengoku Akumatsuki, it's time to go fight. If we don't, we will lose far more than returning to our start line. Our prides. Sora, therefore Ichigo, bear this with me. Hearing Sora ready for an all-out battle with his life on the line for one of them to survive, Ichigo could only accept the reality that this will be a battle to live. He closed his eyes and after a few seconds he opened them and 4 different lights could be seen Indiana them confirming his resolve. They moved with their hearts dead set kill or be killed. They vanished from the void and appeared on the ground. He took his sword from the middle handle, channeled his maximum amount and unleashed a fury of attacks. Sora, Tengoku no aim, Heavenly Rain. 4 huge Reishi balls appeared on his sword and when they realized he was on the ground they saw thousands upon thousands arrows flying to them. Some were after them, others missed, others were trying to mislead them but none could make a critical hit. The 4 of them were dodging in every way possible they could. It seemed to them that doing that was a breeze, only those individuals knew that it was way too hard because they realized how much underestimated him. They could feel the power behind the attack. Each arrow was like a Getsuga Tensho, simply deadly. Not only that, as they were dodging the arrows were aftering them from all directions and the reason of that was the formless doors. It made the arrows teleport from behind in front, from above them beneath them and the vice versa. In time small wounds could be seen on them. 51, Chapter 51, A Turn-Off Events. As the volley of arrows continued to rain down on them causing them to be inflicted with small wounds, Urahara and Ishin were shocked at his fighting ability. But they knew they couldn't help him right now as they had to keep Masaki, Yuzu, and Karin alive. Meanwhile Sora was frustrated that he couldn't land a solid hit. As he fired and fired all the arrows he had created, a loud was heard. It was the with the R meaning roar that was roaring in pain. As he was dodging he stepped on an invisible lotus burning to ashes his right leg. It was then that all of them got distracted and a cold light flashed by RMC. He changed the projection of all doors towards him and all arrows vanished and appeared at point blank from his body. With no time to react, he was smashed by hundreds of arrows, critically injured him. The other 3 were stunned. They had now remembered that he had released a Kido-like lotus floating in the air and they had ignored them as they were dodging the arrows. Cold sweat was drenching their backs. They looked at each other and agreed on one thing: no more holding back. Their Ryutsu spiked as the worst nightmare of MC was coming to hunt him. They had finally released the traits of their letters. Candace Catnip, T the Thunderbolt. Bang! Her Ryutsu exploded, turning it into yellow thunder, covering her body, shredding her clothes, healing her wounds and created a new armor of thunder along with 2 shining wings that were formed behind her. Kengdu, I the Iron. Bang! His Ryutsu exploded, turning his body into a metal-like color, healing his wounds and created a new armor on his skin, a thick plate of metal along with 2 heavy wings that were formed behind him. Bazzb, H the Heat. Bang! His Ryutsu exploded, turning his body into a fire conductor, healing his wounds and created a new reddish skin that anything that touched it will burn, and 2 flaming wings that was formed behind him. Sora, when he saw that, he stopped firing. Either way, almost all arrows he had created earlier were almost depleted. He was afraid. He started trembling at this sight. He was now living a hellish nightmare. One that had no return, and at the same time he was excited because these forms were a downgraded version of when they appeared in the Thousand Years Blood arc by a far cry. Sora, hey, now you finally decided to play hard? I told you came at me with full strength, otherwise none of you will leave alive. Bazb, you're a strong kid, but you're just that, a kid, nothing more. Kengdu, as a form of respect for your strength, you asked about the Quincy's. Since you are also one, I will answer that. We have stripped of their soul along with the trait of our king to help him consume them and regained his lost time. Those words were like a bomb in their ears. Both Sora and Ichigo thought the same. Their souls. Why, whack, the ones you try to absorb are my mother and little sisters, you piece of shit. It was at that moment a sound was heard both in his mind and in the surrounding. Then if I kill you, my mother will come back. System, ding. Emergency quest updated. 52, Chapter 52, A Hated Alliance. Then if I kill you, my mother will come back. System, ding. Emergency quest updated. The forces of Wandenreich has reached the Karakura town. Updated into. The forces of Wandenreich has taken hostages of all impure blood Quincy's. Condition 1. Kill all Wandenreich, 1/5. Condition 2. Free all souls currently captive. Time limit, 3 hours 50 minutes. Rewards, 20 levels /5x creation of books /1 complete Hogyaku /20.000 soul points. Sora and Ichigo were stunned to see the new quest along with who had appeared before them, declaring that he would kill them to save his mother. It was none other than the arrogant Ishida Uriah. He had a scary face full of killing intent, and at the same time, you could see in his eyes a incomparable hate for them. Sora spoke in his mind. Turns out that tragedy happened in this life as well, but this time instead of 3 Quincy's that had survived before we change history now, only him remained. Not to mention that in this timeline he lost his sisters as well. Kengdu, so pure blood, how did you manage to evade our network? Bazb, just an arrogant prick who has delusions of killing us, but I'll burn that head of his and turn it to ashes. Before someone says anything else, a flash of thunder went right through them towards Ishida. In a split second, he took out his bow and fired an oversized arrow that clashed with the thunder, creating shockwaves everywhere. Sora didn't want to miss that tiny window and fired a Tengoku no aim, Heavenly Rain, keeping the other two in check while Ishida was fighting the girl clad in thunder. It was his second one and he had to do something to kill one more of them. It was then that a sudden chill froze his mind and was thinking. Why did the system say kill 1/5? At that moment he realized that the R hadn't died but was unconscious from being gravely wounded. He tried to think of a way to kill him before he wakes up and after a while, he found a way. Sora, spiritual soul clone revolving heavenly Rishi blades. He replenished his blades that have dissipated in the crossfire and created a clone to go through the doors towards the weak Quincy who had lost a leg and had a few holes from his arrows lay down on the ground. While his plan was starting to lay out towards his winning side, Ishida was having trouble keeping up with her speed. As Candace Catnip was playing with him, Ishida was trying to think of a way to bind her down. He was running and firing, again and again, causing no damage to her while he was slowly gaining wounds over his body. They heard a sudden They all stopped moving, especially the three adversaries. They looked towards the source of it only to be feeling with anger and sadness. They saw 6-7 different colored swords impaling him on the ground with blood oozing of him as he remained with no life in its eyes. Before they managed to realize what happened, Sora had already informed of a few ideas in Ishida through the clone that had killed their opponent. The answer he got was expected. Ishida, I hate Shinigamis and will never work with them. But you are also human and Quincy, therefore, I will make an exception, just this one. And so the alliance between them began, not liking each other, hating each other with so much hate gathered in their eyes and hearts for messing with their families. The hated alliance was formed. 53, Chapter 53, A Critical Hit. Sora, had 2 down 3 to go, but no worries, we'll send you to the afterlife as well. Ishida, if you think I'll help you keep dreaming, I'll kill you along with them. Sora, what did you say, 4 Eyes? Having a fight. In the middle of a fight they kept firing at them to keep them at bay. Sora was firing towards every direction to trap them with his doors and make them step on the lotus, while his clone with his revolving blades was waiting hidden deep within the void of formless doors. And Ishida was firing towards anyone who was left unguarded by their own mistakes. Which was a huge one, as they stopped when the roar was heard and got trapped again in a volley of arrows in a landmine of lotus. As they had the winning side, something unbelievable happened to MC. He started trembling and spit mouthfuls drops of blood, shocking everyone who watched the fight or participate in it. He had used 2 overpowered skills than its normal power, damaging his own body. After all, only his Ryutsu was off the charts. When they saw it, Kangdu, Bazbi and Candace Catnip ignored the weakling they had on one side and focused their attention to the one who was the more troublesome. Sora couldn't believe he just messed up his own body all on his own, but that didn't bother him, as even with it he had a slight delay in the arrows but didn't cancel his reign. As he knew with blood on his mouth that in that split second was enough for them to make way. Urahara and Ishin were watching with their nerves tense up the moment they saw him spit blood, and they knew the reason and also that they had lost their edge in this fight. They looked at each other and spoke to each other. Ishin, Urahara, do you think we can support them from here? Urahara, I don't know, they are fighting with opponents far beyond them, but Sora used his 2 Kidos to catch them on guard twice. But now they had learned his pattern and had released their true power. I don't think we have a chance, especially in our condition. Silence fell, and at the same time, they fell into deep thoughts, thinking how could they help them even a bit. It was then that Urahara's mind flashed with a certain scene which left him puzzled. How did Sora kill the one who was far behind with grave wounds? As he was known for his intelligence and his ways to plan 100 steps ahead and another 100 for each failure, he slowly but slowly figured it out. He thought back to Ishin's Getshuga being vanished, and everything that happened started to give him new plans, new ideas, and the key to victory. But Sora couldn't wait any longer. His skill have just been used up and needed a few seconds to charge another rain at the cost of harming Ichigo his sword, but that was enough for them to fire their own unique arrows made from flames, thunder and heavy pressure metals. Seeing these arrows coming for his head, he saw he could avoid max 2, but no 3. All the doors around him have been no more from their Ryutsu element crashing down on him. These arrows were so strong that they instantly shattered the doors upon contact. His clone connection was cut off as the doors got destroyed. He couldn't avoid it, therefore, he decided to take it head on. The thunder arrow reached him first. He blocked it with his Tengoku/Ichigo, but he was damaged as he saw this float in his eyes. 800 HP, not only that, he was paralyzed watching slowly the second one metal arrow coming for his heart. Before it could hit him, a white flashing arrow hit it, changing its trajectory, avoiding it. Ishida, who had been struggling earlier since he was been forgotten, he chose to gather a bit his Ryutsu and fired an arrow so fast it would take one of them. But wasn't expecting this kind of development, and he chose to save Sora, and as he did he despaired once he saw the third one hitting him, leaving nothing but flames behind. 54, Chapter 54, An Op Plan. As all of them watched the flames burn anything they touched to nothingness, despair hit them as they had now become way weaker than before, losing a valuable asset. Kangdu, Bazbi, and Candace Catnip looked at them and started laughing at them, while inwardly they were cursing themselves as they had never thought that physically he would be so weak, straining them for so long under the rain of attacks. Ishin and Urahara couldn't believe their eyes. Just as they had formulated a plan for support, everything went down the drain, leaving them with chills about the future. The one who calmed down faster than anyone, Kangdu, reminded his partners to finish this because they had already stalled His Majesty for long enough. They raised their hands up and their perspectives riotses flared up creating elemental arrows targeting them. Urahara decided then to play his last card. His Bankai, and Ishin decided to also play his Bankai to at least avenge his son and his family. Ishida had collapsed with the previous stunt he pulled, leaving him without riotsu while grieving about not being able to save his family. As all of this was happening, Sora was hidden within the flames. To be more specific, he had used his revolving blades form a very thin hole at the last second beneath him, saving him from getting directly hit but still lost 150 HP, with his last HP being 51 HP, from the pill he consumed. As he was underground, he decided to risk everything in one attack. He called the inventory to see his items and decided what to use. Sora, inventory. System, ding. Opening inventory. 1x double level up pill, 1x complete Hogyaka, 1x unrefined portable GKI clone. 10 Shintai fortification pill, 2x shards of history. The moment he saw his items, he instantly formulated his plan to get rid of them. But before that, he needed to be sure of something first as the clock was ticking. Sora, Ichigo, how many times can you handle an overpowered Tengoku no aim? Ichigo, Guriga, one more will be my limit of your Ryutsu, otherwise what we have gained will be turned to false one. Sora, then use the fortification pill to raise your Ryutsu and slowly match mine. We need at least 2 rains. Fortification pill. It reduces the consumer's health by 30%, raising his intelligence and Ryutsu by 30%. Ichigo, wait, ym. Before he managed to finish, he realized the reason, and it was not just 1. Sora's body was already at its limit in terms of Ryutsu. 2. He won't be the one firing it but me. And the last reason, he will do way He was speechless. He had never seen in any way such a dangerous plan. Sora, no going back now. You will use the GKI clone and possess it, then the fortification pill, and then the rain. I will take care of the last few steps. At the same time you attack. After finished the plan with many argues to be known in the future, Ichigo refined his body GKI and started to prepare for his attack. He took the pill and felt becoming stronger, ready to rumble. 55, Chapter 55, Buying Time Even with Help. As Sora and Ichigo were preparing for the final round on the outside, they had reached a critical point of charging their arrows. Kangdu, ready to pay for your useless struggle against our majesty. Bazbi, I'll burn you to smithereens. Candace Catnip, I'll fry you all bastards. Urahara and Ishin were ready to play their final cards as they saw their doomsday coming for them. Ishida was clenching his fists, making blood come out of them, while Masaki, Yuzu, and Karin were unconscious on the ground. It was at that moment that all three fired their overcharged arrows and both of them got up and almost yelled ban. But they heard something unbelievable behind them. Block it. They didn't have time, as they kind of felt familiar with the voice. They frowned and both of them raised their hands, channeling as much riot so they could. Urahara, TSSSSS Bakudo N.81, Danku. Ishin, Bakudo N.81, Danku. 2 transparent walls were raised, one behind the other, just a tad earlier before the arrows reached them. The arrows clashed on the walls, preventing them to go further, stalling them for a few seconds before cracks were heard from both of them. It was then they heard the voice again. Dance Sodi no Shirayuki. First danced Tsuki Shiro. A huge moon appeared under the walls, emitting cold light, and raised a huge pillar of ice, reinforcing the walls and weakening the arrows, but it wasn't enough. The pillar along with the walls crumbled and only 1/10 of the arrows remained, heading for their hearts. Second dance Hakuren. But before they hit them, 4 lines of snow-like appeared on the ground, creating a blast that clashed with the arrows, nullifying each other and saved them by a hair's breadth. They turned their heads towards the person who helped them, and it was Kukikirukia with a cat on her shoulder, both of them panting by the pressure they got just now. Yuruaki, kiss_Yuk, are you guys alright? Urahara, you're injured. Yuruaki, it was Sora. He drugged me an hour or so earlier and sent me to Tessai, where I woke up. Rukia, it was then that I returned from Soul Society after making my report, only to feel a lot of intense riotsus. Urahara, I can guess the rest. Before they could continue, they were interrupted by the Quincy's in the air. Kangdu, I don't believe the kind of luck you guys have. Bazbi, I'll burn them as well. 1. Candace Catnip, I'll rip the faces of that bitch and the cat. Yuruaki ignored them and started looking left and right for a certain someone. They noticed that and grinned as they told her. Bazbi, if you're looking for that orange kid, I'm sorry he got burned. The other 2 had a happy expression, while all others had a grieving one, making her open her cat-like eyes wide open and little cat mouth open. A deadly silence fell in the area, as if there was nothing there, but those 3 spread their hands again, trying to charge their arrows again, leaving those on the ground in despair. Urahara and Ishin had spent their last riotsu holding the Danku. Yuruaki was injured and paralyzed from the drugs. Ishida was down and Rukia had used almost all her riotsu on the last attack to cancel the previous attack. They were helpless. Little did they know that a pair of eyes were watching up, both from the ground and the skies above them. 56, Chapter 56, A Triple Kill Operation. During their struggle, a pair of eyes from 2 different directions were watching everything, and when everything went down the drain, it was the time to start, so he used what he wanted. Sora, System use on Ichigo unrefined portable GKI clone and fortification pill. System, ding. Host has used items on Ichigo granting him a temporary body and at the same time reducing his health by 30% and raising his intelligence and Ryotsu by 30%. When those items were used, Ichigo who got released with a spiritual soul's clone suddenly got solidified and gained a body plus his Ryotsu got more powerful. Out of thin air, he appeared out of the rumbles and yelled catching everyone one unguarded. Ichigo, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts Tengoku Akumatsuki. Ichigo Tengoku no aim. The moment he appeared he used his Shikai and fired all arrows of his rain towards the sky leaving no room for them to react. Having no choice they turned their half-ass charged arrows towards the rain that went after them. Urahara and the others were left in shock because they couldn't recognize the one who attacked them but a sudden thought hit Uryuki and immediately informed the Uryuki, that must be Ichigo. Sora's Zanpakuto using a GKI. Before Urahara could confirm this, he saw the clash or arrows like fireworks with Ichigo be in the winner side and he started wondering where was Sora. At the same time Ichigo was trying to lead them in a certain spot where many key points lay there that could grant them victory. The arrows of the three Quincy's had already vanished which made them quite pissed off because they couldn't do anything but dodge. The rain stopped and Ichigo started panting. It was then that they saw the three with lots of wounds from barely dodging his arrows, then, in turn, they saw him getting ready for one more. When they felt the danger from the ground as Ichigo was gritting his teeth to fire one last rain they rushed towards him to kill him without hesitation about the consequences. Ichigo was trying his best to steady his sword bow only to realize they had almost reached him and as they were a few meters away he smiled to them giving them the chills and sweat of their backs. Sora appeared at that second above them and used all of his Ryotsu that his body could handle, to activate his counterattack. As they felt something amiss in their backs they turned to see a pair of eyes devoid of anything and when they heard him they felt fear. Sora, visible revolving heavenly Rishi blades. 10 blades spinning around themselves appeared on MC's body like cutting wheels that cut everything were shot towards them and at the same time, Ichigo fired his last rain from below them. As they watched getting pincer attacked by both sides they prepared to take them head on only to be shocked as only Ichigo's arrows hit them on the back while MC's blades passed them hitting the invisible lotus behind them causing a chain reaction of flames and icicles burst in the space around engulfing them. Then MC yelled in his mind as he was falling towards them. Sora, use item 10 Shintai. System, ding. Host has used 10 Shintai able to raise the next attack by 50% of its current power. Sora, and eat this revolving heavenly Rishi blades. Another 10 blades fired at them at almost point blank shredding the two of them in pieces leaving only the iron with grave wounds but managed at the last second to fire his last lifelike arrow piercing MC's heart in the air. Making everything freeze at the sight. 57, Chapter 57, The Last Moments. As Kangdu eyes dimmed he fired his last arrow at point blank giving no time to MC to avoid it piercing his heart. That was a breathtaking counterattack freezing everyone's minds. Kangdu and the other two who had become pieces fell to the ground motionless and after a second MC followed. And crashed on the ground. Ichigo could feel his connection becoming weaker and weaker. He ran towards him and started speaking but MC's mind was already locked by a death chain destroying him for every fraction of a second that passed. Everyone runs towards him as well forgetting the fact that they had won a bitter battle. They had only one thought, he needs to live. As they were trying to heal him and speak to him Ishida was clenching his fists for having watched someone take revenge for him but unable to repay him he left the scene going to see his family if they returned to normal and as he did he vowed to help someone close to him. Having walked a few corners ahead a light pillar was raised from the three towards the sky and countless light bulbs could be seen going to different directions. He realized that Sora saves them at the cost of his life making his vow even more solid. Second by second passed and Masaki, Karin, and Yuzu waked up and before they realized what has happened, Ishin hugged them and started apologizing to them leaving them puzzled. Urahara was trying to heal MC with the only result keeping him a few more seconds alive. He started to spit blood from his mouth and tried to speak to them. Sora, I, see, hi, guho o get ba, ck. Saying these words with blood on his mouth Ichigo destroyed his GKI and he returned to his original body which MC now had only to be shocked by what he saw inside the soul realm. Inside it, Sora was sitting leisurely on the ground and the time around him have slowed down way too much. Sora turned to face him and started speaking to him. Sora, yo partner we did it. Ichigo, we did what you're dying. Sora, are you really that sad? This is a chance for you know. Ichigo, __. Sora, oh fine let the explaining start. System, under host's agreement I will explain this again to the both of you. Ichigo, explain what? Sora, first of all system use the double level up pill and give me my rewards. System, ding. Host has used double level up pill. System, ding. Congrats host for completing emergency quest. Rewards, 2x 20 levels / 5x creation of books / 1 complete Hogyaku / 20.000 soul points. System, ding. Congrats host for reaching level 129. System, ding. Showing new stats. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /H, 14, 35, /level 129 EXP, 5301/4.409.874.260. Health, 1420/Power, 1320/Defense, 1350/INTE Legend, 2500/Ryutsu, 1.022.700. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals mastered. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki. Soul points, 21.290. Sora, quite a nice power up I would say, but that EXP underscore. Ichigo, start explaining. Sora, fine don't yell, go ahead. System, host's actions have brought massive changes, therefore I gave him a door of solution, that is to virtually die at least his body so that he can enter Soul Society. By doing that we can ask from Kokaki Rukia pass a bit of her Zanpakuto power to us in order to heal this body and in turn set the history to a more approachable start. Ichigo, wait, you mean? Sora, yes, no one knows my true appearance except 3 people, you, Urahara and Yuruaki. Ichigo, then if we do that will we gain another Zanpakuto? Sora, no, apart from healing this body my trait will activate and eat the rest, so there won't be the second one, but it will help you stabilize your powers and any damage you have taken in this fight. Ichigo was shocked by the whole plan those two created to somehow bring the history on track again, only at this time he would have his original body back while Sora will form his original one on Soul Society and have 2 ways of comfort for future troubles. 58, Chapter 58, The Last Moments 2. While they were talking about their plans inside in the slowdown realm, outside they had freaked out, especially when Masaki and the little girls learned what happened. Bitter pain run through their hearts that in essence they had not one son and big brother but 2, and they going to lose both of them at the same time. They started crying and got closer and closer to him. And when they saw their brother covered in blood they screamed, and Masaki almost fainted but held on cause she knew it would be the last time they will see each other. Urahara on the other hand, along with Yuruaki, they didn't know which one of the 2 is going to survive, and if someone died will he go to Soul Society. It was then that he got awakened by Sora. Sora, U R A H BLRLRLR. He couldn't finish his name as he had blood coming from his mouth. But he noticed him. He looked at him and with a calm face he asked. Urahara, what is it, you two? He didn't know who was talking, so he asked both of them. Sora, father, Zem, why he, art BRLRLRLRLRLR. Urahara, when he heard that, his eyes opened wide and turned quickly to Kokaki Rukia, who was watching with a solemn expression that all this happened when she was on duty. Urahara, Kokaki-san, use your Zanpakuto and freeze his heart wounds. Rukia, how do I do that? Urahara, stab him through, hurry. As they were talking, Yuruaki noticed his eyes becoming blank and his damaged heart beating ever slower, immediately started panicking. Rukia, wait, if I do that I would have to transfer my powers to him, you know that's a crime in room 46 and Godi I-13. Yuruaki, worry about that later, we will help you lessen the burden on you, now do it. As Rukia was skeptical about it and looked at everyone around with pleading eyes, she eventually gave in and said to them. Rukia, you better bail me out of this. She activated her Shikai, went in front of MC's and Ichigo's body and stabbed his heart, transferring all her power into it. At the same time inside his soul realm sound alarms went off. System, ding. Rukia has transferred her Zanpakuto power to our realm, activating gluttony. System, ding. Gluttony has eaten the power and healed every wound. System, ding. Main quest triggered. Go to Soul Society. Rewards, reconstruction of host's original body. Sora, with this, we will have an advantage over the future battles. I need to balance my Ryutsu with other stats, so I'm going to train, use that time wisely. Ichigo, will you be able to use Shikai and Bankai there? Sora, no I can't, I can only call you only when will we be in THA same realm. As for what I'll use there, since my Ryutsu is off the charge, the first person who will challenge me is Zaraki, I guess. Ichigo, but you don't have its instincts and power, how will you manage? Sora, with the perfect teacher I guess the first. Sora, enough chit chat, it's about time I go. In order to keep the history from changing again, you know who you have to train, right? Ichigo, yeah, no worries, I know. Sora, explain to everyone you think should know about both of us, but don't tell anyone that I went to Soul Society. As he left those words to Ichigo, Sora's form started disappearing, then as if he remembered something he yelled to Ichigo. Sora, and no touching my wife again, you prick. Ichigo raised both his hands, revealed 2 fists and raised then both middle fingers, leaving Sora swearing at him at number at percent number dollar at percent number. 59, Chapter 59, The Aftermath. Ichigo returned from the soul realm and took back his body. At least for now. He slowly opened his blurry eyes and looked at everyone that had almost gone insane. His little sisters rushed to him and hugged him while crying. Isshin and Masaki didn't know who he was since they had long ago informed from Urahara what happened at his awakening, add the words of MC had said to Isshin before the fight. They slightly tremble with fear. Urahara and Yuryuki also watched with suspense in the air, and on a far corner Rukia was sitting on the ground in her Shinigami attire, but it wasn't black but white. She had lost her powers temporary. Ichigo tried to stand up and alarmed everyone because they didn't know he was healed. Ichigo, why have all of you have your mouths wide open? They still didn't know who it was. Then Ichigo said to them. Ichigo, let's go, we'll talk later mom, Urahara-san. They opened their eyes so wide he thought they would be gouged out of their sockets. They had realized it was Sora's Zanpakuto, the original owner of this body, and frowned. They wanted to ask what happened to him but was cut off by him. Ichigo, later. On one of a few tall buildings. Two figures could be seen watching them, hiding away, not wanting to be seen or found by any means. Do you think he will be okay? I don't know. It's been a year since my birthday that my brother gave me a gift which turned out to awaken some sort of power in me, making those two X9-edged snowflakes appear as 6 little fairies. Yeah, for me it was the last few months that my hands started turning red and white. There were two people worrying about Ichigo who saw him fighting with all his might and end up pierced in his heart. That gave them a scare like none other. Little did they know that it wasn't Ichigo but Sora who got taken over Ichigo's body and turned the original into his Zanpakuto. Ever since then I kept seeing giants with white masks and Kurosaki-kun fighting them with a sword in his hand. I also started seeing many souls of the dead and him helping them pass away. Should we go ask him? Wondering about their newfound powers and how they should go about it, someone spoke to them from behind, startling them. What are you two doing here? They froze and got ready to fight, but as the other party finally recognized them he spoke to them. Inu and Sato, what are you doing up here watching in the direct? Now it was his turn to froze and also gave time to the other two turns around only to shocked as well. Inu, Sato, Ishida. Ishida, why were you watching Kurosaka's house? Inu, well. Sato, because we could see the battle you participated and wanted to go and help, but with our strength that was impossible. Inu, so we were planning to go and ask him directly. Ishida-kun. Ishida, how were you gonna talk to him since he died? I saw personally. Ishida had a complicated expression on his face, shocking the other two since they saw him get up and leave with everyone. Both of them, but he's alive. Ishida, what do you mean? Inu, we saw him getting pierced and then a girl in black attire stabbed him. Sato, and then he got up and left. Ishida was speechless. He didn't know what the hell happened after he left from there, but he felt something wrong with this building as he was returning to his home and decided to check it just in case of a merciless attack. Never would have thought he would learn such shocking news. 60, Chapter 60, A New Life at Soul Society. As the three were speechless and wondering what to do, at the house of Kurosaka's everyone had their eyes and ears perk up from what they were hearing from Ichigo. Sora was a wandering soul and 14 years ago he took over his body when he was born, and he protected him from the hollow inside him and from the Quincy part of him, but his Shinigami part of his caught in the crossfire, leaving only him and me because he was stronger than I became his Zanpakuto. He also told them that it was him who discovered Waiwak plan of absorbing everyone's strength, killing them in the process when he would have restored his intelligence, and that was originally 5 years ago. Masaki, then I was supposed to die 5 years ago. Ichigo, not only you. Every Quincy, leaving only 3 with pure blood to resist the absorption. He had altered a bit the truth, but it also matched with what they knew and figured out. Urahara, then what about now since you have become his Zanpakuto? How come you were spared? Ichigo, that's because I became his Zanpakuto. I wasn't born with him as any other Soul Reaper. I may have become his sword Shikai and Bankai, but at the same time I also have my own life. Yuryuki, then what happened to him? Ichigo, I don't know, I'm not certain about the realms of where souls go. Isshin, if I remember correctly there are 3 such realms, right? Urahara, ____AAA Soul Society Hueco Mundo, the underworld, or with another name the Hellverse. Masaki, what do we do? Yuryuki, if he goes to Soul Society, he will form a soul body the moment he steps on its gate, but for the 2 others. As she said that, everyone had a frown on their faces, even Rukia, who was using a Jigai, had a frown, thinking hard on how to solve this. It was then that the bell rang. As Yuzu and Karin didn't understand much, they went to open the door only to see 3 people, a guy dressed in white clothes wearing glasses, a beautiful girl with orange/reddish hair, and a tall guy like a tower standing in front of them. As they didn't hear anything, Ichigo stood up and went to them only to see them having their eyes wide open. Ishida raised his hand and yelled "Kuuuist." As a result he ate a few punches by him. Since they came, Ichigo told them to come in and start asking questions. Left with no other choice, he told the general answers to everything and was shocked when they asked him how to use the powers they manifest months ago. Seeing him in shock, they felt that they accomplished something. Little did they know that the reason for his shock was that Orium originally had 2x6 edge snowflake with 6 spirits, but now it was a 9 edge but still 6 spirits, and Sato his first hand wasn't a red like with black stripes shield hand like originally but a normal hand with red dark red white and black, it's like his two hands have fused into one. Seeing them he went to Urahara and arranged a bitter taste training session for them. As everything was working out for everything to be set in stone as per his memories he got from Sora RMC had reached the Soul Society and already had formed his body with his original appearance. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a main quest. Rewards, reconstruction of host's original body. His appearance was like Ichigo's with more muscle refinement, black hair a little bit longer, a little taller than Ichigo almost 4 cm meaning around 1.78 cm and had blue eyes looking at the scenery. 61, Chapter 61, A Timeline of a Year per Month. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a main quest. Rewards, reconstruction of host's original body. His appearance was like Ichigo's with more muscle refinement, black hair a little bit longer, a little taller than Ichigo almost 4 cm meaning around 1.78 cm and had blue eyes looking at the scenery. System, host has entered Soul Society. System has auto-used complete Hogyaku to refine time with its will. System, time now has been adjusted 1 year in Soul Society to 1 month in the real world. Sora, I see now that's convenient. Sora, if I remember correctly Rukia came May 15th which along with the original one that didn't change and Ichigo with his ko, while passing through the Danga went to Soul Society August 1st. System, host is correct based on that time frame, host has 2.5 months for training. Sora, that means 2.5 years that's kinda hard. Sora, show me everything I have from all interfaces. System, affirmative. System, ding. Opening all interfaces at order. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /H, 14, 35, /level 129 EXP, 5301/4.409.874.260. Health, 1420/power, 1320/defense, 1350/INTE Legend, 2500/Ryutsu, 1.022.700. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Zanpakuto command name? Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki, equals unable to use. Soul points, 21.290. System, ding. Opening skills. Category Kido. Heido. 1. Heido Arts 4, Byakurai. 2. Heido Arts 31, Shak Keiho. Incantation, Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, Ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. 3. Heido Arts 91, Senjo Katenteho. Incantation, limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Diseased Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Bakudo. Kaido. Custom. 1. Bakudo Custom N1, Formless Doors. Incantation, creation of nothingness everlasting void energy yin and yang seen and unseen make everything appear and disappear. 2. Bakudo Custom N.2, Mirrors of Eternal Hellish Lotus. The user fires from his fingers countless small lights which in turn they become lotus flowers with some of them could be seen others are hidden and many are transparent. Each one of them have a certain ability. Burn to ashes freeze to nothingness space binding confusing illusions time deceleration. Incantation, souls of the Eternal's flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon burning illusion freezing reality hot wind and cold void blend in the everlasting life of man. Category acquired. 1. Spiritual Domain. A domain made with pure Ryutsu anyone or anything that steps on it will have its speed and reaction slow down by 200%. 2. Spiritual Mind. A mind that has been trained to the extreme limits when someone has learned spiritual domain host reaction speed increases 200%/200 points in intelligent. 3. Spiritual Soul Clone. A clone made by Ryutsu and the thoughts of hosts that can remain hidden inside the environment. A soul clone has the half stats of the host. If clone is within domain he has 75% of host stats. 4. Revolving Heavenly Reishi Blades. Blades that created from Ryutsu that rotate around themselves revolving around host's body they can be visible and invisible and be used for both defense and offense. Current blades, X10 slash within domain, 10% increased speed 10% sharpness. System, ding. Opening store. Accessories slash medic pills slash weapons slash battle form slash keto arts slash update. Soul points, 21.290. System, ding. Opening inventory. 0x double level up pill 1x complete Hogyaku 0x unrefined portable Jigai clone 2x shards of history 0x Tenshintai 0x fortification pill 0x quin pill 5x creation of books. System, ding. Opening quests. Main. 1. Defeat Zaraki Kenpeki. 2. Save Kukaki Rukia from execution. 3. Defeat Byakuya Kukaki. 4. Beat Aizen Sosuke. Sub. 1. Enter Shinigami's Academy and graduate within 1 year/1 month. 2. Rise to second or first seat within 1 year/1 month after graduation. 3. Train Retsuo Nohana for the upcoming battles. No time limit. 4. Ask Yoryuki into taking a bath with you in Soul Society. 5. Spend points in the store. Sora was shocked down to his core. What the hell is those sub-quests, and what the fuck is going on with the second command name? 62, Chapter 62, Entering Academy. As Sora was watching what he has to do right now along with his stats, inventory, and everything, he was shocked at how fast must he rise in ranks and become at least second seat within 2 years. That was his least of problems when he saw a second Zanpakuto being displayed in front of him, and what else he could do? He started venting for answers in his favorite guide. Sora, system, didn't you said that since I had integrated in Ichigo at first that my Zanpakuto will have a few changes from the original Ichigo? System, host is correct. Sora, then didn't you said that I can choose to create my own Zanpakuto? System, host is correct. Sora, didn't you said that if Rukia saves me with her Zanpakuto, gluttony will absorb its power, making me have no second one? System, host is correct. Sora, then WTF is going on? System, host is an idiot. Sora, $% number dollar and percent explain. System, first of all, host needs to understand that you were integrated into Ichigo, not fused or absorbed. For example, take 2 cubes of ice, melt them together and then freeze them, you will have a more bigger cube, that's fusion, but if you take 2 cubes, melt their edges and stick them together then freeze them, that's integration. System, second of all, host's trait gluttony has eaten the 4 origins essence, creating a unique Ryutsuo exclusive to hosts and fused it into Ichigo, refining him into a self-made original Zanpakuto soul. System, then host's self-made Zanpakuto soul contains 4 traits along with the Ryutsuo gluttony made, but since host has come to the Soul Society and formed his original body from before you came into this world, which resembles 1/5 of Ichigo's final Getsuga form, your trait gluttony started transforming into your very own 100% original born Zanpakuto soul. Sora had fainted from both the pressure of the grounds in Soul Society and from the quests, and also because he took too much information at once. The only thing he managed to say before that, holy shit. When he fainted, a Shinigami was passing by and saw him on the ground. He couldn't feel anything from him, but somehow he knew he was dangerous. He fried his brain hard again and again, thinking what to do, only to give up, and took him towards the academy. After a few minutes of flash steps, he managed to reach the dorms of the academy. He left MC in the room and went to find a teacher to look him up, as he was getting the vibes. When the Shinigami left, our MC had wakened up. It didn't take him long enough to understand where he was, only a few seconds. Since he had nothing to do, he called up his shopping menu. Sora, store. System, ding. Opening store. Accessories slash medic pills slash weapons slash battle form slash keto arts slash update. Soul points, 21.290. He went through everything and found a few things as he wanted, but a bit of pricey. System, ding. Accessories, Ryutsuo eye patch. Able to store up to a million Ryutsuo value over time, and when released it suffocates your opponent, making him slower in all stats 15%. Time limit, 1 minute. Soul points, 5.000. Accessories, Ryutsuo bracelet. Able to store up to a million Ryutsuo value over time, and when released it suffocates your opponent, making him slower in all stats 15%. Time limit, 1 minute. Soul points, 5.000. Accessories, Ryutsuo weight set, 4. As long as a user wears this, it increases permanently the points of leveling up by 10 of each level by straining the body. Soul points, 6.000. Battle forms, Kendo forms. Basic forms of Kendo which the commander of Godi I-13 has developed for the youngsters. Practicing these forms gives you 5 on all stats permanently on each level up except on your Ryutsu. Soul points, 2.000. Battle forms, sword forms. Basic forms of swords that anyone can practice, even humans. Practicing these forms gives you 5 on all stats permanently on each level up except on your Ryutsu. Soul points, 1.000. Battle forms, Kenpeki sword forms. Forms of supreme swordsmanship practiced and created by the first Kenpeki, which name is unknown in the Godi I-13 that has been developed for future title holders. Practicing these forms gives you 50 on all stats permanently on each level up except on your Ryutsu. Soul points, 20.000. Seeing so many discoveries he couldn't help and open his eyes wide open and with mouth forming an O which could be seen saliva drooling. 63, Chapter 63, Getting everyone amazed. Even though he was gasping hard, trying to catch his breath from being too excited, he had already decided what to take, therefore he immediately brought them without a second hesitation. It was then he heard the usually alarm. System, ding. Host has used 21.000 soul points. Remaining 290 soul points. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points gaining 420 EXP. Ignoring the alarms, he lost himself in his overpowered self that he could have been in the far far away future. By doing that he totally missed his chance to sense two people behind him as he was grinning looking at him. They thought he had gone crazy. The two of them got closer and closer, one student one teacher, and when they reached quite close the teacher coughed a few times awakening the MC from his trance, turning his head behind him only to see two Shinigami. Sora, hi there elder. XMMM nice manners. Kid, where are you from? Sora, XMMM from? Where is that? Do you remember why you passed out? I carried you here. Sora, passed out? Aren't I awake? After playing Guess What? For quite some time they released that MC had recently died in the mortal world and had lost his memories, making him appear a little few kilometers away from the academy. They didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky and they couldn't feel the slightest portion of his Ryutsu, and that made them enter into a trance thinking about the reasons they couldn't tell him. Sora was watching them and was laughing inside of him. He wanted to create a genius image so that he can take the highest treatment as possible. No pain no game. Sora, kind elder, what are those lights flashing over there? Being distracted by the Kidos, the other students kept firing in the far away from practice field. They watched MC having shining eyes, wanted to go there. What's your name, little kid? Sora, sky blue, blue. Sora, my name is Sora and I'm not a kid, I'm 14. Both, still a kid. My name is Rei Ingo, I'm a teacher here. An official 10th seat old geezer. And I'm Aaron Nairi, an advanced student here, and in terms of battle prowess I rival the 15th seat. When Sora heard these names and their respective titles as Shinigamis, he was kinda shocked because he didn't know them. They were many that never appeared, not even mentioned in the series, but you knew they did their job, they got. And not only that, he was shocked about their power levels. He thought so weak. One of them was around level 150 more or less and the other was he was around level 235 more or less, but their Ryutsu was so weak, 150.000 and 235.000 value, while he had 5-8 times that amount. Even captains would be wary of him if he released everything he had. Rei, well then Sora, let's go and see what they do. Sora, okay. As they were walking towards the training ground, Sora was amazed by how many were training that never appeared, never made a debut. Probably they were killed on normal missions or they realized they're not made for this. He saw countless Kidos flying left and right and thought of something. He raised his hand imitating what they were doing and everyone started laughing at him for being a newbie, but in the next instant, they had their eyes popped out. The same type of Kidos they fired earlier started flying non-stop from his hand, hitting every target. When he finished he turned to the teacher who still had eyes wide open. Sora, does that count as me winning the fireworks? Silence fell on the field and on a corner a figure was standing there watching everything with amusement towards the future. 64, Chapter 64, A Thousand Years Genius. As they saw his performance each from their own perspective, they all thought, we gotta teach this kid. It was at that moment that Sora heard the alarm and thought, what now, with a happy like poker face on the outside. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Enter Shinigami's Academy and graduate within 1 year/1 month. Rewards, 2x double level up pill /5.000 soul points /20 levels. He almost choked himself right on the spot by the rewards he was getting, embarrassing him in front of others, but they thought it was because he killed all targets. Rei and Aaron were still shocked because they still couldn't tell his depth despite his barrage of firing. It was the same for the hidden figure in the corner. The figure stopped hesitating and stepped forward walking towards him. When Rei and Aaron saw who had appeared without them realizing it, they got a heart attack. Everyone saluted him and Sora was puzzled about their behavior until he heard a very familiar voice behind him. A very interesting play was held here. He froze and started sweating. It was his worst nightmare. Out of a million jackpot tickets he took the worst of all. Say, little guy, would you like to attend the academy here and learn more about those lights? Sora, Mr. Your name? Aira, where are my manners? I'm captain of the 5th division in the Godi I-13 Sosuke Aizen. Sora was screaming inside of him for getting the end stick and end up being targeted by Aizen, but he didn't show it in the least on his face. On the contrary, he put on a smile and said to him. Sora, yes, I would love to. My manners, my name is Sora. Xylan Sora. Aizen, then from today forwards you a student here. Rei and Aaron regretted not moving a bit faster, they could have made some merit in their records. Sora, cool. Aizen, now then little guy, no, little Sora, let's see what your future holds in this place. As he left behind these words, Aizen vanished from the grounds, letting our MC get a breather. Sora finally looked a bit serious, getting everyone to mistaken him hungry for knowledge, but in reality, he realized that they were many individuals who must be noted. Rei, come on Sora, let me show you where you'll live. Sora, yes. Leaving for the tour of the academy, two figures were behind far away, one was Aizen but the other was someone who always schemes like a fox. Captain, why did you do that? Aizen, are you worried Jin? Jin, I'm just curious, that's all. Aizen, if I had to justify my actions it would be that the slightest riotsu I felt from him reminded me of the failed experiment when I tried to surpass Urahara. Jin, you mean that? Aizen, yes, that Hogyaku I failed to create. Well, only time will tell if I was right or not. Having a small conversation between them and leaving it at that, they finally left, making MC, who had his guard up, relaxing easier than before, focusing on his goal up ahead, grab a few boobs. No, it should be MOFU a few asses, but the biggest problem was which one? 65, Chapter 65, 6 months of epicness. Since day 1. Sora had started his training on the ways of Kidos, learning everything from scratch as he knew nothing on them, only what he had watched from before. He managed to find all 3 types of Kidos and started to study and trying them. Within 2 months he had caused an uproar when the casual test advisor came to see their true ability, which surprising enough it was Aizen. He was shocked to see Sora mastering all 3 Kidos from N.1 to N.30 and execute them flawlessly to the point of instant cast. There existed a few Hados, Bakudos, and Kaidos he currently knew, but didn't know the incantation to them, and when he asked the system the answer he got left him speechless. System, I only know what you know and what all worlds know from being released in the surface, but for those under it hosts need to find them himself, updating the database of the Bleach system. He also learned that the 3 types had subcategories as well, making the system update the current skills interface to match it, and at the same time, he learned that many of them were lost in the ages of time, never to be recovered, hidden from the face of the earth. Sora, system, show me all Hado arts I have learned so far. System, ding. Opening skills. Category Hado. 1. Hado arts 1, show, thrust. Incantation, begone from me. Description, pushes the target away from the caster by a few feet at bala speed with a small blast of energy directed from an index finger. 2. Hado arts 2, Ken, tug. Incantation, draw them to me. Description, the opposite of show, this causes a sharp tugging force on the target towards the caster at bala speed. If unrestrained and off balance, this can carry them a significant distance at equal advantages. 3. Hado arts 3, shot token, shotgun. Incantation, pierce through the enemy. Description, from one's fingers, this shoots forth a hailstorm of tiny balls of energy like a shotgun blast at bala speed, with a conical range limit, 15 m in length and 3 m width. 4. Hado arts 4, Byakurai, pale lightning. Incantation, broiling black, fervent heat, be rejected. Description, the user gathers high-density Ryoryoku, which they discharge from both hand. Alternatively, they point at their target with their index finger and generate a concentrated bolt of lighting towards them. Its speed is x.1.5 faster than a bala, unique to it. 5. Hado arts 6, Hyosekai, hailstone. Incantation, the bitter chill of winter marks your demise. Description, the user raises one hand to the sky and numerous, icy hailstones the size of one's head rain down on the opponent from a small cloud at bala speed. 6. Hado arts 9, Hishuran, grasping flame. Incantation, the wallowing lotus pitifully clings to its ashes. Description, the user lashes out with their hands at the enemy, creating orange flames that crawl onto the opponent's skin at bala speed if contact is made. The flames slowly eat away at the flesh of the opponent but are easily put out. 7. Hado arts 11, Tsuzuri Raiden, bound lightning. Incantation, voltaic river, follow your course and charge. Description, the practitioner generates an electric current through any object they touch, which damages anything or anyone which is in contact with the object the current runs through. It runs through at bala speed. 8. Hado arts 15, Ikiran Byakurai, pale lightning chain. Incantation, carry the arched fool to the gates of torn hearts. Description, fires a stream of electricity at the opponent at bala speed which skips between targets that are within close range of one another. This can have a maximum of 5 affected targets. 9. Hado arts 17, Cause no Torrento, wind torrent. Incantation, wailing princess, guide forth death's final breath. Description, a whirling blast of wind sets forth from the user's hand. The burst is a short compressed block of wind at bala speed, but it can travel a great distance without its power fading. At any range, should this strike, it slams into the opponent like a steel hammer. 10. Heido Arts 22, Suamayaku, Water Pulse. Incantation, Sujin, Ruler of Water. The moon shines down on you, giving her blessings. Cast your wrath upon our foe. Description, shoots small surfs, waves, 1 m in width towards a target along the ground, at half-bala speed. 8 surfs can be shot in total at an interval set by the caster. The longer the interval, the higher the concentration to eventually fire it is needed. 11. Heido Arts 26, Heidenko, Red Lightning. Incantation, Rajan, Mighty God of Thunder. I call upon thee. Lend me thy hate, fury, and anger. Description, a variation of Heido number 4, Byakurai that exchanges range for power, turning the lightning produced red in color. As the range the caster attempts to use Heidenko increases, the spell loses potency, becoming totally ineffective past 15 meters. It fires at half-bala speed. 12. Heido Arts 28, Katetsu no Aim, Steel Rain. Incantation, Fall, Bringers of Death, for you shall empower my conviction. Description, this is a spell that involves enveloping the air with energy into a circular cloud, which makes it slightly easier to detect. Once the energy bursts, steel needles fall down upon the enemy at half-bala speed, piercing the opponent like a katana. 13. Heido Arts 29 Hokosho, Lance Thrust. Incantation, the Tempered Lance, forged in the fires of purgatory, the harbinger of Azura's fury. Rend through the heavens and strike down your foe. Description, a more offensively oriented version of Heido number 1, Sho. A silver lance of Ryutsu is formed and then vaulted at the opponent, surrounding itself in whirls of wind. The wind hits first at bala speed, knocking the opponent back at equal advantages but doing no tier damage. The lance flies at half bala speed and does the tier 3 damage. 14. Heido Arts 31, Shak Keiho, Shot of Red Fire. Incantation, Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, Ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Description, fires a ball of red energy the size of a head at x50 speed at a target. 15. Heido Arts 91, Senju Katenteho. Incantation, limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Diseased Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Description, summons 5 spears of light that are all fired at the same focal point at 0 speed. The culminating explosion is 25 meters in radius. With incantation you can summon 10 spears of light and the radius is doubled to 50 meters. Too bad for him that in order to update his skills interface he needed to use his last complete Hogyaku making eyes and feel something in the atmosphere, a familiar feeling for him, and as he tried searching he got nothing, only surprised to see Sora's progress in these 2 months. 66, Chapter 66, 6 months of epicness 2. Being satisfied with his current interface he started checking the other columns separately, because the list for all of them was way too long. That's why he used his last complete Hogyaku to make the skills interface from 1 window to 6 ones: Heido window, Bakudo window, Kaido window, Yunnan Arts window, Self-Made Arts window and Final Acquired window. Sora, now show me Bakudo Arts I have learned so far. System, Ding. Opening Skills. Category Bakudo. 1. Bakudo Arts 1, Sai, Restrain. Incantation, Unknown. Description, locks a target's arms in place behind their back. 2. Bakudo Arts 4, Hainawa, Crawling Rope. Incantation, Unknown. Description, an energy rope entangles a target's arms. 3. Bakudo Arts 7, Ashigarami Himo, Leg Lock Cord. Incantation, the 3-headed dog of Diswales. Show your teeth and aid in the unraveling knot. Description, thin cords of shining white Ryutsu burst from the ground and wrap themselves around the victim's ankles, trapping them there. The execution of this Kido is fast, but the cords can be broken out of with minimal effort. 4. Bakudo Arts 8, Seiki, Repulse. Incantation, Unknown. Description, creates a round shield that seems to temporarily paralyze and repel whatever strikes it. 5. Bakudo Arts 9, Gaki, Strike. Incantation, Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Description, engulfs a target in red light, completely paralyzing them. 6. Bakudo Arts 9, Horin, Disintegrating Circle. Incantation, Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own throat. Description, causes an orange-hued tendril with spiraling yellow patterns to erupt from the user's hand and attempt to trap a target. The end of it remains in the hands of the user, allowing them to control the path of the tendril before and after capture. The Kido is able to connect with another one of itself if both have captured a target and bind them together. 7. Bakudo Arts 10, Komori Yori Yomi, Bat out of Hell. Incantation, Guardian of the Sky, I seek sanctuary. Description, a white hole appears above the caster, who jumps through it. The circle shoots across the sky at amazing speed, of which even Shunpo would have a hard time of keeping up with, transporting them to another location, but can go no further than a 10-mile radius. Cannot be used in combat. 8. Bakudo Arts 12, Fushibai, Ambush Flare. Incantation, unknown. Description, creates a Ryutsu tripwire of sorts that can be spread out like a large net. Any spiritual being who comes into contact with Fushibai becomes bound to the net. The caster can detonate Fushibai at any time, creating a widespread explosion that produces a bright flare of light. However, the explosion is relatively weak. Hinamori Momo uses this Kido in conjunction with Shak Keiho to create a larger, more potent explosion. 9. Bakudo Arts 14, Hibiku, Resound. Incantation, 3 chimes, rattling bones, the savage Raijin lets loose his fearsome roar. Description, releases a pulse of electricity in the shape of a dome that extends to a 5-meter diameter, pushing back and electrocuting all who are struck. The execution speed of this Bakudo is among the fastest of all Kido. 10. Bakudo Arts 17, Uragi Sento, Tremor Spire. Incantation, Lumbering Golem of the West. Spit on the name of the fool who rouses you from your slumber. Your rage incites the very earth to tremble in fear. Description, a unique Kido that is completely useless in the air. The ground trembles in a 30-foot radius around the caster and towering spikes begin to randomly shoot out from the ground. The Kido lasts for 3 posts, during which the caster cannot move from their spot on the ground. When the Kido expires, all the spires uprooted from the ground slowly sink back into the earth. 11. Bakudo Arts 21, Sukienten, Red Smoke Escape. Incantation, unknown. Description, creates a blast of red smoke that simulates a ninja smoke bomb. Useful for quick getaways. 12. Bakudo Arts 23, Kosuke Haiki, Crystal Ice Barrier. Incantation, the soul winter bloom sways solemnly in the blizzard but never wilts. Let he who marches along the path of solitude find shelter in this frozen oasis. Description, erects a cube-shaped barrier made of clear, crystalline ice that is extremely sturdy, but quite vulnerable to fire. 13. Bakudo Arts 26, Kyoko, Curving Light. Incantation, unknown. Description, hides the target from sight by bending light. This Kido can completely mask the presence and Ryutsu of the target from detection, but if any other combat technique is activated, this Kido is overwhelmed and broken. 14. Bakudo Arts 30, Shitatsu Sansen, Beak Stab Triple Beam. Incantation, unknown. Description, the user forms a golden triangle with their fingers, after which the tips of the triangle shoot out 3 beams of light that pin the target to one place on a surface, slamming into his or her body in 3 places in a shape of a perfect triangle. Seeing his progress so far in the arts, he was quite happy. At this rate he might really become a captain, but he knew he was still weak to fight them. As he had finished the Bakudo window, he pricked into the others, making him grin with an evil smile, telling everyone around him that he had lost it. 67, Chapter 67, 6 Months of Epicness 3. Sora, System, show me all other arts I have learned so far. System, Ding. Opening skills. Category Kaido. None. System, Ding. Opening skills. Category Unown Arts. 1. Unown Arts 1, Soul Burial, Kenso. Incantation, unknown. Description, presses the base of his Bakuto hilt against the forehead of a soul to send it in Soul Society. 2. Unown Arts 2, Reverse Dimen/Nullify, Hanky. Incantation, unknown. Description, user emits an amount of energy equal to the opponent's art to cancel it out. 3. Unown Arts 3, Mirror Door/Gate, Cumin. Incantation, unknown. Description, a high-class barrier that reflects attacks from the outside, but is easy to destroy from the inside. System, Ding. Opening skills. Category Self-Made Arts. 1. Self-Made Arts 1, Formless Doors. Incantation, creation of nothingness, everlasting void energy, yin and yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear. Description, countless thin doors out of air and Ryutsu that can't be seen unless the caster wants it. Able to draw an attack from one door and redirect it into another door like whack-mole. 2. Self-Made Arts 2, Mirrors of Eternal Hellish Lotus. Incantation, souls of the Eternal's flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon, burning illusion, freezing reality, hot wind and cold void blend in the everlasting life of man. Description, the user fires from his fingers countless small lights which in turn they become lotus flowers, with some of them could be seen, others are hidden and many are transparent. Each one of them have a certain ability. Burn to ashes, freeze to nothingness, space binding, confusing illusions, time deceleration. System, ding. Opening skills. Category acquired arts. 1. Spiritual domain. Description: a domain made with pure Ryutsu. Anyone or anything that steps on it will have its speed and reaction slowed down by 200%. 2. Spiritual mind. Description: a mind that has been trained to the extreme limits. When someone has learned spiritual domain, host reaction speed increases 200%/200 points in intelligent. 3. Spiritual soul clone. Description: a clone made by Ryutsu and the thoughts of hosts that can remain hidden inside the environment. A soul clone has the half stats of the host. If clone is within domain, he has 75% of host stats. 4. Revolving heavenly Rishi blades. Description: blades that created from Ryutsu that rotate around themselves, revolving around host's body. They can be visible and invisible and be used for both defense and offense. Current blades, X10/ within domain, 10% increased speed, 10% sharpness. 5. Sword forms, mastered. Description: basic forms of swords that anyone can practice, even humans. Practicing these forms gives you 5 on all stats permanently on each level up except on your Ryutsu. 6. Kenpeki sword forms, mastered. Description: forms of supreme swordsmanship practiced and created by the first Kenpeki, which name is unknown in the Godi 13 that has been developed for future title holders. Practicing these forms gives you 50 on all stats permanently on each level up except on your Ryutsu. After he had finished checking everything, he was quite pleased, but somewhere deep inside him something was bugging him why he couldn't learn Kaido arts even though he had the records of them. Well, since he didn't know about it, he left it for the future, who knows. Day after day had passed and kept improving at an alarming rate, and eventually, 4 more months had passed. During that time he had completed many sub-quests and gained many SP and AP from leveling up. As many quests had levels as rewards, although it was 1 or 2 max each time, it was enough to make him soar closer and closer to 200 level. He had mastered the foundation of his forms and the evolution of gluttony was still underway, getting closer to perfection with each day. Finally the day of selection had come, where they will go on a mission along with a captain and vice captain to choose for the most promising aide to graduate from the academy. Will MC make it? Stay tuned to the next Dragon Ball Z. 68, Chapter 68, The Mission of Tears. As Sora was passing his days training, leveling and becoming stronger and stronger, the day where the selection began arrived. He stayed here for 6 months and he thought that perhaps it's time to graduate. As he had memorized the records of all Kidos, it was a matter of time before he learned them, plus he had 5x creation of books which he could fuse everything he learned, creating unique skills exclusive to himself. After all, having to check each window every time he learned something, it was a pain in his ass. He went to the academy reception to sign up and try his luck, only to find there Rei and Aaron worrying about something along with a few students he got to know recently and training with them. He saw a little girl looking like 15, but her true age was, well, I'll be killed if I say it. Her name was Nia Rylan. She had black eyes, blonde ponytail hair, a well-developed body around the height of 1.60 centimeters. At first Sora thought she was a bit short for him since he had a height of 1.78, but that didn't stop him from getting to know her. Nia: hey Sora, you are taking the exam as well? Sora: yeah, that's my plan, but why all of you are here? Nia: Rei, Aaron and you two over there. He was speaking to the ones hiding in a corner, not speaking to anyone as they were a very closed type of people, but their abilities were top-notch. Sora still remembers he ate the floor by their hands, and not just once. If it wasn't the fact that he was hiding his true skills and only fighting with them for the sake of getting the hang of instant cast, he would have killed them already. XMMM, the loser who always lose to us is buzzing. Well, you can't call him that now since he's here. XMM, he will be a dead weight to us anyway. Axa, that's true. Nia: number $%, number $% shits, wanna fight? Come on, I'll take you on. Rei: Aaron, there we go again. Sora: what's wrong? Why are they fighting? And why the term again? Ignoring them completely, he turned to Rei and Aaron with a bit of a puzzled face, waiting for them to explain to him what happened. Rei: well, they got in a fight after someone recommended you in a weird-like mission. Aaron: the type that takes place not in the human world but in the Hueco Mundo. Sora was shocked. He never expected that to happen. He actually wanted to go back and mofo his cat wife and see how their training was going over there, but now his plans went down the drain. But then a sudden chill hit him and then he froze. Sora: W_who_I_s, the one who GA_VE such mission. Struggling to say a few words, both of them looked at him with pity but still gave the answer that made him try and auto-quit the recommendation. Rei: Aaron, Captain Eisen. Number at number, he cursed inside of him and swore to take revenge for taking his time from his wife, but then suddenly something came to him. If he's the one who's recommended me, then who's the one who will supervise us? Sora: who's the one who will come with us? They looked at each other with wry smiles and said to him. Aaron: it's the captain of 12th Division. Rei: along with captain of 4th Division. The last thing he remembers after hearing a madman's name was an angel's name, and as he almost fainted he revived instantly with shining eyes. 69, Chapter 69, The Mission of Tears 2. His eyes dimmed when he heard about the 12th captain but shined when he heard that the 4th captain is coming along. It took him a while to get to himself, and when he did he got confused. Sora, why 2 captains will come with us? If I remember correctly the 12th is of the research department, right? And the 4th of the medic department, isn't that right? Rei and Aaron looked at each other and didn't know what to say. They looked at him with apologizing eyes as they couldn't answer his question. As they were speaking, the 3 others had stopped fighting and walked towards them. Nia, I think it's related to the mission and we can only wait to be briefed about it. Oh, you're so damn lucky to be recommended, unlike us. Sora, why is that? Because you will automatically be elected for the mission. You can't avoid it. You will be something like a vice captain, a step above us for the mission. Sora, and how's that being lucky? Nia, Garo and Wine, you think if you get close to the captains you will graduate for sure despite your effort. Yes, in front of them stood 2 boys with the appearance of 18 years old, both being a bit bulk, one unrefined and the other with refined muscles. The right one with refined ones had a height of 1.70 centimeters, a weight of 70 kilos, red short hair and green light eyes, and the left one had 100 kilos black long hair with blue eyes along with a height of 1.65 centimeters. Both of them looked at Nia and Sora, and even before they could answer they heard a voice from far away, or so they thought, but in reality, it was behind them. Coo, they could do that if they wished to be lab rats for my research. Everyone froze. Rei and Aaron recognized him as they had seen him again in an old mission, but still every time they see his face they can't help to feel chills. Sora was cursing inwardly because instead of a paradise he got hell first. The person in front of him is Mayuri Kurotsuka, the captain of the 12th Division in the Godi 13 and second president of the Shinigami Research Institute. Mayuri, there is always a faster way out to climb up. It depends on your usefulness on why well you will fare out there. Coo. As they were thinking about what they heard, another voice similar far yet behind them, and when they did the smile on Sora grew while on Mayuri's face vanished. Foo, I wouldn't recommend that, as if an occasion arises in a mission and your skills are lacking, what will await you is death on duty. Mayuri, Aira, if it isn't the captain of the 4th Division. What was your name again? Foo, it's Retsu Anohana. Has your brainhead been lost, Captain Kurotsuki? Mayuri, Coo, no, as you can see it's still intact. Anohana, Aira, too bad. Foo. Coo, foo. They both threw daggers at each other while laughing, leaving everyone with tense-up bodies and mind in the presence of 2 captains, with one exception who had an enlightenment as he remembered that those 2 always compete in the scene, especially in poison versus healing. As he felt nothing from the pressure, Anohana was the first who noticed this, and then following was Mayuri. They both smiled at him, leaving him with 2 kinds of feelings, fear and happiness. Anohana, now then Captain Kurotsuki, why don't you explain to them the goal of this mission? Mayuri, Coo, well then you 4 will go with us to Hueco Mundo in an attempt to find a few materials there. We discovered many tiers of unstable space. We have reported this to the head commander guiding us in this situation. As everyone was shocked, afraid and excited at the same time, Sora had a difficult time keeping a poker face of calmness as he heard the system sounding countless alarms. 70, Chapter 70, Emergency Quest again. System, ding. Emergency quest triggered. Prevent both captains from researching and entering any tiers of space. Condition 1, cover any trace of tiers you find with hosts Ryutsu. Condition 2, if any is found by others hide them with formless doors. Condition 3, if they above 2 are not met kill all participants. Warning 1, if host fails at the first 2 and resorts to kill everyone it will affects the history and host WLL become a wanted sinner that will be hunted by all realms to be banished in hell. Warning 2, if host fails at the first 2 and resorts to explore the tiers you will travel to the base of YWAC affecting the history once again. Rewards, 1-2, 20 levels /20.000 soul points /2x shards of history. Rewards, 3, 50 levels /50.000 soul points /Hell's Chain shard. He almost jumped from where he was looking at the sudden quest with the condition, each one was as hard as hell, and without Ichigo he can't use his Shikai, killing 2 captains with one of them being a hybrid of who knows what and the other one being the first Kenpeki of the 13 killers that founded Godi 13. He would rather go and fight YWAC right now. And what's more, that fucking tier belonged to YWAC hideout in the shadows. What the fuck? Anohana had noticed the small change in Sora, while Mayuri went on and on about their duties, which were to fight hollows alone one-on-one with every method they had in order to see in which area they are promising and in which one they are lacking. Anohana then took over, leaving a disgruntled Mayuri, explaining to them the powers of hollows based on 10th seed. In other words, or in Sora's words, it was like this: levels 201 300 equals Soul Reaper 12th seed /6th seed Ajichas around level 230 260 Hey. She also explained that when a Hollow Jillian evolve in Hollow Ajichas they regained their former personalities as souls they were once before, but without heart, and gain certain abilities. Depending on them they can become too easy or too powerful. Anohana, now then, any questions? Sora, I have one, may I? Anohana, go ahead. Sora, on what criteria will we be granted early graduation? Captains, XMNNMM. Sora, for example, what if we encounter more than 4 of those hollow, how do we gain a pass mark? Sora's question nailed the mark in everyone's mind as they had the same question, and wanted the same answer. Waiting for this moment they stared at them. Anohana and Mayuri were a bit speechless. They thought, are they that unlucky that they will counter more than 4? Even so they still tried to answer them, and the one who did it wasn't any of them but another voice and another hell for MC. That's an amusing question with an amusing answer. As all of them recognized him, the students and teachers bowed to him, including Sora, while Anohana and Mayuri were a tiny bit dissatisfied. Rei Aaron, Captain Aizen. Aizen, to answer that kind of amusing question you just posted is simple. You just have to notice 3 things. Time kills the last person standing. Every one of the 4 students thought, in other words, fastest time kill as many as we can and obviously stay alive even if we get ganged up 1 vs 4 or more, be the last man standing. 71, Chapter 71, Entering Hueco Mundo. Sora and Garo were thinking the same thing, and at the same time Sora was trying to figure out what he can do to pass this quest that seems impossible, especially the condition 3. Aizen, well then little guys, let's open the way to Hueco Mundo. Shall we? Captain Anohana, Captain Kuratsuki. Mayuri, let's go. Ku. Anohana, let's be on our way. Aizen, my right hand is the stone that bridges worlds. My left hand is the blade that binds reality. The black-haired shepherd is hung from a chair. Straight as clouds come, and I strike down the ibis. Unknown arts, world tying right, Kaiji. When Aizen finished his incantation, a black ripple appeared in front of them, opening like a mouth of a hell beast, revealing a black space inside, connecting it to Hueco Mundo. Aizen, well then I'm expecting amusing things from your return. Saying his farewell, Aizen left them, making the others a bit more confident. They performed the last check of their condition and looked towards the other 2 captains for approval to walk inside of the gate leading them to success. Mayuri, Aira, let's go, but watch your steps, don't fall, and even if you do you will become an excellent specimen to study from the edge of void. Ku. Anohana, with me in front, the will have a clear path as a certain someone cannot control his riot, so fu. Mayuri, Aira, you are calling me useless. Ku. Anohana, no, just brainless fu. They started bickering again, leaving everyone with wry smiles, and Sora was quite nervous. He couldn't rack his brain to find a way, but was enlightened when he heard the next words of Mayuri. Mayuri, oh ho, then shall we see who will get first with our own methods. My brainless as you say, and your uselessness. Anohana, Aira, what an interesting idea fu. A click switched in MC's mind, his own way, that's right, he had different ways from everyone here. Leaving it at the few ideas he got, he spoke to them. Sora, Captain Anohana and Captain Kuratsuka, can I suggest something? Both captains, XMMM. Sora, how about we go first and try our control of Reishi in the space to create a path? At the same time, you 2 captains can bet on us. We have 4 people here, so you will choose 2 and 2, how about it? Mayuri, oh ho, now that's quite interesting, as Captain Aizen said, very amusing. I'm in, is that right, Captain Anohana? Anohana, yeah, that's quite interesting, so who will you choose, Captain Kuratsuki? Mayuri, easy, those 2. As he said that, he instantly pointed at Wine and Garo, and that left Captain Anohana with Nia and Sora. After that, they decided that the bet stakes for a few minutes but couldn't find something appropriate. Therefore Sora butted in yet again. Sora, XMMM, how about both of you agree to one condition within each other means? They both looked at each other and sighed as they couldn't find a suitable bet, so they nodded at his proposal. Ending it in such a way, they all made their teams. Team 1. Captain Mayuri Kuratsuki Wine Tyrion Garo Fugo. Team 2. Captain Retsu Anohana Island Sora Ri Island. As they created their teams, they also entered the gate towards Hueco Mundo. The gate closed, leaving behind Rei and Aaron, which also left for the academy. And when they did, 2 figures appeared in their place. Captain, why did you recommend him so early? You're really tongue loose today, Jin. Jin, Aira, Captain Aizen, you're playful today. Aizen, no, not at all, I'm just spectating a few pawns to use for the future. 72, Chapter 72, The Race Against the Void. When they stepped inside in the void, all 4 of them, instead of standing in the air, they fell in a free-fall manner towards the bottom. The first one to react was Sora, who used his Ryutsu to create a foothold in the air as he was falling. When he did so, the 2 others, Wine and Garo, did the same, but Nia, as she was falling, she didn't react fast enough and crashed no MC's foothold, destroying it for a second, and everyone saw them falling again. Sora reacted faster this time. He first caught her from her waist with one hand, and then with both feet, he created a double foothold in the void, negating their fall. It was then he heard a ripping sound and a scream next to him. The underpart of the Shinigami's attire, the black hakama or trousers, ripped in his hand from the sudden stop, revealing her underwear along with her ass to him. After screaming for a bit and with a red face, she made a roundhouse performance, kicking him in his face while covering her ass with her hands. The others pretended they didn't know them, while their Captain Mayuri and Anohana had a complicated expression, as they knew how durable their attire was and no matter what, it wanted an incredible force to rip it with a single hand. Sora didn't see any of their expression as he was holding his head, while a number floated in his mind, 100 HP, he was pissed he was kicked so hard he lost health and he actually saves her, she would have become history if he let her fall. He inwardly decided, this bitch will get her nightmares for 100 days, as he looked at her with cold eyes. When she came to her senses she realized what happened, remembering every single detail she couldn't help but blush as she was about to apologize. She saw him looking at her with cold eyes and felt the chills inside her mind. Sora, let's go. Mayuri, well then after a certain someone messed up can we finally begin Ku. Anohana, well it wasn't even his fault, to begin with. Fu. As they got into a fight yet again Wine and Garo were laughing at Sora, while Nia was feeling guilty for what happened. The bickering went on for a few minutes but was interrupted by a sudden power surge next to them. Boom! An explosion was heard and a road of light appeared with a figure running in front leaving everything and anyone behind. Then they heard his voice. Sora, you know, all of you are dead weights. There is a bet ongoing and thank you for standing there laughing like idiots. Eat my dust. Saying these last 3 words as loud as he could he vanishes from sight, leaving every one of them with irritated faces while cursing him inwardly for getting lost. Wine and Garo couldn't swallow this down and yelled at him, while Nia had a red face from shame not only for what happened but also from leaving her behind like a statue. Mayuri, this prick dared to say in my face that I laughed like an idiot. I'll skin him alive. Anohana, I don't think it will be that easy and unless you wish to die don't try anything funny. Mayuri, GGRGRGRGRGXMMM. As he was pissed and heard Anohana he was even more pissed but then suddenly he felt something amiss. He turned and saw Anohana with a serious face and a slightly open eyes. Anohana, look closely towards the path he created and its line density. Mayuri even though he hated listening to others he still looked down and had his eyes spinning from the shock he got. The road that he created was 1 meter wide. At the start of it was standing Nia who was in her own world and the road expanded from that point in miles without losing its light of Reishi or density of it. In other words he was constantly supplying it with Ryutsu maintaining its current form. They both realized one earlier than the other that Sora had reached captain level control of its Ryutsu and in terms of the amount he was at no worse than vice captain. 73, Chapter 73, Arriving and Getting Prepared. Anohana didn't stay dazed anymore. She quickly chanted an uncount art covering Nia, while scaring her and at the same time Mayuri yelled at his 2 followers. Mayuri, what the hell are you ants doing? After him and pass him. When they heard his yell they got scared as they also felt his pressure and created their own roads and started using Shunpo non-stop to catch up to him. Nia, on the other hand, felt a bit weird inside the golden box but then she felt something on her back, the black hakama or trousers got restored and the cage vanished. The only thing she saw was her captain standing in front of her on top of the road Sora created and was astonished. Nia, Captain Anohana, where did everyone go? Anohana, they left to go ahead. I stayed and healed your Shinigami clothes. Now it's time to leave as well. You wouldn't want to stay behind in his shadows. Hearing that Nia could only nod her head and both of them dashed ahead with Shunpo. While everyone was trying to catch up with him. Sora, on the other hand, had already gotten out of the void and arrived in a white desert. He had his memories so he knew the path but above all else, he had his guide, reaching first with time to spare. Sora, well then system scan the area for tears. System, ding. Scanning. Found 235 tears. Sora, Guagig. Sora was speechless by the amount of the tears. He suddenly felt that the mission became even more difficult. He had to hurry and scatter numerous formless doors around him before the others get here. Sora, let's do it. Creation of nothingness, everlasting void energy, yin and yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear. Self-made arts 1, formless doors. He used all of his Ryutsu his body could handle and summoned 500 doors, placing them in order and evenly spread around him without anyone being able to notice that something was there. He then used his spiritual soul clone to create a clone that went for a scout in order to find their exact location and lock them within the doors. After the clone left he sat down to rest, and after a few minutes all the others arrived, seeing a white scenery with black night, and on a rock, there was sitting the one who made them really eat dust. Sora, finally I'm waiting for 20 minutes here. Everyone was pissed at him, thinking how the hell he got here that fast while they encounter many issues in the void like the void storms, Reishi dispersal and many more. Anohana had her eyes wide open at him, thinking that even with these problems they faced his path was untouched. If it wasn't for this even her and Mayuri would have problems passing and arriving here. Mayuri, on the other hand, his face had turned green from all of this. His eyes started spinning and shaking around like a madman from his anger and shame, and the worst part, he couldn't do anything at all. He knew that what he did was something he couldn't do at all. Both of them realized when they faced the issues that they had underestimated him earlier, his true strength rivals that of a captain both in control and the amount of Ryutsu. While Wine, Garo, and Nia were panting and sweating from fear and tiredness, had their eyes popped out was that the guy who couldn't use a single Kido 6 months ago. 74, Chapter 74, A Battle Genius. Sora was watching them with a calm face as they were dead tired from running while he had prepared for future problems. At the same time he could tell the animosity Mayuri had and the surprise expression Anohana had. He thought no matter, no biggie, eventually I would have to train her and Fu. No, help her, he ignored them and started walking forward making everyone frown. Nia, wait, we _re half are you going? Sora, xmnmm to fight maybe. The one who stopped him was Nia who was dead tired and pale and panting trying to catch up with everyone especially her partner, but when she heard the latter one's next words she was godsmack in her face not only her the other two as well. Seeing their expression he sighed. Sora, you guys rest otherwise you'll die without even knowing why. When they heard the serious tone of his voice that contains not a bit of mockery shame welled up inside them as he was right. Sora, Captain Anohana can I go? Throwing the ball in his captain he waited for her to nod but what happened next was out of his imagination he heard both captains in an alarm at the same time. System, ding. Spiritual soul clone was destroyed. Anohana, no need for you to go as we have already company. Mayuri, Ku it turns out your luck was quite good not to encounter anything for tops 20 minutes here all alone. Ku if you become mincemeat I'll see what's so special about you. Sora frowned and looked at the far desert, seeing huge figures moving inside the sand if he remembers correctly it was a hollow Ichigo and Seo had problems with it. The others were trying to stand up and get ready for battle as he saw that he released a small amount of his Ryutsu crushing them into the ground he was still looking at the ones who were coming when his voice drifted in their ears. Sora, rest. This one doesn't count in the bet, as we didn't reach together here so stay down. Saying that he jumped in the air as high he could, he then raised not one not two but all of his 10 fingers pointing in front just as everyone thought he would use Hado Arts 31, Shak Keiho from both his hands they were totally stunned by the sight they saw. Sora, broiling black, fervent heat, be rejected. Hado Arts 4, Byakurai, pale lightning. All of his fingers flashed with blue lighting and got shot out like a machine gun making the night look like a day has come. He freaking fired 10 of them, one after another at the hollows on the ground under the sand, and when they reached them, they smashed at them, the rock and sands were melted leaving a burning field. Shocked by what they saw and even the captain's eyes were wide open by the sight, little did they know that he had used his doors inside the sand to redirect his attacks directly on their bodies but none could tell, they saw him landed on the ground and in a split second he dashed forward with countless shunpos leaving after images behind and arrived directly above them. Sora, Raijin, mighty god of thunder. I call upon thee. Lend me thy hate, fury, and anger. Hado Arts 26, Hidenko, red lightning. The lighting in his hand has turned red from light blue and was fired from above the hollows at almost 15 meters gap causing the already melted area to burn brightly like a bonfire. As they thought he did it they heard a loud ruh getting further and further away but they were less than what they could tell were coming from them meaning Sora had killed half of them at most. 75, Chapter 75, Drawing Attention. Sora landed on the burning field and returned back, seeing everyone having glittering eyes and at the same time fighting intent. But Sora was having a terrible mood which everyone could tell but didn't know why. Mayuri, Ku you missed your target with your flashy fireworks. Ku. Anohana, but still killing so many Jillians in such a way you could say it's not your merit. Or it is half your merit. Fu. Both of them hit a nerve in Sora's mind, and everyone else were confused seeing all of them asking for answers. Sora sighed and gave them what they wanted. Sora, I used 10x Hado Arts 4 to burn the sand around them inflicting countless burns in them, but wasn't enough therefore after that I discarded accuracy and range for power and fired it to kill the hollow Aegis who was hiding beneath at least gravely injure it but who knew it would use the wounded Jillians to take the hit and critically survive my Hado Arts 26, Hidenko, red lightning. PFFFFXXXXX laughter was heard from the three and each voiced their own opinion pissing MC even more than he was already was. Whine, AXAAXXXA what a genius letting your prey get away. Garo, PFFFFFXXXA yet truly a battle genius of idiocity. Nia, giggle. Nia was trying to hide her laughter with both hands, but if you looked closely you could see tears in her eyes she was laughing inside her way too hard. Sora, number dollar oh I see I should have let them come so I can see how you were going to handle this. Everyone shut their mouths at this. Yes. How could they fare in the situation could they do the same thing as well there was only an answer. No. Sora, since you guys have rested somewhat let's go. Although they hadn't rested at all and what Sora said was a white lie they couldn't stay on one spot since the fight may attract other hollows weaker or stronger. Sora started walking towards where his clone was destroyed and find out what happened at the same time, in the other side of the desert. A girl with blonde hairs could be seen looking quite angry. Someone had entered her turf and when she tried to see who had the galls he could see a visible projection that could touch speak and everything he did was shocking to her eyes. Eventually, he didn't stop and went deeper and deeper she tried to warn him over and over to no avail and ended up fighting him giving her quite a bit of a hard time before killing him, it was then that she saw him disappearing like a ghost leaving behind his words. Sora, I'll be back. When he disappeared she thought he escaped from her hands and that pissed her off. After a few seconds from the fight ended, 3 more figures appeared next to her. It was a girl wearing white clothes always having on sleeve in her mouth, a girl with dark skin and long black hair, and a girl with short hair and 2 different eye color. They looked at her wanting to find out who did she battle to raise her right so that much at the point of them felting it. Someone invaded this place we rested and I took care of him. He must have been quite strong. Well, no matter, he's dead. But still, to have the audacity to come here, tss. Actually he's pretty much alive. He escaped at the last second or he wasn't even here in the first place. Someone escaped their queen's hands. 76, Chapter 76, Emergency Quest of the Trio. Since the clone had been destroyed he didn't get any notification about what happened, so Sora didn't know who had killed his clone but decided to check it anyway. Perhaps it was related to a Tier and Wywak army. They were walking for a few minutes in the endless desert and he wondered how far his clone went and was destroyed. For some reason he felt uneasy, as if had forgotten a valuable memory about this place and what will transpire in the dome way ahead in the future. He asked the system how many tiers his clone had covered within 20 or so minutes and the answer he got left him in despair. System, 10 tiers hidden. 225 tiers remaining. F# at number %, number $%, number $%. He was raining curses in his mind trying to figure something out of this situation. Everyone had almost restored themselves while walking and were on high alert for their surroundings. Captain Mayuri and Captain Anohana were watching the 4 of them and also tried to see if they found anything around them. Anohana noticed the disgruntled face of Sora and narrowed her slight open eyes on him. When Sora felt her gaze he turned his head to her, but before she could ask him what was wrong she saw him open his mouth and eyes wide open. Not only her, everyone saw that. They all looked at the direction he was looking at, only to see a sand cloud rising and 3 figures running towards them as if their lives depended on how fast they will run. When they started getting ready for a bitter fight Sora heard the alarm in his mind, cursing his fate for coming here. System, ding. Emergency Quest 2 triggered. A major figure playing an important role in the final arc is gravely injured with nil chances of surviving. Condition 1, save Neliel 2 Idle Schwank Kid's form. Condition 2, kill all enemies. Condition 3, let none touch her. Rewards, 20 levels /20.000 soul points /1x auto fusing pill /2x shards of history. Warning 1, if Nell dies Urahara's plan will be of no help against the final fight. Warning 2, her skull mask has sustained more wounds than what Neutrogilga caused. Warning 3, there is a 95% of failing Condition 1 and 2 of Emergency Quest. Enforced on Condition 3. Sora's face became pale. He finally knew who the 3 of them were. It was Neliel 2 Idleshwanka, former Espada 3 and former Arankar Dondakaka Burstan and Peshik Wadak along with their pet Bawa Bawa. In reality, you could see 3 of them, but they came closer and closer. One of them was holding a child with bloodstains in their hands, making them 4 figures. Their levels have been halved from been destroyed before and they weren't in their primes. It was then that a light bulb broke in his mind. Shit. Espadas and Arankars already existed before Aizen betrayed Soul Society. He had created them with his own limited half-ass Hogyaku and powered them up when he took the complete from Rukia. Having no time he let out every output of Ryutsu he could, and started emitting killing intent from his whole body, scaring the hell out of everyone and even the captains. From their instinct they made battle preparations, watching him releasing huge amounts of Ryutsu and killing intent towards the direction of Sand Cloud. He burst forward with all his speed, strength, resolution and hopes off all Otaku's dreams in his past life while screaming in his mind. That's my future wife, you freaking Arankars trying to devour. 77, Chapter 77, A Bit of Fighting. While screaming in his mind. You number %, number %, number $, at number $, that's my wife. He burst forward with all his speed, strength he had and rushed with Shunpo towards them. Anohana Mayuri Wine Garonia couldn't find a passable reason for his behavior, but they could tell from the Ryutsu and killing intent he was emitting that is going to be a hard press battle. Nia was the first who waked up from her daze and asked Captain Anohana what they should do. Anohana, we can't do nothing, right now he will be probably arrested. Mayuri, ku, that's right, not only he didn't get permission, but his battle intent is also focused on those behind, the ones who are running. It wasn't difficult for everyone to guess the rest. He was trying to help them escape. A Shinigami helping a hollow? That's a joke. Nia was struggling on what she should do, but Garo and Wine asked Captain Mayuri. Garo, should we go and arrest him? Wine, head, I would love to see his face on the ground. Mayuri looked at Anohana saying nothing at their behaviors and agreed to them to go and bring him back. As they got the okay, they dashed forward to catch him, but after a few minutes, they vanished, leaving the 3 with popped eyes. Nia, WH_@hap_end. Both captains were lost as well, and then they suddenly remember and thought, did they hit a tier and enter it? But that thought went out of the window when they heard a loud crash behind them. They turned and saw the 2 on top of the other. Nia, what happened? You entered a tier and got behind us. Garo, oh you. Wine, ouch, no we D_DNT. Before they could explain of how they got behind to the 3 of them, they heard a voice drifting in the air entering their ears. Sora, move again from that spot and next time I'll rip you to shreds. As he dashed ahead in order to avoid trouble, he created a dome of doors surrounding them. He felt someone enter one of them, and when he sensed who it was, he directed them behind them. He also tried to give a warning to them, but then he thought something and added, "Sora, I'm sorry, that includes the captains as well." Captain Anohana narrowed her eyes when she heard both warnings, but Captain Mayuri got pissed at him and started swearing. "Mayuri, hey you insolent fool, Hado Arts 4, Byakurai, Pale Lightning, get burned by the Kido you used earlier." As he said that, he raised his finger and fired a blue paled lightning going at incredible speeds towards him, but after a few hundred meters it vanished and instantly pierced his own shoulder. Mayuri, Gui grrrr. Catching his shoulder in pain since he put quite a bit of strength in that Kido, he saw blood dripping down and got even more pissed off. At the same time he realized what happened and was a bit stunned. Anohana was also stunned, while the three others had their legs turned into jellies and fell on the ground shaking. It was then that they heard Sora again. "Sora, next time it will be your head." Before he could curse at him and used his Shikai, Anohana stopped him, but before she could speak she heard Sora again, only this time it was so low that only the two of them could hear it. "Sora, oh right, not even the guy you stole your position dares to threaten me." Both of them froze. Time stopped for them because they knew perfectly well who he was talking about. The former captain of 12 Division Urahara Kisuke. 78, Chapter 78, Doubts. As Sora had finished his talking with the captains and put them on checkmate, he was almost upon the four of them. When he reached them, he whispered something to them that caused them to pause behind him while he passed them. "Sora, stop at the rumbles 200 meters behind me and wait for me to heal her." When they heard that and also saw that the one who told them that was a boy wearing a Shinigami's attire, they were conflicted but chose to believe him, as her life was more important to them than details. So they went to the place he told them about and stayed there and whispered between them. "Dondakaka, you think he will help?" "Pesha. Pesha, I don't know, a Shinigami helping us, that's a huge joke. But I'll take it, he could have ambushed us killing us on the spot but he didn't." "Dondakaka, yet I think also saw a fallout among his comrades on the far distant." "Pesha, yet. Let's forget about that, how's Neliel?" "Dondakaka, no good, she has lost too much blood." "Pesha, damn that Noitra." "Bawa bawa, garawa garawa." Seeing even their pet getting worried, they felt despair, placing their hopes on MC's hand, hoping that he can really heal her, at least preserve her life. On the far distance behind, the two captains and the other three students saw everything and were shocked to find out that he really wanted to help a few hollows. The three students stayed silent, saying nothing, while the two captains were speaking among themselves for what is happening. "Anohana, did you figure something out?" "Mayuri, no, I get the fact that he trapped us in some kind of Kido, but I can't research it." "Anohana, do you think he lied to make us stay here?" "Mayuri, no, I think he's telling the truth, at least part of it. I only know 3 people who could trap us like this: Urahara Tessai and Hachigen." "Anohana, then he must really know him. Since that's the case, let's see what he has hidden." Having finished their serious conversation and at the same time annoying for one of them, they turned to look at the direction of Sora, wanted to find out his true abilities. On the other hand, Sora started his attacks at the Erankars, causing chaos among them and entering killing spree before they even got the time to retaliate. Sora, Spiritual Domain, Spiritual Soul Clone, Revolving Heavenly Rishi Blades. A dome of heavy Ryutsu was created along with 10 blades that spun around themselves and the caster, bringing heavy casualties on them. Sora, Creation of Nothingness, Everlasting Void Energy, Yin and Yang, Seen and Unseen, Make Everything Appear and Disappear, Self-Made Arts 1, Formless Doors. Countless doors were created in the air, only this time they could be seen, and when all 200 of them were formed, he chanted his next arts. Sora, Souls of the Eternals, Flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon, Burning Illusion, Freezing Reality, Hot Wind and Cold Void, blend in the everlasting life of man. Self-Made Arts 2, Mirrors of Eternal Hellish Lotus. Thousands lotus flowers appeared in the vicinity of his dome, many could be seen, others could not be seen, and others were transparent. From that point onwards there was one word to describe what happened in the next few seconds. Hell. 79, Chapter 79, A Difficult Massacre. As Sora had thrown everything he had into them, he used his doors to redirect all lotus in front of their faces and used his spinning blades to cut the lotus, causing chains of explosions, freezing fields, lighting blasts, illusions, confusions. Others got slowed down. The one who got burnt, stunned, frozen have gotten blown away by the force of the blasts. While the ones who got illusions, slowed down, and those that got confused got ganged up by their own so-called allies. As they couldn't distinguish who they were attacking from the illusions and the confusion, they chopped themselves up, leaving room for Sora to shred to pieces a few of them. Sounds of buzzing, cutting, shredding, blood splurting could be heard, and a figure was walking through their corpses holding 2 revolving blades with his hands vibrating at high speeds, looking at them with his face soaked in blood but terrifying blue eyes. They felt fear from the oppression they had finally became Erankars, regaining their reason, and in the process of that Noitra order them to kill a little kid with a broken mask, and whoever devour her they will evolve even further, reaching their peak or even advance to the ranks of Espadas. But the plan failed when Neliel escaped and met with this demon. Countless of them were injured and have yet to recover their missing limbs, hand or legs or even both, and those that had become recently Arankars all died at his weird attacks. Even though they could see the lotus, the swords, the doors, and a ghost-like figure that looks like him, more like the thought they were twins or something, but they could not see the unpredictable pattern of their Barakaro and many other attacks they launched at him, disappearing in the doors and appearing behind them, above them, below them or in front of them, eating like a shit their own attacks back. Sora on the other side of this was having beads of sweat as his doors, swords, lotus was getting destroyed faster and faster than what he could create and was constantly supplying with new ones. He never expected them to be this strong. He had used 4 arts. 4 fucking arts to their fullest along with their own attacks to kill 1/3 of them, and the others were regenerated with each second passed. He tried to think of ways to kill the rest but was reaching his limit. He thought of Heido arts, Bakudo arts, self-made arts, and nothing could currently help him. No, wait. There is a way, but if I do that. Fuck it all. Sora, you 4 start running, go towards the Shinigami's far behind. Dandakaka and Pesha were perplexed why he would say that, but they could tell it was somehow urgent, so they dash out of the small dome Sora created for them, running towards the captains, Wine, Garo and Nia. The captains and the 3 students felt something odd as they saw them started running again, and this time it was their direction. Before they could do anything, Sora's voice drifted through the doors that had entrapped them. Sora, let them stay here and protect them. Also brace yourselves for the incoming impact. As they got the warning, they didn't do anything to them, and when they saw an injured child in their hands they felt kinda sympathy for it. But before it could get to them they heard Sora chanting through the doors and got blinded at what was happening in front of them. Sora, limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Diseased Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Heido Arts 91, Senjo Katenteho. 10 spears of light appeared in the air, almost burning anything they touched, and fired at the Arankar's direction, causing everyone to run for their lives from the sheer power each spear had. The captains were shocked, never expecting for a student to manage to learn a number 90 over art. Garonia and Wine forgot even the fact that they were side by side with Arankars next to them. But what stunned more everyone was that when the spears smashed on the enemy, instead of a cross explosion to happen, an explosion pillar was raised towards the sky. 80, Chapter 80, The Aftermath of the Fight. Just a tad before the spears connected with each other, Sora used his clone along with the doors to replace and protect himself and create a square like a tower covering all Arankars and his clone. That was when the explosion occurred. Instead of a cross explosion, because of the redirection of the doors, the energy blasts entered one door and went back to the Arankars, hitting them constantly and killing them, leaving nothing behind. By doing that, one after another explosion entered a door and went out through another, raising upwards towards the sky. From afar it looked like a pillar of flames rising in the sky, and it was what the others saw. After a few seconds, a creak was heard and all doors burst to nothingness, leaving all the energy that had been built inside burst like a balloon, causing energy waves of heat to travel far away from that spot, and was about to reach Captain Anohana, Captain Mayuri, and the others. The 3 students were scared shitless while Dandakaka and Pesha turned their back to protect Nelliel from the waves as they were upon them. It was then they felt 2 movements. Anohana, Bakudo Arts 81, Danku. Mayuri, Eeii, making others do your job, how annoying. Bakudo Arts 81, Danku. As they were about to be hit by the blasting waves, Anohana and Mayuri created 2 transparent walls side by side connecting each other, blocking the heat and letting everyone breathe a bit. After doing their jobs, everything calmed down. Cracks could be seen on the walls the captains created and were quite lucky, a bit more and it would have passed them, hitting them. Everything around them returned to its former state, with no dust flying here and there, and were flabbered by what they could see. Countless meters extending of burning sand. No sight of Arankars in the vicinity, neither of Sora. As the students were searching around, the captains were on high alert when they felt a slight disturbance behind them. A figure appeared with dried blood on his face, panting really hard and trying to catch his breath. His hands had been ripped open and small amounts of blood were oozing out from there. His attire was totally destroyed, leaving only a ripped-like pants covering from his waist and down. Anohana and Mayuri, when they saw his injuries, they realized that he forced that Heido Art 91, passing the limits of Ryutsu and what his body could handle, self-injuring himself. While Nia, Garo, and Wine were thinking the same thing, he's on a different league than them and decided to seriously focus on their studies, never mock anyone again. Sora totally ignored everyone and went towards Dandakaka and Pesha. When he arrived, he saw Nelliel in a comatose state and was pissed off. Ignoring the strain, he released dense killing intent, shocking everyone yet again. Dandakaka and Pesha, when they felt the killing intent, even thought it wasn't directed on them, they still tense up and got ready for a bitter fight that might be their last. When they heard him speak, they relaxed again. Sora, put her down. Dandakaka and Pesha tried to listen to him, but when they saw the others behind, they hesitated until they heard him again. Sora, don't worry if they try anything. They will die, as simple as that. It was then that Mayuri raised his hand and fired a Heido Arts 4, in other words, a blue lighting at him scaring them, but when it got close it vanishes and crushed in front of Anohana's legs without even batting an eye to the lighting. They nodded thinking that he will protect them by containing them, but in reality, as he was walking he sent his voice to Mayuri and Anohana and a different voice at the other three. Sora, you three don't move, a play is about to begin. Sora, what's with the long faces you two? Well, let's leave the chit-chat. Captain Mayuri, when I say you will die, fire a Hado Arts 4 in me, and when that happens Captain Anohana, don't move, I will send it on the ground in front of you. Mayuri, why should I help a cheeky brat like you? Sora, someone who was in prison and the other possess that title, I believe with these words you will help. Now then let the play begin. After being shocked by what he says, they couldn't do anything as they didn't know his identity, and in the end, it happened like what he said. 81, Chapter 81, Completing the Conditions and More. Since both of them were dying to find out who he was, they played along, and that gave the assurance to Dondakaka and Pesha to let down the small child in their arms. Sora then went in front of her and touched her, and with that action sounds of alarms were off in his mind and went to check them. System, ding. Congrats host for completing Emergency Quest 2. Rewards, 20 level /20.000 soul points /1x auto fusing pill /2x shards of history. System, ding. Auto fusing pill. Description, it auto takes a book of creation in the inventory along with 10 existing ketos in MC skill set and auto created a new one. System, ding. Congrats host for completing 1/5 of the power levels. Rewards, 20.000 soul points /1x complete Hogyaku. Sora saw the alarms and he was quite pleased that he passed level 200, gaining more points and a nice gift. But he didn't forget his target, so he asked System how can he save her and restore her to her prime even before her mask shattered from Neutra's sneak attack. System, hosts just need to place a complete Hogyaku in her hollow mask and let it absorb it. It will then heal her injuries, restore her form, and there is a high chance of her evolving even further. He didn't hesitate at all. He took out a crystal-like marble, shocking Mayuri that almost jumped in fright when he saw it and was even more afraid when he saw his next move by placing it in her mask. He tried to yell but Sora ignored him. Mayuri, you're gonna kill us all. Everyone saw the expression on Captain Mayuri's face, but because of the complete Hogyaku, they couldn't hear what he said. He placed the complete Hogyaku on top of her mask in the forehead area of it and it got absorbed instantly, and as that happened silence fell in the area where they could hear even their heartbeats. Second by second an invisible force covered them, and then they saw Neliel floating in the air scaring everyone, and you could see her wounds heal rapidly, the blood on her evaporate and the broken mask heal itself in the original one. When that happened she opened her eyes and saw a smiling figure in front of her as he was waving his hands. She also smiled back and waved at him. Then she saw his two trusted Arankars Dondakaka and Pesha crying rivers of tears and waved at them. Before she could say anything she felt a huge outburst of her Ryutsu causing a huge pink cloud to be raised from her body outwards. When the cloud appeared somewhere in Hueco Mundo felt it and became annoying at this feeling. TS this annoying bitch? She waked up after 10 years. Those useless fools failed, I should have killed them all. Well, no matter, I'll do it myself. As the cloud got cleared, an adult form of Neliel appeared almost naked. The clothes she had as a kid had only managed to cover her sensitive areas. And in her hand she was holding a sword with a green sheath, a light green hilt, and a tsuba that resembles a pair of crescent moons joined together at the back. As everyone thought except Sora that she would attack them, she vanished with Sanido and appeared next to Dondakaka and Pesha. Before they could explain that they didn't touch them, she bent down, hugged them and started crying. Neliel, you guys are alive, oh. Yep, that was Neliel, childish and caring even in her adult form, leaving everyone with spinning eyes. 82, Chapter 82, Getting Tracked. Neliel kept crying her eyes out, leaving everyone speechless, especially the students. They didn't know an evolved hollow can show emotions to that extent. Sora didn't want to break them up as he knew her personality even as a former Espada 3, and even though nothing was around them, he somehow felt uneasy. He felt his back slowly becoming drenched in sweat as if something will happen if they don't leave here. Sora, sorry to break your welcome back to life reunion, but we need to move away from here. Dondakaka and Pesha along with Neliel stopped crying at his somehow nervous voice and turned to see him a bit agitated while he was trembling. They weren't the only ones, as Captain Anohana and Mayuri along with Garo, Wine, and Nia noticed this, and they felt it was somehow forced. Both captains had learned by now that when he was rushing things something will happen, and decide inwardly to support his idea, and leave this place. After all, causing that kind of reaction from the blast, it would be weird not to attract unwanted attention. Anohana, yeah, we need to move from here. All this mess through the fight we went might attract someone a tad difficult to handle. Mayuri, I just wish to research the orb you used, perhaps you have more. Gaining the approval of the two captains, Garo, Wine and Nia didn't have anything to say right now. All they wanted was to return back to the academy. Dondakaka and Pesha along with Neliel looked at each other and she saw them nodding at her. Then she looked at Sora and nodded as well, getting them ready to leave. In a faraway placed 4 figures were watching them from afar, and at the same time, they whispered with each other in a low voice as they didn't want to create a single noise in this deadly silence burning desert. What should we do? Should we go after those Shinagamis? Hell, let's go crush them. One of them dared to enter our queen's territory. Idiot, you think you can do that? Huh, what did you say? Are you saying I'm weak? No, I'm saying you're an idiot. There is a big difference. My lady, what are you thinking? That guy is terrifying strong. The one I fought with almost made me use my released form, and that was his projection with probably 70–80% of his strength. At least in his Ryutsu, because he didn't use any skills except one that redirects attacks. Wait for a bit, my lady, then he didn't use any skill of the ones we saw. There's more. Since he's a Shinigami like Aizen-sama, he must have a sword ability. The so-called Shikai and Benkai, he used none. Both then and now. If I have to guess, they must have come to investigate those cracks even we are clueless about, and since I killed him they became alert. Especially those behind, that seems the so-called captain class level. Then my lady, what is our path from here on? Aizen-sama is hidden in Soul Society, that means it must be an official mission here that he couldn't afford to move and we messed up. Although I don't know why he almost sacrificed himself to protect that former Espada Neliel Tuidelschwank, we can leave this point and report it to Aizen-sama later. For now, you three under my name tier Haribal current Espadas 3 notify every Espada Arankar and their lower subordinates. Don't get in their way. Yes, Our Lady Queen. Each of them used their Sonido and vanished in every corner of Hueco Mundo, while Haribal turned her head and sighed ahead as she felt a person approaching with the intent to kill. Haribal, now then, what are you planning to do here? Mr. That's easy, you should be able to tell, right? That's to kill her. 83, Chapter 83, Clashing of Espadas. Haribal, since you were coming so fast you must have also eardropped my orders. Yeah, what about it? Haribal, if we go by our numbers you have to obey me in my decisions. Espada 5 Neutra Gilga. Neutra, numbers are just numbers, they can always change. Haribal, are you picking a fight? She didn't get any answer in her question. All she got was a narrow smile and a lightning fast slash from his weapon, a spear-like weapon that had a huge crescent moon at its ending point. Haribal was expecting such a sneak attack and avoid it easily with Sonido. Neutra, not bad, for a mere 3. Haribal, you really never learn, do you? Can never beat me, and I doubt you can beat Neliel since she restored her broken mask to her peak before you schemed against her. Neutra, you underscore OOOOUUUUUUUU. Haribal, but since you failed to follow orders then I guess you're not needed. Saying that, Haribal leaned her right hand behind, catching her sword and drawing out. She then vanished from there and appeared behind Neutra and slashed downwards in his back. Neutra saw this and raised the back of the spear and placed it on his back. Clang! Her sword with the back of the spear clashed with each other, causing metal sparks to fly out of them. As they were in a sidestepping way they looked at each other's eyes and released their Ryutsu to the maximum. As Neutra turned his body he showed his tongue and a small Reishi ball gathered there, firing it at point blank towards her. Neutra, Zero. As he felt satisfied that he hit her with it he saw something which shocked him. Within his firing blast Haribal stood as if the one hitting her was water, and when the Zero ended she was unharmed. Haribal, is this your strength? Then I'm sorry to say, that kid will kill you, therefore, for now, give up. Killing Neliel. Neutra, you underscore you, how you took that at point blank and not even a scratch. Haribal, sigh, what a waste of time. Saying that she turned around to leave as she was walking slowly with her sword still in her hands. Neutra was pissed, and before she could walk a few meters away she felt his blade coming for her neck and turned her eyes deadly cold as if a shark is about to bite. Haribal, Sonido aggravation. Haribal moved at such speed that images were left behind, and before Neutra could hit her, he stopped moving and small lines of blood started dripping down his face and body. Neutra, W_H. A. T. Haribal, it will be the last time I let this pass. She put her sword back, vanished from that spot while Neutra fell on the ground with small wounds all over his body and stayed there. A bit far away Haribal, who had hidden herself, instead of really vanishing, was thinking inside. I hope our small clash didn't reach them and alert them even more. Too bad that was wishful thinking for her. Because the moment they raised their Ryutsu to the max and Neutra fired his Zero, they had already sensed them as they were going somewhere away from there, and all turned towards Sora thinking the exact same thing. All of them, how the fuck he managed to sense them and make us leave from that spot. While in reality, Sora was also complaining about their stares in his mind, and at the same time, he was thankful that the heavens helped him without even him knowing it. 84, Chapter 84, Bits and Bits of Truth. After walking almost 100 kilometers away and after making sure no one was following them, they settle in a few giants' grey pillars towards the north. During their time on their way, Mayuri almost got in a fight with Sora, but Neliel intercepted him, ceasing his hand from fighting, and was constantly glaring at him. The reason was simple: they met with 3-4 tears or cracks for the Arankars, and Sora ignored his injuries every time and hid them in his doors, leaving no space for Mayuri to research, and that hit him on his nerves. Anohana was kinda laughing at his misery, but she also didn't understand why he would do that. He was sabotaging their mission without a care in the world. As they settled, Sora sat down checking his injuries while having an Espada as bodyguard along with 2 Arankar and a pet. Since Neliel learned what happened from Pesha and Dondong Kakas, so she decided to say thanks to him by helping him when he needed it. He frowned when he saw he had lost 4/5 of his health from self-injuries, and as he was about to buy something for an instant heal, Anohana spoke to him. Anohana, student Sora, would you like me to heal you? When he heard that, he turned towards her and saw no malice or something else, but he knew it would take time and it was something he didn't have, therefore he plainly rejected her offer. Sora, although your Shikai can help me recover, it will take too much time, something neither of us has. As everyone heard that, they were surprised, but Anohana and Mayuri were calm as they expected him to really know about them. Anohana, sigh. So you really know about me, more like us captains, where did you gain that knowledge? Sora, xmnmn, haven't I told you? Mayuri, was it from him? Sora, you really hate him that much, hey? Although I have no idea why you were in prison or why you hate him that much, but I will give you a friendly piece of advice. Mayuri, an advice from you, cheeky brat. Heh, fine, let's hear it. Sora, never but ever get on my bad side. When he said that, Mayuri almost laughed, but then something caused him and Anohana stand up, making others tense up. The eyes of Sora changed from blue to a chaos color and then in blue again, causing their hair on their bodies to stand up. It was only for an instant, but at that moment they felt a feeling as if a beast wanted to devour them, and Mayuri took the full brunt of that feeling. It was then that Sora spoke, snapping them out of their minds. Sora, I can only say that if we enter the tiers, I can guarantee you not even the head commander with Ryujin Jaka will be able to save us. Both of them were shocked when they heard that he knew Commander's Shikai, and they also realized that the tiers is hiding a huge secret that must stay buried for the time being. Sora, oh right, I originally wanted to train here, but then my mission changed from preventing you two entering the tiers, and if that failed I was supposed to kill you all. All of them stood up and backed away as they held their swords. Garo, Wine, and Nia, which she had a really complicated face as she knew that in the end, they didn't know him at all. Mayuri was looking at him with a serious face this time, as he knew he meant it, and Anohana finally revealed a bit of her killer look as Sora remembered her from the manga. Neliel, when she saw that she held the hilt of her sword ready for anything. It was then they heard his next words. Sora, even if I say that all of us know, it would be near impossible for me to kill you all, at least the captains, but those three. Totally useless, they act high and might in the academy, and when the real thing happens all they do is tense up and stare. For me all of you fail. 85, Chapter 85, A Deal. The three lowered their heads down because they knew he was right. How would they fare in his position? They didn't even dare to think that much as they got the chills. Sora, for me, this mission is a total parody, it's not worth it, so how about a deal? Mayuri, a deal you say, interesting, I would love to hear what you have to say. Coo. Anohana, as for me I'm only here as a supervisor of this mission. Sora, perfect, then I'm guessing you three will not graduate. They nodded to him immediately, as the only thing they wanted was to return to the academy. Sora summoned out of nowhere a black book and threw it in front of Mayuri, which he caught. He studied it a bit and couldn't figure out how it worked, only to hear Sora speaking. Sora, insert a bit of your Ryutsu in it. Although he really hated being ordered what to do, he did it out of curiosity, and then the book started glowing with golden stripes on its cover, revealing its name, Book of Creation. Mayuri and Anohana got stunned by its sight and got out of it when Sora helped them by speaking to them. Sora, that's a book I made accidentally which help you create your own unique Kido arts. Regardless if it belongs to Heido, Bakudo or Kaido, as for how it works beats me, it has a rate of 20% succession at least for me. Don't know about others. Mayuri's hand started trembling from excitement when he heard his explanation and was looking at it as if it was a treasure. Before he could say anything, two more flew out from Sora's hand, one to Anohana and the other to Mayuri. He almost went crazy as his mad scientist awakened in him and wanted to research it. But was interrupted by Sora's words. Sora, Captain Mayuri, take one of them for your own use and then use the other one as a false report for the tiers. Sora, Captain Anohana, you never saw anything and that book is the fault for the report. Sora, as for you three, you never saw a thing, am I clear? All three, yes. Captain Mayuri had no qualms to do it as he had a perfect excuse, but Captain Anohana was a bit skeptical and in the end, she tried to ask something but Sora saw through her. Sora, if you want to report to head commander, do it in secrecy, and after the official false report is made, also made sure that stubborn old fool not to bother me. Siridi is not safe. Anohana, what if I can't? Sora, tell him I'll visit him after I made sure of something that's bothering me. Sora, anything else? Seeing that none had something to say to him and that they possible agreed to it. Well, not that I'm expecting everything to go my way, but I'll deal with it when the time comes. He turned towards Neliel and looked at her with a few lovely eyes, making her somewhat awkward. Sora, what are you four will do now? Neliel didn't know how to answer that. She knew that he owned her life to him. She wasn't an idiot, just a bit childish. But she didn't know how to repay him. Sora guessed her thoughts and said. Sora, care for a walk? Neliel was distracted when she heard that, and before she could answer she looked at him and saw his injuries, which even he had forgotten. Neliel, pffffff, ha 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 ha, going out sure with you looking like a mummy, axa. He smiled wryly as he realized he never brought a medicine for his body only to cause Nellil burst in laughter and within her sweet-like voice giggles and pfff could be heard from behind him, making black lines of veins appearing on his forehead. 86, Chapter 86, A Night's Talk. As he was embarrassed from looking like a mummy with wounds all over he caused himself. He took out a black pill with white, red, and blue in it and swallowed it before giving Mayuri and Anohana the time to check the pill. Mayuri, damn this kid has quite a lot of treasures. Anohana, foo, I wonder what else he has to spark your brain. As everyone was expecting something to happen and they were spot on as something did happen, a purple light engulfed, like Susanoo, his body making his wounds disappeared within their eyes. It only took 2-3 seconds to be restored completely. They were speechless. It was faster than the regeneration of the ranks of Hollow they knew. Sora then opened his eyes and looked at them. He looked a bit pissed by looking at his face when they heard his words. Sora, well, amazing healing abilities as expected, but I wish it could restore my clothes as well. They got a mind blown. That was what you cared about. As if he heard their thought, he turned his eyes towards the three who were laughing earlier. Sora, why shouldn't I? I just booked a date. With a beauty under the night. As Nellil was still laughing from his misery, she froze, the others froze as well, and before she could say anything she felt the gaze of Sora. And slightly blushed. Nellil, who's booked a date? I want to talk to know why you saved me. Managing to say that with a struggle face, Nellil left the cave they were in and went outside, making everyone think. Is this really a date or not? Mayuri, on the other hand, had an amusing expression and said. Mayuri, oh. An intercourse with a hollow now, I really want to see if that's possible. Sora got pissed at this exclaim and carrying the killing intent of all million like otakus, that's how he felt. He used a few of his doors he got left along with Hado Arts for multiple times and fired it at him. Mayuri thought he could escape it, but he had forgotten about his doors and got trapped in a cage like lighting hell for him. All the others had the same thought. Can't you read the fucking mood? Then they saw Sora get out as well, leaving a screaming Mayuri behind. Outside, Nellil had a puzzled face along with a red one, thinking of what Sora would want to talk about, but as she was thinking she failed to notice him, which he went behind her and hugged her gently, giving her a scare. Nellil, and hey axa. As she was about to scream, her voice turned to laughter because Sora started tickling her with his fingers in her belly and waist. After a while, she turned around and glared at him with tears in her eyes as she laughed until she cried, while right now it was Sora's turn to burst in laughter when he saw her expression. Nellil, you, what do you want? Sora, Zaxa, ha, haven't I told you? A date. Nellil, you weren't joking. Sora, are you kidding me? Under the moon's night, a beautiful lady and a guy with ripped clothes, isn't that a date? Nellil burst in laughter yet again. Sora smiled at this sight and she felt a bit awkward, but then he remembered something and told her which was the cutting last string to make her die from on Pressmon. Sora, you can skip the part of us not having decent clothes. Nellil laughed harder at this remark, but she felt something odd. He said us? US, right? She then realized that this whole time she was wearing the tight-like clothes when she was a kid. 87, Chapter 87, A Night's Talk 2. Nellil crouched down holding her big bust and her legs, trying to hide a bit of her skin since she was exposing too much for him to see. Sora, who saw this, he was trying desperately not to laugh by holding his mouth, but you could see tears in his eyes making her feel even more awkward. Sorry, it's just that you're way too cute to ignore. Nellil, by what? Laughing. Sora, why you want me to do something else? Nellil, get serious. And stop teasing me. As Nellil toned that with her voice, Sora stopped it and his face got from a teasing one to a serious one and looked at the starry sky. Nellil also noticed that and she also looked at the sky. Each one had different thoughts and the first one who spoke up was Sora. Sora, what are you going to do now? Nellil, I don't T no. Sora, you are the former Espada 3, what do you think they will do when you appeared back? Nellil, so you really know who I am? When he heard her saying that, Nellil had a solemn expression in her face as if it was something she didn't want to find out, but Sora smiled at her with the brightest he could. Sora, you're the most naive little girl who doesn't like finishing others when they have been defeated, but you still try to protect those dears at you. When Nellil heard that, she remembered the fate her two faithful Arankars had at the hand of Neutra and the state she was all these years and couldn't help her tears from welling up. Sora, why are you crying? Nellil heard his voice towards her becoming deadly chilly and was shocked. She didn't expect that and kinda froze. She looked at him and saw his eyes devoid of emotions. Sora, be kind and forgiving to those you care and crush those who threaten their safety. You are way too soft. What you should have done to him instead of simply letting him go. Nellil kept staring at him talking about her and was really spot on. She really couldn't bring herself finish those weaker than her and got schemed to leave her in a death-like desert having her two followers protect her. When she heard what she could have done to him, she answered back with a question of her own. Nellil, what you would have done? Sora, me? Fine, I guess I can tell you that much since you're an idiot. Neliel, yo. Sora closed his eyes for a bit, having Neliel complaining to him, and then he opened them again. This time it wasn't his cold blue eyes but eyes that had a chaos color in them, spinning endlessly like a vortex. Sora, I would have broken all of his bones, and when he regenerated enough, break them again and again and again till I make him realize that staying with broken bones is better than me killing him. Then his eyes returned to his normal eye color, but it was enough for her to be drenched in sweat, and she had no doubt that he would do it. Sora, assuming that he wouldn't try anything funny on my people. Neliel, yeah, I know that, but still. Sora, and that's why I like you and saved you. Neliel, you like me. Neliel, but hollows don't have emotions. I don't have a heart. Sora became deaf at what she said. He went close to her, took her hands and lifted her up. He hugged her, this time from in front of her, and said to her. Sora, hollows, espadas, shinigamis, what are those? Powers, tittles, fame? I don't give a damn for them. I'm Xylan Sora, someone who does whatever he wants to, and I want to be with you. As he said that with a serious tone, he kissed her lips under the night moon sky, stunning her with his character and resolution. 88, Chapter 88, Heart Attack. They were kissing deeply each other lips. As they got hooked on each other and was about to move a tiny bit ahead, they heard sounds and could hear a few people speaking. Damn, I can't see. Let me see. I wanna see as well. Sora got his eyes with full killing intent, and if many otakus were there right now they would have joined forces to kill them. They were Garo and Nia. They came out of where they were staying to scout, only to hear bits and bits of lips connecting with each other and wanted to see. But how should they know that they pissed half the population of otakus in MC mind? Sora hid his killing intent as he had a better idea to deal with them than killing them, and shouted at them. Sora, come out. Garo and Nia came out from where they were, and they saw a blushing Neliel trying to hide her face and Sora, who was smiling, but in their mind, that smile wasn't friendly, it was deadly. Sora, what are you guys doing out here? All three, scouting. Sora, hey, really anything weird so far? Garo, yeah, you two kissing. Nia and Wine screamed inside them and started backing off, and when Wine realized what he had said, he saw two people pissed off with charged up attacks in their fingers. Neliel, Bara. Sora, Hado Arts 4, Byakurai, Pale Lightning. Garo started running for his life as he got bombarded by their fingers. The other two were scared shitless, paying no attention to him as if they didn't know him. After a few minutes, all they could see was a mummy laying down and two paled people watching far away when they heard Sora speaking to them again. Sora, so anything interesting? Both, nope, all clear. Sora, good, take him inside and let him heal. Both, yes. After that, they took him and vanished from there, leaving the two behind in an awkward atmosphere. Sora decided to axe her again so that he can break this mood. Sora, so what are you going to do now? When she heard that before, it didn't have much meaning, but now it was everything for her. She didn't know how to respond. Sora was waiting for her reply but sighed as she could guess what was going on in her mind, and so he spoke again. Sora, in my opinion, don't return there. They didn't even care for you when you disappear, much less Aizen wasn't the least sad as he replaced you. All Espada's former and nin to him, you are just numbers. Should I say toys? If you guys win he plays with you, if you lose he discards you. Neliel, I really don't know what I should do, and if I decided to leave, where should I go? Sora, hey, go to the human world where we will meet again. As he said that, Neliel's eyes flashed a bit, but she was still hesitant. Sora saw this and spoke again. Sora, if you decide to stay here, stay away from the tears or in the hollows reference cracks, and eventually we will meet again. As he said that, he patted her in her head as he looked at her childish face, and Neliel remembered she hasn't said thanks to him yet. Therefore he hugged him and said to him. Neliel, thank you for saving my life, I will be sure to repay you. On the other hand, MC didn't hear a thing, cause as Neliel was hugging him he was having a heart attack in his mind. 10 HP, 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 10 HP. He forgot that when Neliel hugged someone she squeezed them hard with her strength, and eventually he passed out. When Neliel saw that he wasn't responding, she freaked out. Neliel, Sora, you're okay. And squeezed harder. This time the heart attack was double. 20 HP, 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 making him cry inwardly as their bodies were connected and her boobs were almost in his face. 89, Chapter 89, Returning Back. Having been hugged by Neliel and surviving with around 100 or so HP, they said goodbye to each other, and Neliel along with Pesha Dondakaka and their pet they left towards the unknown. Sora then took another pill, consumed it and restored his health back to normal. He then returned back where they were staying. As he entered he saw they whispering with each other and also saw a burn-up Mayuri. He almost laughs but didn't, as he could see he might get ticked off. He sat down and then turned towards Anohana and said to her. Sora, Captain Anohana, it's time to return back and report. Anohana, Aira, what about your girl? PPFFFFTTTT. Someone let out a chuckle, but Sora didn't bother with them for now as he really wanted to return back. Sora, she left. We will meet again if fate permits it. Mayuri, oh. Fate is it? Sora, as far as I'm concerned I control my fate, so eventually we'll meet. Sora, now can we return back? Mayuri, yeah I'll open the portal. As Mayuri was getting ready to open the portal, the others were having a few disappointed faces because they expected to graduate, but turns out they will not. Sora, oh yeah Captain Anohana, what will happen to them? More specific with our graduation. Anohana, let's see. Since this is a fiasco as we got the wrong information, we'll arrange them to fight with a 5th seed. If their skills are on par they will graduate. Hearing this hope ignite in their eyes, they would be given the chance to show their true value since they managed to do a big nothing here. Sora, what about me? Asking about himself, they perked their ears to hear what their captain was going to say. Anohana, for you? You will be fighting 2nd seat or even a captain. Cold sweat started dripping from the others as they knew that from the 5th seat and above the difference was like the earth with the sky. And almost passed out when they heard his reply. Sora, can I recommend with which one I should be fighting? He freaking wanted to fight. Mayuri was also shocked by this statement and couldn't help but ask him. Mayuri, which one? Sora, well for vice captains I would like XMMMM Matsumoto or Momo Hinamori. As for captains, Zaraki Kenpeki or Anohana Retsu or Kukaki Byakuya. Or Swa-Fon. Winegaro and Nia passed out. Mayuri and Anohana had a shocked expression. Anohana's eyes flashed with fighting intent while Mayuri started laughing at his selection. Little did they know that 3 of them were part of his quests to grow stronger, so why not test his money early on? Anohana, interesting, very interesting. I will report this and the head commander will decide. Having said that, Mayuri finally ended with the preparations to open the portal, and as he did, Sora smashed the ground, waking up the others who had fainted. One by one they enter the gate leading to Soul Society, and finally the last person who was about to stay felt something behind him and started talking towards the empty space. Sora, take this as a warning to all espadas out there. If a single hair is missing from her head, neither Tosen neither Ichimaru, not even Sosuke Aizen will help you stay alive. Miss Current Espada 3. And with that warning, he disappeared from within the closing gate, restoring back to everything, leaving a figure behind where he stood with her hands trembling as she felt from those words a hunger of a devouring beast. 90, Chapter 90, Counting the Gain and Loses. Walking through with easy in the void, and after a few hours they returned back to the academy. They politely said their respect to their captains and returned to the dorms. When they reached the dorm he heard the system alarm. As he had nothing to do right now, Sora decided to check what he had gained from when he entered the academy until now for a long almost year, so he asked the system for a log report. System, ding. Opening log. System, ding. Host has completed 56 sub-quests. System, ding. Host has gained 62 levels, reaching 191 level. System, ding. Host has gained a total of 52.000 soul points. System, ding. Host has gained 22 types of items, old and new. System, ding. Host can open inventory to check them. System, ding. Host has gained 620 points on all attributes and 6,200 points on Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 310 points on all attributes except Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 3,100 points on all attributes except Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has completed 2 emergency quests. System, ding. Host has gained 40 levels, reaching 231 level. System, ding. Host has gained a total of 40.000 soul points. System, ding. Host has gained 6 types of items, old and new. System, ding. Host can open inventory to check them. System, ding. Host has gained 400 points on all attributes and 4,000 points on Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 200 points on all attributes except Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 2,000 points on all attributes except Ryutsu. System, ding. Calibrating new stats. System, ding. Showing new stats. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /age, 14, 35, /level 231 EXP, 11.356/1.800.769.324.210. Health, 8050/power, 7950/defense, 8000/INTE Legend, 9100/Ryutsu, 1.032.900. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Zanpakuto command name? 80%. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakuro Tsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kuro Tsuki, equals unable to use. Soul points, 132.290. What the hell are those power-ups? If we go by my points then my brute power, is around level 800? And one good thing I'm pleased about is my soul points there are off the chart. Now should I check the items as well? I only know about a few X complete Hogyaku Book of Creation Spiritual Blood Candy and the auto-fusing pill I got along with 4X shards of history. Oh, wait, I have one complete Hogyaku 3 Book of Creation and 2 Spiritual Blood Candy less since I used them in Hueco Mundo. Nah, for now, let's use the auto-fusing pill if I remember correctly it does. System, ding. Auto-fusing pill. Description, it auto-takes a Book of Creation in the inventory along with 10 existing Kitos in MC skill set and auto-created a new one. Sora, system how much is worth this pill? System, 20.000 soul points. Sora gawked and stayed with his mouth wide open for quite a while and then he remembered something how many crystals and points were needed for the next update? Sora, system how much is worth the next update? System, 10x shards of history along with 200.000 soul points. Sora was kinda happy when he saw 10 shards as he already had 6 but when he saw the points that hurt me quite a bit knowing that he had to spend quite a lot now. Sora, what the hell, let's see, I'll bet all my money. Sora, system I need 3 more auto-fusing pills and I need a skill that I can see the level of my opponent, if I remember correctly you had one at 50.000 soul points correct. System, host is correct. Sora, then buy me those 4 items. System, ding. The host has used 110.000 soul points remaining 22.290. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points gaining 2200 EXP. 91, Chapter 91, A Lurking Shadow. As Sora was buying and using his items to fuse his skills on the other side of the academy a figure could be seen, as if he was having the walk of his life not caring about anything. He walked closer and closer towards a few people's rooms. As he reached he saw in the courtyard the 3 of them training like mad and filling the surrounding with their Ryutsu trying to improve their skills. He walked inside and deliberated released a bit of his own making them alert and as they were chanting Heido arts they got scared that someone is attacking them and fired them in the source. Heido arts 4, Byakurai, Pale Lightning. Heido arts 6, Hyosekai, Hailstone. Heido arts 17, Kaze no Torrento, Wind Torrent. 3 blasts of lightning, stones, and wind flew at the direction they felt the Ryutsu only to hear a voice along with a huge boom. Bakudo arts 81, Danku. A transparent wall was raised blocking the incoming fire. But more than that the 3 of them got scared as they clearly recognized the voice. Captain Aizen! Captain Aizen! Captain Aizen! Aizen, oh what an interesting thing I got to see you guys improved. Whine, no sir we're still weak. Garo, we wish to become stronger than anyone. Nia, and then fear nothing in the outside world. Aizen, HOH looks like amusing things happened there. Tell me about it. As the 3 started explaining the modifies version of what happened there, Sora felt the disturbance and smiled towards that direction, therefore he stopped what he was doing and used his spiritual soul clone and his formless doors and sent this clone to stop Aizen from getting pieces of information. On the other side the 3 had finished telling their story leaving a kind of disbelieving Aizen he couldn't comprehend what he heard, a freaking book was responsible for the tears? He felt someone played a joke he then held the hilt of his sword and looked at them. Aizen, as a result of your achievements I'll show you my ability in Shikai perhaps it will help you in your casting. The 3 were having sparkling eyes but they didn't know that Aizen had others plans for them. He took out his sword and held it in front of him with the blade facing downwards. Aizen, Shatter Kyoka Suijutsu. His Ryutsu spiked at that moment making the 3 bears the pressure with shining eyes as they wanted to tell what ability will hold. Aizen smiled at them thinking that the hypnosis worked on them and withdrew his sword and asked them again. Aizen, did you see my ability? It's called Moon Reflection. Was that helpful? How about you tell me again about that book? The 3 of them looked at each other in confusion. Did they see anything? And started telling him the story all over again which shocked him greatly. What was this? I used my hypnosis so why they say the same thing again? Before Aizen could get to the bottom of this a mental message came to him for an urgent meeting of all captains and vice-captains. As he left with a face full of crumbs as he couldn't comprehend what just happened, 2 figures were laughing way too hard. 1, Sora who didn't get a notice that his clone died so his plan worked and 2, the criminal who trolled him hiding inside the doors. 92, Chapter 92, Gathering. Sora kept laughing from trolling Aizen, but it was a really dangerous gamble. Thankfully he didn't realize that when he cast his hypnosis his clone was touching his sword, it was the only way to avoid it. He left his clone there protecting them and continued with what he was doing. Fusing his skills, he had already fused 10 Hado arts, creating a new self-made art 3 by using his auto-fusing pill. He now used his second one to fuse all first 10 Bakudo arts, creating a new. This pill takes the chanting and description of the existing Kido along with a book of creation and keeps mending the words together to form a stronger one. The higher the Kido's chant and complexity, the longer the time and higher chances of them failing to fuse them. As Sora had been lost in his own creations, on a certain hall somewhere many captain class level and vice captains were gathered. All of them entered slowly and stood in the position they belonged. Behind them was standing their exclusive squad's vice captains. After a few minutes where all of them had arrived, they stared at each other with contempt as if they hated each other. It was then an old man opened his eyes and everyone stopped what they were doing and introduced themselves. Kojiro Sasakaibe, Vice Captain of Head Commander Division 1 and Captain Genri Yusai Shigakuni Yamamoto. Marekiyo Omida, Vice Captain of Division 2 Leader of the Militia Corps and Captain Swa Fon. Izuru Kira Vice Captain of Division 3 ANS Captain Jin Ichimaru. Isane Katetsu, Vice Captain of Division 4 Leader of the Medic Relief Team and Captain Retsu Anohana. Momo Hinamori, Vice Captain of Division 5 and Captain Sosuke Aizen. Renji Abarai, Vice Captain of Division 6 and Captain Byakuya Kokaki. Tetsuzamon Iba, Vice Captain of Division 7 and Captain Komamura Seijin. Lisa Yadomaru, Vice Captain of Division 8 and Captain Shunsui Kiraku. Shihei Hisagi, Vice Captain of Division 9 and Captain Kaname Tosen. Ranjaku Matsumoto, Vice Captain of Division 10 and Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya. Yachiro Kuzajishi, Vice Captain of Division 11 and Captain Zaraki Kenchande. Zixashixashixi. Nimyo Kuratsuki, Vice Captain of Division 12 Leader of SRDI. And Captain Mayuri Kuratsuki. Kian Katetsu, and 3rd Seat of Division 13 and Captain Jushiro Yukatake. Genri Yusai, XMNMN Yukatake, where is your Vice Captain? Yukatake, Head Commander, she's on a mission from Room 46 in the real world. Genri Yusai, XMNMN, well then we will begin our meeting about something important. Genri Yusai, Anohana and Mayuri step forward. Anohana, yes. Mayuri, yes. Anohana, during our mission in Hueco Mundo in order to explore the tiers we saw many evolved Arancars to the point of rivaling Shinigami's above 5th seat. Mayuri, some of them got killed by the student Xylan Sora who was recommended by Captain Aizen. Genri Yusai, Sosuke, do you have anything to add? Aizen, nothing, in particular, I believe Captain Anohana and Captain Mayuri has seen what he can do. Genri Yusai, continue. Mayuri, yes, after the students were fighting them showing their skills, especially that kid, he has reached vice captain level control of Ryutsuo and can instacast up to N.30 Kidos. All the captains and vice captains, they somewhat became shocked at this statement. Genri Yusai slightly opened his eyes in surprise. As the head commander and founder, he knew about the talents of the students, and when they got admitted, it hasn't been a year for Sora and reached that level. 93, Chapter 93, The False Report. All captains were a tiny bit shocked by Captain Mayuri's statement. Aizen's eyes flashed a bit while Jin had a weird smile on his face. Mayuri, after that we searched everywhere for the tiers finding nothing. Genri Yusai, XNM, nothing you say. Mayuri, head commander, when I say nothing I mean it wasn't caused by someone who wanted nothing more than trouble. Genri Yusai, continue. Mayuri, as everyone knows in the void exists many items from the ancient past that have been lost and we have to research them from scratch. Mayuri, a few of them are very sensitive towards Ryutsuo and can cause a few weird phenomena like the tears. Genri Yusai, what did you find? Anohana, we entered through all tiers we could find only to end up back in the void at a different point. After a few days we managed to find a tier that was way too big and when we entered we found a book. Genri Yusai, XMNA book? What kind of book? Mayuri, this one. As Mayuri said that he took out a cloth that he had covered the book, as he uncovered it a pitch black book could be seen which amazed everyone. Genri Yusai, have you found out what it does? Mayuri, not yet. But if you insert your Ryutsuo in it. As he said that his Ryutsuo spiked and the book from pitch black started shining with golden stripes creating small ripples and golden words appeared on it. Genri Yusai, XMN Book of Creation? Are those ripples the so-called tears? Mayuri, yes, but I haven't tested yet what it truly does. I only know that if you insert your Ryutsuo this phenomenon happens. Genri Yusai, very good, this book will be your top priority revealing its secrets. Genri Yusai, you may return. Anohana, head commander, I would like to ask permission for something. Genri Yusai, what is it? Anohana, I was thinking of electing a few vice captains and captains so that we can test the students' true ability. Genri Yusai, is it for the new kid? Anohana, he was also interested in this and who knows, maybe we can find another genius. Genri Yusai, do you have someone in mind? Anohana, yes, Captain Kokaki, Captain Zaraki, Captain Swa Fon, myself, Vice Captain Ranjaku Matsumoto and Hinamori Momo. Genri Yusai, XMNNM, fine, arrange it as is. Genri Yusai, those who heard your names, when the time comes, be prepared to check the skills of those in the academy. All captains, yes. All vice-captains, yes. Genri Yusai, dismissed. As the head commander has given them the order, they left the room each on their own thoughts. The one who had it worst was Aizen, as everything that was said was the same the kids told him. And when he saw the book, his eyes flashed with the intention to obtain it. A few hours had passed, and then in a dark room within the night a few candles lit up and an old man sitting in meditation could be seen. He opened his eyes towards the dark corner of the room and saw a figure walking from there. Genri Yusai, now how about you tell me what really happened, Yachiru? To everyone's surprise, it was Anohana with dark glittering eyes, as if she was going to kill someone, and her hair were not crossed from the back to front but leaned freely behind her back. 94, Chapter 94, Mocking the Strongest. Genri Yusai, now how about you tell me what really happened, Yachiru? Yachiru, I'm pleased to find out you remember my name. Genri Yusai, I may be old but I still remember from where I started. Yachiru. Genri Yusai, now I hope you have a good reason for this. If it was someone else I would have killed them on the spot. Yachiru, that kid knew my former title. Genri Yusai, XMMM. His eyes flashed with surprise as he knew only a few people alive counted in his fingers that knew about her. Yachiru, not only me, he knew everyone. Mayuri being a prisoner, Urahara Kisuk being the former captain of 12 Division, and also the names of other captains. Fluctuations of fire started appearing in his surrounding and looked at Yachiru with wary eyes. Genri Yusai, what happened? Feeling a bit curious about this youngster, he calmed down and listened to her recounting everything that happened. Him showing the outstanding ability that equals a captain. Him killing his way to save an Arankar that looked like a human. Him able to cast Hado arts over 90. His terrifying ability to sense those around him and their intentions. Yamamoto was utterly speechless. Although he didn't show it in his face, he was shaken badly, especially when he heard that he knew the name of his sword. Genri Yusai, who is this kid? Yachiru, I don't know. If in the off chance we really tried to enter the tiers, I get the feeling of a killer from him. He would have tried to kill us at all costs. Yachiru, there are also a few points we don't know who was inside there that even you wouldn't be able to help, as he claimed. And Genri Yusai, who were the two that ended up fighting when you left? Yachiru, yes, there was one last thing that was bothering me, and also the reason I made that report. Genri Yusai, what was it? Yachiru, he said Soul Society is not safe. Silence fell for a few minutes, thinking about possible scenarios and actions that could take. Yamamoto had his eyes closed, concentrating on what he learned today. Genri Yusai, items that not even Captain Mayuri can figure out. Urahara is afraid of him based on what he told you. Inside and outside enemies that make him bother your mission. As he was thinking about what he should do, both of them felt a chill in their back along with a certain voice from afar. Old man, don't try so hard, it's bad for you. Genri Yusai, Xylan Sora, how did you connected with me? Sora, that's what surprised you? Oh well, it's because there's nothing I don't know. Genri Yusai, and what do you know about me? Sora, PFFFF, old man, are you trying to buy time to find me? Don't bother, I'm at the academy and a certain someone if freaking watching. Genri Yusai, who is watching you? Sora, I thought you wanted me to tell you what I know about you, Mr. Leader of the 13 Killers. Genri Yusai, hey youngster, you really know? Who told you? Sora, told me? Oh, I see you don't believe everything you heard, right? Yachiru was standing in the corner hearing the conversation and couldn't help but show her shock. It turns out that he knew far more than she anticipated, and the bomb in their minds was his next words. Sora, how many people died when you let Waiwak and his army escape 1,000 years ago? So-called great killer. They both opened their eyes wide open, as this was something they had regretted doing and hidden it in the dark history of their life. Hoping to never resurface at the light. 95, Chapter 95, Talking with the Strongest. Genri Yusai, who are you, kid? You're not a simple youngster. Genri Yusai said that while raising his Ryutsu, stunning Yachiru next to him, and Sora, who felt that, as in reality his clone was in the room with them. Started laughing wildly. Sora, ha 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 ha, did I hit a sore spot? Sora, restrain yourself, killer. Or do you wish to destroy half the Soul Society with your Bankai? Genri Yusai, youngster, you dare threaten me in my turf? Sora, ha 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 ha, haxa, old man, you're really. Pff, say ha 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 ha. Genri Yusai, you're really daring to laugh in my face. Sora was still laughing in the face of Captain Commander, and Yachiru was starting to sweating from Yamamoto's Ryutsu and didn't know how to pacify things between them. Sora, old man, you're really gotten old. Not only you haven't realized 3 betrayals in your ranks and the outside enemy waiting to rip you to shreds, and you still think I'll tell you who I am. Sora, well, if you insist, I'll give you a hint. Not even the Zero Squad knows me, much less the one above them. As his Ryutsu was kept raising higher and higher, it suddenly froze eternally. From the incredible amounts of heat they now could feel nothing. They could not even speak anymore from what they heard from him. Two existences that very few knew in Soul Society, were mentioned by a complete stranger to them who turns out to know everything. After a long silence, Yachiru sighed, breaking the cold atmosphere, and spoke towards the void. Yachiru, I'm guessing you have some kind of motive for doing everything in your power to clash with us in such a way of not causing a war. Genryu sighed. Speak, Sora, what do you wish to achieve? After Yachiru breaking the cold, Yamamoto also calmed down a bit. They finally decided to treat this kid as an equal. Sora, finally the main plate. What I wish for now is to replace a few certain captains. Sora, and before you could say anything, you need to think this through. Both of them fell in deep thoughts as to why he wanted to do that, and after a while they got enlightenment. He said in our ranks he means the ranks of captains. Yachiru, which ones? Genryu, you will not reveal them, would you? They waited patiently for his answer, only to hear a sigh from within the void. It was then they realized someone was there. Then a door appeared with a transparent figure in it. That figure bends down to pay his respect towards the living legend where only Wywak could rival him. After leaving them a bit stunned, they also took positions side by side to pay respect in the figure across them. Sora, first of all let me say, I'm a clone right now, a projection if you may think of me, but if you kill me the original will realize it and all talks are off. Genryu and Yachiru were stunned. How come we can feel Ryutsu from him if he's a clone or projection, as he said? It was then they heard the most incredible thing in their life. Sora, I'm Xylan Sora, a guardian of time. Sora had decided on the spot to make a white lie that none knew yet could justify his future prophecies in Soul Society. He decided to use his knowledge as a way towards the future. 96, Chapter 96, White Lies All Over. Genryu and Yachiru couldn't believe what they heard, and if they heard it right. Guardian of Time? What's that? Question marks appeared in their faces as they look at Sora, waiting for answers. Sora, I mean I exist and yet I don't. I know the past, the present, and what will happen in the future. Yachiru, you mean you know the history of all of us? Sora, not only that, but I'm also responsible for protecting it, at least its inhabitants, the people in it. Genryu and Yachiru couldn't fathom what he's saying. They thought hard about any possible scenario only to think none. Sora, on the other hand, was trying to find a way to convince them and pass by all his hurdles easily. It was then a certain idea struck him. What if I use the original plot with my modified plot as a trap? Sora, I know it's hard to believe it, therefore, I'll give you a few hints. Both of them perked up their ears and eyes, trying to figure out lies or truth from what he was going to say. They waited and after a few minutes he started speaking. Sora, I can't tell something about the present or the future, therefore if you have any questions about what happened till now, go ahead. Yachiru's eyes flashed and bowed down once before she started talking on and on, barraging him with questions about the Hueco Mundo, the tears, and making them report a false report. Sora, first of all, Yachiru, something is off and none of you noticed it. What's the time frame between Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and the real world? They looked at each other's eyes and were puzzled. The old man thought, isn't that a common knowledge? All of us knows that we have the me time gap. Both of them froze, especially Yachiru. They spent 3 days in Hueco Mundo while in Soul Society. Close to a month have passed, and none of them noticed it. They looked at him and frowned. Genryu, time. Time was altered, isn't that correct? Sora, as expected from head commander, correct, I altered time to 1 month in the other realms is equal to a year in here. Yachiru, why would you do that? Is that your prevalence as the guardian of time? Or your Shikai or Bankai? Sora, I did that because something happened in the history lines. Original, within 2.5 months a major event will unfold here, leaving behind a weakening Soul Society. Genryu, let me see if I guess the whole mess, that something has to do with the tears, and in order to prevent the future from changing too much you slowed down the time in here so you can become a captain. Sora, terrifying, I really don't want to clash with monsters like yourselves. Yachiru, you still haven't answered all of the questions. Before Sora could answer the few remaining ones, Yamamoto spoke up yet again, catching MC a bit off guard as he was going to say the same thing he did. Genryu, there is no need, Yachiru, he doesn't have a Zanpakuto yet. Call me senile, but you're in the process of creating one with the ancient method we did. As for why you saved that human Arankar, I suppose she will play a huge role in the future, isn't that correct? Sora, hey, really something else? Genryu, I haven't come here with simply strength. I won't meddle in your ways, and if you wish to become a captain, do it by your strength, but I have one last question. Sora, go ahead. Old man. As Sora was smiling, thinking that his plan worked, it immediately went poof when he heard the question of the one who's over 1,000 years old, who holds the title of the strongest, and the one who refused the invitation of Zero Squad. Genryu, how much of these were true and how much false? 97, Chapter 97, at almost breaking the truth. Sora was totally caught empty-handed by him, and after a few seconds he started laughing and both of them almost raised their Ryutsu to fight. Sora, unbothered by it, he stared at them and said. Sora, hey, really impressed, worthy of your reputation. You managed to see me through. Yachiru, then all that was false you said. Sora, no, they're not 100% truth but not 100% lies as well. Yachiru then got infuriated and spiked her Ryutsu ready to use her Bankai. Sora then moved his hands and countless doors appeared covering the three of them, barely making it in time to avoid being sensed by others. Genryusai, Yachiru calmed down, if both of us fight the Soul Society will be destroyed. After being reminded by Genryusai, she calmed down and lowered her output of Ryutsu. It was then that both of them noticed Sora standing there with a calm expression as if nothing happened. Genryusai, you're a unique monster as well if you could withstand that kind of pressure. Sora, I'm not feeling that good being praised by a guy. Yachiru, speak what was false what was lies. Sora, you're really aggressive and I hate that. Sora, it's not in my place to tell you anything more, as I'm risking from deviating from the future I know. As for anything else you will see in 1.5 months. Oh wait, 1.5 years. As he said that, he entered the door next to him and vanished, returning the room to the original state and leaving behind two old killers staring at his vanishing figure with daggers in their eyes. Yachiru, Genryusai, why did you stop me? Genryusai, because almost everything he said aligns with our current situation. After saying that, he sighed and raised his head thinking about their conversation, seeing that Yachiru did the same. It was then that he spoke to the empty void. Genryusai, Kojiro and Shunsui, since you were listening to all this, what is your opinion at all of this? Kojiro, I'm the loyal hand of yours, any orders you have I will carry them out. Shunsui, I'm surprised you found us. Genryusai, all of us knew you two were here but decided to continue anyway. Yachiru, this showed that he didn't mean any harm, otherwise sensing 4 people waiting he may have never stayed here. Shunsui, old geezer, I think everything he said is true with the exception of being a guardian. Genryusai, XMNM, I think so as well. Then what do you think is the true story here? Shunsui, I believe he must be from the far future that ended up in the real world causing an anomaly to happen, and he's trying to fix that without averting too much from the history he knows. Yachiru, what do you base that on? Shunsui, at the fact, he knew everything including Wiwak, Zero Squad and the Soul King. All of them were silenced by what Shunsui said and frowned with the exception of Kojiro who was kneeled next to Yamamoto. Genryusai, then by what you said something happened in the future that forced all hidden powers to appear. Possible all of us died saving what we could, but it wasn't enough and the Soul King got replaced, forcing him to use some kind of passage or Kido to turn back time. Yachiru, then when did he appear? Shunsui, if we continue towards this direction it's possible to say he's miscalculated the point of arrival and went back 1000 years learning everything about us. Shunsui, after all messing with the time is strictly forbidden. Yachiru, then we have a new problem, how far in the future is his time? Genryusai, not only that, it seems our destruction started 100 years ago. He said he wished to replace a few captains. Genryusai, the last time we did that was 100 years ago, replacing almost all ranks. All of them fell into silence as they clearly remember that fateful day. It was the say they exiled almost half their captains along with their vice-captains and gotten replaced. As they thought of this, they now realized that someone was pulling the strings back then. 98, Chapter 98, A New Kidos. 4 people inside the room almost broke the truth. Too bad for them that he didn't come from the future but another plane and he was the cause of all of this just to mofu in this world. On the other hand, though they almost managed to see the plot that started 100 years ago with Aizen in its center causing immersible damage to the ranks, allowing him to swim easily around in his way to becoming a captain and in his way towards room 46. On the academy, Sora was sitting down trying to finish his last fusion. So far everything went well and he got 3 new Kidos really useful for him in the upcoming battles. On one side of a corner, a small shadow entered and went into Sora. It was his clone who had returned and entered his body again, transmitting all that transpired to him. Then something happened inside of him and last fusion ended in success, luckily for him. System, ding. Gluttony has reached 90%. System, ding. Congrats host for fusing. Different Kidos creating 4 self-made arts. System, ding. Host has used Hado arts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in his first fusion creating self-made arts 3, lighting ray judgment. System, ding. Self-made arts 3, lighting ray judgment. Description, lighting starts emitting from the caster body towards the target causing the heavens above to throw countless rays into the opponent, that carries their pity and anger for pissing their emissary, sending them into the gates of nothingness. Incantation, begone from my sight. Pierce through the enemy. Broiling black ashes. The bitter chilling heat of your demise. The wallowing ashes follow your course and charge through the fool to the gates of nothingness. Wailing princess, guide forth the death's final breath. The moon shines down on you, giving them mercy. Cast your wrath upon our foe. System, ding. Host has used Bakudo arts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in his second fusion creating self-made arts 4, Mirrors of Purgatory. System, Ding. Self-made arts 4, Mirrors of Purgatory. Description, the body of Castor starts shining and created a dome-like area full of mirrors inside it. Whoever got trapped will have to face their own self and try to kill each other. If the real one wins and escape, he will have an increase of 10% in their riot soab permanently. If the fake one wins, the loser lose 10% in their riot soab permanently. Incantation, the three-headed whales. Show your teeth and might. Disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own heart. Guardian of the Purgatory, 3 chimes, rattling bones, the savage dog lets looses his fearsome roar. Growl on the name of the fool who rouses you from your slumber. Your rage incites the very earth to tremble in fear. System, Ding. Host has used Bakudo Arts 11, 12, 13, 14, along with Heido Arts 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and Yunown Arts 1, in his third fusion, creating Self-made Arts 5, Endless Coffin of Ice. System, Ding. Self-made Arts 5, Endless Coffin of Ice. Description, countless arrows and spears along with flowers are forming in the air, coming down from the heavens vault, raining towards the enemy, engulfing them, creating an eternal slumber, away from light, away from darkness, away from time. Incantation, the soul winter in the blizzard who marches along the path of solitude finds shelter in this frozen oasis. Mighty God of weather, I call upon thee. Lend me thy hate, fury, and anger. Fall, bringers of death, for you shall empower my conviction. The tempered lance, forged inside the deepest part of loneliness. The harbinger of the heavens' fury, and strike down your foe. All creation, flutter of wings, Yehu bears the name of man. The sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Unable to reflect the blue sky. Time that gathers, obey my orders. 99, Chapter 99, A Halted Plan. System, Ding. Host has used Gluttony on his fourth fusion, creating Self-made Arts 6, Hellish Dragon Fang. Description, Uncown. Incantation, Uncown. Sora, what's this shit? Sora, System, what happened? Check the log. System, Ding. Checking the log. Found. System, the host has used his remaining Kidos in the last fusion, but as Gluttony evolved further, getting a step closer to become a Zanpakuto, it auto-ate your remaining skill set, and because it wasn't enough, it ate all arts book knowledge you had in your memories planning to learn later. Sora, yeah, this is bullshits. What now? How can I use it? And most importantly, how can I learn the other Kidos now? System, host needs to reread them, memorize them, and practice them again, or buy them from the store. Sora, my money. As Sora grieved about the knowledge he had to gather again after a bit of calming down, he thought that perhaps it was better that way. Not only his skill palette had become lower but more powerful, he wanted to see what kind of effect this Kido will have in the future. Then Sora thought of something and asked his personal guide. Sora, System, how can I evolve my other skills? System, host needs to pass 10.000 points on all aspects. Damn. I have a long way to do that. From the first version of System I learned that with every level up I get 1 point in all attributes, and the way they increased is 110 and in Ryotsu is 100. In other words, I have to make all my stats with the current version almost 100,000s. PFFFFF too hard. Even if maxed my level, there is little chance I can do that unless I buy permanent spiritual items and tattoos that increase my points on level up. Too damn expensive. As he was complaining about everything outside, on top of the right corner building where the library was located, a figure was standing there looking at MC's room, trying to find anything unusual about him and thinking how to control him. Do you see anything interesting, Captain? A voice was heard behind him, which he kindly responded to him. Yes, a very intriguing pawn that will fall in my hands, Jin. Jin, Captain Aizen, there is no one who can escape from you and your perfect act. Aizen, no, Urahara did escape my plans. Jin, wasn't that because you forced him 100 years ago? Aizen, in that case, you could say he had fallen in my palms but never dance in them. Jin, have you noticed, Captain, something odd about time? Aizen, what a foolish question, Jin. If I can't notice when I have complete hypnosis by my side, then no one can. Aizen, I also felt head commander's riot so boiling along with one more I don't recognize. Jin, then what we thought? Aizen, yes. They made a false report, probably to blind us. And when the old man learned the true report, his feelings betrayed him. Jin, should we speed up the plan? Aizen, we can't, this time we are the ones trapped in the palm of others' hands. Aizen, when Rukia came back to report and left again, I saw clearly in her soul the Hagyaku. Urahara must have hidden it in a Jigai which Rukia took and bonded with her soul body of a Shinigami. Jin, then why don't we trap her? Aizen, I was planning that to let her stay there for 2-3 months and have her come back with the excuse of defying orders as I already control room 46. But this new variant of time shift changed the game from boring to interesting. Jin, you look happy, Captain Aizen. Aizen, on the contrary, Jin, I'm amused. I wanna see who had the guts standing in my way. 100, Chapter 100, Getting Ready to Graduate. On the next morning, a knock was heard in Sora's room which waked him up from his slumber. He went to the door with half-closed eyes and opened it. He looked at who had come in his door, and after a few seconds, he awakened from his stupor and got his sleepy eyes wide open. Screaming loudly in the room, making his voice resound everywhere. Sora, 2 pillows of beebs. One of the two who was in his door was speechless and embarrassed while the other was laughing grinningly at him with a few mischief eyes. Aira, you like them so much that you want to sleep on them. Sora, for the record, I was having a wet dream but you guys waked me up, you need to pay up. Ha 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 ha, is that a date? Sora, in bed, sure. Get real you two, we're here for official business. Oh Captain, getting jealous, someone is hitting on me. I'm not. Sora, get lost shorty, we're about to play adult content and you're bothering us. Shorty, did you say shorty? Sora, shorty 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 chibi. Why did you say it in 2 different ways? It's the same. Sora, maybe, but I'm still taller than you and stronger. Bed-wise. Hey. Gr. Ha 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 zack 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 ha 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 ha's. They went on and on bickering about useless things, and they had totally forgotten that others in the next rooms they could hear them. The woman with the 2 giants racks had almost died from laughter seeing them fight like 2-3 years old kids. Both of them, as if sensing her thoughts, they screamed at her, stunning her before she started laughing again. Sora, I'm not a kid. I'm not a kid. After a while, they finally calmed down, getting to the reason for their visits. The one who introduced herself first was the woman. I'm the Vice Captain of 10th Division Rangiku Matsumoto. And I'm Captain of the 10th Division Hitsugaya Toshiro. As Sora was watching Matsumoto boobs, he failed to hear his introduction and said to him. Sora, you said something chibi. Hitsugaya, nah mo number at prick. Rangiku, okay stop it. We're here to inform you, and all students will take part in a test that will be conduct form vice captains and captains to check the current abilities of the students. You're the last one we had to inform. Sora, so no date. Rangiku, haha, maybe later. Hitsugaya, Matsumoto, let's go. Rangiku, Aira, Captain, you're jealous? Do you wanna sleep in my boobs? Hitsugaya, no way in hell. Rangiku, Aira, too bad. After seeing them leave, Sora was laughing and whispered in the room, having blocked everything with his doors. Sora, finally I'll leave and graduate from here, and at the same time I'll aim to become a captain. Would beating Zaraki and Byakuya be enough? So a few days later, Matsumoto came again to gather the future students that may graduate from this test. Within the batch with Sora, Winegaro and Nia, there was a noticeable change in their eyes and Ryutsu which puzzled Sora. When he has gotten close, they acted as they know him but not afraid of him, and a sudden chill welled up in his heart. Sora, damn, I was so busy training and mastering the new Kidos that I couldn't send all the time my clone to trick Aizen, and he got them. He thought hard what he should do, and after a while, he decided maybe it's time to have a chat. 101, Chapter 101, The Start of the Exam. Having decided that maybe it's time to have a chat, he went to his position, and at that moment Matsumoto started speaking to them. Matsumoto, attention. As of right now, you will be guided in the academy platform for the official matches were conducted. Everyone started to feel their blood boil from the suspense and excitement waiting for them in the exam. Sora was thinking if they will present a special kind of reward, and what will that be. He had the urge to ask her that, but in the end, he didn't. He was also thinking which captain should he trashed around in order to show his abilities towards the top, and at the same time how can he speak to Aizen? Well, leaving these 2 issues for later, he heard Matsumoto speaking again to them about the content of this exam. Matsumoto, this exam has 2 phases. One phase is you selecting a vice captain and compete in Kido speed, casting, power. If you pass this phase, you will be selected by captains in the second phase, where you will fight with every means possible. Sora started sweating. Kido type contest? Fuck K. I erased all of them from my skill set. I only have my self-made ones. Sora, system, what do I do? System, host can use their names to insta-cast them, but their power will be halved. Sora, I only remember their names, not what they do or their incantation. How the hell I'm gonna insta-cast them like this? System, host can figure it out himself. Sora, As Sora was feeling grieved, Matsumoto finally finished explaining the ups and downs of this exam, and they started walking towards the platform. After a while, when they reached there, they witnessed a huge round white ring, and Sora was shocked. He thought, isn't this ring like a martial artist one from Earth? Behind it you could see giant seats one next to each other with huge symbols on the backs of the chairs. And beneath them, 12 people were standing there, they were the Vika captains of all divisions with the exception of the 13 division as Rukia was in the real world. In her place was Kian Katetsu. Sora, impressive lineup, but I wonder where the captains are. Searching for us, little one. Sora heard this voice and couldn't help but exclaim inside him and turned his head to see a giant figure clad in captain attire. He was over 2 meters big and sturdy, but what was the most eye-catching thing on him was his mask. He realized immediately that this person was Komamura Seijin, captain of the 7th division. Sora, greetings captain. He made a gesture of bowing towards him, and all others saw and heard him. It was then they noticed the captain behind them and they also paid their respect to them. Komamura nodded at this sight, and went towards his numbered seat. Moments later, one by one the captains started arriving as well. Until eventually all of them were seated in their respective seats. In the middle was sitting Yamamoto and beneath his seat on the ground was his vice-captain Kojiro. Left and right were sitting all other captains and beneath them were sitting their respective vice-captains. The students were trembling from the sight and the excitement of showing their skills. It was their chance to see how far they can go and possible graduate earlier. 102, Chapter 102, the start of the exam 2. As all of them were hoping and dreaming for the best, a powerful voice was resound in the platform. Genryusai, silence. When they heard the loud voice, all of them saw the pillar and commander of Soul Society standing up ready to say a few words. They became quiet in order to hear what the living legend had to say. Genryusai, as of this moment the official exam for your graduation will begin. All of you will choose a vice-captain to fight with your own style in Kido, be it self-created or self-modified or existing ones. An uproar was raised from the new talents of the academy as they had learned a few tricks on their own during their time here. Genryusai, silence. XMNM, your progress will be judged by speed, casting, imagination and power. When he said that, they all thought in their minds. Wasn't it 3 criteria? How come there's 4 now? Sora, on the other hand, was laughing inside him and thanking the heavens for helping him. As if Yamamoto could see what they were thinking in their heads, he coughed a few times and said to them, clearing their doubts. Genryusai, we added on last criteria with hopes that a few skillful students can use the Kido's arts in a unique way none has seen yet. Genryusai, I wish to see your best performance of your abilities. Before he could finish, a student raised his hand and yelled at the direction of Genryusai, having a question to ask. Sora, excuse my rudeness, I have a question. Genryusai, XNMNMUR. Sora, Sora. Xylan Sora sir. All students, vice-captains and some captains had ugly faces. But to their surprise, Yamamoto nodded to him indicating to say his question. Sora, are the vice-captains and captains allowed to use their shikai if they deemed it fit? Genryusai remembered from a few days earlier that he had come to an agreement with Yachiru, Kojiro and Shunsui to test his abilities in all fields, therefore, he looked at him and at the students answering this particular question. Genryusai, your fellow youngster posted a really tricky question. The Shikai and Bankai of a Shinigami who has trained for years is also part of their strength. At the same time, if they deemed it fit to raise your test in higher ranks, they are allowed to do it. A loud cry was heard by the students, showing their determination and resolve to give their 100% of themselves. All students with the finished speech of the head commander felt their own blood boiling and went towards their own selections of vice-captains. As they were over 20 like students, many vice-captains were going to fight 2 or even 3 times. Sora was having trouble to choose as they only had 3 girls as the opponent that you could choose. Hinamori, Matsumoto, and Kian. As he was thinking, he felt someone approach him, and when he looked over he saw a tall, well-thin-built guy with black hair and a tattoo on his face with the number 69. Hey kid, you're the one asked that question, right? Sora, yeah, what about it? Are you afraid? Afraid of your own powers? Sora, XMNMNM, why should I be? Power is just power, the one who gives us that power is a friend or family, why should I be afraid of something my friend or family gave me? Aren't you afraid of harming those close to you? Sora, if that ever happened, the one who gave me my power will stop me and I will never blame them for giving it to me in the first place. Why? Sora, because they trusted me with that and I was the one who betrayed them by not be able to control it. I remember somewhere in the academy there was a book that was written in it a certain phrase. What phrase? Sora, with great power comes great responsibility. 103, Chapter 103, the first round. The person standing in front of Sora was stunned by these words and kept mumbling and mumbling, trying to find their true meaning. Sora, who knew who the person was, didn't know what else to say to Hisagi for learning to control his Shikai. He turned to leave, trying to find a suitable opponent, only to realize that this small stalling he had made all vice-captain be booked for the match. Having no alternative, he turned back to Hisagi, who still had a frown on his face. He sighed and went closer. Sora, oh great, I lost my chance for a date with Matsumoto. A date? Sora, and I don't like fighting guys at all. Fight? Date? Guys? Oh, you mean you wanted to fight her? How come fights became dates? Sora, well, I thought I'll try my luck. Too bad she's taken. Phhh Zaxa can it be you didn't found someone to be tested? Sora, and whose fault is that? By the way, your name? Mine I guess? I'm vice captain of the 9th division. Shihei Hisagi. Sora looked at the serious Hisagi like he takes pride of his position. Hisagi looked back at him and for some reason, he thought that perhaps he will find an answer if they fought together. Hisagi, then I'll be the one who will test you. I also want to see your version of great power. After declaring that Hisagi will test him, Sora went and registered under his name and then waited for others to finish their own selection and registrations. It took around 1 hour to finish this and the first phase round 1 begun. On the platform was Garo and Abarai Renji who bow to each other, and when the bell rang the first opening test will now begin. Garo didn't lose his cool and instant cast a Hado Arts by raising his hand towards Renji. Garo, Hado Arts 4, Byakurai. A pale blue lighting was shoot out from his finger that he had raised with his hand, leaving Renji a bit stunned that he could already instant cast, but that wasn't enough to stop him from dodging it. At that moment Renji sidestepped Garo, used his Shunpo and vanished from where he was, appearing behind Renji throwing another Hado. Garo, Hado Arts 31, Shak Keiho. It instantly engulfed Renji, causing a loud explosion in the platform. The spectators were quite amazed by Garo, who took the carefree attitude of Renji and launched an attack at 0 points. Garo on the field felt otherwise. He was shocked to feel that his fast attack didn't connect at all with his opponent, just as he was trying to figure out what happened. Renji appeared from within smokes. Renji, you have incredible battle instinct, able to see all the details, so can you tell me what I used to counter your Hado art before it hit me? Garo, no sir, I didn't see it. Renji, it was a Hado Arts 4, the same one you used to distract me, but on a much smaller power, making it difficult to sense it. Although Kido is not my forte, I'm trying to improve even by the smallest amount as well. Now let's continue. They took battle positions again and started to fight again and again, with each time Garo using different variations trying to gain the upper hand. 104, Chapter 104, the first round 2. Sora was watching the match with interest as he knew Garo was quite good at the academy, and he also knew that Renji sucked at Kido. It wasn't his forte as he had mentioned earlier. He watched every Kido flying around at each other, avoiding, dodged, clashing with each other, and he felt something odd. Why is Garo keep insta-casting them? It wasn't just him, Renji thought the same. He wanted to see what he's hiding, and it wasn't long that Garo stopped moving and sighed. Garo, our abilities are way far off. Renji, and you're going to give up just like that? Garo, no. I'm gonna try something new. Renji, HOH, then go ahead. Garo, I would appreciate it if you could take it head on, as I really don't know what kind of power on others will be released. Renji, is it a newly developed one? Garo, yes. Renji, then go ahead. I want to see your hidden move. Everyone's expectation har reached of the roof. They waited on what kind of developed Kido Garo was talking about. Even the captains and Sora had their eyes on him. Garo, lighting in the heavens, lighting in the sky, blinding light that binds your enemies. As he was chanting, Renji and the others felt nothing at all, but Sora and a few others could sense a change in Garo's body. They saw him raised his palms and opened his fingers as he continues chanting. Garo, light that exists within our soul, blind and bind their own soul, self-made arts 1, lighting soul grid. When Garo finished his chanting and said the name of his newly developed one, sparks were created in his fingers but nothing more. The spectators were puzzled, but Sora and a few captains were amazed. It was then that dark lighting came out of Renji's body, binding him and paralyzing him on the ground. Renji, Guyuerg. Garo, Guaaaaa. Sora was looking with a very amusing face as all the spectators. He tried to think ways of escaping that. He saw then Garo sweating a lot trying to bind Renji and figured a major flaw on this Kido. The caster can't move and need to target a specific target for it to work. It wasn't just him who found those, even the captains could see that, along with the vice captains, much less Renji who was at the center of it. He looked at Garo who was sweating and couldn't help but sighed. Garo, on the other hand, saw Renji's somewhat resigned expression and was thinking that he might have won. Renji's next action made him throw everything out of the window in his mind. Renji, howl, Zabimaru. Renji caught the hilt of his sword and drew it slightly, then with his command a red cloud burst from the sword, breaking his restraint. As he stood up you could see his Shikai. It was a sword, an even longer 6-part segmented blade. Each segment is wider than the one preceding it from the hilt, with 2 pick-like protrusions on the front and back of each segment, with the ones on the front much longer than the ones on the back. Before Renji could attack he saw Garo sit down in exhaustion and raising his hand up, giving up the match. It didn't take long to realize that by breaking his Kido he made him take a backlash which forced him to use his last amounts of Ryutsu. Renji undid his Shikai and went closer to him. Renji, that was a good one. If my skill in Kido was that good to create or modify them, perhaps I wouldn't need to bring out my Shikai. Garo, heh does that, nt as my win. Renji, yeah it does. Garo, heh. Renji then sheathed his sword and went back to his position, before getting gobsmacked by the other vice captains. 105, Chapter 105, The First Round 3. Having finished the first match, all students were fired up to show their skills as well. The second match began, but after such an exciting first match, it seemed with little suspense and was somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, it had its good points as well. After a few minutes the match ended and cheers could be heard from the crowd. The other matches started as well, showing a normal match in the testing of the student ability. After these ended as well, only 4 were left to be tested. Matsumoto vs Nia. Kira vs Wine. Hinamori vs Eren. Hisagi vs Sora. They were the last 4 matches for Phase 1 and many had high expectations of them. It was time for them to decide who will go up and be tested. Sora, who will go from you guys? Wine, why don't you go? Nia, are you kidding? We will lose our light never to regain it again. Eren, ha 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 ha. Wine, fine, I'll go. Wine started walking towards the platform, and when Kira saw him he did the same. They reached the platform and went up. They looked at each other and bowed. Wine, greetings sir. Kira, XMNM greetings. Wine, I would like to say this now, I will only display 2 Kidos and if possible I would like your opinion on them. Kira, well, this is a test to see your abilities, be it 1 or 2 Kidos, I'll try and guide you. Wine, thank you, sir. Everyone else on the ground was puzzled by the conversation they had. He will show 2? Can it be self-made arts? He created 2 of them? Sora, how the hell they managed this? It hasn't been even 10 days since we returned from there. Nia and Eren couldn't help and smiled wryly, thinking the same thing at the same time. They were influenced by you. Wine, unlimited sea, unlimited sky, endless abyss, endless freedom, manifest your despair, manifest your hope, my left hand swims, my right hand is falling, the point of hope is the point of demise, self-made arts 1, shattering point. After finishing his chant he drew his sword with his left hand and with the right he held his sheath as if he was dual-wielding. Kira and other didn't understand what happened and saw him charge at him with his sword slashing downwards from his shoulder towards his leg. And with his right hand, he slashed upwards from his leg towards his shoulder. Kira stepped back easily, managing to avoid that with easy, but then something happened when the 2 hands of Wine, which was holding his sword and sheath perfectly allying between them in a single line. That single line or point took the form of a single fin like an arrow and shot towards Kira, who was 2-3 steps away, giving him almost nil time to dodge. He used Shunpo to avoid it and vanished from there, appearing 4 meters away. Everyone was shocked at what was that. In the gallery where the captains were stationed, Swafon exclaimed in surprise and spoke out loud for the other captains to hear. Swafon, that was incredible. That arrow was so thin made that it's perfect for assassination. If he raised his skill practicing that Kido, he will become quite fearful. As the captains were shocked from getting such a high evaluation from her, Kira looked at Wine and asked. Kira, can you fire that repeatedly? Wine, no, at most 2 to 3 times. Kira, I see, what about your other Kido? Wine, my other Kido is incomplete and I haven't decided yet its final outline and name, but I'll show it anyway. 106, Chapter 106, The First Round 4. Wine, here goes. Saying that he raised his Ryutsu to the max output he could, and Kira had taken a battle stance to prepare for anything. Sora, having been shocked earlier, he had his full attention in the match in front of him. Swafon, I wonder what else he has in store. Genri Usai, XMMM, let's wait and see, they are a few promising kids so far. All captains, yes. As they were talking, Wine started chanting his incomplete Kido, and this time, the temperature in the platform was raised quite a bit. Wine, laws, rules and morals, sun and moon, desert and sea, left and right, up and down, reverse the reverse, irreversible the irreversible. Self-made arts 2, shift. As he finished his chanting, something amazing happened. Kira, who was watching Wine, was now watching the crowd behind him, and Wine, who was watching Kira, was watching the crowd. They didn't turn themselves with their own will, but it was an instant shifting, stunning the crowd, the captains and Sora. Sora was in disbelief as he had figured out that in reality, they wanted to copy him. Garo used his fingers for his Kido just as he had fired more than 10x Hado Arts 4, he was inspired from that. Wine tried to create a sword or arrow out of thin air like his Reishi blades, and this shift is like his doors trying to redirect attacks. The special skills he always uses were almost demoted, a few notched down to match their needs. He was thinking, can it be that this counts as me being their mentor? He then turned to Nia and looked at her. Nia felt his gaze and looked back at him. They looked at each other and Nia smiled as if she was saying, we will surpass you. These 3 pricks really know how to get someone on their nerves. He decided he would break Aizen's hypnosis by himself, no need to ask him to free them, right? He then turned to look at a panting Wine and confused Kira, who had already turned and was looking at Wine. He was speechless and at the same time he couldn't realize what happened. He then walked towards him and said, Kira, you passed. Those 2 Kidos you have made, they have many rooms for improvement, keep the hard work. Wine was elevated when he heard that, but then collapsed from being too tired. He then turned to look at Sora, who was watching him and grinned on his face, pissing Sora off. Garo, having recovered a bit, went and helped Wine get down and then went to sit on the corner that was only for those that passed. They looked at each other and then at Sora, who was pissed and angered him even more by raising their thumbs and pointed down. As if Sora was a loser. Flames of fury burned in Sora's mind, which made him remembered he hasn't really paid them back for the humiliation in the academy, right? And neither this bitch for kicking me in the face. Good. A chapter of hell awaits just the three of you. Seeing him laugh evilly, they felt the cold sweat and countless pricks on their backs, as if they had provoked a demon. 107, Chapter 107, the first round 5. The spectators were on fire, all the students who were watching were in silence, sworn to become stronger. Sora had flames of fury in his chest from these pricks and was already making plans on how to send them in a hell-like trip. A few moments later, Sora and Aaron, they saw Nia looking at them with a smile, and then she spoke to them. Nia, I'm going up. Black veins appeared on Sora, while Aaron was waving her hand at her as if saying good luck. Matsumoto saw her and started walking towards the platform as well. They walked up there and bowed towards each other, paying their respect. Nia, greetings miss. Matsumoto, XMMM miss? Zaxa, don't be so nervous. Nia, yes. Matsumoto, are you with those two? When she asked her that, she raised her hands and pointed towards Garo and Wine. Nia shook her head and a surprised look appeared on Matsumoto. Matsumoto, really? You do look very close. Nia, we just came together to surpass someone. Original speaking, we had daggers at each other. Matsumoto, XMMM, I see. Matsumoto turned her eyes a bit towards Sora, who was fuming in anger, and laughed. Matsumoto, then let me see how you are going to surpass that someone. Nia, I only managed to create one Kido and even that is incomplete. Matsumoto, go ahead. As Vice Captain Kira said, you are going to be tested on your own way. As Sora was planning ahead for them, he stopped and finally focused on the match. Or test. He wanted to see what kind of Kido she created. Garo and Wine smiled wryly and looked at each other. They started whispering so quietly between them, hoping that none could hear them. Garo, that bitch is crazy. Wine, no kidding, she's lunatic and she hasn't even completed her Kido yet. Garo, we must remember never to cross her path. Wine, yes, she's a psycho. On the platform, Nia raised her hands and placed them in front of her with her fingers pointing almost at all directions. She then closed her eyes and started chanting. Nia, 10 gates 10 lives, 10 directions 10 choices, 10 flowers 10 wishes. Matsumoto saw in her fingers small reishi balls be formed and stared at her as she took a battle position and getting ready to counter what she will throw at her. Sora was shocked. She recreated my lotus? Come on, give me a break, you guys. Nia, being ignorant of what Sora was saying, she continued chanting. Nia, 10 crimes 10 punishments, gather and pay respect to those that passed you. Nia, self-made arts 1, flowers of the commandments. Finishing her chanting and declaring the name of her Kido. The flowers that had formed on her fingers disperse in 10 corners of the platform. From each corner a light burst in the air, connecting each other, creating a 10-corner-like dome, shutting Matsumoto and her inside. On the ground, absorbing the reishi in the air, 100 flowers bloomed, stunning the crowd for creating something so beautiful. The captains were displeased for creating something that's not helpful at all. Yamamoto turned to see towards Sora and was somewhat shocked seeing that kind of face from him. It wasn't just him. Mayuri, Anohana, and Aizen had noticed his face. Sora was crying inside him. What the hell, I tried so hard to create those. I even used items and all knowledge I had, and these twerps managed to see them clearly and recreate similar effects. And what's more, her Kido looks much more potent than mine. 108, Chapter 108, the first round 6. Matsumoto was stunned to be enclosed in a transparent box like Kido with flowers in it. She couldn't move carelessly and raised her finger to test the waters more like flowers. Matsumoto, Heido Arts 4, Byakurai. She fired a pale lighting targeting one line behind Nia. Just before it hit the line, Matsumoto saw Nia smiling and thought, damn. It crashed on the line and something none was expecting. The lighting got absorbed instantly, and from a few dozens of flowers on the ground, lighting was discharged hitting Matsumoto. Matsumoto, Guyuo Weo. She got electrified, injuring slightly. As she was trying to find out which flowers discharged the lighting, she saw Nia raising her palm. Nia, Heido Arts 31, Shak Keiho. She fired a red projectile at Matsumoto, which she avoids it by using Shunpo, but then she saw Nia smiling again, and before she realized why was she smiling, the Shak Keiho got absorbed into the line, allowing again different flowers fire the same type at her direction. Matsumoto, Che. What a troublesome Kido. She kept dodging everything that came at her with Shunpo, and then she noticed something, that the projectiles that were fired by the flowers on the ground were not absorbed again. They just vanished. Finally, having avoided everything, she finally stepped on the ground, but as she did, she stepped on a few flowers and a white light engulfed her with a loud sound. Garo and Wine were sweating from this sight as they had experienced it firsthand to test its power and uses. Sora was shocked to see that she created a domain similar to his doors and flowers together. The students were amazed and the vice-captains were thankfully they didn't end up with her, they could see from her smile that she is simply playing around. The captains were amazed, especially Anohana and Mayuri. They now had realized that all kidos so far had something to do with the one Sora uses. It was then that they heard someone talking. Shunsui, xmmm, that kido, at first sight, seems beautiful and just that, but on a second thought it's deadly. Aizen, you are right. But there is a major flaw in it. Yuka-take, yes, the caster can't leave from that small post and has barely room to move, otherwise she risks of stepping on them, causing them to blow her as well. Swafon, is that why she said it's incomplete? Genri Yusai, only time will tell us how she will develop it. Matsumoto on the field had started to get worn out, either she will have to dodge or check where she steps so that she won't be engulfed in an explosion again. She saw Nia standing there smiling and a certain thought crossed her mind. Is she a devil? The moment I avoid one barrage she casual creates another, she doesn't even let me catch my breath. My boobs they starting to hurt from all the moving I've been doing. As she was speaking herself she saw Nia raising her two palms ready to fire two more shak keho. She decided to bring out her shikai and end this, but then the unexpected happened. Crack creak. The lines were crumbling on their own and the flowers withered slowly. Nia sighed and raised her hand, giving up. Matsumoto, why did you give up? Nia, my kido is incomplete. If I cast normally it can last for almost a day, but if it absorbs 3-4 kidos no matter how powerful it starts doing this, and I have no idea how to fix this. Matsumoto, you mean you weren't the one sustain in this whole time? Nia, no, I used half my Ryutsu to create this and the other to fire 3 shak keho, but as you could see I could fire 2 more instant casts with what I have right now. Matsumoto, I see, keep the hard work, you have created something amazing and you have room for improvement. You passed. The moment she heard she passed, she was elevated and went towards Garo and Wine, showing a V sign to them. 109, Chapter 109, the first round 7. With the ending of this match, only 2 were left, Eren vs Hinamori and Sora vs Hisagi. They looked at each other and Eren smiled. He turned and walked towards the platform. Eren, I can't fall behind now, can I? Sora, let me see what the oldest student had up his sleeves. Eren, sure. Silence fell for a few seconds and then a loud cheering for him. He smirked at what he was cheering and got up on the platform where he saw Hinamori there. Eren, greetings senpai. Hinamori, EEAAO greetings. Eren, ah ha 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 senpai, don't be so nervous, I'm not a freak like those 3, I will compete on all known kidos with my own style. Hinamori, yes. As they finished their little friendly talking, Eren and Hinamori took positions and started to get ready to face each other. Eren, Bakudo Arts 7, Ashigarami Himo. Thin cords of shining white Ryutsu burst from the ground and wrap around Hinamori's ankles, stunning her from the sheer speed it had in before she could raise her Ryutsu to break free. Eren clapped his fingers and fires 4 more. Eren, Bakudo Arts 4, Hainawa Bakudo Arts 30, Shitatsu Sansen Heido Arts 4, Byakurai Heido Arts 31, Shak Keiho. 3 ropes of yellow light flew from his hand along with 3 finger-sized nails binding her on the spot. It all happened the moment he said the names of them. She got trapped instantly and she saw 2 flashes before an explosion happened. Sora, what the hell is that speed casting? As Sora was having his eyes out, the same thing happened to those that passed. Garo, I couldn't even saw what happened. Wine, I only saw 4-5 flashes before an explosion. Nia, same here. At the huge wall-like chair were the vice-captains and above them, the captains were many of them spoke to each other. Kira, that kid has reached captain level of instant cast. Renji, that's nonsense. Hisagi, even captains need certain pattern before firing a kido. Matsumoto, yeah, like raising a hand or a finger. All vice-captains were arguing on this point when a captain answered their doubts. Byakuya, no, he evolved his instant cast even further to the point of not needed to say its name. He just snaps his fingers and a kido appears. Zaraki, hey then why is he telling the names of them? It's more fun if you don't know what it will strike you. Tosen, that's because he has justice and wants to make it fair to her. Yuka-take, not only that, but he also wants to see how she will deal with this. Mayuri, there's more, he probably doesn't have limits in his brain allowing his Ryutsu to travel with a mere thought. If that idea is a kido then a kido will appear. Anohana, he must have burdened his body countless times to finally manage and control it. All the vice-captains gasped from hearing what the captain said and were thinking how many monsters are going to graduate after phase 2? On the platform, Hinamori was having difficulties coping with his sheer speed even though she managed to escape the binding with a little help from the explosion. She still had trouble. On the other hand, Eren started sweating as he continues to mind cast his kido. It placed an enormous strain on him. Both on his body and his mind, but his heart was on fire. He didn't want his juniors to pass him like he is nothing in their eyes. Hinamori saw his determination and not willing to admit defeat she increased her shunpo allowing her a bit of room to fire her own kido. Hinamori, Bakudo Arts 7, Ashigarami Himo. Thin cords of shining white ryotsu burst from the ground and wrap around Aronza's ankles. As he got trapped he was surprised a bit, and just as he was about to free himself, Hinamori fired her own version of Bakudo at him. 110, Chapter 110, The Last Fighting Test. Hinamori, Bakudo Arts 4, Hanawa Bakudo Arts 30, Shitatsu Sansen Bakudo Arts 26, Kyoko. 3 ropes and 3 piercing beams were fired at him, and before he could get away as he was trapped on the ground, they vanished, making his freeze for 1 second, but that was enough for them to hit him before realizing that it was the Kido bending light that made it seem as if they were mirages and got tricked. He sighed and looked at her, who was panting from the constant dodging, as then turned and saw the others with their mouths opened wide and was pleased. He looked at Hinamori again and said, "Aaron, I give up." Hinamori, why? "Aaron, I'm tired, it's not easy to cast that fast constantly, therefore I give up." Hinamori, "Fine then, go and sit there, you have a pass from me." Aaron smiled and started walking towards where Garo, Wine, and Nia was sitting. When he reached there he looked at them and raised his middle finger, scaring the hell out of them, thinking that Akido will come at them. "Aaron, PPF PPF PF 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 FFF ha 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 ha." Sora saw them getting angry at Aaron and he laughed like there's no tomorrow. He sighed and started walking towards the long-awaited match in Phase 1. "Sora, shall I go all out? Or the same old tricks?" As he tried to find how he should do this, Hisagi was mumbling what Sora told him earlier and started walking as well towards his match. All the vice-captains and especially all the captains were paying attention to Sora. Sora went up and saw Hisagi having arrived as well. He then with the corners of his eyes looks at Genri Yusai, Anohana, Aizen, and all others captains. They felt his gaze and paid even more attention to him. "Sora, so Vice-Captain Hisagi, have you found your answer?" "Hisagi, let me see it, your great power." "Sora, if I do that it will be over in an instant." "Bring it out. Your Shikai." "Hisagi, you have to force me for that." Hado Arts 31, Shak Keiho. At the middle of his words Hisagi fired a red flash at Sora, who wasn't even moving. He closed his eyes and murmured quietly. "Sora, Self-Made Arts 1, Formless Doors." Just as the flare clashed on Sora and exploded, Hisagi felt something in his back and in the next instant he was blown away. Everyone was stunned. They clearly saw Sora eat the explosion of Shak Keiho, but the one who was blown away was not him but Hisagi. Hisagi tried to figure out what happened as he was standing when he heard Sora's voice. "Sora, bring it out or else you will not come out unscathed from our spar." Hisagi turned to look at him with a bit of surprise on his face and was shocked even further when he saw Reishi from the surrounding gathering around Sora forming 10 blades. Not only him, even captains were shocked. When the blades were formed after a few seconds Sora spoke loudly. "Sora, Self-Made Arts 2, Revolving Heavenly Reishi Blades." They were shocked to find out that the solid Ryotsu blades were Aikido, and he instant cast that many. Mayuri, Aizen and Anohana were not that surprised, but all others were stunned. Even Genri Yusai focused his eyes. Sora caught 2 blades and they started vibrating while the other 8 started spinning like a wheel and then started circling Sora. If that wasn't enough to leave them with open eyes and mouths at the same time, visible different types of thin doors appeared all over the place, making them confused. Sora then threw all 8 swords in the doors, making them vanish, and appeared above and behind Hisagi, leaving him room to dodge by a thin hair. 111, Chapter 111, The Last Fighting Test 2. Hisagi barely managed to twist his body, avoiding the razor wheel-like blades. Both his sleeves and his arms got cuts along with one on his chest. Thankfully for him it only ripped his Shinigami attire a bit and not his body. He looked at Sora with fear as he thought he could have died. Sora looked back at him and had a smile on his face, stunning Hisagi with his next words and actions. "Sora, well done surviving that, but next time it won't be that easy." Sora then brought his swords close to him and stopped them from spinning. The swords then appeared in front of him, creating a ladder upwards. He stepped on one sword then on another and levitated in the air by stepping on his swords. Then his visible doors started rotating around them as if creating a dome with no escape out. He then pointed with his sword towards Hisagi and all swords flew towards his doors, appearing and disappearing in the platform. Hisagi tensed up when he saw that and raised his focus to the maximum he could do, paying attention on which door he will be surprised. The swords were flying from door to door and eventually they all vanished from his sight. He remembered before that they appeared above him and behind him, so he turned towards the other direction. Only to miscalculate as they never appeared from where he was expecting them, but came out from the ground. In other words, below him, leaving him no room to dodge this time, shredding his attire and drawing his blood. All the others saw a display of flying swords and a Hisagi not being able to find their paths. They all started whispering themselves, including the captains. "Renji, what the hell are those?" "Kira, I really don't know if I will come alive if I was in there." "Matsumoto, he's trying to force him to use his Shikai." "Hinamori, mmmmmmmmmmmmmm." As they were arguing they also heard what the captains were saying and were shocked. "Mayuri, that brat sure is ruthless." "Ku. Komamura, he sure doesn't have any sense of justice to him." "Zaraki, ha 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 ha, that's it, go, I really wanna fight as well." Byakuya, not even a bit of pride in their fights. Tosen, no, it's the opposite. Komamura, what do you mean, Tosen? Do you call that a spar? Tosen shakes his head at his friend questions and then answered briefly. Tosen, he doesn't emit any killing intent towards him at all. Shunsui, correct, he must be trying to do something else. Yokotake, but the point is what? Genryusai, enough. We will continue to watch. As both vice-captains and captains turned to look at the platform, they were shocked a bit. They saw a crumbled platform from the sneak attacks that came from below and many cuts from when the blades crashed from above in the ground. Sora was sitting in the air by stepping on his blade, and he was holding two more, looking at a Hisagi who had his sleeves both cut off trying to avoid the blades, a few cuts in his legs, back, chest and cuts in his hands where you could see blood. Hisagi was in bad shape, but that was all. He didn't have any major injury, only small cuts with blood flowing out from there. He looked at Sora and spoke. Hisagi, is this your great strength? Sora, XNMNMN, my strength? You're not qualified to see it. Hisagi, are you looking down on me? Sora, you're someone who got into this state, refusing to use what others entrusted you with. If you think that's my way of looking down on you, then yes, I am. They stared at each other with no one wanting to back down. 112, Chapter 112, The Last Fighting Test 3. Sora, I will say it again, call it out. Hisagi, and I told you to force me to do that. Hisagi, Bakudo Arts 62, Hyaporan Kan. Hisagi casted a Kido without incantation and generated a blue-white glowing rod of energy in his hand. He threw it at Sora, and halfway there it multiplied into 100 more rods, which rained down on Sora, trying to pin him and completely immobilizing him. Sora sighed and waved his hand, and a new door opened in front of him, shallowing more than hundreds of those rods in an instant, and before Hisagi had time to think where they would come from, he saw hell. All rods came out from different doors, targeting him from all directions with no escape, raining down on him while he was trying to avoid most of them with not much of a success, as he ended up pinned down on the broken platform. Everyone who was watching, they knew that Hisagi wasn't weak, but Sora's Kidos are messing up with his rhythm way too much. On the corner of those who had passed, Garo, Wine, Aaron, Nia was watching a freak, and 3 of the 4 knew that he had 1 more or possible 2 hidden Kidos. All of them clenched their fists as they realized that even if they got inspired by him, they still are way too far away from him. It was then that they saw the rain trying to hit Sora, only to be returned back. And they saw something on the sky falling. They squeezed their eyes trying to see what they were, and as they were getting closer and closer, they realized it was a few falling rods of light, which they ate on their faces, pinning them also on the ground. Sora, who was fighting when this happened, he laughed inside him, but in reality, he had a shocked expression as he said loudly. Sora, sorry guys, it's my first time trying to redirect so many things, those went astray. All 4 of them who was pinned on the ground and had black marks on their faces when the rods hit them were thinking the same thing for a change. Hisagi, kill him. Especially Nia, she was screaming inside her because as a girl she hated being targeted at her face, and she knew he did it on purpose. What she didn't know that he had more in his mind for them. Back on the half-destroyed platform, Hisagi was pinned down trying to stand up and was looking at Sora, who came down from the sky landing on the platform. He then let go of his blades from his hands and went back to 0 where 10 blades floated around him. The blades started spinning again and launched themselves towards Hisagi, trying to end this. Hisagi then raised his Ryutsu and yelled loudly. Hisagi, Heido Arts 73, Soren Sakasui. He then fired it from his palms that was touching the ground. It generated blue energy in a concentrated blast, blasting his rods of light along with himself and the already destroyed platform, and even though he got self-injured himself, he also managed to be granted 1 second, which was enough to use Shunpo and avoid 6 of them. Too bad for him as he stepped back with Shunpo. Behind him came huge heat waves from the after effects of the concentrated blast he fired, and pushed him towards the last 4 incoming blades, threatening to shred him to pieces. At that moment everyone froze, and Sora was smiling as he had used a door on the ground to redirect part of the blast behind Hisagi's back for the second time. It was then that he heard something and made a grin. Hisagi, Reap, Kashinai. 113, Chapter 113, The Last Fighting Test 4. Within an instant of avoiding more than, he was hit behind again and flew back at the trajectory of the rest. They were almost upon him at incredible speed. Time slowed down for him, but in reality, he had no time to activate a Kido. At that moment he heard a voice. Use me. Hisagi, Che. Reap, Kashinai. He caught his hilt and released his command, causing an outburst of Ryutsu, and 2 spinning wheels appeared in his hands, deflecting the 4 blades who were upon him. When Hisagi managed to find his footing in the ground, you could see in his hands 2 rods with 4 scythes, and each side was the opposite of each other. At the end of each rod you could see a chain connecting both of them together. Everyone was in shock when they saw him call his Shikai, especially Hisagi. He couldn't believe that he really bring it out as he looked at Sora and saw him smiling. Sora, finally now I can move as well, but I don't need the doors anymore. He waved his hands making the doors dissipate one by one, shocking everyone with this move, and then they saw him catch 2 blades and all others were plugged on the ground. The blades in his hands started vibrating at the absolute limit and Sora used Shunpo vanishing from that spot and appeared in front of Hisagi slashing with his 2 blades downwards. Hisagi blocked with the one rod that had 2 scythes and threw the other one behind him. The moment of a clang was heard, he used Shunpo and stepped back a few meters, doing that he pulled the chain and threw the second one towards Sora while holding only the chain. Sora managed to avoid the incoming spinning scythe, and as he was about to get closed he was ganged up from above and behind by 2 spinning scythes. Sora discarded both his blades, one towards above and the other throwing it behind him, deflecting both scythes leaving Hisagi with only the chain. He rushed forward gripping 2 blades from the ground and threw them as arrows towards him. Hisagi was a bit shocked at his quick thinking, and not only him, all those who were watching had glued eyes. He pulled the chain at 2 spots and instantly, like a boomerang, the scythes returned to his hand deflecting both blades. Before he gets to relax a bit, Sora appeared with a blade in both his hands and slashed sideways, ripping Hisagi's chest even further. Hisagi ignored this and triggered his scythe to circle around them with the chains and caught MC in it. Sora felt something odd at that, and then Hisagi caught his rods and tightened them, and as he did that, Sora was locked with the chains immobilizing his in the air. Sora then heard Hisagi voice. Hisagi, cubicake, neck hanging. The chains were rustling as they were shrinking, with the 2 spinning wheels breaking every blade on the ground, coming right for Sora's body and in the end piercing him in non-vital points, making everyone exclaim out loud as they thought he died. At the same time, Hisagi was even more shocked because he didn't see any blood, only Sora smiling and looking towards the sky. He said in a bit loud whisper. Sora, Self-Made Arts 3, Clone Mirage, Spiritual Soul Clone. Hisagi then saw him vanish with the chains falling on the ground, and then he looked at the sky with everyone following his gaze. They saw a figure falling at enormous speeds and then they were shocked. They saw him as he falls, putting his hand in front, creating a 9-bladed flower which was 9 blades combines in front of him, protecting him from any assault, and a single blade been created in both his hands heading straight for Hisagi. As he took the chains on his hands he controls them and ejected the scythes towards Sora in the sky. The scythes and the blade-like flower clashed with each other. The blade-like flower got destroyed and the scythes got deflected away. As he managed to regain his scythes in his hands, he saw Sora right above him slashing in his shoulder, and his blade collided with the scythe, managing to create a bloody line, breaking the blade from the impact. Sora took the time that Hisagi was in pain and extended his hand, creating one last blade and placed it at Hisagi's neck. 114, Chapter 114, The Graduation. Everyone was stunned by the last confrontation. From the point of when Hisagi released his Shikai, a minute has passed and that resulted in Sora's win. All the vice-captains were thinking what the hell happened. The change of winning sides in the fight happened so fast that made them unable to cope up. The captains were almost the same with one exception. They were thinking, when the hell did Sora activate his third Kido? They felt nothing at all. Even the strongest members were trying to figure it out. Aizen, did he activated it when he stepped on the sword and walked in the air as if walking in stairs? Anohana, foo, there was a moment we got blinded by his Kido rotation and Hisagi's Hyaporankin flying towards Sora, perhaps it was then. Genri Usai, XMM, it was at the same instant he got shred to pieces. All the captains and vice-captains were shocked to hear their commander saying that. They couldn't doubt his judgment, but they still couldn't feel anything at all. Hitsugaya, head commander. What happened there? Genri Usai, at that moment his Ryutsui got lowered and raised to the same level again instantly. Swafon, that's impossible, right? Mayuri, no, it's possible. That guy from what we had seen in the Hueco Mundo has absolute control over his Ryutsu. Komamura, Captain Mayuri, what do you mean? Mayuri, it's simple. When you cast a Kido, don't you put a fixed amount of your Ryutsu? When you instant cast it or when you chant it? Komamura, yes. Yukatake, the difference is that one is weaker and one is more stable and stronger. Mayuri, correct. Then what about mind cast? Shunsui, it becomes even weaker but stable and unpredictable. Mayuri, correct, but he disregards all that and puts the same amount each time. Mayuri, in other words, being chanting, instant casting or mind casting requires different amounts of Ryutsu, but he puts the same amount on all 3 cases. Jin, what a second, Captain Mayuri. Doesn't that mean he has above captain level Ryutsu? Anohana, Captain Jin, it's not that, he hasn't awakened his Zappankyo soul yet. So all his Ryutsu needs a way out, and because of the limiters on mind and body as Shinigami's have, that places a strain on him releasing and replenishing the same amount he used instantly. Aizen, in that case, the moment his soul awakens it will ease his burden and train normally as others for his Shikai and Bankai. Genri Usai, either way will we see for the future, for now it's time to pass to the second phase. Genri Usai, in the second phase as stated, one of you will have to choose a youngster from those that pass and evaluate their performance. Everyone thought what a pain as none wanted to babysit a few past children. Genri Usai watched them, and as none had any negative opinion he stood up and started a long speech. Genri Usai, congratulations to the youngsters who passed the first phase. Everyone who passed looked at him waiting to give his permission for the second phase, but Sora knew it would be futile as they had already passed. When the match ended, he sent a clone inside a door above the captains, hearing everything. When Genri Yusai stood up, the clone returned and heard everything they said. He agrees to everything they said as it worked for him since they were lies. The truth was that he did have rights so above captains, but his body was weak and when he tried to overpower he gets self-injured. 115, Chapter 115, The Graduation 2. Genri Yusai, the 5 new buds that have made us be amazed, Garo, Wine, Aaron, Nia and Sora. Originally you were meant to face the captains in phase 2, but the captains and I have determined that there's no need for that. Therefore all of you are now full-fledged Shinagamis and will be assigned under a division in the next days. Out of all 20 plus students, only 5 have managed to get an early graduation. All of the students who didn't pass were not sad but had been motivated to try even harder and surpass their peers in the future. Garo, Wine, Nia, and Aaron were jumping up and down from their happiness, but Sora was busy with another thing. When Genri Yusai announced their graduation, he completed his sub-quest, giving him a lot of alarms. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a sub-quest. System, ding. Host has gained 20 levels, reaching 251 level. System, ding. Host has gained a total of 5.000 soul points. System, ding. Host has gained 2x double level up pill. System, ding. Host has gained 200 points on all attributes and 2000 points on Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 100 points on all attributes except Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 1000 points on all attributes except Ryutsu. System, ding. Calibrating new stats. System, ding. Showing new stats. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /Age, 15, 36, /level 251 EXP, 223.225.117/200.224.558.336.225. Health, 9350/Power, 9250/Defense, 9300/INTE Legend, 10400/Ryutsu, 1.034.900. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, Gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Zanpakuto command name? 92%. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki, equals unable to use. Soul points, 27.290. Well, Sora was looking his new stats and was kinda low as he needed to make them almost a million. He sighed, and as he was about to close the interface something shocked him. Wasn't my second command at 90%? How the hell it went up by 2%? What was the cause of it? He asked the system and was shocked by its answer it gave him. System, gluttony was absorbing a bit of every match residual Ryutsu. Doesn't that mean that I have to fight more often with others and auto-absorb their Ryutsu little by little, helping me awake my original Zanpakuto soul? It wasn't long that the system, as if hearing his thoughts, bombarded him with alarms, making him not only shocked but afraid as well by the rewards. System, ding. Main and sub-quests triggered. Main 1, defeat Zaraki Kenpeki and bring him close to death, weakening his seal. Main 2, defeat Byakuya Kukaki in his Bankai form. Main 3, beat Aizen Sosuke while you are under complete hypnosis. Sub 1, rise to second or first seat after graduation. Sub 2, train Retsu Anohana for the upcoming battles. Time limit, 1 year/1 month. Rewards, 100 level/250.000 soul ponds/4x shards of history/ancient enhancing tattoo. What the hell is all that? He screamed inside him. All of them were impossible. He almost cried tears of blood as he knew that with his current Kido he will never win at the 10.000 petals of Byakuya's Bankai, and he will never win against complete hypnosis. All the others who were happy saw Sora having a bit of pale face and they thought it was because of the match he had. Too bad that he was not tired but crying inside him. 116, Chapter 116, Preparing for Future Plans. Having become an official Shinigami, Sora went back and started his own work, checking the log for anything weird, the items in his inventory, and many others. Sora, inventory. System, ding. Opening inventory. System, ding. Host has gained a total 33 items. 24 items from sub-quests. 2x unrefined portable Jigai clone, 2x complete Hogyaku, 2x double level up pill, 3x Quinn pill, 6x creation of books, 1x fortification pill, 8x spiritual blood candy. 5 items from emergency quests. 1x auto fusing pill, 4x shards of history. 1 item from completing 1/5 of the power levels. 1x complete Hogyaku. 3 items were brought. 3x auto fusing pill. System, ding. Host has used 14 items. 4x auto fusing pill, 7x creation of books, 2x spiritual blood candy, 1x complete Hogyaku. 2x double level up pill, 3x complete Hogyaku, 2x unrefined portable GKI clone, 6x shards of history, 0x Tenshintai, 1x fortification pill, 3x quin pill, 4x creation of books, 0x auto fusing pill, 6x spiritual blood candy. Sora, I see I have many items left to become my possible trump card, especially if I manage to create 4 Kidos with my imagination. But that's freaking hard unless I have something to work on, but there's nothing that comes to my mind. And I also got a crazy chain-like quest. If I manage to complete it in a year and use a 1x double level up pill, I will get 200 levels. Yet. Only in my dreams, damn it. He continues checking his skills, and all of his lists were blank except his self-made and the acquired ones. He then saw a skill he got but never used it. It was his reflection eyes. It allows him to see the level of everyone he sees or fights. Not only that, but as he saw his revolving blades arts, he suddenly thought of something and asked the system. Sora, system, wasn't there an option of Zapakuto level 1 at the store? What happened to that? System, that was meant for helping Host creating his own Zanpakuto, but Host chose to turn Ichigo in his Zanpakuto, therefore after the update it was deemed unnecessary and was removed. Sora, oh I see, I totally forgot about it. Sora checked everything including the quests as well with nothing new for now, and as he went to the store he remembered that he needed to buy something he didn't buy before. It was the Kendo forms that gave him additional 5 points on all attribute with each power up, but he didn't remember the price. Sora, store. System, ding. Opening store. Battle forms, Kendo forms. Basic forms of Kendo which the commander of Godi I-13 has developed for the youngsters. Practicing these forms gives you 5 on all stats permanently on each level up except on your Raitsu. Soul points, 2.000. Since I have more than 27.000 thousand, I'll take it and let's hope it will come in handy. System, ding. Host has used 2.000 soul points. Remaining 25.290 soul points. System, ding. Congrats Host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP, 50 points, gaining 40 EXP. 117, Chapter 117, 3rd seat of Division 5. As Sora was looking for anything useful to buy that might help him increase his points and fighting strength. The whole society was in turmoil from the matches. And in the center all of this were 5 students who were waiting to be assigned into a division. Inside the meeting hall, all captains and vice-captains had gathered there to discuss their positions. Genryusai, I believe there's no need to say why we are here. All, yes. Genryusai, then I would like to hear your opinion and if you favor anyone. Swafoin, head commander, I would like to take that Kidwine in the militia and assassination corps to train. Genryusai, reason? Captain Swafon. Swafon, he's got a perfect talent for assassination. Genryusai, then assign him a 10th seat officer and transfer him under your command. Swafon, yes. Genryusai, what about the rest? Having the first kid been deal with, Yamamoto looked at everyone and the next one who spoke was Captain Mayuri. Mayuri, Ku, I would like to take to my department 2 of them, Eren and Garo. Genryusai, XMMM 2 of them? Reason? Captain Mayuri. Mayuri, it's because I wish to study the mind cast and the new skill that binds the soul Garo created, if may gets helpful towards the future. Genryusai, XMMM, if any of the other captains don't want one of them you can take them and equally assign them at the 10th seats. After no one got in the way of Captain Mayuri he took both of them. The next one who spoke was Captain Anohana. Anohana, head commander, I would like to assign the student Nia at 5th seat of Division 4. Genryusai, XMMM 5th. Why is so? Anohana, her Kido is like a field of flowers, from what we can tell can absorb any Kido fired in it. I want to place her in the medic department using her field to heal others much faster. Genryusai, it's true that her field has this perk. Let's see her future development under your care. Genryusai, now the only one who has been left is the student Xylan Sora. Genryusai, what are your opinions on him? Swafon, he's quite tricky. Ichimaru, he has quite a bit of ability. Anohana, and even the other 4 are trying to surpass him. Aizen, he's amusing. Byakuya, he's still ignorant about the true powers of vice-captains and captains. Komamura, I don't like the way he's fighting. Shunsui, XMMM, he has quite the influence on others. Tosen, he's trying his best to help others. Hitsugiya, he's strong but also annoying. Zaraki, boring, I want to fight. Mayuri, Ku, I want to study him as well. Yokotake, he's quite interesting. As the captains said half words of praise and none had the idea of taking him, Genryusai made a pensive look as he was thinking what to do. After a few seconds, he decided to take a gamble and try to verify a few things. Genri Yusai, due to the fact that he has outstanding fighting ability, able to get on par with vice captains if his condition favors him. I plan on making him third seat officer on Division 5. Genri Yusai, what is your opinion, Captain Aizen? Aizen was stunned along with the other captains. Especially so the vice captains who were hearing the whole time about them. Hisagi had mixed feelings about this as he felt that Sora never got serious and pretending to be, it felt like he knew what his Shikai was and he played the part of baiting in order to win the fight. But more than that, he realized that Sora's true abilities are on par with him or even that of a captain. 118, Chapter 118, The Youngest Third Seat Officer. The other vice captains were shocked to see someone from a student directly to third seat. He rose to the position of Madarame Ikeko and many other in a new record fashion. Genri Yusai, well, Captain Aizen. Aizen put his calm-like face yet again and answered, having guessed nothing about the future trap he was getting in. Aizen, it would be my honor to have such a person working under me. Genri Yusai, good, then he will be assigned under your command as the youngest third seat officer. Aizen, yes. Genri Yusai, this meeting has been concluded. Leave and notifies them about their own spots. All captains, yes. All vice captains, yes. After that, they dispersed from the room, leaving only Genri Yusai and his vice captains standing behind him. Yamamoto looked towards the unknown and whispered. Genri Yusai, the time is 1 year in here and 1 month in other realms. Kojiro, yes. Genri Yusai, go and don't intervene no matter what is happening there, simply ask him about those years. Kojiro, your thoughts are my command. Having got his orders, Kojiro vanished from his spot. Genri Yusai was still looking towards the unknown. He narrowed his eyes and left as well. As all this was happening, Aizen had a small grin on his face, thinking that he will finally trap Sora, who had the guts of hiding himself from him and possibly be the one who messed up his plans. On the other hand, Sora was completely unaware of everything as he didn't care. A few hours later, representative of their respect captains arrived in academy to inform them of their assigned positions. They gathered the 5 and starting to explain to them where they will belong to and their duties. Omida, Wine Tyrion will be placed on 2nd Division as 10th seat and under Militia and Assassination Corps. Akon, Garo Fugo and Aaron Nairi will be placed on 12th Division as 10th seat and in the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Isane, Niari Island will be placed on 4th Division as 5th seat and in the Medic Department. Everyone was shocked, including Garo, Wine, and Aaron. She got 5th seat? Nia was shocked and happy at the same time, smiling at them as if mocking them that I went far ahead of you. Then she turned and looked at Sora. Sora was also taken aback for a few seconds, but he managed to pass it like it was normal. Everything went out of the window when the last person spoke. Hinamori, Xylan, Sora will be placed directly under me on the 5th Division as the youngest third seat officer. Boom. Their minds blacked out. Garo, Wine and Aaron had a difficult time to swallow this, but the one who had it much harder was Nia. The happiness she got from passing others had been replaced with despair. Sora was also shocked, not because of his rank, but because on which division he was placed. Did Aizen finally started to move closer and closer to him? No, it wasn't him. Then was it the old man who gave me the position? Sora got a little bit pissed off at Yamamoto for trying to test the waters. Did he realized it from our talking the other time of had his suspicions? As he was thinking, he got interrupted by the ones who had come to get them. Omida, Wine, do you accept? Akon, Garo and Aaron, do you accept? Isane, do you accept? Hinamori, Sora-kun, do you accept? All of them got barraged with the same questions as they had the choice of refusing their positions and entered another one. 119, Chapter 119, 2 New Quests. Faced with such a decision, Sora was trying to figure out the pro and cons of being next to Aizen. Too bad for him though that fate plays the game of fucking everything up. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Save Hinamori Momo from the hands of Aizen. Rewards, 10 levels /2.000 soul points. Sora was gobsmacked by his system right in the face. It hurt like hell because in order to save her he must break Aizen's hypnosis over the years. A hypnosis formed so naturally that in the original story she went and participated in a fight with Aizen and ended up being used by Aizen with his Shikai, getting her almost killed by Hitsugaya's hands. How the hell is he supposed to save a naive and easily fooled girl like her? The only way I can think is to make her fall for me, but I already have Yuryuki and Neliel. Tough choice. Should I make her fall for me and take a few liberties? Or should I have more than 3 wives in the future? And who's going to be my third one? God damn it. This is bullshit. Everyone was waiting first for Sora to answer and then give their own, but looking at Sora who was in deep thoughts they cancelled that and answered first. Garo, yes. Wine, yes. Aaron, yes. Nia, yes. Sora was awakened from the loud voices they gave and he realized he was the last one. He made a rush action and agreed as well, thinking that he will deal with whatever comes in his way. After getting their confirmation, they order them to pack up their pieces of stuff and be ready to leave from here. It didn't take that long to be prepared to leave. And after some time they gathered again. Sora decided to do something and activated his reflection eyes on all of them, stunning by what he saw above their head. Garo level 235 10th seat. Wine level 239 10th seat. Aaron level 249 10th seat. Nia level 238 5th seat. Hinamori level 559 2nd seat. Akon level 399 3rd seat. Omida level 555 2nd seat. Isane level 560 2nd seat. What the hell, reflection eyes tell you their position as well? Isn't them kinda low level? Is it because they haven't trained enough to master their Bankai? And experience a massive level up? As he was thinking about their levels, all of them got ready to leave towards their own prospective futures. They got close to MC, and when he sensed their gazes and saw them smiling, he got puzzled. Sora, why are you looking at me like that? Nia, you may have passed us ahead, but we will be the ones who will bring you down. Garo, wash your head and wait for us. Wine, we'll beat you in the future under us. Aaron, Xaxaka, how can a senior of the academy be left out of this? I'll show you my real skills in the future. Sora looked at them with a deadpan face as if saying, are these guys on high or something? He didn't care the slightest for them except Nia's ass and a little bit of her boobs. All of them were non-existents, they didn't exist in their eyes. Too bad for him though, that fate decided to fuck everything up again for him. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Save Garo Wine Nia from the hands of Aizen. Rewards, 25 levels /10.000 soul points. 120, Chapter 120, The Mastermind. Sora cursed his fate for having to save these brats. He was continued to look at them as they were leaving with mixed up feelings, mostly of killing intent. Hinamori called out to him, and in turn, he looked at her and he sighed. Sora, do we have to go somewhere else? Hinamori, no, we'll go directly at our division where you will meet the captain for further notice. As they left, Sora was thinking about the true meaning of those quests. He can understand that he needs to save Hinamori, but what about those three? I had already made plans when I'll awaken my Zanpakuto to break their hypnosis. But that wouldn't be enough to warrant a quest. Then a sudden thought came to him, can it be because of my meddling I kinda pushed them as pawns in Aizen's plan for rebellion in 1 year and 4 months? Then another realization hit him. Don't tell me they weren't the ones who copied my skills, but actually it was Aizen through his hypnosis that helped them create those 4 Kidos? Then doesn't that mean that Aizen also knows them? Cold sweat started rolling on his back as he was lost deeper and deeper in his mind, thinking that him coming to Soul Society made Aizen stronger. Hinamori saw Sora frowning with a pale face and didn't know what was going on, therefore, she decided to ask him if anything is wrong. Hinamori, Sora-kun, is something wrong? Sora, yeah, that MOT at number at Argaro had the guts telling me to wash my head. Hinamori, giggles. Sora, everyone knows it's the freaking neck you have to wash. Hinamori, pffffff say hasa. After making Hinamori laugh for the entire way, Sora managed to avoid being suspicious. He went back to his thinking and trying to think every possible countermeasure he could think of. What do I have to against him? I have 3 new Kidos and 1 inactive one. Thank God they don't know that I lied about my spiritual soul clone. Only Anohana and the old man knows, but not everything about it. Then I can create a clone with the Jigai and make it seems like a new person. There's also Ichigo, but I can't count on him as I need to beat Aizen within a year. Damn it, number at it's not enough. Aizen was already OP, and if my thinking is right, then he and possible Jin and Tosen became even stronger with these 4 Kidos. Why is my luck so shitty? All I want is to pass the freaking history and take the girls I want. Is it because there is always an OP bitch above another bitch? He couldn't think anymore from an intense headache he got. The only thing he decided when they arrived at the gates of 5th Division, was that he needs to speed up whatever plans he had. Hinamori, we have arrived. Sora, then let's go. When they entered the building, Sora saw many Shinigamis that he had never seen in his life looking at him. With many expressions. Awe, surprise, mocking ones, others didn't care at all, and others who had a face saying you don't belong here. They kept going and finally after some time they reached a room, and on its door was the logo of the 5th Division. Hinamori knocked on the door and a deep voice was heard. Enter. At that moment Sora felt as if entering a beast's mouth, but he knew much better when his beast awakens everything will be devoured from inside out. 121, Chapter 121, Meeting Aizen. As the door opened, Sora made a deadpan poker face in order to get out of here alive. Hinamori, Captain Aizen, I have brought him here. Aizen, good work. Hinamori, yes. Sora saw her happy-like face and sighed inwardly, thinking about the quest he had for her. He stepped forward and bowed towards his new captain. Sora, greetings Captain Aizen. 3rd Seat Officer Xylan Sora reporting for duty. Aizen, oh. Interesting, I thought you hated formal kinds of stuff. Sora, well, it's my first time, so I should make an image of myself being respectful. Aizen, XMNMN, you are right. Amusing as is. Aizen kept looking at him and Sora had his head bowed down in order to show his respect. Aizen couldn't find something except the ones he learned from those three. He was certain that this kid in front of him was the one who somehow messed up with his Shikai, causing him to fail many times before finally controlling the other three, and learned what he had done in Hueco Mundo. He learned that he fired a 90+ Kido arts, saved a former espada, and showed extreme hostility, making other abandon the idea to enter the tiers, and even gave them 3 freaking books to make a deal. He learned all these from them, but he didn't saw them himself. Aizen was boiling because he had also learned that in order to save that espada he used a round crystal bluish sphere. That was the freaking Hogyaku, and he used it without sparing even a second thought for her. Now that espada had more value to him than any other failure Arrancar he had created. As Aizen was thinking about all that, Sora was a step ahead of him. He had already filled the room with doors and a clone was waiting for him next to Aizen. At the worst case scenario, he will fight with everything he has, and let's hope the heaven hadn't abandoned him. Aizen saw and felt nothing wrong in the room they were currently in and told Hinamori to leave them. Aizen, Vice Captain Hinamori, that's enough for now. If I need anything I'll call you. Hinamori, yes. Hinamori then left the room, leaving them behind. Sora inside his mind he was cursing Aizen, but on the outside, he continues with his farce of bowing. Aizen, there is no need to bow anymore. Sora, yes. Sora then stood up and saw Aizen looking at him with a smile on his face. As he was still cursing inside him, he made a puzzled face outside. And then he heard Aizen speak. Aizen, first of all congrats on your promotion. And second of all I have a mission for you. Fuck at number at dollar number dollar, he's playing with me on the first day. Sora, what mission, Captain? Aizen, the students who graduated together with you have created their own unique Kidos, but you should know that with your blades and small doors you can't match up to them. This number dollar is hitting my nerves. I'm certain now he was the one who created them. God damn it. And he has the guts to say it in my face. Sora, and how's that related to my mission? Aizen, it does, because your mission will be to use 6 months and create a counter Kido for those 4. Sora started sweating and Aizen saw it and he thought I have him now, but Sora's next words facepalmed him. Sora, Captain, isn't that impossible? It took me 1 year to create 3 of them and I haven't mastered them yet, but create 4 and within 6 months. Ah! Did I rushed? He's right, he did create 3 of them within a year. It aligns with what the others told me. 122, Chapter 122, 6 months/15 days. Aizen was speechless. He thought Sora was sweating because he had set up a trap for him, but in reality, he was having beads of sweat because of his impossible mission. Sora, on the other hand, was laughing inside him. You want me to create counter Kidos, then I'll eat every book you have about them and create the last 4 with my books. After thinking a bit, Aizen decided to modify his mission a bit in order not to make him alert. Too bad it was already late for that. Aizen, then your mission will be to create 1 Kido countering as many as possible of them. Sora, yes. Aizen, you can find Vice Captain Hinamori and she will guide you to the library, where records of all Kidos are there. Sora, yes. Sora then bowed down again and left the room, leaving a pondering Aizen behind. He went to look for Hinamori. He searched for quite a bit and managed to find her. Hinamori, Sora-kun, is something wrong? Sora, Captain Aizen gave me a mission and told me to find you in order to guide me in the library. Hinamori, oh then let's go. Sora, no hurries, let's go to eat. Hinamori, XMNM Sora-kun, Captain's orders are absolute. Sora, it's not an order but a mission and I have a time frame of 6 months to complete it, so a few minutes are no problem. Hinamori, Sora then caught off guard Hinamori Bulleten, catching her hand and drugged her away and went to eat whatever they find. Just like that, day after day passed with him closed up in the library rereading every Kido and memorize them, and a few times eating with Hinamori. On the real world, a figure appeared on the sky of Karakura town watching the beautiful moon in the starry sky above him. Now then, let's see, how should I find him? The easiest way would be to raise my riot sword, but that would draw hollows. Oh well, they will be simple hollows, I'll take care of them. Saying that, he slowly raised his output each time a notch higher and higher, trying not to cause chaos as he didn't want to attract too many. Somewhere around the town, a figure was on duty patrolling for hollows. As he was jumping, he suddenly frowned and stopped. Who's the idiot that's raising his riot soul like that? He disappeared from there with his shunpo, going towards the source of it. Within a certain house, 5 figures sensed that as well and looked at each other. Who's that? I don't know. I'm guessing Ichigo is going there. Oni-chan. Baka. Ichi. Yuzu, Karin, stay here with Rukia. Karin, but mom. Masaki, no buts. Yuzu, dad. Yuzu pleads Ishin with puppy-like wet eyes, only to be left down as well. Ishin, listen to your mom, you guys haven't awakened yet, therefore, it will be dangerous for you to fight. Rukia, No worries, I'm certain Urahara-san and Yuryuki along with others have felt that as well. Rukia joined in their little word fight and calmed them down. Furthermore, she was right. Within a certain rundown shop, Urahara, Tessai, Yuryuki, Hinta, and Yururu also felt the Ryutsu and were kinda shocked because it felt familiar to the three of them. Tessai, Urahara-san, isn't that Urahara? It does feel like him. Yuryuki, did something happen that made the head commander send him here in such a fashion? Urahara, I would bet my money on two things. 1. Eyes and 2. Sora. When Yuryuki heard that, her eyes shined and got up ready to leave the store. Urahara managed to stop her in time. Urahara, Wyatt. Yuryuki, what? Urahara, I'm coming with you. Yuryuki, then hurry up. When she said that, all they could see was a flash before she vanished from her spot. Urahara looked at Tessai, who had his thumbs up, making him smile wryly. 123, Chapter 123, 6 months/15 days 2. Ichigo was traveling through the roofs with Shunpo getting closer and closer. Any hollow he met on his way fell victim with one punch of his, killing them while wasting no time. Ichigo, he's strong. Is he a vice captain or captain level? As he was trying to gauge exactly his power, he could feel others rushing as well. He recognized all of them. The signatures he got belonged to his mother, father, Sora's girl, and Urahara. He could also feel far away 3 Ryutsus, which he also knew them. It was Urayu, Inu and Sato. Ichigo, did they also came in order to check things? Ichigo, well, no matter, I'll take care of the troublemaker over there. Having said that, he almost reached at the source, seeing from afar someone in Shinigami attire in the air waiting. As he sensed Ichigo, Kojiro stopped raising his Ryutsu and looked towards the incoming person. Kojiro, XMNMNM, who is that? I feel a familiar pressure from him, but I don't recognize him. Kojiro, greetings. Soul Reaper. Kojiro saw him and paid his respect, but upon a closer look, he saw that he wasn't wearing a black one as a normal Shinigami, but one who had 4 colored lines designed on it. He was puzzled. He thought what was wrong with his outfit. Ichigo heard his speech and the term Soul Reaper, and he was 95% sure he came from Soul Society. He looked at him, said, Ichigo, why is someone from Soul Society here? Kojiro, since you know about our place, then perhaps. Do you know a man named Urahara? Ichigo tensed up and got ready to fight with his hands as he took a battle position. Kojiro saw this and he spoke again. Kojiro, from your reaction, you do know him. I don't see any sword on you, therefore, you mustn't have awakened your soul yet. Ichigo, less talking, old man. Heido Arts 4, Byakurai. Ichigo raised and pointed at Kojiro his fingers and fired not 1 but 10 lightings at him. Kojiro was stunned but reacted quickly. Kojiro, Bakudo Arts 81, Danku. A transparent wall appeared and blocked all lightings he had fired, but he wasn't the least bit bothered, not even a bit shocked. On the other hand, Kojiro had a bit of surprise on his face when he saw Ichigo acting like he knew he would block them. Ichigo, pretty good now then, Heido Arts. Wait for a bit, Ichigo. As Ichigo was almost ready to fire his next Kido to further test the waters, he was interrupted by a voice making both looked at the incoming figure. No, it was 2 wait 4 people coming here. Kojiro was shocked to see who had arrived first. It was the former captain of 2nd Division, Shiho and Yuryuki. After a few seconds the others came as well. Former captain of the 12th Division Urahara Kisuke and former captain of the 10th Division, along with a girl he didn't know. Yuryuki, Kojiro, it's been a long time, how you been? Kojiro, I was gonna say much better than you guys, but I can see you perfectly blended in here. Urahara, ha, well, you know we go everywhere. Masaki, Ishin, you know him? Ishin, yes, he's the vice captain of the commander of Soul Society. Masaki was shocked and Ichigo was stunned. Damn, I should have checked my memories, that's why he looked familiar. Urahara, what brings you here, Kojiro? Kojiro, an unbelievable story, if you may. Story. Kojiro, yes, and the one who's playing in it is called Xylan Sora. Ever heard of him? Boom. Their minds went blank and a look of disbelief emerged in their faces. 124, Chapter 124, 6 months/15 days 3. All of them froze when they heard the name. They couldn't hide their surprise from their faces, and Kojiro saw them. At that instant he knew that they knew him. They all made grave faces and looked at each other and then back to the vice captain. Kojiro felt as if a war will break out, and Urahara asked in a stern voice. Urahara, what do you know about him? Kojiro, it's a long story. You think we can talk in the air like that? Urahara, right, follow me. All of them followed Urahara back on his store and went down on their training ground. Tessai was shocked to see Kojiro, and Kojiro was shocked to see him as well. Yuryuki, now tell us, what is the story? Kojiro, as he felt 5 gazes over him, he sighed and started talking about Sora's deeds. How he entered in the academy, how he went on mission with a recommendation of Aizen, with supervisors Mayuri and Anohana, what they faced there, about the tears, about the human Arrancar which he risked his life to save and fired a Hado Arts 90+, how he used a bluish crystal to heal her making Mayuri scream. When Kojiro said about a human Arrancar, Ichigo was stunned. He searched his memories and find out that this Arrancar was Neliel. He was fuming with anger that he manages to hook another beauty, furthermore he healed her. Yet, on the other hand, Urahara freaked out when he heard with what item he healed her. That was the freaking Hogyaku and he gave it away that easily. Yuriyuki, when she heard he healed a kid, she didn't feel anything, but when she heard that after healing her she got her original form back and that she was a beauty, she was furious and jealous. Continue on. He told them how they almost fell apart as he didn't want to enter the tears, otherwise he would have killed all of them, about the false report, his word bout with head commander and his warnings, the lie of being a guardian of the future. The graduation test that took place and now being the youngest third seat officer. Ishin, W_WA_8 all that within a M_month. When they heard Ishin they now realized that time wise it was impossible. But their minds got crashed by Kojiro unfortunately for them. Kojiro, he somehow managed to tamper with the time. 1 month in other realms is 1 year in Soul Society. Ha 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 ha, he went and done it. Ha 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 ha. They could hear Ichigo laughing way too hard. He was literally hitting his hand on the ground while holding his stomach and having tears in his eyes. Suddenly two killing intents spread towards him, made him freeze, and when he looked at who it was he was scared shitless. It was Yuriyuki and his own mom. Masaki, Ichigo, it looks like you kept hidden kinds of stuff from your mother. Yuriyuki, Ichi boy, it looks like you know who that girl was. Urahara and Ishin were scared and back off away along with Kojiro, who hasn't felt such killing intent in ages. He then turned towards them and asked them. Kojiro, will he survive? Ishin and Urahara looked at each other with wry smiles, and instead of answering him they took out 2 shovels and started digging a grave, indicating that he won't survive. 125, Chapter 125, 6 months/15 days 4. Screams of pain and bones breaking could be heard within the ground. After a few minutes of torture Ichigo had a blue face and barely could he speak. Yuriyuki and Masaki got nothing out of him. The only thing he managed to say to them, and that was his mercy ticket, was that before possessing my body and made me a Zanpakuto he was a wandering soul, as he had told them about in the past. Since they got nothing they returned back and sat down with deadly faces. Kojiro couldn't imagine the pain Ichigo was. He turned and spoke to Urahara. Kojiro, I only came here for 3 reasons. 1, to find out about what happened 100 years ago. 2, if you know him, and 3, try and confirm something with me. Urahara, all I know is that he appeared suddenly and possessed that boy's body, and when he reached 3 years old he awakened and saved this boy from someone even I don't know. At that time, due to an event we fought, and we realized that he knew about all of us. Kojiro was listening to Urahara and slowly he was losing his mind by what he was hearing. He listened and listened, waiting for everything to end. Urahara continued hiding the fact that Ichigo was his Zanpakuto. Urahara, after that, everything was normal. Years passed and around a month ago an enemy appeared and almost killed us. They had a weird ability to rip the souls of living mortal and contain them in some kind metal. He sacrificed himself to defeat them. But we didn't know where his soul went after that. Kojiro, was it because he was using this boy's body and you didn't know his original looks? Urahara, yes. Urahara, we later learned from Ichigo that Sora said that this enemy original was meant to appear when he was 9 years old. Kojiro, that must be the event that made him twist time in Soul Society. He also said he did that because in a month and 10 or so days, in other words in a year and 4-5 months, a major event will happen. That will weaken greatly the Soul Society. Kojiro, after thinking about everything, head commander figured out that perhaps if everything is true, our destruction began when we replaced half our forces, in other words 100 years ago. Ichigo slowly raised his hand trying to speak. And when everyone saw that Tessai used Aikido to heal him and let him explain. Ichigo, I may have an idea about what will happen. Everyone was waiting for Ichigo to get up and start talking about what will the future hold for them. Ichigo, when Sora died we used Rukia's Soul Reaper powers to heal him and forcefully send him away, isn't that correct? Kojiro frowned as he knew that was a crime, but he didn't interrupt him and waited for him to finish, and so everyone else. Ichigo, Rukia went at some point back to Soul Society before using her Soul Reaper powers, then it's possible that the ones who will betray the society put a tracker to her. Urahara was shocked. He knew that Rukia went back, and at that time he had hidden in her Jigei the Hogyaku. Was it possible that Aizen sensed that? And saw it through? Urahara, then the one who wants to weaken Soul Society will find out about the transfer from the trackers and use that in an execution punishment. Kojiro, possible splitting the captains into 2 factions. Ichigo, that's right. Kojiro, yeah, but that doesn't explain how Sora knew this event since he came from the future as he claimed. Urahara, no, it adds up perfectly. Kojiro was confused by Urahara saying that, and after a few seconds of thinking he found out as well. If the enemy arrived here 6 years ago, then this boy would be a human with a powerful soul. Could it be that in the history Sora knew? Rukia transferred her Soul Reaper power in this boy before he died, and instead of Sora, Ichigo came with the rest following up? 126, Chapter 126, 6 months/15 days 5. Urahara, Kojiro, let's analyze everything we have. As we know, it's strictly forbidden messing with the time. Kojiro, correct, let's not talk about the past for now, let's start from when Ichigo was born. Everyone was waiting and listening to them, not missing a single detail, and Ichigo was stunned. He was thinking these guys are monsters, they have almost realized the true history. Urahara, then let me go first. We have, first history, where Ichigo was born. Normally he lived his years, and when he reached 9 years old, the enemies, let's call them, Party A, appeared, killing thousands under our noses including Masaki. Everyone nodded there as they had heard from Ichigo that this was the case about the King of Quincy's. Kojiro saw this and realized that 1 month ago this girl almost died and was saved by Sora, making him pay with his life, so he didn't say anything. Urahara, then after Ichigo turned 14, Party A, they came again, but this time he was unlucky. He died, and Rukia, in order to save him and send him to Soul Society, gave him her powers. Then that person learned about that and tried to execute her. I'm guessing Ichigo with other captains joined forces to stop that and split up the society in two. Urahara, then probably captains from both fractions betrayed them, forming Party B, leaving Soul Society in an extremely weakened state and possible hide in Hueco Mundo. Urahara, after many years, I'm guessing, Party A, Party B, came out one by one and we fought with everything we had, resulting in what you said, everyone died, Zero Squad almost destroyed and Soul King getting replaced. Kojiro, that's what we found out as well. Now let's go to second history. Urahara, in second history, Ichigo was possessed by Sora. He awakened when he was 3 years old and Party A didn't appear when he was 9 years old, but when he was 14 trying to kill thousands in us along including Masaki. But was stopped by Sora. Urahara, then he died and we used Rukia powers to save him and send him to Soul Society. He then used Aikido we don't know to slow down time as you told us and went to Hueco Mundo. He figured out those tears were related to Party A, and tried to stop them at all cost, and that girl, which probably is an exile from Party B, must have played an important role in First History War. Kojiro, so far that's what we have found out, because he didn't want to bother Party A. Earlier than their time he tried to shoulder everything on his own. Continue on. After he returned he warned us about someone betraying us. That means this person will learn about that and tried to execute her. I'm guessing Sora with other captains will join forces to stop that and split up the society in two. Urahara, then they will betray both factions and Party B will go to Hueco Mundo. At that time I'm guessing Sora will have corrected the history, setting it in its tracks. Kojiro, so his goal is really to replace a few captains and correct the future. In a way, he's really a guardian of time. Yuki, wait, then something's off. How come he knew all of us, if he's from the far future? Ichigo, he never told me anything about that, he kept speaking in riddles. Urahara, my only guess is that he used his Kido as a soul inside the Danga, as it's an isolated space which is surrounded by numerous stacked up layers of time's current. To be precise, it is over 2,000 times denser, meaning that when 1 hour passes in the outside worlds, an equivalent of 2,000 hours pass inside the Danga. He may have chosen to stay half a year in there, resulting with his Kido go back 1,000 years ago. Ishin, then you mean he wandered from the past till now as a soul for 1,000 years? Everyone was shocked by this revelation. Masaki had tears in her eyes, while Yuki was thinking he's older than me. And of course Ichigo had a shocked face as well for the fact that they almost uncovered everything. 127, Chapter 127, 6 months/15 days 6. Urahara, yes. It also explains why he knew our Shikai and Bankai in our former positions. He waited 1,000 years in order to follow the same timeline from when Ichigo went to Soul Society and following the events of what happened, and become the fourth party that will change the destruction of future when the times comes. Urahara, Kojiro, at this point do you need to know about the past as well? Kojiro, tell me about it, but hide names, I'll take the responsibility to head commander. Urahara then started speaking to him about his experiment with the hollows, about a small compressed Reishi crystal that had the power to make Shinigami's into hollows. Party B leader, managed somehow to copy the memos I had in the lab and created his own version and tested it on a few captains and vice captains. He also probably created the hidden force in Hueco Mundo. Kojiro, stealing valuable information is also a crime, but what I don't understand is why he stayed for 100 years before he left. Urahara, that's probably my mistake in both histories. Kojiro, what do you mean? Urahara, that crystal I mentioned, I hide it when I was exiled, inside a Jigai. I have no idea how the hell in both histories that Jigai fell in the hands of Rukia and through the tracker, or when Rukia went to make her report he must have sensed it. And had one more reason to move her to her execution. Kojiro, xmmmmmm, so in a way we have been dancing in his palms for 100 years. After finally finishing their talking, everyone was in their own thoughts, but Ichigo knew somehow that when the vice captain leaves, he was screwed all over again to tell them the truth, but in a way, they know the truth, it's just that he didn't come from the future but another world. Kojiro, then I will take my leave now and return, otherwise we might alert other people. Urahara, the time inside the gate and at the time here you spent. If you count the time it will take you to return, it will be 1 day. Kojiro, that means 12 days have passed in Soul Society. Urahara, we will also make a few preparations on our side, better be ready than sorry. Kojiro, farewell. Saying his farewell, Kojiro pulled out his sword and stabbed in front of him. There he twisted his sword towards the left and a clack was heard, along with the sound a Japanese door was formed in front of them. 2 doors opened and a white light could be seen inside. Kojiro then jumped inside, making the door close and disappear in the void. Ichigo at that moment had a bad premonition and was walking towards the exit. And too bad for him it was true as he heard Urahara. Urahara, Ishin, is the grave we dug earlier still fresh? Ishin, I was thinking the same, and I already checked it. I have to say we did a good job. Masaki, it's perfect for flowers. Yuruki, yeah, and for bad boys as well. Ichigo saw their eyes sparkling with incredible lust for torture and answers. He asked himself, what can I do? Oh. I know an easy way out, and that is to run. 128, Chapter 128, Arrival. In the underground in Urahara's store, Ichigo was experiencing a hell-like torture. He kept saying that Sora was a wandering soul. Yuruki, you're tough, hey. Ichigo, bitch. Masaki, Ichigo, we don't insult others. Ichigo, muhum. Ishin and Urahara were watching with absolute terror in their eyes. They had heard an ancient poem, that when girls get angry they're really scary. Ishin, Urahara, what do you think about all this? Urahara, I had always thought that he was different but not to this point. Ishin, he knew everything, that's enough to say that he knows the future. Urahara, yeah, but when will everything unfold? Ishin, scared. Urahara, as if I'm someone who makes 100 plans and another 100 for each one that fails. Ishin, then this time become someone who can create 1000 plans and another 1000 plans for each one that fails. Urahara, yet at least now I know that based on the future Aizen will gain the Hagyaku. Ishin, therefore you can prepare, and from what we know it won't be in 1 month and a few days but much further ahead. As they were talking and Masaki with Yuruki had given up on Ichigo, all of them suddenly felt a heavy pressure, like none others before. Urahara, what is it this time? Ishin, you ask me, but who should I ask? Yuruki, Kisuke. Masaki, Ishin. Ichigo, what about me? They all vanished from there, and after complaining a bit Ichigo left us well the underground and went outside of the store. Where he was shocked to see a black rift on the sky slowly opening like a mouth. From within it a few bloody figures got ejected and crashed on the streets below, causing dust to be raised in the area. Everyone got tensed up when they felt their Ryutsu and saw one more figure coming out from there in bloody wounds all over her body. She jumped out of it and then she twisted her body and fired a zero at the entrance. When the zero passed the rift it hit someone and a fucking swear was heard through it. Che. God damn it, fight if you dare. It was the last words not only she but all of them heard before the rift closed. The last figure covered in blood turned her head and went towards the ones who had fallen before her. Pesha, Dondakaka, Bawa Bawa. So, R.A. It was the last thing she managed to say before collapsing on the ground. When Ichigo saw her she immediately recognized her. It was Nellil from the past timeline. Only this time she was grown up. Her mask was whole again but she still ended up in injuries. When others heard her calling Sora they realized that it was the girl he saved, but why the hell was she injured like that? Urahara then noticed a slight disturbance in her body and her wounds started healing within their eyes, stunning them. He felt that this felt really familiar with him. And after a bit of pondering he remembered that Sora used the Hagyaku on her to restore her appearance. He said towards the others. Urahara, for now take them in. Sora had high expectations for them and we need to learn the story in Hueco Mundo. After agreeing to his remark Yuruki lifted her up and Ichigo got the other 3 who were inside a crater that had been created from their falling. 129, Chapter 129, Bits of Truth. A few hours had passed and all 3 of them were out, still in deep sleeping mode. Yuruki was looking at her feeling somewhat uneasy as if something will happen. Masaki was watching Ichigo for any weird movements, but he didn't dare to move at all, while Ishin was helping Urahara somewhat heal the other 3 who were down. Ishin, how are they? Urahara, difficult to say, they got hit really hard, if it wasn't for their hollow regeneration and her protection they would have turned to ashes. Ishin, I'm quite surprised a hollow can show the desire to protect others. Yorichi, Kisuke. Any ideas what is she? Urahara, if I had to guess then she reached the apex of hollow form, the Vasto Lord. Yuruki, the how does she look human? And what's with her sword? Urahara frowned, he had a few guesses but it was just that, he couldn't explain it furthermore. Even these 2 have swords except that snake-like hollow over there. Grrrra, a small grunt was heard in the room and when they looked from where it was they got stunned. The snake-like hollow got awakened and was looking around. When it saw Nellil and the others down and a few people standing next to them its eyes became bloodshot ready to attack. They got a bit tensed up but at that moment a hand was placed in its forehead and spoke to it. Easy Bawa Bawa, we're trying to help. Masaki, oi Ichigo, what are you doing? Ishin, how do you know its name? Urahara and Yoryuki knew that Ichigo was hiding things more, as everyone knew, and no matter what they couldn't get any answers from him. Ichigo, I'm sorry, until the timeline is fixed I can't say anything. Urahara, so you do know. Ichigo, all I can say Urahara that what you thought with Kojiro is 90% true. Urahara, then. Before he could finish what he wanted to say, Ichigo cut him off again. Ichigo, and what you are thinking about right now is also what you seek, other than that I will not say anything else, I risk too much as well. Ishin, wait for a minute, Ichigo, at this point let me ask you, whose party A? That came and almost killed us, I believe you can answer that. Ichigo, I guess I can answer that. Sigh. It's the origin of Mom's powers. I told you that a month ago. Urahara frowned. He remembered Ichigo saying that Sora had saved them and discover his plans, but now that he thinks of it again it seems Sora knew it all along, making his hypothesis even more solid. But why did Ichigo say 90% of truth? Did I miss something? Ichigo, Urahara, give it up, you will never find what you're missing. Then one behind the party A split his powers and handed them to his descendants. They in turn honed that power, making it stronger and stronger. That was 1000 years ago. After 900 years of being sealed without his powers, he would regain his pulse, then after another 90, he would regain his intellect, and after 9 more years, he would absorb the power of every impure Quincy to make their abilities his own, and then after 9 days he would conquer the world. Yoryuki, wait, that would mean he was supposed to gain his powers 5 years ago? And in turn when you would have been 18 years old the war would break out. Urahara, then since Sora turned you into a Zanpakuto. You who had a few of his powers alerted him. No, you halted his plans by 5 years and they appeared now. Ishin, then Sora's plan to correct the timeline halted their plans again and ended up in Soul Society. Masaki, then we have a problem. We don't know when he will attack again, trying to absorb every Quincy's power. Urahara, that's why he didn't want for anyone to enter the tiers, in order to buy more time. Everyone frowned. Based on History 1, they would have 3-4 years, but now how much they had left? 130, Chapter 130, Awakening. Now the question everyone had was exactly the same: how much time do they have? Ichigo, does it really matter? We have drafted their plans not once but twice and we will do it again. As everyone thought that Ichigo was right, the one who got the most pressure was Urahara. How is he going to save all the Quincy's souls? Especially when few of them is Sora's and Ichigo's mom and little sisters. But it wasn't just him. Ichigo was clenching his teeth as well, not showing it to the outside, even though he said all that he knew that he couldn't keep doing that. Eventually, he will have casualties. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, they heard Bawa Bawa and turned towards his direction only to see that he had gotten close to Neliel. It was then they heard her voice. Bawa, Bawa. Where am I? Neliel slowly opened her eyes and saw her pet with a worried hollow face. She then tried to get up only to be hit by a few pains on her whole body. Okuaa. She grunted in pain but managed to get up. After a few seconds of getting used to the pain, she looked around and saw Urahara, Ishin, Masaki, Yoryuki, and Ichigo. When she saw Ichigo she had an urge to call him Sora, but after a bit of good look in him she realized it wasn't him. She then turned and saw Pesha and Dondakaka still down and Urahara next to them with different kinds of pills. Before she could react, Ichigo spoke up. Ichigo, easy Neliel. Rest up, we'll talk later. Neliel, you are. Ichigo, I'm close to Sora, she's his mother, he's his father, he's his uncle I guess, and her is his girlfriend or his wife. Neliel, having heard the first part she was assured. When she heard the second part she started sweating a bit from seeing her in this kind of situation, but when she heard the last part, she forgot her pain and started trembling and staggering. Everyone who saw her, thought that she might not be feeling that well, but something bugged both Yoryuki and Ichigo. Why did she react that way on the last part? After a few seconds Ichigo realized his blunder and started getting slowly but slowly away from there. He thought, why always me? Why do I always dig my own grave? Yoryuki, having seen Ichigo back off like that, she got a really bad premonition looking at him, and then at her reaction it didn't take long for a certain thought to take place in her heart. Did Sora saved her only for the cause of the future? The more she was thinking the more she denied it, and it wasn't just her. Neliel was thinking the same. On the Soul's Society. Inside the library a certain person was reading, memorizing, practicing all Kidos again. He had completed within 10 or so days 2-3 sub-quests and still had a few more. At that moment he started sneezing and couldn't concentrate on what he doing. He kept sneezing and eventually started swearing inside him. Sora, who the fuck talks about me? Or thinks about me? Sora, I really hope it's my kitty or my Nell. If it's someone else I'll kill them. Too bad he was right on, they were both on the real world. Inside the room, things have heated up and a war was about to break out. All of them had started backing off, and at that moment the eyes of Yoryuki and Neliel met with flying sparks. They both yelled at each other. He's mine. 131, Chapter 131, Word fight over a guy. Yoryuki, he's mine. Neliel, he's mine. Neliel Yuruaki, no. Mine. Neliel Yuruaki, stop copying me. He's mine. Sparks flew all over from their Reisu clashing with each other. Urahara, Ishin, and Ichigo had already taken the wounded ones and abandoned the store. Masaki was sitting there watching two girls ready for an all-out hair pull fight and had a small smile on her face. Masaki, Aram my boy has brought back two girls, I wonder if a baby will come as well. As both of them were fighting their ears were perked up and when they heard their mother-in-law say that they kinda froze and attack each other pulling their hair and clothes. Yuruaki, he's mine. Neliel, no. Mine. Yuruaki, what have you done with him? Nothing. Neliel, he tickled my whole body. Boom. The first bomb went off in Yuruaki's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. Yuruaki, yeah, well. He tortured me for 3 years playing with my body. Boom. The second bomb went off in Neliel's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. Neliel, we had a date. Boom. The third bomb went off in Yuruaki's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. As they continue fighting like a cat and dog, outside those who could hear what they said whispered to each other. Ishin, how many bombs will they be able to take? Urahara, it depends on how far he had gone with them. Ichigo, do you still have those shovels? I think we need a new grave. Inside the room, you could see a smiling face on Masaki thinking how lovely they both are, they had ripped off clothes and strands off their hair on the floor. Yuruaki, H_E. I went on his room at the night. Boom. The fourth bomb went off in Neliel's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. Neliel, NNNNGGRRRR. We spent time while hugging and kissing for minutes under the moon. Boom. The fifth bomb went off in Yuruaki's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. Yuruaki blacked out and got a heart attack when she heard that, which girl doesn't like a romantic time while kissing and hugging under the starry sky and moon. As she had blacked out she said something shocking making her take back a bit of pride. Yuruaki, I had sex with him. Boom. The sixth bomb went off in Neliel's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. Now Neliel got a heart attack when she heard that, and when the guys outside heard that they were raising their thumbs up but Ichigo who was keeping tabs spoke. Ichigo, wait for IR folks, the ticking bombs are even, it's 3-on-3, will she make a comeback? Stay tuned on the next word fight of girls. Ishin and Urahara started laughing at Ichigo commentary and they realized he was right. Masaki on the other hand who was inside was pondering about something, and decided to carefully probe about it so she spoke to Yuruaki. Masaki, Yuruaki, when you did the deed, was he in his true form or with the other one? Boom. The seventh bomb went off in Yuruaki's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. The guys who heard that turned to look towards Ichigo and he, in turn, was trying to remember when did that happen? It was when he locked me in the temple. Wait, then he used my body to have sex with her? Looking at a puzzle Ichigo they felt something wrong and when Ichigo spoke they were speechless. Ichigo, I don't know anything about that. There was a time when Sora had beat me up and locked me inside his realm and I didn't know what was happening outside. Urahara, then since he locked you up he also cut off his soul force to avoid any problems, otherwise you would have heard everything. Yuruaki on the inside who heard the boys calmed down a bit from what she heard but she knew that she needed a comeback from this. It was then she took the final bomb and her mind exploded. Neliel, NNNNGGRRRR. He told me to come and live with him in the human world. Boom. The eighth bomb went off in Yuruaki's mind by what she heard and almost collapsed on the ground. On the outside Ichigo was commenting inside him Yuruaki 3 Neliel 4-1, Yuruaki own mistake. 132, Chapter 132, Two Enraged Girls. Yuruaki was devastated when she heard the last comeback from Neliel. She didn't know how to retort back at her. It was then that her hopes hanged from a single phrase Sora said. Yuruaki, he told me he will take responsibility for me. Boom. The ninth bomb went off in Neliel's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. Yuruaki, he told me I'm his kitty wife. Boom. The 10th bomb went off in Neliel's mind by the shocking revelation she heard. Taking 2 bombs directly in her head, she started spinning. Those outside that heard her miraculous comeback saving herself from being sink in the abyss of despair, were amazed by her. Ichigo, on the other hand, has taken his role seriously. Ichigo, unbelievable ladies and gentlemen, she managed to tie to 5-4-1. Ichigo, is Neliel going to pass her again? Ishin and Urahara were laughing hard on the ground with the way Ichigo comment on them. Masaki started to get pissed at both of them and she wasn't the only one. From the start, both Yuruaki and Neliel could hear them but didn't want to pay any attention to them. But now having Ichigo commenting on them they started to get pissed off. They clenched their fists, in one of them a red ball had been created around her fist and in the other lighting had been gathered. Just when everyone thought they will fight, and hearing Ichigo commenting in this. Ichigo, the title match is happening right now, they are ready to fight. Undefeated. Who's gonna win it? Stay Tuesday, He didn't manage to finish his words as he saw two flashed heading with incredible speed towards his head. Nelil Yuryuki, shut up. Boom. Ichigo was bombarded with bars and lighting blasts. Ishin and Urahara used a split-second shunpo, taking with them the two wounded, managing to avoid the barrage of attacks. Ichigo, on the other hand, has taken the full brunt of them, and when the smoke was cleared you could see a charred black figure. The two girls couldn't pass ahead of the other and looked for someone to vent their anger. Ichigo happened to break their nerves even more and he pays for it. Yuryuki, Kisuki. Nelil, Unklee. Urahara, hi. Yes. Both girls had red eyes and looked at him, making him sweat beads from his fear. Yuryuki, Sora is in Soul Society. Good, good. Nelil. Yuryuki, send us there. Urahara, really do I have to? Nelil Yuryuki, yes. Urahara was searching for a helping hand only to realize that Ishin was nowhere to be found. Ichigo was a black mass with his fate being unknown and he had to face two enraged girls all alone. It was then that a voice, a messiah, appeared for him. Masaki, it's all good and well to see two beautiful girls fighting for one of my sons while the other sighed. But aren't you forgetting something, both of you, especially you Nel-chan? Nelil, Pesha. Dandakaka. Next time I will properly avenge you guys. Nelil was having tears in her eyes and at the same time, an extremely horrid killing intent flashed in her eyes as she was crying. Everyone who felt that froze up, and even Ichigo, who was, in the end, playing possum, got up and looked at her. They finally remembered that someone went after them, causing them to come here, and two of them were still in a coma. 133, Chapter 133, Arankar Awakening. A few hours later Nelil finally managed to calm down. She sat down on a corner thinking about everything that happened. Masaki, Ishin, Ichigo, Urahara, and Yuryuki were watching her in that state and didn't know how to help her. Nelil kept looking at Pesha and Dondongkaka together with Bawa, waiting for them to wake up. Ichigo couldn't bear the silence and went closer to her in order to learn what the hell happened. Ichigo, mind if I sit here? Nelil, go ahead, it's your home. Ichigo, not quite, its uncle's home to be precise. Nelil, ah. Ichigo, do you mind telling me what happened? Nelil. Ichigo, fine, let me guess. At that moment Ichigo started telling her his own version of events as he had imagined what happened, and slowly but slowly Nelil was becoming speechless. Ichigo, and in the end, you probably went back. Only to be targeted by Neutra and other espadas, did I got it right? Nelil, mmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm. Everyone who heard Ichigo talking about the events and Nelil nodding was speechless. They thought, he actually used his brain? Ichigo sensed that and ignored them. He was looking at Nelil and continued to ask her stuff. Ichigo, then what are you going to do now? Nelil, I wanted to run and thought of Sora, who told me to come here and we would have met up sooner or later, but... Masaki, you didn't know he was in Soul Society. Nor did you know that he had a girl. Nelil, mmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm. Urahara, interesting, a Vasto Lord with a Shinigami? Nelil, for the record, I'm an Espada, a higher power than Vasto Lord. Urahara, would you mind telling me the details of the difference? Nelil, Vasto Lord are those who have reached the peak as hollow evolution. They can speak but all they have is an urge to destroy everything. Arankars are Vasto Lord who gained their human personality and rationality back. This only happened because of Aizen's crystal. And finally Espadas are a few selected Arankars that not only gained their personality but also their human forms back. At the same time their hollow forms transformed into a sword which we release when we need to fight. Urahara, oh, like a Shinigami's Shikai, I presume. Nelil, something like that. But we have a rule: when an Arankar gains their human form back they also get a spiritual number. Those who have gained almost all their human form gained a smaller number, counting from 90. The smaller the number, the stronger one is. The first 10 are officially called Espadas while the rest are called Fraction Arankar. There is one more category who have been replaced in Espada ranking, their numbers becoming 3 digits. They have an unofficial name, the X-Espadas. Everyone was flabbergasted except Ichigo, who knew all that from Sora's memory before anyone could speak. Yuryuki joined in the fray. Yuryuki, and how come Sora fell for someone like you? Nelil, fell? He never fell for me, he simply likes me. What are hollows, Espadas, Shinigamis, powers, titles, fame? I don't give a damn for them. I'm Xylan Sora, someone who does whatever he wants to, is what he told me. Yuryuki was stunned and all the others had wryly smiled on their faces. Ichigo knew that he really meant it. Humans, Shinigami, Espadas, or Quincy's, if he likes them, then he likes them. If they try something funny on his people, start running. Urahara kept asking questions and Nelil kept answering them. After a few hours have passed again they heard grunts from the beds. Bawa and Nelil were the first to run towards them. When she reached she saw both of them with opened eyes trying to figure out where the hell they were. 134, Chapter 134, Passing Days. Nelil, Dondongkaka, Pesha, how are you guys? Dondongkaka and Pesha looked at Neliel, who had tears in her eyes, and they sighed in relief. After letting Neliel calm down a bit, she filled them in about their situation. When they learned that Sora wasn't here but his family, as they were a bit troubled, but as they saw Neliel not caring, they didn't say anything to her. Neliel, uncle, thank you for saving them. Urahara, don't say anything, I couldn't let you die since Sora saved you first. Dondongkaka and Pesha, thank you. Masaki, what are you all going to do now? Neliel, I want to go to the Soul Society. Yuruaki, I'm afraid that's going to be difficult as I also want to go there. Sparks started flying again between them, but someone cut them off as he spoke. Ishin, actually none can go now as it will mess up Sora's plan. Ichigo, we can only wait for a few days and all of us will go. Urahara, you mean almost 40 days? Ichigo, what else can we do? At the same time I'll go and train with Inu and Sato, I wish to be ready for anything. Masaki, go and take your sweet time with Inu-chan. Ichigo, Mom. Ishin and Urahara were raising their thumbs up while Yuruaki was grinning with an evil smile. Neliel was confused by what they were talking about. After a little while Ichigo left. A few minutes later Ishin and Masaki left after saying goodbye to both girls. Urahara left as well, going probably towards his lab. He had 40 days to prepare for the future. Leaving behind Yuruaki and Neliel along with the wounded ones. Neliel, why did you stay leave as well? Yuruaki, and leave you here all alone. Who knows if you try to go and find him, messing up his plans. Neliel. Even if I had that kind of plan. I wouldn't, he almost clashed with his teammates last time for me. Yuruaki. Neliel, plus I decided to train as well the new powers he gave me. And that will take 20-30 days. Neliel, my only concern is where to stay. As Neliel were thinking about the future, Yuruaki also had her problems. She was thinking, am I strong enough? She looked at Neliel and sighed. Well, for now let's prepare for the future. Yuruaki, if you go out you will attract many hollows and that would be harmful. For now stay here, we'll solve our little problem in the future. Neliel, I won't say thanks. After finally finding a middle line for them to work towards the future, days passed, making Dondongkaka and Pesha have a full recovery. After that Neliel entered the underground training room in order to condense her new powers. Going back a few days when Kojiro left and arrived at Soul Society. Inside a room full of candles there was an old man meditating. He suddenly opened his eyes and whispered in the void. Did you find anything? Yes, Commander. Genryusai, tell me Kojiro. Kojiro started speaking about the meeting with Ichigo, Ishin, former captain of 10th Division, Yuruaki, and Urahara. He told him Urahara's hypothesis after he learned what happened about the situation. About Party A and Party B in History 1 and what happened there, then based on that they created History 2 and how Sora is going to connect the changes in timelines. 135, Chapter 135, Passing Days 2. Kojiro went on and on. He also talked about what happened in the past and Yamamoto was listening without interrupting him. After finishing his report Yamamoto frowned. Genryusai, XMMM, so in both histories our weakening started 100 years ago when we exiled them. Genryusai, Sora used the Danga that's 2000 times much denser in time and traveled back in history. He tried to find a possible point that will enable him to become the fourth power changing the future. Genryusai, he chose the point of when that youngster Ichigo became a Shinigami with Rukia's powers. At that point he used her powers with the same way by dying and coming here, then Ichigo awakened either way since his father is a Shinigami. Genryusai, then the one who created the mess 100 years ago will use that excuse as a way to execute Kokaki Rukia, gaining the marble inside her. As Genryusai was mumbling about everything, Kojiro spoke up, drawing his attention. Kojiro, head commander, if we want to avoid a deadly future, couldn't we stop the execution by saying that Rukia saved Sora's life? Genryusai, no, we have to follow it. Based on what you told me and what we have seen so far, the one behind the tears, is the one I let escape 1000 years ago. The so-called sealed king. Kojiro finally showed a bit of a shocked face when he heard Yamamoto saying that. Genryusai, in the first history he absorbed their powers 5 years ago, that means he needs 9 years to retrain them, and in 3-4 years from now everything will belong to chaos. Since Sora altered that, he appeared 1 month ago but was halted again, giving us more time. Genryusai, I'm sure Urahara will find a way to save them as they are family to Sora in this history, and when he absorbs their power we will have 9 full years, after solving the issue with the traitor first. Then if we get Sora on our side and he keeps the time gap, it will be 108 months outside 108 years for us to prepare against the big war. Kojiro, then commander, you mean you will pass the crime of transferring powers and the crime of stealing records like that? Genryusai, Kojiro, honestly speaking I'm more concerned about the sealed king that destroyed us in the first history, than 2 trivial crimes. One of them will be passed in a way of saving someone life after the traitor takes what he needs from her to connect the future, as for the second he will be hunted down when he betrays us. Kojiro, then that means we do nothing for now. Genryusai, yes. Genryusai, when the traitor reveals himself we'll let him go and clash later on. Kojiro, then we will reform the positions and even return those exiles back. Genryusai, correct. Then we'll place Urahara and Mayuri in a joint project of 108 years focusing on countermeasures. As they were talking about the future and planning ahead, someone interrupted them, startling Kojiro but not Yamamoto. And then I'm gonna kill you myself. Genryusai, Xylan Sora. Sora, old man, do you know what you're doing? Genryusai, fixing my mess since I died at his hands. Sora, congrats for figuring out the truth you seek and at the same time messing up my timeline. Genryusai, what do you mean? Sora, there is no need for you to bring anyone now. Sora, after you capture the traitor a natural change will happen here and it's ordered, don't rush earlier than when it's meant to be. Sora, I only wish to gain more time for me to become stronger, Urahara has already been notified thanks to you. Genryusai, you achieved that, isn't right, 9 full years. Sora, that's assuming he doesn't make any sudden movement as he had already regained his intellect and is trying ways to regain his powers. 1 month ago with the normal flow he tried to even consume their souls to regain the time he lost. Genryusai and Kojiro opened their eyes wide open when they heard that. Their own souls? Then that means they would have never appeared in Soul Society as they would have been erased completely. 136, Chapter 136, 6 months ahead. Genryusai and Kojiro opened their eyes wide open when they heard that. Their own souls? Then that means, they would have never appeared in Soul Society as they would have been erased completely. Genryusai, you mean they eat their lives? Sora, correct, the second attempt he made, was by the means of completely sucking their souls. Thankfully I managed to avert that and gained more time, but that's not always a solution. Sora, each time someone dies that had been granted his powers to refine, that portion returned to its original holder, therefore when I killed those 5s, he became instantly stronger. Sora, however, when human breeds with his powers refined gets killed, their souls are erased. The first time he tried to absorb only his powers, but because that would have led to the death of everything I halted it. The second time he tried to absorb even their souls to gain the time he lost. Kojiro, doesn't that mean you made things worse? Sora, you keep forgetting. How did I come in Soul Society? Both of them froze. Yes, how did he come here? By absorbing Kukakirukia's powers. Then he will do the same to them? Sora, finally you figured it out. Yes, I will use the same way as transferring powers to them and let them become Shinagamis. Genryusai, but if you do that, won't you lose your powers? Kojiro, furthermore, won't it change the future? Sora, my Ryutsu hasn't reached its limit yet because I'm not from this world timeline. Sora, furthermore, I told you right, I wish for the future to connect with the first timeline so that I can become someone who can intervene in order to change the future. Sora, for example, if the me, in this world of humans isn't born at all, will I exist in the future? Genryusai and Kojiro opened their eyes wide open. They just realized that since he's from the future, where is his past self? Sora, my name is Xylan Sora, not Kurosaki. I took over his body before he was born and protected him from Wiwak since he had his powers from his mother. Then I awakened as a Shinigami sharing the same body of Ichigo. I expelled him once so that everyone can live, and a month ago I did it again so I can come here and recreate my true body. That caused a paradox which can be solved only when both histories connect. Genryusai and Kojiro were listening with their eyes almost popped out by the true story which Sora fabricated in order to meet his needs. Genryusai, that complies with what we know so far. What will happen when both histories connect? Sora, I will become an existence that has already been born and the laws of the world will reincarnate another person in my place. Genryusai, then when that happens both histories will be erased and a new one will be created based on our actions, is that correct? Sora, really I can't hide anything from you. Sora, correct, at that point who lives who dies it will belong in the present and present only. Sora, therefore until the point of me saving those souls and gained enough karma to change everything it will be trouble for me to make a move when the traitor appears. It was the last words they heard from him, leaving them alone in the room. 137, Chapter 137, 6 months ahead. 2. Genryusai, Kojiro, what do you think of all this? Kojiro, everything is going as we have learned so far. Urahara mentioned that he took over his body. He also mentions that his mother and sisters would have died 5 years ago and that they almost died a month ago. Kojiro, what he didn't know was his original looks as he had taken Ichigo body. Genryusai, XMM then, for now, we will follow his plans with the current time frame. 1.5 years later the traitors will be left alone after a good show from us. Kojiro, then we'll wait for him to free their souls in order to create a new future and reform Soul Society. Genryusai, correct. Pass this information to Yachiru and then to Shunsui. Kojiro, yes. Kojiro then left the room, leaving behind a pondering Yamamoto. He then spoke to the void. Genryusai, I was the one who let him go 1000 years ago, you know that. Then, for now, let me see what you have in store. In Division 5 Sora was reading in the library, as he did his clone appeared and got absorbed by him, learning everything in the process. He sighed and murmured himself. Sora, the force of bullshit is strong with this one. Sora then continued to study. Days after days and months after months, 3 of them passed away like nothing. He had completed many sub-quests and gained a lot of points and items, unfortunately no levels for him. But even so, he had gained enough for him to buy 6x auto-fusing pill, and conveniently enough he had 6x book of creations. So far he had memorized all Kidos of Bakudos and Hados up to 90 plus all forbidden ones and unknown ones. He needed a bit more to learn the one above 90 till 100 and then finalized his skill set of new Kidos. During these months there were many times, where Hinamori had to bring him food and ate with her in the library. He had managed to gain a favorable impression to her, getting her slowly to fall for him, completing his quest. One day as he was reading, he heard a knock on the door. He turned and saw Hinamori with Captain Aizen. He didn't pay much attention to him. But in Hinamori, who had a worried expression. Sora, Captain Aizen, Vice Captain Hinamori. What bring you here? Aizen, we received a few news from 12th Department that something happened to the real world and we had to investigate. Sora's insides got pricked upside down, but outside he had a poker face. He looked at them and then he asked them. Sora, when did the report come in? Aizen, around half an hour ago. But the time set on the report was sent from 15 days ago. Sora was keeping a poker face and then started thinking inside, Urahara should know that sending a report here would be trouble for me. Did something I wasn't expecting happened? Sora, Captain Aizen, since we're going to investigate, can I read the report? Aizen, yes of course. Aizen took out the paper with the report and showed it, and Sora he had made sure to apply his illusions on it, and whoever touched it he would be trapped at his complete hypnosis. Sora realized it might be a trap, therefore, he used his clone to read it after he touched it. When he did, Aizen was elevated. He thought, I finally got you. Sora saw the report and it said that black ripples opened up there and we had to investigate. He returned the report back and said to him. Sora, will I go on my own? Aizen, yes, if it's something that needs further notice you can request for reinforcements. Sora, yes. Aizen, you have 1 day to prepare. As Aizen left, Sora absorbed his clone and learned the true message which had been altered by Aizen. Neliel is here, give this report to 3rd Seat of Division 5 Xylan Sora. Sora, sighed, looks like I need to speed up my plans to beat all captains. 138, Chapter 138, 6 months ahead. 3. Sora was dissatisfied with what has happened. He was truly unlucky. Urahara sent a report for him which Mayuri didn't get, only an officer did, and gave it to Hinamori, then she gave it to Aizen. He, in turn, made it a false report and submitted a mission for me in order to get in his hands Neliel. Sora's eyes had long turned into chaos as he was thinking. He decided, fine, since you want to play, I'll just crash you earlier than your time deserves it. Sora, system, use a GKI along with my clone and create a copy of myself. Then transfer the hypnosis to my clone. System, host will need 50.000 soul point to transfer complete hypnosis. Sora, show me what I got. During these 4 months. System, ding. Congrats host for completing many sub-quests. System, ding. Host has gained a total of 125.000 soul points. System, ding. Opening inventory. System, ding. Host has gained a total 16 items. 16 items from sub-quests. 2x unrefined portable GKI clone, 2x complete Hogyaku, 2x double level up pill, 3x quin pill, 2x creation of books, 1x fortification pill, 4x spiritual blood candy. System, ding. Calculating. Done. 4x double level up pill, 5x complete Hogyaku, 4x unrefined portable GKI clone, 6x shards of history, 0x tenshintai, 2x fortification pill, 6x quin pill, 6x creation of books, 0x auto fusing pill, 10x spiritual blood candy. Sora, use what you need. System, affirmative. System, ding. Host has used 50.000 soul points, spiritual soul clone, 1x unrefined portable GKI clone. System, ding. Creating copy of host, done. A new body appeared from within the void in front of MC. He opened his eyes and then looked at Sora, nodding his head. Sora, do it. System, ding, transferring complete hypnosis. Done. System, ding. Host has used 50.000 soul points. Remaining 100.290 soul points. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a repeatable sub-quest. Rewards, 1 EXP, 50 points, gaining 1000 EXP. Sora, go. Sora 2, I know. After having the whole process complete, Sora 2 vanished and went towards Captain Aizen. Meanwhile Sora entered the void and went towards someone he had sworn to fuck. No, tortured. All the while Sora 2 had reached his destination. Sora 2, Captain Aizen, I'm ready. Aizen, good, let's go. Aizen then left with Sora too and went towards the gates that connect the realms. When they reached, Aizen opened the gate and let Sora too get in. As the gate was closing, a figure appeared behind him. Captain Aizen. Did it work? Aizen, what a stupid question, Jin. Who do you think you're talking to? Jin, I'm sorry Captain Aizen. Aizen, it's okay Jin. It did work perfectly, he didn't even realize I order him. When she meets Neliel to treat her as enemy. Jin, we have one more. Aizen, yes, one more pawn. Now I will learn every secret he has when he returns. Sora, who was hiding in the void, heard everything. He didn't emit the least bit of killing intent. His extreme hatred for Aizen at this moment was so huge that something unbelievable happened. System, ding. Gluttony has eaten the killing intent, the hatred and coldness of host's soul. System, ding. Gluttony has reached 95%. 139, Chapter 139, 6 months ahead. 4. Inside a hospital in Siridi, two figures could be seen talking to each other. Nia, you should focus and refine more your riot so as it always overloads when you used your keto. Nia, yes Captain Anohana. Anohana, during those 4 months we learned that your keto can reflect almost all types and can help in the medic department. Nia, yes. Anohana, the only drawback is you are putting way too much Ryatsu in it and you can't even control that amount. Anohana, since you can't control is that it fails after 2-3 reflex. Nia, yes. It was Anohana and Nia who was training under her. As Anohana was watching her, she felt a gaze looking at her. When she turned her head towards the empty white wall, she was stunned and then was angry as the only thing she saw was a hand with a middle finger raised. She then turned to look at Nia, who was focused on her keto, trying to input and raised her Ryatsu. She sighed and told her. Anohana, that's enough for today, we'll continue tomorrow, rest for now. Nia, really? Anohana, yes, go. Nia was happy that she got a bit of time. As she went towards the door to leave, Sora placed his leg in such a way that made her trip and smashed her face in the door. Anohana was speechless. She was thinking, does he have a grudge or something? Nia was holding her face as she had tears from the pain and didn't know how the hell she fell, and even worse in front of her captain. As she left the room with tears in her eyes and a red face, Anohana sighed again and spoke to the void. Anohana, was that really necessary? Of course she kicked my face when I saved her. Therefore I'll make her pay 100 times over. So far it's 2 times, so 98 more. Anohana, what do you need, Sora? Sora, to make you stronger. Are you interested? First Kenpeki. Anohana's eyes shined with fighting and killing intent, her eyes were completely opened and in her mouth a smile was formed. Sora, really ungraceful. No woman appeal at all. Anohana, say that again, you brat. I'm older than you. Sora, you should be glad I said a woman and not hag, furthermore I'm way older than you, haven't you learned the news? Anohana, you are weak. Sora, then let's see it, are you up in your peak, old hag? Anohana, coo. Then let's head to the lowest level of the central great underground prison, where no Ryatsu can flow out. And none will bother us. As they said that, they disappeared from there and headed towards the underground. It was a dark place with barely any light, but somehow you could still see who you were up against. Head commander, who felt these movements, he was shocked. Yamamoto, is Yachiru going to return to those times? Apart from him, 5 more had realized that something is going on. Something eerie in the air was lurking. Zaraki, XMMM, this feeling. It's familiar. Shunsui, is she going to fight someone? Or train? Yukatake, probably train and get back to her peak. Kojiro. Aizen, XMMM, that's someone I don't recognize. Was someone hiding in Soul Society this whole time? All 4 captains and the vice-captain were scattered across Soul Society with their own thoughts, but inside the underground, a deadly battle was about to begin. 140, Chapter 140, moving earlier before 6 months. Inside the underground, 2 figures could be seen. One had a carefree face while the other had a deadly one. Sora looked at her and she looked at him. Both of them drew their swords and were ready to fight. Sora, I'll tell you right now. No Shikai and Bankai. Anohana, either way you don't have one yet, so it will be pure sword fight. When she finished her phrase, she vanished using Shunpo. Sora sighed and put his sword on his back, and a loud clang was heard from metal colliding. Anohana wasn't surprised at all. She had slashed with one hand, and within an instant when the swords collide she moved her other hand and took out a dagger. She stabbed towards his shoulder, but Sora knew she was hiding them and made a half step forward along with kneeling a few centimeters, which made the tip of his sword collide with the dagger as well. Before giving her any time, he tilted and kneeled even more forward as if wanted to flip his body. He raised his left leg and kicked in her chest, sending her flying in the air. He then vanished with Shunpo, and as Anohana was trying to pacify the pain in the air, the moment she stopped her falling she felt a line in her back. Sora, that's one death for you if it was deeper. When she heard those words and before the pain in her cut came to her, Sora kicked her in the back, sending her flying in the position she was before the fight. Anohana quickly healed her wound on her back and looked at Sora with astonishment. Sora, why are you looking me like that? Haven't you realized I know everything about all of you? Anohana was speechless. She had forgotten about that. Then that means he knows how I fight, my skills, my forms. Everything. Sora, then let's see how you will fare with my attack. When she heard that, she took positions and saw him vanish, then next thing she saw was his feet reaching her face. She moved her head avoiding it, but then she saw his other knee almost smashing her face. Before she could try anything, he grabbed her Haori from behind with one hand and then used his sword with the other, to slash her from her legs upwards. Anohana, after the first two feints, finally realized that he had flipped over her head, enabling her to see only his legs. She then felt a hand grabbing her back along with a slashing force from her leg upwards. She gritted her teeth and took the slash. At that moment she placed the dagger in her sword backwards, stabbing through her clothes. She looked behind and saw only air. Sora, yo, in front of you. Anohana turned her head, and at that moment she felt a silver line from the sky coming towards her and got slashed from her shoulder till her leg. Ripping sounds were heard from her clothes being cut apart and revealed her skin with a huge cut. Anohana, ugh. You're cheating, you're using the doors. Sora sighed. You're really gotten weaker. Sora then used his Ryutsu along with his Shunpo, and countless images appeared as if walking. They all then did the same, took the sword and stabbed it on the ground. Clang 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 clang. 4 sounds of swords hitting the ground were heard, stunning Anohana. She realized that it was one sword hitting 4 times at the same time. Anohana, such speed, how? Sora, you're someone who has learned every possible skill from dojos, but you never created your own style. Anohana, you mean you took the forms I created for everyone to practice and elevated them to a new level? Anohana was flabbergasted as she thought that. On the other hand, Sora was thinking, when did I say I created my own? 141, Chapter 141, moving earlier before 6 months too. Sora, you are wrong, I only used sidestepping along with Shunpo and my Ryutsu and got this result. Sora, you're focusing too much into killing your opponents. That made you forget one thing. Anohana, what? Sora, a sword is not a tool to see blood but a partner that enables us to reach further ahead. Sora, based on our actions and what we feel they respond. Before he could finish he heard Anohana talking to him and interrupting him. Anohana, isn't that our Zanpakuto soul? Sora, turns out you don't understand. Give me one of your daggers. Anohana wanted to find out what he meant, therefore, she gave him one of her hidden daggers she had in her sleeves. Sora caught it and started waving it around, so that he can feel it better on his hand. After a few minutes, he turned towards Anohana, who had healed and fixed her clothes. Sora, this dagger is made of pure metal, therefore it doesn't have any soul. Anohana, correct, it's simply made for sneak attacks. Sora then placed it in front of him, the dagger, as if holding a sword, and closed his eyes. Inside his mind, there was nothing but dark walls. Then he thought, cut them up, as he drew the dagger over his head and then slashed downwards. What happened next stunned Anohana. The dagger started to slightly vibrate, and when he slashed towards the ground, a soundless gap appeared in the ground. Anohana was shocked. He didn't use anything at all, not speed, not power, and definitely not his Ryutsu. He just slashed like that and a cutting mark appeared in the ground. He then opened his eyes and looked at a stunned Anohana, who couldn't believe what he saw. Sora then started speaking to her, and this time she paid attention. Sora, Zanpakuto are souls formed when we are born, growing stronger and stronger with us, granting us powers. At most cases, they take form on what we want the most. For example, in Hisagi's case, he's afraid of swords, therefore, his Shikai looks like that to help him get over it. Sora, but he's afraid to use it, he still is trying to figure a way to accept it or grow stronger with it. A Zanpakuto was part of us, but now you can say that they are friends or partners. Anohana, I'm still confused. How is that related to what you did? Sora, I showed my intent to cut the ground into the dagger, and it in return cut it. Sora, when you wish to fight you show intent. When you wish to kill you show intent. But what about when you want to protect? When you want to cut something? Anohana, we simply raise the sword and parry and just slash at them. Sora, correct, ever since all of you awakened the Zanpakutos. You stopped training that intent and regressed. Anohana, then how did we do that? Sora, original you were on the right path. But after awakened your Zanpakuto you relied more on its power than your own. Sora, intent is what you wish to do. The most living example is Zaraki. He didn't want to lose a powerful opponent, therefore what did he do? What was his intent? Anohana, he sealed himself. Sora, correct. That made him be unable to use his Zanpakuto. Unable to hear its voice. Therefore his intent to slash at everything became stronger. And only with his sword, he could cut anything. Not only that, he constantly sought powerful enemies to bring his closer to his death. slowly undoing the seal he placed. That was his intent, bring yourself to the level of your opponent, if he's stronger then surpass him. 142, Chapter 142, 2 months of training. Anohana was stunned by what she was hearing. He sealed himself to enjoy fighting more? She knew that was the case, as they had fought in the past, and as a kid, he had given her the scar in her chest. She knew that he had more talent to be the Kenpake, but this. Sora saw her in her lost mind thinking about everything, and at the same time he was thinking inside him. How the hell will I manage to pass all this as legit? He had told her half-truths, half-lies, and even then you couldn't see what was real and what was false. When he had practiced the kendo forms and Kenpake forms, he had realized that something was missing. It was as if I wasn't the one fighting with my moves but someone else. He had come to the light when he bought the sword forms and mastered them as well. When he did that, something became even more clear. He started practicing and mixing all three forms. He first did it with his hands, then he used his legs. He had thought it might be ridiculous to do that, but sometimes you use your legs as hands. He kept going with hands and legs, and eventually a mission was triggered to create a unique sword style. After 2 months of entering Division 5, he had practiced and perfected his style. Then he tried using his style with the sword. When he caught the sword, a change occurred in his body and mind. He could feel his sword becoming an extension of his arms and legs, and anything within his sight with a single swing could be cut apart no matter how hard it was. After a few minutes of thinking, he had finally thought of a reason, that this was intent, sword intent, able to cut anything as he willed and at the same time cut nothing when he doesn't feel like it. Going that direction, he started to dive deeper and deeper about all sorts of Shinigami's. What was their intent? Yamamoto used an ancient way, and because his intent was to turn all his enemies to ashes, he got Ryujin Jaka. Anohana, up to some point she was hovering between life and death, and her Zanpakuto took both ways, Shikai for healing and Bankai that almost grants insta-kill. She also learned healing Kidos from Zero Squad to prolong the fight. Yumichika, you could say he pass as a gay, therefore, his Shikai has the form of flowers. At first he liked it as it was beautiful, but as he was placed in 11th division where all of them are battle maniacs, he created a half-release one. Aizen, from when he was a kid he schemed, lied, planned for the future. Along with his perfect acting, he got his Suijutsu. Complete hypnosis. As he was thinking hard, Anohana had finally realized his meaning, as she was thinking pretty much the same finally interrupted him. Anohana, then you can say that my intent to live and kill others has granted me a Shikai for healing and a Bankai for killing. Sora, oh. Did you finally realized it? Anohana, who do you think I am, kid? Sora, I told you, an old hag. Anohana, at number enough, what I don't understand is why you're going to these lengths. Sora, and here I thought you had some brain, but turns out you only have a few not very well versed boobs. At number, you piece of shit, I'll kill you. 143, Chapter 143, 2 months of training 2. Sora, back on our point. Since you're a brainless useless woman with boobs, I'll make it clearer to you. Anohana, die. Anohana threw 3 more daggers in Sora's face, and he looked so bored. He moved a bit his head left, right and then left, stunning Anohana with his words. Sora, too slow. Sora waved his hand the moment his words left his mouth, and a silver lining appeared in the air, shredding the clothes of Anohana in front of her, revealing her boobs and her pussy. She was pissed. Her killing intent took form as a black aura behind her, but froze when she heard his next words. Sora, well, for an old hag to still have this well-preserved body, I'm impressed. Sora then released his maximum output of Ryutsu, almost making Anohana fall on the ground from the pressure. She falls down and placed her hands touching the ground, making her look like a horse with 4 limbs touching the ground. Sora ignored the sight and continued talking. Sora, in 3-4 years original you were going to die as you unseal the restraints of Zaraki. Anohana lost her balance and fell on the ground completely when she heard that. Sora, since you already know my plan, I'm trying to change that and take your place in awakening Zaraki. Sora, therefore for 2 months you are going to be locked in here with me, reigniting your intent you once lost. As he said that, Sora stopped his pressure and turned around. Anohana was puzzled at first, but then she felt the coldness of her skin touching the ground. Anohana, I swear I'll kill you. Sora, for now how about you get dress? After a few minutes, Anohana fixed her attire and turned to look at him with complicated feelings. Before she could ask anything, she heard him. Sora, oh right, go up and take care your clinic along with Nia. And then come back for 2 months of hell. Anohana thought he was right and restored her looks at her normal appearance and left from there. Sora saw that and he sighed. He wanted to get this over with as fast as he could. Sora, let's hope it won't take that long. Sora then started practicing his unique forms. As he did, he created many lights that left marks on every corner of the room. Anohana got up in the surface and went to the medic department, giving Isane instructions for the next 2 months, and only under urgency she is to interrupt her. She also told her to guide Nia. Then she went and report to Yamamoto in secrecy, shocking him with what he learned, and after a bit of thinking, he also thought that it fits with how strong they were in the past before their Zanpakuto was created. and how much they relied on it later on. After getting his approval she returned back in the underground and was shocked to see countless cuts on the walls, roof, and in the ground. She had left for 2-3 hours top and he made a mess in here. She suddenly had a feeling that training with him may help her in getting what she lost with the years. Too bad a few days later she regretted coming back here. 144, Chapter 144, 2 months later. 2 months had passed since they entered the room. Outside Sora too had returned and trolled Aizen. He had gone to the human world to find Neliel under his hypnosis, but what Aizen ordered him was to treat her as an enemy when he sees her. Well, when Sora too reached the real world Ichigo sensed him but afterwards he lost him again, it was a split-like feeling making everyone go berserk and search everywhere with zero results. Sora too, well I'm only gonna treat her as my enemy if I see her, but that doesn't stop me from hiding within my doors for a few days and then return. And that's what he did the moment he took one step in the human world. His second one was within his doors. Continue with his learning of Kido over 90. Within 5 days he had managed to learn everything and that was when he left and came back creating another storm in Ichigo & Co. When Sora too returned and report he found nothing at all. Aizen was fuming in anger thinking that he got played by Urahara who by the way was sneezing thinking who talks about him. Meanwhile, inside the room 2 figures were sparring with their bare hands. Anohana, come on what's wrong? Sora, Che. They were close to a meter across each other and were throwing punches and kicks at each other. Sora raised his speed and made his hand instead of a fist like a sword and stabbed 3 times. Towards her chest area. 3 after images were seen going straight to rip her clothes. Anohana without bothers for those and while looking at her opponent she raised one hand and parried all of them, one with her elbow, the other with her palm and the last one with the back of her palm as she raised even higher. After that he pushes forward her other hand but it wasn't a punch but a palm that flew at him. In the center of her palm small reishi particles had drawn in from the air current and when it connects it with Sora's other hand, a small blast was created sending him flying in the walls. 700 HP. Sora, hua fua. Gyua. It took you 2 months. And reached this stated. Anohana was panting as well. It took her too much toll on her to remember how to use intent as she did in the old days. She looked ahead of her and saw Sora in pain as he was nailed in the wall and a small smile appeared in her evil face. As Sora was trying to catch his breath he saw her coming at him and cold sweat was dripping in his back. During these 2 months in order to make her utilize what kind of intent she needed at the right time, they sparred only with their hand and feet. Sora used this opportunity by grabbing her boobs, ass, touching her pussy with his fingers and even kicked her in it. Anohana forgot about everything and used her Bankai 3-4 times trying to kill him, only to make him wait in the void for quite some time when she calms down. After many hours he had come out and when he saw her glare he stated to her. Sora, the best way to utilize what intent you want instantly is to figure out with your body, for example you failed to notice and even if you did you couldn't react fast enough to stop my hands groping your boobs, but if you had found a way for your intent to parry me your hands would have moved on their own as if they had a will stopping right there. As she remembered the past and the suffering she went through the more she smiled at him making his legs go jelly. 145, Chapter 145, Setting the Points. Sora was in an endless amount of pain right now. He kept seeing barrages of punches and numbers flying away. 400 HP, 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 almost 1/3 of his HP were gone. After a few minutes he was left with about 300 HP, bleeding on the ground. He struggled to get up and when he did he took out a spiritual blood candy and healed himself within seconds. Sora, damn you old hag, I almost died, you will never get a boyfriend like that. Sora, furthermore I helped you evolve your Zanpakuto so be grateful and get in the bed. Guao Gao Gao, 900 HP, 800 HP, 700 HP, 900 HP, dollar number at number at number at number at number at number, dollar at number at number dollar. God damn it, I just restored myself. After getting back at 300 HP, and lamenting his fate with this hag, she started practicing her sword. As he said, with all the training not only she created her own style as she merged countless styles from what she had learned in dojos. Her Shikai turned from light green into light white and her Bankai form dark red liquid it turned pitch black. Elevating her current powers by 2 or even 3 folds than before, she could clearly feel herself on a whole different level. She looked at Sora who ate his second candy and restored himself and secretly thanked him. Sora, now then I complete 2 of my conditions in the quest, beat Aizen and train Anohana. Now all that's left is to defeat Byakuya and awaken Zaraki. Anohana, what are you mumbling over there? Sora, that you are a bitch. Anohana, looks like the 2 beatings weren't enough. Sora, even if I wanted to stay I can't. Anohana felt the seriousness of his voice and stopped playing around. She narrowed her eyes and asked with a deep voice. Anohana, what happened? Sora, let's just say that in 10 months we may be enemies. Apart from that I want you to go up and guide Zaraki here. Anohana got stunned by the first part and opened her eyes with the second part. She was racking her brain, why would he say the first part, and then a jolt run through her. Anohana, you didn't fall in some kind of trap, did you? Sora, whistle. Anohana. Sora, go and bring Zaraki here. Having said his words, he vanished on the void, leaving behind a perplexed Anohana. After a few seconds she left, going back up. Sora inside the void was checking what he had gained from these 2 months, and the answer was nothing. He cursed everything he could. The only thing that made him happy was that his stunt with the clone got past as beating him with complete hypnosis. And finishing his training with Anohana, he had 2 out of 4 completed the conditions he had. As Anohana went up the surface, she went and checked the things in the medic and the progress of Nia. She was taken with surprise when she saw that he had found a way to maintain her keto, reflecting 5-6 ketos now. After that she went to look for head commander, and on her way she met Shunsui with a shocked face when he looked at her, totally ignoring him, and after that, she met with Zaraki, shocking him as well and also igniting his fighting spirit. She told him to wait, and in return he will get a fight like none others. Leaving behind a blazed Kenpei boiling for fight, she went to find and report everything to Yamamoto. 146, Chapter 146, Unsealing. When Anohana reached Yamamoto and entered his room, she left him shocked. Yamamoto for a moment thought he had returned back prior to 1000 years and more by the pressure she was emitting. Genryusai, how do you feel? Yachiru, refreshed. Genryusai, oh. It seems you gained a lot. Yachiru, didn't you train yourself? What's with this forgotten sharp gaze? Genryusai, it wasn't easy to feel the intent and how to use it again. It took me 20 days of meditation. Yachiru. Why did it take me 2 months? She sighed and started telling him her report and even the fact that he might have fallen in enemy hands, not be able to move for a while. Genryusai, then we need to be more careful. Yachiru, yes. After finishing reporting, she took off in order to meet Zaraki and guide him towards a death battle. Zaraki on the outside was bored waiting, but remembering the pressure she had. It reminded him of bits and bits in the past. Anohana came out and saw him lost, therefore he went close and jolted him to wake up. Being woken up by her, they started walking and entered the underground again. Zaraki was shocked to see how much further down they were going, and eventually they reached a room that had spiderweb cracks everywhere, be it on the roof, on the ground or even the walls. When they reached before Zaraki could say anything, Anohana spoke to the void. Anohana, I've brought him here. Zaraki was stunned. Hey, what did she said? Isn't she the one who's going to fight me? Oh good. Then you can stay at the side. Zaraki, I don't know what's going on, but who's gonna fight me? The little Yachiru on his back, who has long popped her head and looked at the place, she could sense something wrong. Before she could say anything, a figure appeared slowly from the void, stunning both of them. Zaraki, it's you. Yachiru kid, Ken-chan, it's that student. Sora, greetings both of you, I hope you enjoyed the ride here. Zaraki, hey, you're the one who's gonna fight me? You're too weak kid, get lost. Sora, say that after you die. Sora then pushed his hand in front of him and in turn, it disappeared before Zaraki managed to figure out what the hell happened. He heard Yachiru from behind him. Yachiru kid, let me go, let me go. Zaraki turned his head and saw something which froze him and unable to move. Yachiru has left his back and a hand was holding her in the air. Before he could do something, that hand drew her in the void and she disappeared. Zaraki, where did she go? Answer me. The moment he asked, it was the moment he attacks and slashed vertically towards Sora. Sora knew he would attack and raised his right hand and caught the fast-like sword of his, and with the other, his sword blurred. Zaraki, what? Plur feet. The moment Sora had caught his sword, he had slashed at him 10 times, critically wounding him and made him lose consciousness on the ground. Sora turned to look at Anohana and nodded to her to start the treatment of healing him. 147, Chapter 147, Unsealing 2. Anohana, how the hell were you able to do that? Sora, do what? Anohana, don't play bum. Anohana had bent down and started healing Zaraki from his wounds and the blood loss. At the same time she was speechless about the cuts he gave him. She couldn't believe they were so precise to make him critically wounded, pass out but barely be alive. Anohana, how were you able to give him such wounds? Sora, easy, I slashed him. Anohana. Sora didn't lie, he really slashed at him. The difference was at the speed of sound. Using vibrations, after waiting he finally remembered someone and opened his doors, and an enraged Yachiru came out. Sora, sorry, I totally forgot about you. Yachiru kid, you. What did you did to Ken-chan? Sora, nothing much, I'm helping him get stronger. Yachiru kid, you almost cut him in pieces. Sora, so? Me cutting, her healing. No problem. Yachiru raised her Ryutsuo and a pink-like cat demon appeared glaring at them. At that moment she heard a voice that made her calm down. Zaraki, it's fine Yachiru. Yachiru kid, Ken-chan. Zaraki had woken up a few seconds earlier and heard a few words, but when Yachiru got angry he intervened and calmed her down. Anohana knew that he had a powerful body but not to this extent. Sora heard a notification in his mind. System, ding. 5% unsealed. He sighed he had to kill him 20 more times. How the hell did Anohana did that originally? Zaraki, kid you're strong. Sora, and you're weak. Zaraki, axa but can you say it to her as well? Zaraki pointed with his fingers towards Anohana but before he could answer to him Anohana got him first. Anohana, for the record he's even stronger than Genri Yusai. PPF both Yachiru and Kenpei choked and coughed at the same time. Zaraki even grunted because of his wounds getting agitated. Sora, well you're no fun at all so I will not fight anymore. Anohana was stunned, Zaraki froze and Yachiru opened her eyes looking at him, they couldn't believe what they heard from him. But their next words left them flabbered. Sora, instead you will fight yourself. Zaraki, what do you mean you won't fight? Because of a lucky shot you mean you're something. Sora, looks like you don't want the hard way and choose the easy way. Sora, how long till he gets healed? Everyone was puzzled by what he said about the hard and easy way before he turned and asked about how much it will take. Anohana, 5-6 hours. Sora, too long. He took out a spiritual blood candy from his inventory and throwed it to Anohana. Sora, drip a bit of his blood in the pill, and then give it to him. Anohana as she had seen the effects of it she did what he told her and gave it to Kenpei, seeing as she didn't say anything he did the same and in the end ate it. Within seconds his wounds had vanished and you could see that he started standing up. As he was shocked he heard Sora. Sora, then take out your eye patch and come at me at full power. Zaraki, don't regret this. Sora, this is the easy way and that is killing you. Zaraki, grg. He removed his eye patch making the place feel heavy from the pressure but all of them could move just fine. He then charged at him and slashed horizontal this time and he was holding his sword with 2 hands add the power up from the Ryutsu it was 3 times stronger than before. Sora sighed and raised his hand again catching the tip of the sword. As if it was nothing. Shocking both Anohana and Yachiru. Zaraki had a disbelieved expression on his face. Then Sora's voice drifted in his ears. Sora, see you're weak, the only thing you do is simply swing a piece of metal. Sora's hand moved with his sword again and slashed 10 times again like last time. Zaraki, Kuruyua. Pfafa. Plur feet. At that moment he noticed that Zaraki had taken 9 hits his legs moved on his own avoiding the last strike. Seeing this Sora sighed. And then he heard the system. System, ding. 10% unsealed. 148, Chapter 148, Unsealing 3. Time went by, seconds have turned into minutes, then almost an hour have passed. Zaraki was still down after his 4th defeat from Sora. From some reason, the system lowered the percentage of his unsealing. When he died the 3rd time he got 12.5%, and at the 4th he got 15%, as he was pondering over it. Zaraki woke up again and tried to fight again. Zaraki, ax you're good. Again. Saying that Zaraki slashed at Sora who casually parried his sword with his own and smashed his fist in Zaraki body at least 15 times and knocked him out again, he then got an alarm. System, ding. 17.5% unsealed. Sora, why did the percentage got lowered? System, each time his seal is cracking slowly host needs to wound him even more than before to exert more pressure on him. Sora, what if he fights in the mirrors? System, it will show him the most inner part of his soul, of how he was before the sealing and each other will fight, trying to gain or lose Ryutsu. The only difference is that the wounds will be mentally not physically and will help unseal faster. Sora, is there a way to restore any Ryutsu he might have lost later? System, there is. Host needs to use a complete Hogyaku to make a vessel for his maximum output. Then that vessel will absorb the losing Ryutsu and transfer it again to its owner. Sora, can you do it? System, yes. Sora, then do it. System, ding. Host has used complete Hogyaku. System, ding. Creating a vessel of Kenpei Zaraki. Done. A small like item that looked like a cup made of glass appeared in front of him. Anohana and Yachiru who saw this they felt a little bit of puzzled, why bring out a cup? Sora, how long till he wakes up? Anohana, an hour or so. Sora, that long, this will take forever. Sora was thinking on what to do to pass his time as he waited for Zaraki to wake up, he thought about everything and had a few plans for him but he wanted to test those theories first, so he asked the most reliable partner he had. Sora, system what will happen if I enter the mirrors myself? System, host will need to enter it only when Ichigo is with you. So that both of you can fight Dark Sora. And gain not only 10% Ryutsu but also a resurrection form along with an exclusive letter of Quincy. Boom. A mind bomb exploded inside his mind. I have a resurrection form? Wait, in a letter. WTF. He was speechless and didn't know how to retort back. After a few minutes of being in shock, he sighed. Sora, sigh, let's leave that for the future. Is it possible to negate the time gap? System, yes, however host, instead of 10 more months will have around 25 days to complete the missions that have time limit. Sora, I have completed 2 of the 5 conditions and I'm in the middle of doing the 3 conditions, so 2 more. Hey. He was thinking that perhaps it's time to destroy Aizen's plan and set everything in his own pace. 149, Chapter 149, Unsealing 4. After an hour of boredom for Sora, Zaraki woke up again. This time he didn't attack but leaned towards the ground and was pondering about something. Zaraki, hey you over there. Why did you use the same hits but with your fists this time? Sora, I thought you deserved my sword but I was wrong, you are too weak, you even avoided one sword slash when you passed out. In other words, it was a fluke. Zaraki, I had removed my eye patch and still can't hit you. What do I have to do to hit you? Sora, I do have a way to bring you to a state of your former glory. Zaraki, say it. Sora, more like you'll do it. Zaraki, hey. What do? Before Zaraki could finish he felt an enormous amount of Ryutsu coming out of Sora, startling him, along with Yachiru, who opened her eyes wide open, and Anohana, who was smiling. They saw all of them, Sora closing his eyes and started chanting. What shocked them the most that it was a new Kido they hadn't seen before. Zaraki, ha 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 ha, interesting, bring it. Yachiru, Ken-chan. Sora, the 3-headed whales. Show your teeth and might. Disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own heart. Guardian of the Purgatory, 3 chimes, rattling bones, the savage dog lets loose his fearsome roar. Growl on the name of the fool who rouses you from your slumber. Your rage incites the very earth to tremble in fear. At that moment a crystal-like domain was raised engulfing Zaraki, and before the domain completely closed he heard its name and the last words Sora said. Sora, Self-Made Arts 4, Mirrors of Purgatory. Sora, now let the survival game begin. Zaraki heard and felt nothing else, only endless darkness. After a few seconds he was instantly brought into a white space where around him countless mirrors existed. Zaraki, hello. 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 Hell. His voice resounded everywhere inside the dome. And when it was about to vanish he heard his own voice asking him back. Hey, the loser has come for a beating. Zaraki, say that again, you bastard. A loser who got thrashed around with a few single swings. Oh wait, and a few punches. Zaraki, ah ha 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 ha, are you picking a fight? Let's fight. Fight? With you in that state? You have forgotten your true self. As the voice said that, a figure started appearing across him. It was a boy that resembled Zaraki, stunning him. Zaraki, you're you, me? Small Zaraki, hey, I'm you of the past, your former glory. Zaraki, wh it. Small Zaraki, less talking and more fighting. Small Zaraki dashed and slashed with his sword vertically at Zaraki. Zaraki has restored himself from his trance and raised his sword to block it. Clang. A loud metal of swords clashing was heard. Zaraki, Guar. Zaraki couldn't bear the force behind it that swing and fell to his knees as he continued blocking. Small Zaraki saw this and moved his arm so fast that 5-6 hits smashed on Zaraki's sword, and the force behind it sent Zaraki flying. Small Zaraki, not even remembering how to slash at others. Zaraki, ha 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 ha, interesting again. Zaraki's voice was heard from where he was sent flying, and small Zaraki sighed. As he saw Zaraki dashing with smiles on his face. 150, Chapter 150, An Endless Loop. Clang, clang, cling sounds of sword clashing was the only thing that was heard inside the dome Sora created. Zaraki was at his end wits. He had forgotten how many times he got slashed by his imitation in front of him. He was only thinking one thing: defeat him. They continued for minutes, then an hour, and then days. It went on and on for who knows how long. On the outside Sora was getting one alarm after another. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 22% unsealed. System, ding. 25% unsealed. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 28% unsealed. System, ding. 35% unsealed. And kept alternate with slowly, showing that Zaraki is awakening slowly but slowly. He also knew that the vessel he threw at the last instant inside the dome is absorbing his Ryutsu in order to give it back to him. Sora, well, it's going a bit faster now. Yachiru, what is happening in there? Sora, well, aren't you a scary one? He's simply fighting against the restraints he has put on himself countless years ago. Anohana, how is he faring in there? Sora, Well, he's halfway through, I guess. Anohana, what does this Kido do? Sora, you really think I will tell you? Sora kept hearing the alarms and waited as he ignored the others. Zaraki inside he was tired, he had been killed who knows how many times and was always back on the start as if nothing was wrong. On the other hand, small Zaraki was enjoying this. Small Zaraki, what's wrong giving up already? Zaraki, give up? Something as thrilling as this? You're dreaming. Small Zaraki, small words from someone who can't land a hit. Zaraki charged, again and again, slashing at the small version of him up and down, left and right, random hits, and up to some point his sword carried a wool slashing from 9 directions almost at the same time cutting the small Zaraki in 3-4 spots. Zaraki, finally my body and my muscles are adapting to my Ryutsu. Before he could finish his words, Dwarf Zaraki felt a pain in his chest only to see the sword of small Zaraki impaled in his chest. Before he passes out he heard, small Zaraki, but that's not enough. Zaraki woke up again in the same space and saw small Zaraki waiting for him. He looked towards the small Zaraki and felt that their power is closing more and more. He charged again and again after that resulting in more wounds bloodbath for him. He could feel his body getting excited and his blood boiled, even as he died, again and again, he thought how many years has it been since I saw nothing but death around me? After a few months inside of endless death and rebirth, Zaraki finally managed to fight and attire his old self. Small Zaraki, impressive to reach this state again, where the only thing you have is your instincts moving your body on their own. With the intent to fight. Zaraki had eyes completely calm with a huge smiling open mouth. He was looking at the small Zaraki and was screaming he was craving for a battle. Zaraki, less talking more fighting. 151, Chapter 151, Coming Out. On the outside, Sora was kept hearing bombs in his mind about Zaraki inside and even though he was speechless about how many times he died he also wanted to see how far he will go. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 40% unsealed. System, ding. 43% unsealed. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 46% unsealed. System, ding. 51% unsealed. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 55% unsealed. System, ding. 59% unsealed. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 63% unsealed. System, ding. 71% unsealed. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 76% unsealed. System, ding. 82% unsealed. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 88% unsealed. System, ding. 93% unsealed. He had lost count how many times Kenpeka died there mentally and he was speechless. He secretly looked at Anohana and was thinking how the hell she managed to bring him in death doors so many times before. Anohana felt this slight gaze of his and couldn't help but ask him out. Anohana, is there something wrong? Sora, nothing, he's about to come out. Yachiru, really? Ken-chan is coming out. Sora, yeah, he's about done in there. Anohana, are you sure it worked? Sora, I was the one who created the Kido so I know what's going on more or less. Yachiru, Ken-chan. Sora, Yachiru, you better be prepared to face a new Zaraki. Yachiru, what do you mean? Sora, you know better than anyone being his partner. Sora said that with a tone that stunned Yachiru and leaving Anohana puzzled. She saw Yachiru slightly tremble when she heard that and was even more confused about her behavior. Yachiru, you know. Sora, whether I know or not, I'm not bothering you, what I'm telling you to do is to be prepared. Yachiru. As Sora said that he didn't get an answer back from her, not that he cared anyway, therefore they held their own thoughts and waited for Zaraki to come out from there. Minutes went by and then an hour. Sora was puzzled because he hadn't heard a single alarm since he reached 93%. He thought that he might be equal with his inner self and making this quite hard for him to die. Will he get stuck at 93% and come out? Then I will be the one who will have to deal with it. His prayers for denial of this were heard when he received his answer. System, ding. Zaraki died 10%. System, ding. 98% unsealed. He sighed and was relieved as he felt a burden lifting off him, but then he was crushed with incredible pressure when the next alarm reached him. System, ding. Zaraki win. System, ding. Mirrors of Purgatory has ended. Number at dollar at number, at fuck. Creak crack clack crash bang. His dome broke apart and a figure was out from there walking through the dust. Zaraki, finally out, how long was I in there? Everyone could feel the difference of when he was trapped and when he came out. Anohana was feeling the fighting intent he was emitting and her blood boiled. Yachiro could feel how he was different, he felt like the first day they met. Sora was smiling wryly as he knew he had to finish the job for the 2% of his seal remaining. Furthermore, when the dome break, all the Ryutsu he lost and was stored in the vessel came back to him, making him reach his most optimal peak condition. 152, Chapter 152, Drink. Zaraki, yo, how do I look like now? Sora, head a little bit stronger. Zaraki, then. Zaraki disappeared from there and appeared right in the head of Sora, giving him no time to raise his sword. He slashed vertically at his head. Sora knew he would do that, but he still couldn't raise his sword in time and caught his sword with his bare left hand. Zaraki, same old tricks don't work anymore. When he caught the sword of Kenpeki, wind blasts were created from his force and those blasts cut Sora's arm in multiple spots. Sora grunted in pain as he saw a few messages, 100 HP, 150 HP, 180 HP, 200 HP, 220 HP. He ignored the pain and raised his sword and slashed towards Kenpeki 10 times. What happened next froze everyone. 10 phantom swords created at such speed from Sora headed towards Zaraki's chest, and within a split second Zaraki raised his other hand without closing his eyes and caught all of them with the same speed. The result was Sora had caught Zaraki's sword and Zaraki caught Sora's sword. Sora, you became a bit better since you can use your intent through your instincts. But were you sure about catching them? Zaraki, xmnmn? Kuruao. 10 slashes similarly appeared on Zaraki's arm, rendering useless as he had lost his strength to keep holding the sword of Sora's. Sora then managed to withdraw his sword and slashed again. This time 15 phantom swords appeared, making it difficult to avoid them. Zaraki, that's it. Zaraki just laughed and forcefully withdrew his sword, injuring Sora's hand even more. He then pointed towards the incoming attacks, blocking 8 and eating 7 in his legs. Anohana, who has been watching, wanted to join in as well. Her blood boiled and wanted to reach further heights as well. She clearly remembers this as the boy she fought, never backing down and always looking ahead. As she was about to jump in, she heard Yachiru's voice from next to her as she also was looking at the fight. Yachiru, Ken-chan is back. Since he will not lose to anyone, there is no need for you to butt in. As Anohana was about to retort to her, she heard both of them laughing and turned to see them in a standstill waiting for the next round of attacks. Sora, ha. Zaraki, ha. Both, ha. Both, I will defeat you. Both slashed at each other at the same time and their swords clashed with each other, creating sparks on the point of connection between them. Both slashed and blocked again and again, not going back even a step. After a few minutes, Sora raised his speed. 15, 16, 19, 20 hits were pressuring Zaraki as he was blocking and attacking at the same time. At that moment he ate 15 hits, blocking 5 and froze for 1 second, giving enough time for Sora to thrust his hand as a blade forward towards his stomach, piercing from one side to the other. At that moment Sora saw Zaraki with dimmed eyes and heard the sound. System, ding. 100% unsealed. Just before Zaraki passed out, he heard a voice. Finally you can hear me now. I've been trying to speak with you for years. My name is... Just when Sora withdrew his hand and sword, he felt somewhat uneasy, his bad karma kicked in and heard Kenpeki. Zaraki, drink no Zarashi. 153, Chapter 153, completing one more. Zaraki, drink no Zarashi. Boom boom. Sora was sent flying, and when he crashed on the walls you could see him spitting mouthfuls of blood and both of his hand been broken. Anohana was shocked at what happened. She dashed towards the walls where Sora got buried and saw him alive and kicking. Sora, on the other hand, was in pain. He just lost a huge amount of HP, 3400 HP, and that was only from a single swing. When he looked towards Kenpeki he saw that he had passed out on his feet holding a huge hilt with white stripes on it that connected a huge blade like machete as if he wanted to butcher others, and at the end of the blade was some kind of hair stripes. Sora, Anohana, go and heal him. I'm fine. Anohana, are you sure? Sora, yeah, go and make sure he's sleeping for at least 3-4 days. His mind is pretty stressful from dying so many times. Anohana, I got it, be careful. Sora, worrying about me? If so, come to my bed and nurse me tonight. Boom. A flying punch hit Sora and a wild number appeared. 200 HP, making him swear in his mind. Anohana, not caring anymore, she left and went towards Zaraki and used her Shikai to heal him. Sora spoke to his partner. Sora, consume 1 candy for me. System, affirmative. System, ding. Host has used a spiritual blood candy, healing his injuries. Done. As he heard that his wounds healed with the naked eye and got down from there as if nothing happened. He looked around and didn't saw Yachiru anywhere except her clothes, therefore he spoke in the void as he knew she would hear him. Sora, I helped him restore your connection you tried to establish so many years ago, but because of his restraint and his huge Ryutsu he couldn't hear you. Now you need to help him grow accustomed to his Shikai, because in the future he will die. After hearing nothing back he went as well towards Zaraki and saw Anohana with almost a serious face. He asked her what's wrong and she turned to see him. Anohana, how the hell in such speed you managed to avoid every vital point but still make him pass out from blood loss? Sora, who knows? Anohana, you're lying. Sora, who knows? Anohana, you were definitely holding back against me. Sora, obviously who would want to injure your boobs and pussy? Even if I don't like you, I still don't want to hit girls. I try to avoid that as much as I can. Black veins appeared in her head when she heard the first part. She froze at the second part and started emitting killing intent in the third part of what she heard from him. Sora ignored her and tried to think what he could do to finish his last condition. He had 6 more months before the time limit. If he reverses back the time he would have 15 days. For his quest and 15 more days for Rukia to come up. He then suddenly had an idea and asked Anohana. Sora, Anohana, if I challenge a captain and win, does that mean I will replace him and become a captain? Anohana, yes, that is the rule. Sora, what will happen to that captain? Anohana, he can become vice captain of your squad or take another position he wishes, for example, the Kido Corps of the militia. Sora, I see. Then my plan is finally entering its final stages. 154, Chapter 154, Their Feelings. As Sora was calculating his time by reverting it back, Anohana had almost healed Zaraki's wounds and left him there to sleep in order to help him ease his mind a bit. Anohana, what are you going to do now? Sora, challenge a captain. Anohana, which one? Sora, I'm thinking Swaifon or Byakuya. Anohana, why those two? Sora, well, Swaifon is a girl so she needs a bit of spanking for a certain reason, while Byakuya I don't like his attitude. Hearing this, Anohana perked up more like she was pissed as she thought that Swaifon's body will fall victim to him. Sora took notice of her mood and added more to the fire. Sora, well, let's just say that Swaifonn will become something like a bed partner on her own will when she learns about something really sensitive to her. In fact, you could say she will on her own jump in my bed. At that moment he thought he heard a snapping sound from somewhere and he was spot on. The veins in her head burst from her anger. Anohana, about what? Sora, probably about who's going to become my wife. Boom. Something ticked of in her mind and almost staggered. Wife? He has a wife? Sora saw this and he looked a bit unfazed. After all, he didn't like her at all. She is quite good and you could say MILF. But she doesn't move me. If it was another otaku he would definitely try to take her. As for me, at most a few liberties and that's that. Sora, XMMM, are you perhaps jealous? Anohana, no, I'm surprised you have one. Sora, now you're the one who's lying. Sora, I lived my life between the timelines in order to find a single point to change everything. The moment I got out I would obviously try to find someone to spend my life together. Sora, did you even thought I liked you or something? Anohana, I don't know. Sora, you don't know yet, you act like you're in love with me. Sighed. Sora, well, what I can say? I'm not interested in you in our current situation, but I never know what the future holds for our emotions and convictions. Anohana stared at him with complicated feelings. Did I really fall for him? Has he showed me any sign that he wants to do something with me? When she heard that he wasn't interested in her, she didn't know what she was feeling. Sora started walking towards the exit in order to go up and finalized his plan. He ignored her and when he reached the exit from there, he turned and spoke to her. Sora, I'm going up and finish what I have to do to save everyone. Stay here and when he wakes up help him with his Shikai. It was the last words he said to her before he vanished from there. Anohana couldn't stand on her feet anymore and collapsed on the ground as if she had lost something, but she didn't know what that was. Sora, who had entered the void and kept watching her, he felt nothing at all, not a shred of love towards her. Anohana from the manga and episodes he watched never sparked his interest, and even when he saw her up close for all these months it was still the same. 155, Chapter 155, Challenging a Captain. Above in the Soul Society, Sora was inside the void watching everyone. He had a smile in his face that said, it's finally time. Sora, system revert time at the original flow. System, ding. Reverting time to the normal flow. System, ding. Host has now 15 till completion of his quest. System, ding. Host has 30 days till Rukia comes for her execution. Sora, perfect, now then let's begin. As Sora reverted the time somewhere in the Division 5, Sora too felt that and smiled as well. Sora too, finally we will begin. Sora too then left from there and went towards the barracks of Captain Aizen. On his way, he saw Hinamori and greeted her. Hinamori smiled at him but nothing more. Sora too, damn it, no matter how much I tried I couldn't make her fall for me. After a few minutes, he reached the captain's place and knocked his door. Come in. Sora too, Captain, it's Sora. Aizen, HOH, what an amusing visitor, tell me what do you need? Sora too, I wish to test my skills against a captain level opponent, especially my new Kido. Aizen, HOH, you created one. Sora too, yes, but I only managed to create one so far, sorry for failing you, Captain. Sora too looked a bit sad as he had been ordered to create 3 of them if possible and only managed to do one within 6 months. Aizen was delighted when he heard that. He already had mastered the Kidos of the other 3 students and now he has one more. Aizen, interesting. Which captain would you like to challenge? Sora too, I think for this Kido it would be best to be someone that has an unlimited amount of attack patterns. Aizen, XMMM, I can only think Captain Kukaki in this field. Aizen, do you mind telling me what kind of Kido is? Aizen smiled when he said that and used his complete hypnosis to get the answer. Sora too knew about that but he didn't care at all. He answered anyway. Sora too, it's called Hellish Lotus. Where countless lotus petals create a domain around us and with the slightest disturb they explode with different kinds of effects. Aizen, HOH, intriguing. Thankfully Aizen hadn't learned about his lotus from the others as they couldn't see them that much and they thought they were the most basic Kidos, so it was perfect to make up an excuse. Aizen, I will bring this to the head commander and let him decide. Sora too, yes. Meanwhile, in the room of the head commander, Sora was speaking with Yamamoto about challenging Captain Kukaki. Genryusai, are you sure you want to follow that? Sora, yes. But before you announce, wait for a bit as someone will come and report it to you that I want to fight Captain Byakuya. Genryusai, who will? Sora, you'll know soon, old man. Sora, oh, furthermore I helped Zaraki awaken his Shikai, therefore, pretend that he was sent in a mission somewhere. Anohana is with him and she's helping him master it. Genryusai, why would you do that? Sora, because the moment the 2 histories connect I will have no control of what will happen in the future, therefore, I figured to strengthen Soul Society. Genryusai, XMMM, is there something else? Sora, oh yes, now that you mentioned it, I reverted back the time to its normal flow, therefore, we have pretty much close to a month. As he said that he vanished from the room leaving a frowning Yamamoto. Genryusai, XMM, well, either way, we managed to power up ourselves, as we had forgotten how to fight with only swords. 156, Chapter 156, Speaking with Oneself. After an hour or so a message was sent to the head commander from Captain Aizen requesting a match between Sora and Byakuya. Yamamoto finally realized why Anohana had said that he might appear as an enemy in the future. Aizen must have trapped him, leaving him no room to move. But then how was he training with Anohana for 2 months if Aizen was holding the reins? After pondering for a bit he saw the light. It was his clone. He traded places with his clone for 2 months. Then the one who will betray Soul Society is Aizen? Then 100 years ago when he was refusing to hear things from those he exiled they wanted to warn him about him. As he thought more and more everything was coming to light. But then he sighed, he knew that now we can't change the past but we can change the future. Genryusai, Kojiro. Kojiro, yes. Genryusai, notify Captain Aizen and Captain Kukaki about the match with Sora that I agree to it and set the limit within a week. Kojiro, yes. As Kojiro left Yamamoto's side and continued to ponder about the future. Sora was hiding in the air planning his future steps. He was thinking that in order to pass his quest he must be vice captain or captain. Which position should he go? Sora, XMMM, after the little time with Anohana being a captain sucks but at the same time vice captain gets all the work. Sora, tough decision. Sora, even so I need a position. Sora then vanished from where he was in the air. And appeared inside Division 5, specifically enough in the library where his clone was. Sora too sensed Sora in the void but didn't turn around, he just whispered in the void. Sora too, the match will be arranged a week later, in other words 7 days. Sora, good, how's your progress in Kido? Sora too, I've learned everything there is in here. Sora, good, use these along with the door's blades and lotus to beat Byakuya so that we can complete the final step. Sora too, I know. Aizen asked me about the completion of the Kido and I gave away bits and bits of the lotus. Sora, it's within my latest calculations. Sora too, what about Anohana? Sora, can't you figure it out? We're the same after all. Sora too, yes, even if I wanted to train her or pass the night with her it was just that, she's quite a nice person when she's calm and that gives her a bit of charm. Sora, but in reality, I never liked her. What's the point of doing anything with her and then throw her away? Much less when even she doesn't recognize her feelings. Sora too, that's why you must have probably left a bit of window in her. Let's see something like. I don't know what the future holds for our emotions and convictions. Sora, correct, after all I still can't decide about the third wife. Or if I have more. For a few minutes after they finished both were thinking the same and both of them sighed. Then Sora left from there, returning in the void, and just like that a week passed, with the day of challenge in all four of Sora's eyes. 157, Chapter 157, The Battle. A week has passed from when Sora was talking with himself. And the day of the awaited match came. Anohana and Zaraki had also gotten out of the underground and were looking forward to seeing the fight. Anohana was looking calm again, as if she had realized something. What was the most shocking sight was that in Zaraki's back Yachiro was missing. When they asked him about it, he simply brushed it off that she's somewhere eating. Above in the Sokyoko hill, they had gathered to witness the fight between Sora and Byakuya. Anohana was puzzled about what was going on, but after a bit of thinking and what Sora had asked her, it wasn't hard to figure this out. But something bugged her. Something about the Sora in front of her and the Sora who spent 2 months with her, something felt off. She kept asking herself, what is it? What am I missing here? She kept thinking hard about it with no answer at all. When the last person arrived, Sora stepped forward along with Byakuya, who had a face as if thinking, this is a waste of my time. Genri Yusai, now the match for promotion to either a vice-captain or captain of Xylan Sora will begin shortly. The vice-captains were shocked. While a few of the captains were expecting it, the others were shocked as well. Komamura, this is a huge joke having him become a captain that fast. Toshiro, I couldn't agree more. Mayuri, Ku, it's quite interesting. Yukatake, that means he has reached this state in terms of Kido. Swafon, we can wait and see. Zaraki. Anohana. Anohana and Zaraki already felt that there was definitely something wrong with this Sora. They looked at each other and saw that none of them knew something. At that moment Genri Yusai spoke up. Genri Yusai, you two greet yourselves and start. Byakuya, captain of the 6th division. Byakuya Kokaki. Sora 2, 3rd officer of 5th division. Xylan Sora. Genri Yusai, now start. Byakuya, Hado Arts 4, Byakurai. Sora 2, 10x Hado Arts 4, Byakurai. Byakuya raised his finger and fired a pale lighting at Sora 2, but he raised all of them, firing 10 lightings at the same time. Byakuya was shocked to see his Kido being overwhelmed like it was nothing and started using Shunpo to avoid the others. With each step he made, he fired one Byakurai, negating one of Sora's 2 each time. Sora then used Shunpo and appeared behind Byakuya and chanted. Sora 2, self-made arts 2, revolving heavenly Reishi blades. 10 blades appeared out of thin air and took solid form. Sora 2 caught 2 of them in midair and smashed them behind Byakuya. At that instant Sora 2 felt something wrong. He never felt a solid hit, and then he realized that the thing he hit was the captain's Haori, and in front of him were the lightings he fired in order to trap Byakuya. Byakuya appeared this time behind Sora 2 and it was his turn to be trapped in lighting in front and someone behind. Sora 2 didn't look behind, he fired the 2 he had in his hand in front, blocking the lightning, and caught 2 more blades from the ones who were floating around him and placed them in his back, blocking the sword of Byakuya. Byakuya was shocked by his fast reaction, and when he was about to draw back, he heard Sora's 2 voice. Sora 2, careful where you step. As he managed to take 2 steps backwards he felt something off in the ground, and before he realized it. Boom. 158, Chapter 158, The Battle. 2. After the loud explosion that went on, smoke was raised that stunned everyone. They couldn't believe that he could fight so well. From within the smoke a figure charged out. It was Byakuya with tiny bruises from the explosion he took. He checked himself and then looked towards Sora 2, who was waiting for him to get ready. Byakuya, what was that just now? Sora 2, a new Kido I invented, the hellish stepping lotus. Byakuya, so it's not just one. Sora 2, wanna check? Byakuya, scatter Senbonzakura. Byakuya held his sword vertically in his chest and then chanted his command for the Shikai. The sword then took a pink color and dispersed in the air as petals, leaving only the hilt in his hands. Byakuya then waved his hand with the hilt and the petals started moving towards Sora 2 along the ground. On its path to him, they shredded countless lotus, and when that happened explosions were heard of fire. Boom boom boom. Sora 2 took advantage of that and made his blades rotated with incredible speed, clashing with the petals like chainsaws. Sora 2 saw that he could barely hold back the petals with his blades and then started chanted his most favorite Kido. Sora 2, creation of nothingness, everlasting void energy, yin and yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear, self-made arts 1, formless doors. As the doors appeared on the field, many petals entered in there, vanishing inside, and appeared hundreds of meters above them, limiting the offense of Byakuya. Byakuya, che annoying tricks. Sora 2, I could say the same for your petals. Sora 2 then used his Shunpo and vanished from there, appearing behind Byakuya again and tried to punch him in the back, only to have his fist blocked by the petals. Then he vanished again and appeared in different angle, punching again. Then kick, then punch, he kept repeating while giving most of the petals a hard time to keep up with his blades and doors. All who were watching were stunned by the sheer fighting ability he had. Hisagi was speechless as he knew how hard it was to fight with the doors and blades. But this fight went to the next level when he used his new Kido, completely limiting what Kukaki could do. Byakuya had a hard time keeping up with the reaction of his petals, as 1/3 of them were redirected towards the sky, 1/3 of them were clashing with his blades, and what remained were blocking his kicks and fists. Not to mention that he had a landmine in the ground. As he was trying to figure a way to break this, he heard a voice behind him yet again. Sora 2, is it okay to be distracted? He turned to see Sora extending a hand and a blade appeared through the void. When he caught it, he slashed horizontally in such speed that Byakuya only saw a flash. That blade strike past his petals and cut a line in his chest with blood flowing out from there. At the same time, the force behind that strike sent Byakuya flying, and before he could stop, darkness enveloped him and the next thing he saw was the sky. 159, Chapter 159, The Battle. 3. As Byakuya was in the air, he was shocked when he felt someone's Ryutsu spike upwards, and when he looked at the ground he saw Sora 2 ready to chant. Sora 2, limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Diseased Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Sora 2, Heido Arts 91, Senjo Katenteho. 10 pinky spears appeared in the air around Sora 2, and when he finished its name, they flew towards Byakuya, who was still in the air. Byakuya knew that his Shikai won't be enough to block that, and neither Danku. Therefore he returned his swords back to normal, and as he was holding it he let it go, and you could see small ripples when it touched the void. Byakuya, Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. When the sword entered completely in the void, the air and space behind Byakuya became a black illusion, and a huge pillar of swords came out, dispersing as thousands upon thousands petals, forming a sphere around Byakuya, protecting him from the contact of the spears. A giant cross appeared on the blue sky. And everyone could feel the waves of hot air coming for them. Sora 2 was panting as he didn't have that much Ryutsu as the original, and doing all that was stressful for him. He didn't know if he were to deplete all of his energy if he will vanish, exposing him to Aizen. As the sky started to clear from the blast, you could see a pink sphere half his size that it was originally, and from it walked out a bloody figure. Byakuya, in order to avoid most of the blast, compressed his petals as much as he could around him, as a result for the petals to pass his safe zone that he needed to move his hand and legs, self-injuring himself. Byakuya looked at Sora 2 and he was looked back by him. He commanded his petals to compress on his hand, and a huge sword was formed with flowers in its hilt. It was round 0,50 cm wide and 4 meters in height. When Byakuya held it, he spoke to Sora. Byakuya, that was brilliant, the whole setup to send me here and hit me with an over 90 Kido. However, you reached your limits. Sora 2, my limits? I will reach my limits when I die. Till then I can make one more attack. He controlled the blades that had survived and came to his hand, then he used a bit more Ryutsu to form the rest of the set of 10 blades and started connecting them as a puzzle in his hand, forming a giant revolving broad blade. Sora 2, now we both have 2 giants' weapons. All the vice-captains and captains have totally forgotten to breathe by the size of these 2 weapons, ready to be clashed and bring its owner to victory. 160, Chapter 160, Final Battle. All the vice-captains and captains held their breaths and their eyes from being popped out. On one side they had Byakuya with a huge sword made by pink petals, and on the other side, they had Sora 2 with a huge puzzle-like connective blade. Zaraki, that Sora is Sora, but at the same time it's not. Anohana, I know. How should I say this, his vibe is way weaker. Zaraki, no more like his intent is non-existence. Anohana and Zaraki were whispering in such low voices that even the head commander couldn't hear them. Anohana kept pondering about everything that happened during these 2 months in the underground for a few clues that might help her solve her puzzle. She was watching all captains for anything that might help her and saw Yamamoto looking as if he didn't care at all, like it was normal. Then it hit her, and just as she was enlightened, she heard a ruoa from Sora 2 as he raised his Ryutsu to the absolute limit of what he could handle, as he didn't want to vanish. A few strands of bluish aura appeared around him, and when Byakuya saw that, he raised his Ryutsu as well, making a few pink strands of aura appearing in his body. Sora 2 then drew his blade behind his back, bent his knees down and jumped with all his might as a rocket towards Byakuya. Byakuya used the air around him as a stepping stone and dashed downwards. The moment they reached 5 meters away from each other, they slashed towards each other. Sora 2 horizontally and Byakuya vertically, causing the 2 weapons to clash in mid-air. A loud boom was heard and waves of Ryutsu burst from both of them as they tried to gain the upper hand from each other. Sora 2 was pushing his blade with everything he had in order to beat Byakuya so that he can complete his quest of defeating him, but he had already reached his limit. Byakuya noticed this the moment they clashed and slowly raised his output and overwhelmed him. Sora 2 was slowly becoming pale and was losing ground in the air, at that moment it was as if someone tugged him behind, or at least that's how he felt, then he realized that the original was close. That was enough to calm him down. So what if he vanishes? He would create another one within a split second. He looked at Byakuya, who had a calm face, and smiled. Byakuya felt something wrong the moment he saw him struggle, and in an instant calmed down. It didn't take long to find out that his suspicion was spot on. As he saw Sora too letting go of his blade, making it crumble from the force and vanish. He saw at the same time him vanishing, and felt another appearing above him with the same huge blade slashing at his back vertically. Caught himself off guard, he used at the last second the hilt of his sword to clash with the blade, but the force of the impact sent Byakuya flying, crushing on the ground. Everyone was shocked at that split-second counter from Sora too. Anohana and Zaraki were the most shocked, as they felt the new Sora they were seeing had the same vibe as the one who was training them, but at the same time it was not him. Aizen smiled at his pawn's power. And Yamamoto, having reached in this state and seeing that Byakuya was not coming up, he declared the ending of the match. Genryusai, winner Xylan Sora. 161, Chapter 161, Promotion and New Strength. Everyone gasped at this result. They were sure that Captain Kukaki was holding back, but they didn't know that Sora too was also holding back a bit. After a few seconds Sora too landed on the hill. He sat down and was panting from the exhaustion with blur eyes. Seconds later Byakuya got up as well and looked at Sora with a bit of confusion. Sora too, is there something wrong? Captain Kukaki. Byakuya, at the last clash how come your Ryutsu spiked one last time? Sora too, oh, that when I raised my Ryutsu to the point of strands appearing I didn't reach my absolute limit. I kept a bit reserve in order to use my clone Mirage. Byakuya, that why I felt something was wrong. You didn't want to self-injure yourself, so you didn't use it earlier, but when I applied pressure, you used that as the last strike. Sora too, Captain, I even said I had the strength for one last strike. Byakuya, well done on misleading me. There will be many times where we will spar with our everything. Sora too, yes. Sora too struggled to stand up and paid his respect to him, and then he turned towards the head commander and spoke up. Sora too, head commander, based on the rules I would become either a vice captain or a captain's. I will choose vice captain. Genryusai, XMMM, not that arrogant. After such a fight, good, then you will be promoted to a vice captain of Division 5 along with vice captain Hinamori Momo. Sora too, yes. Vice captains, congratulations. Captains, congratulations. As everyone who was happy and grunted about his result, Sora inside the void was happy about the stunt he pulled. He used again a Jigai along with his spiritual soul clone and also 50.000 soul points, and created instantly a new clone replacing the one who had reached the limit of fighting Byakuya. After absorbing back his clone, learning what he had learned and sending instantly the new clone defeating Byakuya, and along with the promotion he heard many alarms. System, ding. Congrats host for completing A main and sub quests. System, ding. Does host wants to consume 1x double level up pill? Sora, yes. System, ding. Host has gained 200 levels reaching 451 level. System, ding. Host has gained a total of 250.000 soul points. System, ding. Host has gained 4x shards of history ancient enhancing tattoo. System, ding. Host has gained 2000 points on all attributes and 20,000 points on Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 18.000 points on all attributes except on Ryutsu. System, ding. Congrats host for completing 2/5 of the power levels. Gain 10.000 soul points. System, ding. Calibrating new stats. System, ding. Showing new stats. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /H, 15, 36, /level 451 EXP, 112.227.336/999.555.485.237.265.123. Health, 29.350/power, 29.250/defense, 29.300/INTE Legend, 30.400/Ryutsu, 1.054.900. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, Gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Zanpakuto command name? 95%. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai first form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai second form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki, equals unable to use. Soul points, 360.290. Sora was gobsmacked by the huge gain he got in all of his statuses. He knew that since he had fused the Kenpeiga swords and Kendo forms into a unique style for him, with each level he gets a hooping of 90 points more on all status except Ryutsu. But seeing it, in reality, was a different thing altogether. He left any useless thoughts for the future and focused on a much more important issue: his skills, items, and of course the upgrade of his system, since he had the requirements completed. 162, Chapter 162, Upgrading. Sora, system: use what you have and upgrade yourself to V3. System: affirmative. System: ding. Consuming 200.000 soul point and 10 history shards. 1%, 3%, 8%, 11%, 16%, 20%, 27%, 35%, 43%, 51%, 60%, 62%, 68%, 73%, 77%, 82%, 85%, 88%, 91%, 94%, 96%, 98%, 100%. System: ding. System upgraded the Bleach system V3. Sora, that fast. System: in essence it was an upgrade, but at the same time it was a backup save point. Sora: oh, you mean you used those shards to create a save point in this world, so if I die I would be resurrected once in this point or something? System: correct. Sora: so did anything change that I should know? System: yes host. Sora: show me. System: ding. Showing new interfaces. Status. System: ding. Opening status. Name: Xylan /H, 15, 36, /level 451 EXP, 6.666.666/12.120.120.120. Health: 29.350/power, 29.250/defense, 29.300/INTE Legend, 30.400/Ryutsu, 1.054.900. Affiliation trait: Gluttony, Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name: gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Shikai: Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals unable to use. Skill: Tengoku no aim. Bankai first form: Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai second form: Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki, equals unable to use. Zanpakuto command name: 95%. Soul points: 160.290. Quest. Main. 1. Save Kukiki Rukia from execution. Rewards: 50 level /20.000 soul points. Sub. 1. Take your Yuaki into a bath with you in Soul Society. Rewards: 10.000. 2. Catch your Yuaki tail as a ghost. Rewards: 10.000. 3. Save Hinamori Momo from the hands of Aizen. Rewards: 10 level /2.000 soul points. 4. Save Garo Wine Nia from the hands of Aizen. Rewards: 25 level /10.000 soul points. 5. Spend points in the store. Rewards: 1 EXP 50 points. Store. System: ding. Opening store. Accessories /medic pills /weapons /battle form /keto arts. Soul points: 160.290. Inventory. System: ding. Opening inventory. System: ding. Host has gained a total 2 items. 2 items from quests. 4x shards of history ancient enhancing tattoo. System: ding. Host has used 2x unrefined portable GKI clone, 4x spiritual blood candy, 1x complete Hogyaku, 10x shards of history, 1x double level up pill. System: ding. Calculating. Done. 3x double level up pill, 5x complete Hogyaku, 2x unrefined portable GKI clone, 0x shards of history, 0x Tenshintai, 2x fortification pill, 6x quin pill, 6x creation of books, 0x auto fusing pill, 6x spiritual blood candy ancient enhancing tattoo. Skills. System: ding. Opening skills. Category Heido Arts, none. Category Bakudo Arts, none. Category Kaido Arts, none. Category Yunown Arts, 1. 1. Yunown Arts 1, Soul Burial, Konso. Incantation, unknown. Description: presses the base of a Zanpakuto hilt against the forehead of a soul to send it in Soul Society. Category Self-Made Arts, 5. 1. Self-Made Arts 1, Formless Doors. Incantation: creation of nothingness, everlasting void energy, yin and yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear. Description: countless thin doors out of air and Ryutsu that can't be seen unless the caster wants it. Able to draw an attack from one door and redirect it into another door like whack-mole. 2. Self-Made Arts 2, Mirrors of Eternal Hellish Lotus. Incantation: souls of the Eternal's flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon, burning illusion, freezing reality, hot wind and cold void blend in the everlasting life of man. Description: the user fires from his fingers countless small lights which in turn they become lotus flowers, with some of them could be seen, others are hidden and many are transparent. Each one of them have a certain ability. Burn to ashes, freeze to nothingness, space binding, confusing illusions, time deceleration. 3. Self-made arts. 3. Lighting ray, judgment. Incantation: begone from my sight. Pierce through the enemy. Broiling black ashes. The bitter chilling heat of your demise. The wallowing ashes follow your course and charge through the fool to the gates of nothingness. Wailing princess, guide forth the death's final breath. The moon shines down on you, giving them mercy. Cast your wrath upon our foe. Description: lighting starts emitting from the caster body towards the target, causing the heavens above to throw countless rays into the opponent, that carries their pity and anger for pissing their emissary, sending them into the gates of nothingness. 4. Self-made arts. 4. Mirrors of purgatory. Incantation: the three-headed whales. Show your teeth and might. Disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own heart. Guardian of the purgatory, 3 chimes, rattling bones, the savage dog lets loose his fearsome roar. Growl on the name of the fool who rouses you from your slumber. Your rage incites the very earth to tremble in fear. Description: the body of caster starts shining and created a dome-like area full of mirrors inside it. Whoever got trapped will have to face their own self and try to kill each other. If the real one wins and escape, he will have an increase of 10% in their riot so permanently. If the fake one wins, they will lose 10% in their riot so permanently. 5. Self-made arts. 5. Endless coffin of ice. Incantation: the soul winter in the blizzard who marches along the path of solitude finds shelter in this frozen oasis. Mighty god of weather, I call upon thee. Lend me thy hate, fury, and anger. Fall, bringers of death, for you shall empower my conviction. The tempered lance, forged inside the deepest part of loneliness. The harbinger of the heavens' fury, and strike down your foe. All creation, flutter of wings, Yehu bears the name of man. The sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Unable to reflect the blue sky. Time that gathers, obey my orders. Description: countless arrows and spears along with flowers are forming in the air, coming down from the heavens vault, raining towards the enemy, engulfing them, creating an eternal slumber, away from light, away from darkness, away from time. 6. Self-made arts. 6. Hellish dragon fang. Description: uncown. Incantation: uncown. Category: acquired arts. 6. 1. Spiritual domain. Description: a domain made with pure riot, so anyone or anything that steps on it will have its speed and reaction slow down by 200%. 2. Spiritual mind. Description: a mind that has been trained to the extreme limits. When someone has learned spiritual domain, host reaction speed increases 200%/200 points in intelligent. 3. Spiritual soul clone. Description: a clone made by Ryotsuo and the thoughts of hosts that can remain hidden inside the environment. A soul clone has the half stats of the host. If clone is within domain, he has 75% of host stats. 4. Revolving heavenly Rishi blades. Description: blades that created from Ryotsuo that rotate around themselves, revolving around host's body. They can be visible and invisible and be used for both defense and offense. Current blades, X10/ within domain, 10% increased speed, 10% sharpness. 5. Reflection eyes. Description: gives the ability to host to see the power levels of host enemies deem fit, along with their perspective positions. 6. Unique cutting edge intent, mastered. Description: this intent was created by Xylan Sora. It was formed from practicing, pondering, and enlightenment of the user on the kendo forms, sword forms and kenpeki sword forms, along with his memories from different weapon styles of fanfictions. This gives 90 points on all stats except Ryotsuo on each level up. Category: acquired clone Kido arts, all numbers of Heido, Bakudo, and forbidden ones. Sora: I see there were a few things I also wished to change but wasn't necessary as it happened with the upgrade. Sora: on the status, I saw 2 more skills of Shikai. Does that mean that Ichigo dived deeper in his powers? Sora: another issue is that gluttony stuck at 95%. Should I try and use auto-fusing pill again? Based on my points I can buy more than 4. I have the books I need and feed them in gluttony along with spiritual domain, spiritual mind, spiritual soul clone, revolving heavenly Rishi blades, and acquired clone Kido arts? Who knows, perhaps I may have pleasant surprises. 163, Chapter 163, My name is Sora. System: I want to buy 4x auto-fusing pill. System: ding. You have spent 80.000 soul points. Remaining points 80.290. You gained 4x auto-fusing pill. System: ding. Congrats for completing a sub-quest. Rewards: 1600 EXP. Sora, perfect. Sora, now use them along with 4x Book of Creations, Spiritual Domain, Spiritual Mind, Spiritual Soul Clone, Revolving Heavenly Rishi Blades and Acquired Clone Keto Arts and feed them on Gluttony in order to create new skills. System, ding. You have used 4x Auto Fusing Pill. System, ding. You have used Gluttony. System, ding. Gluttony is eating the selected options. System, ding. Creating. 5%, 12%, 19%, 26%, 35%, 47%, 53%, 61%, 69%, 75%, 82%, 88%, 93%, 97%, 100%. Done. System, ding. Gluttony has reached 100%. System, ding. Spiritual Domain, Spiritual Mind, Spiritual Soul Clone have been remolded into Divine Soul Might. System, ding. Revolving Heavenly Rishi Blades and Acquired Clone Keto Arts have been remolded into Heavenly Divine Destructive Blades. System, ding. From the over-excess of feeding Gluttony created Self-Made Arts 7, Judgment of the Seven Sins. Sora was bombarded with sounds alarms of his system. He was shocked by the new names of his skills he saw, and as he was about to check them he was dragged into an unknown realm space. He opened his eyes and all he could see was his own world clad in a purple color. He thought, what the hell happened in here? Why is everything purple? Finally after billions of years someone managed to awaken me. Sora was taken aback. He didn't recognize this voice yet he felt familiar with it. Sora, who is it? So you can also hear me? How long has it been that someone could hear me? Sora, Excuse me, didn't you said billions of years? Sora really had the urge and finally asked him, or more like a comment in his question. Kid, you have a nice soul space. And that temple is giving me an ominous feeling. Is it protecting you? Well, either way, after the fall of the gods and titans we continued to pass down to humans in hopes someone could awaken us. Sora, what do you mean? As the voice was about to be heard, another voice was heard that cut him off. System, host is unauthorized to learn this. The voice felt dread from the temple when he was cut off. So it didn't say anything as it didn't want to sleep for billions of years again. Sorry kid. I guess due to time. A deadly silence fell in his realm for a few minutes, and then Sora sighed. He knew that he was already weak, and needed to grow stronger much faster, therefore he let it pass. Kid, I believe I'm allowed to see a few your memories, so don't resist. Sora was about to protest, but he felt a sharp pain in his mind that lasted for a few seconds, but it felt for him ages. Sorry about that kid. I now know where I am and what I became. At, number at percent that hurt like hell. You're good at insulting others. Sora was speechless when he realized that he could read his mind. Sora, enough. Since you know I'm expecting an answer. XMMM, my so-called command is actually pretty simple. Eat and drink, devour and swallow. And my name is 164, Chapter 164, New Shikai. Tengoku Gyakuzatsu Sha, Heavenly Devourer. Boom. All the soul realm started shaking, scaring the hell out of Sora. The shaking went on and on for about 20 minutes, and when it stopped the soul realm returned to its original color of Sora's soul, a mixture of 5 colors. As Sora was looking at the changes before his eyes, an old man appeared in front of him looking at him with deep purple eyes. You can call me Gyaku. Sora, I'm Xylan Sora. Gyaku, I know I saw it. More like I read it. Sora, how? Gyaku, I'm a devourer. I can eat everything from dreams to nightmares, knowledge, everything. Humans, bones, blood, literally everything. Sora, gulp. Then since you saw my memories, how do you define your Shikai and Bankai? Gyaku, I'm having trouble to that as well. Based on what I learned, Shikai is a first stage released of your soul's powers with your sword soul, which was born with you when you were born. Gyaku, I also know that originally you are not this world inhabitant. But both of us were born in your previous world. It would have been bad luck for me if I had to be passed to the next human. Gyaku, but since you were brought here I was dragged along. Better for me I guess since I awakened. Sora, that still doesn't help. Gyaku, I know I'm thinking. Gyaku was looking at Sora for a way to filter his abilities as Shikai and Bankai. He kept watching him and eventually after a long time it hit him. He's wearing black attire. And I saw in his memories that Ichigo, his other Zanpakuto soul, when he was using Bankai his clothes changed. Gyaku smiled since he found the perfect fit of powers in the form of Shikai. Gyaku, kid, I found it. You Shikai would be the other kid's Bankai clothes, but before you reject let me finish. Gyaku saw sour eyes as he heard about only clothes. Gyaku, those clothes in Shikai will be blazed in dark flames, devouring anything it touches, restoring your Ryutsu up to a certain limit. Sora had sparkling eyes. He figured out a combination of Baragon released attire and Waiwak of when he first appeared in Ichigo. It was as if his clothes burned. Gyaku, you got it close enough. This will leave you your hands free for your other soul. And furthermore, since we both live in here as Zanpakuto souls, we will not affect each other. Sora wanted to try it right now, so he sat down and closed his eyes in meditation. He felt his mind becoming one with this space, and after a few hours, he opened them again. Gyako was surprised to see that his eyes had the primordial chaos of elements in them spinning as a vortex in his eyes. Sora, eat and drink, devour and swallow Tengoku Gyakuzatsu Shat. Boom. Sora's outfit was burst and shredded to pieces while purple cloud engulfed him. Within 1-2 seconds the cloud was cleared, revealing Sora with an Ichigo's first Bankai attire clad in pitch black flames. The flames didn't burn him, instead it made him relaxed. Sora could feel that he had unlimited power, as these flames didn't use physical energy but directly his reserves in Riot Soul, lessening the burden on his body when he was trying to raise his Riot Soul beyond his limit, self-injuring himself. 165, Chapter 165, Hell. Inside his realm, Sora was enjoying the flames he was in. He was quite pleased with his Shikai, as it wasn't draining or straining his body but was consuming directly his Riot Soul. Sora, amazing. I always had problems as my Riot Soul was way above what I could handle, but now. Gyaku, originally my power was using another type of energy, but since I converted in Zanpakuto then it changed into Ryutsu. Sora, I see. Can it be it was some kind of ki? Or chi? Maybe chakra or mana? Or shinsu? Gyaku, based on your otaku life, and on what you read so far, it's close. Then if you think about everything from the start, I'm guessing it won't be too hard for you to figure everything out. Sora started thinking everything about the very beginning, from the moment he was brought here in this world, what the system had said to him so far. About the erosion of the realm, if he had killed Ichigo and then he somehow died as well, he went on and on about everything. Then what Gyako was saying to him, billions of years, not authorized to learn anything, it wasn't that hard to figure out everything as they were coming to the light. Sora, then let me see if I get it right. 1. There are 4 planes. A. Mortal plane. B. Something like evolving plane. C. Gods and demons planes. And D. Creator's plane. Gyaku, continue. Sora, the mortal plane must be billions of times bigger than the other planes. So that when mortals die they get sent to evolving planes that has realms like this one. Many get their memories, many don't. Gyaku, HOH. You're on good track, go on. Sora, those who later on fit the bill on becoming demons or gods, they get sent in the gods and demons planes. At that point Sora stopped talking and was frowning. He then realized something as well. What the hell happened in the 3rd plane so that it forced beings like Gyaku to pass down on humans, and forced the creators to be acting like that? As if sensing his thoughts, Gyaku was smiling, but at the same time, he was saddened. Sora was thinking, in the end, who created his system? He tried hard to think, and the only possible solution he had was the creators, but what forced them to create supportive wills of the realms? He decided not to go deeper, it wasn't his business. What he had to do was having fun with his wives, who he had 2 now. But what about the 3rd? He was deadly serious about Ranjaku, Haribal, or Ririka in order to complete his set of 3 wives, unless he changes his mind in the future and adds more. Sora, well then I'll leave my thoughts to the future. For now, I'll focus on the present. I have 23 more days before Rukia comes up, and I still haven't brought terror in those 3, especially Nia. I still owned her 98 hits in her face. Sora then said goodbye to Gyaku and left, returning to the void. In the realm, Gyaku was whispering towards the temple. Gyaku, I don't know who made you, but I have to say you chose quite a wonderful young kid. At some point, he would have reached in this truth on his own. System, host has read in his past life stories about all possible realms, therefore, he was perfect. What I didn't count was you when I dragged him here. Gyaku, hey, no more mechanical voice, I see. Either way I will follow the rules, as I'm also too weak right now, and return to that realm, because when we do they will bring us hell. System, right now what I'm worried about is those 3 getting away from the hell he will bring them. Gyaku, oh. 166, Chapter 166, Hellish Days. As Sora returned to the void, he was thinking about how to have everyone suffer, especially that bitch that kicked him in the face. On Soul Society in their respective divisions, Nia, Garo, and Wine started sneezing and felt a few chills in their backs. Nia, why do I feel like someone is watching me? Nia tried to find anything in the room but didn't find a single thing. After thinking it was her imagination, she continued working towards her Kido. In the far corner of the room, Sora was watching her and had a grin on his face. He walked as a ghost behind her and was blowing air with his mouth in her ears, giving her a scare, and when she panicked, Kido exploded in her face. Sora was laughing and was also counting. Now it's 97. Nia had tears in her eyes as she figured it was the fucking wind from the window that scared her and let her Kido go astray. This went on and on. She tried again only to somehow lose her balance and fell with her face on the ground. At some point, Sora was getting bits by bits of her Ryutsu in the void, getting her Kido unstable and exploding again in her face. Sora had almost died from laughter. Even though he did that at some point, he was also scared, that bitch got her nerves tense up and raised her riotsu, making her Kido a walking bomb, and when it exploded in front of her, Sora used a few his flames and devoured the blast, leaving an almost completely naked Nia on the ground. As she had passed out, Sora didn't want her to leave her like this, therefore, he used 1.Bleach and transformed into a completely different person and entered from the door as any normal person. When he saw this so-called destruction, he was shocked and went to lift her up. As he tried to, he also took liberties with her breasts, ass, and pussy, more like fondling them. He then got some rough cloth he found in there and covered her as he carries her in the nurse room. After he left her there where the nurses took notice of her but not the one who brought her here. Sora was hiding in his void and was whispering in himself. Sora, well, during these 2-3 days I've managed to smash her face at least 60 like times. I will leave it at that as I enjoyed a bit her body. Now next target's Wine and Garo. He left from there and went towards Division 12 where Garo was. When he entered he tried to find him immediately and looked for almost 40 minutes before he saw him. He was shocked to see him having bubbles coming out of his mouth and his eyes roll over. Then he saw Mayuri coming and he felt a shudder from this hellish nightmare in front of him. He took light steps back and left from there at top speed ahead. He was thinking, rest in peace. If Garo could hear Sora's thought he would have screamed in his mind, please grant me that peace. Sora, then only one target left. 167, Chapter 167, Hellish Days 2. Sora searched everywhere, even in the forbidden districts or forbidden ones, and no sight of Wine. Sora, where the hell he has been sent into? Sora, don't tell me I won't be able to take my revenge on him. As he was pondering on what to do, he saw from the 2nd Division Omida going somewhere. He grinned and followed him from within the void. It was ironic someone from the Stealth Corps was getting his tail being watched. Omida, as he didn't sense the slightest disturbance, kept walking without a care in the world. Sora wanted to charge and smash him to pieces. No wonder that Swafon always beats him up. He's totally useless. This tailing was going on for minutes, then hours, and finally, after Sora had almost got bored to the death, he saw Omida entering a certain door. He grins and entered as well. From there he followed him to avoid traps, blades, arrows, and pits, and eventually reached somewhere underground of who knows where that was. Omida, Captain, all clear. Swafon, with you everything to be fine, it will be a miracle. Omida, come on Captain, you know my abilities. Swafon, I had hoped you would have 1/100 of Wine's talent. Omida, come on Captain, don't say that. Sora was amused by their word fight. He went behind Omida and kicked him with all his might towards Swafon. Omida, a cannonball launched itself towards the captain. Swafon, when she saw her vice-captain moving like that, she sighed and raised her leg. She waited a few split seconds before smashing it in Omida's face into the ground. Swafon, fool! Be careful, you fetus! Omida! Sora was laughing as he was following Swafon from behind. After a few minutes Swafon arrived in the training grounds where all members were practicing breath holding, light steps, nimble hands, and many more. Sora had learned all this from Ichigo when he awakened from the first upgrade, but he prefers head-on clashes. So he never really practiced them in order to become skillful enough. As he was thinking if he could have some ghost-like fun here, he heard someone talking to Captain Swafon. Captain Swafon! You're here. Swafon, Wine, how's your training? Wine, I'm sorry Captain, I can't follow with my body yet. Swafon, if you can't follow with your body, that means you know the movements in your head. Eventually you will get used to them and your body will react. Wine, yes. Swafon then left and only a hidden Sora and Wine remained. Wine, sigh. I can't believe that useless piece of nothing was hiding that much potential. Within 1 year and almost 7 months he became vice-captain, sigh. Wine, and I don't know why, but from early today my back is shivering, I wonder why. As Sora was raging inside the void, he murmurs himself. Sora, that's because the boogeyman is coming. When he said that, Sora racked his brain to think of ways to torture Wine. The more thoughts he put into it, the more Wine shivered for no reason. 168, Chapter 168, Hellish Days 3. After many brains freeze to finalize his plan of torture, he had found out the most ideal one. He will make him fall in every trap he would try to avoid. Wine started his daily routine of trying to increase his reflex. During the time of his exercises they were many times he almost got wound by mishaps he never thought would happen. Wine now knew what the shivering was. It was his bad luck for today, but even so he continues his routine. After a few hours bloody cuts could be seen in his body, stunning everyone who was training with him. As he tried to avoid all of them he heard an angry shout. Swafon, who had the guts to injure him in this extent? Swafon came back to check their progress and saw Wine in misery, full of cuts and almost dead, barely standing up. It was quite an achievement but still too painful. After seeing no one answer she raised her Ryotsu, applying pressure on them. Everyone kneeled on the ground trying to catch their breath. Wine, Captain, it was done by my carelessness and fall in many traps. Swafon, you careless. Wine, yes, I wasn't feeling well as my whole body was shivering, nevertheless I still went my daily routine and ended up like this. Swafon, you. Wine, then I was about to go and tend my wounds and rest for the day, but then you appeared. Swafon, sorry about that. As she was lowering her Ryotsu, she also lowered her head as well when she apologized. Because she couldn't handle her blunder, she left, leaving everyone smile wryly. Wine got in his tent and started tending his wounds, shivering from the pain as the medicine was covering the wounds. Sora was laughing and murmuring himself. Sora, useless, I'll teach you to call me useless. For the next 3 days Wine suffered more than 100 cuts in his body trying to avoid all the traps. He felt as if someone was raising the difficulty of his daily routine. Sora, I'm so bored, I have nothing to do, I even lost interest in torturing all of them. Sora sighed from his usual place, the void inside his doors. He left from there and wandered in every corner of Seoul society and settled down in the old district. There he went and checked the new skills that he had forgot checking. Skills. System, ding. Opening skills. Category Heido Arts, none. Category Bakudo Arts, none. Category Kaido Arts, none. Category Yunown Arts, 1. 1. Yunown Arts 1, Soul Burial, Konso. Category Self-Made Arts, 7. 1. Self-Made Arts 1, Formless Doors. 2. Self-Made Arts 2, Mirrors of Eternal Hellish Lotus. 3. Self-Made Arts 3, Lighting Ray Judgment. 4. Self-Made Arts 4, Mirrors of Purgatory. 5. Self-Made Arts 5, Endless Coffin of Ice. 6. Self-Made Arts 6, Hellish Dragon Fang. Description, Uncown. Incantation, Uncown. 7. Self-Made Arts 7, Judgment of the Seven Sins. Description, Uncown. Incantation, Uncown. Category Acquired Arts, 4. 1. Divine Soul Might. Description, a soul that awakened from fusing both heart and mind. It is a soul that only kings and emperors have through struggles in their lives. It gives the host of such a soul 1. 500% increase reaction speed within 100 meters. 2. The host can create an image of himself with 90% of his stats for a duration of 10 days. 3. 10% in all stats. 2. Heavenly Divine Destructive Blades. Description, blades that created from the power of heavens by simply adding your Ryotsu in them. They can revolve around host's body and themselves, they can be visible and invisible, and be used for both defense and offense. Current blades, X15/ if someone possess Divine Soul Might, 20% increased speed, 20% sharpness. 3. Reflection Eyes. Description, gives the ability to host to see the power levels of host enemies deem fit, along with their respective positions. 4. Unique Cutting Edge Intent, Mastered. Description, this intent was created by Xylan Sora. It was formed from practicing, pondering, and enlightenment of the user on the kendo forms, sword forms and Kenpeki sword forms along with his memories from different weapon styles of fanfictions. This gives 90 points on all stats except Ryotsu on each level up. Sora had his eyes officially out of his sockets. 169, Chapter 169, The Mission. Sora started practicing with the void his 2 new skills. He also asked Gyaku about Self-Made Arts 6, Hellish Dragon Fang, and Self-Made Arts 7, Judgment of the Seven Sins. He couldn't read the incantations, neither the descriptions of them, therefore, he had no ideas what the hell they did. Gyaku said to him that these 2 will only be accessible to him when he learns his Bankai, which in his case is either that of Ichigo's or that of Gyaku's. Sora sighed as he knew there was a long way to do that. A few days have passed since the torture he gave them, and during this time he checked his status and all of them got a boost of 10% from the skill Divine Soul Might. His stats became like this. Health, 29.350, 2935, /power, 29.250, 2925, /defense, 29.300, 2930, /inte Eligent, 30.400, 30,400, /Ryotsu, 1.054.900, 105.490, he was trying really hard not to raise his Ryotsu any longer by a huge margin only to fail. But right now he didn't really care as he had the flames which burned directly his energy storage, reducing his burden. More days have passed and he finally decided to check things in Seoul Society. As he went out he went directly to his clone in Division 5. When he reached there he noticed something was off about the rest of Shinigami's faces. He had some kind of premonitions but he ignored it completely, and went to the library. When he entered he saw Sora 2 reading again all the books of Kido's. Sora 2 then felt his presence and spoke to the void without looking at him. Sora 2, finally you're back. Sora, yes, with huge gains. Sora 2, I know all of my stats went off the roof. Sora, right now you must be at least 50% stronger. Sora 2, close to that. Have you gone to see the others? Sora, you mean Yamamoto and Anohana? Sora too, yes, she came and almost barraged me with questions. Luckily enough Aizen was missing, probably he went in room 46 for the matter of Rukia. Sora, I see, then that means the mission for her to retrieve her must have been issued. Sora too, not yet, but I assume they will call a grave meeting soon. Sora, good. Sora then stayed in the void next to his clone. As he was watching the books in the library, something clicked on him. Sora, system, will this clone vanish from the effects of divine soul might? System, no, because it was created from the spiritual soul clone and AGKI only his stats had a boost up to 90% of host stats without the 10% increase. Sora, oh thank God, this will not trouble me. Gyaku, kid, I can see you clone being affected with a certain command. You want me to remove that? Sora, no, I can also get rid of it, but it will alarm Aizen. And before I make the future blank, I can't take any risks. Gyaku, blank or not, what do you have to fear? Also, I can help you save the souls of your family and the Quincy's without having them become Shinagamis. System, ding. Main quest triggered. 1. Save the Quincy's and the Kurosakas by devouring their half-human soul. 2. When Wywak absorbs his remnants of his soul, return all devour ones to their rightful bodies. Rewards, 50 levels / 50.000 soul points. 170, Chapter 170, The Mission 2. After reading the mission he was happy because that meant he wouldn't spend huge amounts of Ryotsu to turn everyone into Shinagamis. He talked with Gyaku about saving them and they found a middle solution. They will have to send Sora 2 in the real world and let him use the flames to split their souls, Quincy's and humans. Then that part of the soul will leave, their bodies have lost their support and will go to Wywak. After that he will replace the souls back to their own rightful bodies. But in order to do that they will need to devour Aizen's complete hypnosis for as long they are in the real world and replace it back when they return. It didn't take long. After a few hours a summing verdict came out for all vice captains and captains. Sora, you know what to do. Sora 2, yes. Sora, then go. After Sora 2 left from there, in the center room of meeting of all captains, slowly everyone started getting together. After half an hour all of them had gathered together in their respective positions. Genri Yusai, XMMM, all of you took your times again. Shunsui, ah ha ha ha. Anohana, what is it, head commander? Genri Yusai, I've called all of you here because room 46 has notified me of a grave crime that was conducted in the real world. Yukatake, head commander, in the real world you mean? Genri Yusai, correct. It was done by Kukaki Rukia. Swafon, what kind of crime to be deemed so grave? Genri Yusai, she saved a boy from the jaws of a hollow. All the captains were perplexed and confused. How's that a crime, and a grave one at that? But when they heard Yamamoto's next words they were speechless. Genri Yusai, she saved him by transferring her Shinigami powers to him, killing the hollow in the process. All vice captains, what? Captains, what? Genri Yusai, therefore a team will be formed and go to the human world and bring her back, so that her punishment will be handed down by room 46. Byakuya, head commander. I volunteer to go, as the head of the Kukaki's clan and captain of the Godi I-13. This is an insult I'm not willing to take. Genri Yusai, are you sure? Byakuya, yes. Genri Yusai, then you and your vice captain will go. Abarai, yes, head commander. Byakuya, yes. Genri Yusai, then you are all dismissed. All vice captains, yes. Captains, yes. As they were about to leave, Yamamoto heard someone in his ears and made them halt their steps. Genri Yusai, all of you wait. XMMM, they were puzzled. 1 second he dismissed them and then he halts them. Genri Yusai, Sora, if I remember correctly, when you came here you only knew your name, right? Sora 2, yes, head commander. Genri Yusai, then go as well, you might remember something enabling you to awaken your Zanpakuto faster. Now dismissed. Sora 2, yes, head commander. All vice captains, yes. Captains, yes. As they left, all of them had their own thoughts. Sora 2 looked at Captain Aizen and spoke to him. Sora 2, Captain Aizen. You will have to excuse me from my duties. Aizen, what an interesting thing to say, Sora. On the contrary, your duties are to serve the better cause of Soul Society. Sora 2, thank you, Captain. Aizen, amusing, didn't you hated formalities? Sora 2, Captain, you're kidding me? With all eyes on me right now being disrespectful. Aizen, oh right, keep an image. As he said that, Aizen left with a smile on his face. Everyone thought it was because of the respect Sora 2 showed him. But in his mind, he was thinking, finally I will get both Rukia and Neliel. 171, Chapter 171, The Real World. Sora 2, Captain Byakuya, when do we leave? Byakuya, in half an hour. So get ready, you two. Abarai, yes. Sora 2, yes. After saying that, they all disappeared from that spot, going to their own directions in order to prepare for their trip. Sora too, now that I think of this, how will I pass from Ichigo and everyone else? After he thought for almost half an hour, he realized that he will get late reaching the gates. Therefore he got up and dashed towards them. In the gates, Byakuya and Renji waited there, and after 2-3 minutes of the time limit, they saw a figure dashing and reaching in front of them. Sora too, sorry I'm late. Byakuya, as long as it wasn't more than 5 minutes it's okay. Renji, you had the galls of making us wait. Sora too, haha, sorry about that. Byakuya, drop it you two, let's go. As Byakuya said that, he opened the gates, and when they passed it, a certain tattoo appeared in their arms. Renji and Byakuya were not shocked, but Sora too had a puzzled expression on him. Sora too, Captain, is this tattoo the one who suppresses our power in the real world? Byakuya, didn't you go on a mission a few months ago in the real world? Sora too, yes, but I didn't get this one. Byakuya, that because only vice captains and captains get this in order not to cause any damage from their powers. If a need arises to remove it, it has a function that you can directly speak with Division 12 asking for the removal of it. Sora too, oh I see. As they kept walking through the gate, eventually they reached the end of it where another door existed. When it opened, they could see the real world, and after passing the door they reached it and landed on top of a building. Renji, we reached it. Byakuya, yet. We need to find the criminal Kukaki Rukia and apprehended her in order to bring her back. Sora too, yes. Renji, yes. At the same time, within a certain house, a lot of figures were talking about their new visitors. Sigh, they finally came to get me. No worries Rukia, nothing will happen. Rukia, you think? Ichigo. Ichi boy is right. Like you can talk, you simply want to go back in the society. Yuruaki-san. Yuruaki, didn't you also want to rush there, Haneliel-san? Ichigo, stop it all of you. And for the record, Sora has come here. Both girls vanished and caught Ichigo from both arms, shaking him violently while asking. Yuruaki, really? Neliel, he's here. Ichigo, stop shaking me, damn it. Era, two lovely ladies fighting. Both of them blushed when they heard this, even more so when they saw who said that. It was Masaki, and next to her it was Ishin and Urahara grinning. When they saw them, they let go of Ichigo, and Ichigo was freaking commenting in his mind. Damn it. It's 5-5, the title match hasn't been settled yet. I hope that prick Sora didn't get any new girl with him, like that boob-sucking Rangiku, the naive Hinamori, the lesv. Swafon, or Isane or Kian. Or even Anohana, I don't wanna die from their girla clash. 172, Chapter 172, Going to the Kurosakas. On top of a building, 3 Shinagamis were standing there as if nothing going on. Sora too, the moment he reached the real world, used his Devour Flames without them noticed and removed temporarily the command of Aizen. Treat Neliel as enemy. Sora too, Captain, should we split up or move towards a certain location? Byakuya, do you have something specific in your mind? Sora too, I don't know, I just feel something bugging me towards that direction. When he said that, he pointed towards the high school which Ichigo still goes, I think. When Byakuya looked at that point, he felt nothing but remembering head commander reason for sending Sora too here. He gave him permission to go and check it out. Sora too, thank you, Captain. After saying his thanks, he used Shunpo and vanished. Then Renji started speaking to Byakuya. Renji, Captain, why did you let him go alone? Byakuya, because that was the target of head commander. Renji, please elaborate, Captain. Byakuya, there is something behind the scenes in Soul Society that has stirred half the captains. It's as if someone is plotting. Renji, who would have the guts to do that? Byakuya, I don't know, and even this mission is quite fishy. Both of us knows Rukia capabilities, and even though she saved a child, why would she need to transfer her powers? And then kill the Hollow? Renji, you mean there is a plot that involves her in some kind of trap to set up the Soul Society? Byakuya, something like that. And I'm guessing Sora is here for this reason, but I don't know what part he will play. Renji, then do you want me to follow him? Byakuya, no, we'll go on patrol for the whole town. Renji, why? Wouldn't we be late then? Byakuya, they never place a time limit on us. Renji, so I guess we will take out time. Byakuya, and see how this will unfold. After managing to set their destination, which was to wander everywhere in the town, they left with Shunpo as well. Sora too, who was further ahead from there and using the sounds coming from his doors he left there, heard everything, making him sighed. Sora too, I knew Byakuya was strictly following orders for the best of Soul Society before, but that was because he hadn't realized anything at all. Sora too, now with so many things going on, he will bound to pick up something here and there. Sora too, no matter, I have to get going as fast as I can. He rushed his Shunpo and within seconds he reached his school, and from there he entered the door, sending him directly to the Kurosaka's house. Inside the house, Ichigo and the others felt 3 signatures separating themselves and then one of them vanishing at high speeds. Before they could react and say something, a Shinigami appeared in the middle of the room stunning everyone because who they saw was not Sora 2 but someone else catching them off guard. Ichigo was feeling his connection with him but didn't know why he had changed his appearance. And when all of them heard him they were shocked. Sora 2, I'm sorry but Sora has ordered me to kill you 3. Everyone froze. Ichigo, Ishin, Urahara, Yoryuki, Neliel, Pesha, Dondongkaka especially so the ones he declared that he had to kill. Yuzu, Karin, and Masaki. Sora 2, eat and drink, devour and swallow Tengoku Gyakuzatsu shat. His clothes were shredded blowing everyone away making them unable to react in time and then an attire similar to Ichigo's Bankai was formed bursting in black flames and engulfed those 3 without any time to scream. 173, Chapter 173, Ichigo's Confusion. The whole parody lasted 2-3 seconds max and at the end of it, 3 dead bodies were left on the ground. They stared with blank eyes as they couldn't believe what happened especially Ichigo he was 1000% certain that he was Sora as he was his sword. But the person in front of him was not him was another one who had another Shikai and insta-kill his family. Urahara saw in his hand 3 round shining pearls and he wasn't the only one. Yoryuki was the first that attacked him followed by Neliel, then Urahara and Ishin. Yoryuki, give their souls back. Shunko. Neliel, Siro. Urahara, shred Beniheim. Ishin, get Shuga Tensho. The attacks were fired at him almost at the same time. Ichigo rushed and took their bodies and left with Rukia. Boom! The house exploded in million pieces. In the air, Sora 2 was standing as if nothing hit him. The flames devoured their attack and turned them in his own right so stunning them for managing to come out unscathed. Sora 2, HOH3 Captain Class Shinigami? What are you guys? Arankar. Neliel, give them back. Those are my mother-in-law and little sisters. Sinido. After saying that which kinda made him react a tad bit slower she appeared in front of him and fires countless Barris the violet small balls created as she punched towards him got clashed with the flames but did nothing at him. Sora 2 was shocked thrice today. 1. From seeing Neliel 2, hearing say about mother-in-law and little sisters and 3, the color of her Ryutsu changed. From pink it became pitch violet. He looked at them and smiled by their attempt to injure him. At that moment Ichigo spoke. Ichigo, who are you, why did Sora order you to kill them? Ichigo couldn't stomach this down, as he was certain that the person in front is Sora he was trying to desperately to find anything that can justify things. Sora 2, how you think I will answer that to someone who's not a Shinigami? Ichigo, and what do you think I am? Sora 2, are you high? Obviously human. When Sora 2 said that a light flashes in Ichigo's eyes as he realized somehow his intention. Ichigo, is that what he wants to do? Sora 2, isn't their bodies intact and these in my hands? Everyone had their hands and swords to attack at any possible moment, they saw Ichigo and Sora looking at each other silently then Ichigo sighed. Ichigo, you're one of a hell bitch you know that. Sora 2, I don't want to hear that from someone who sits and watch with popcorn at the side. Ichigo, so how long are you going to keep this parody? Sora 2, as long as it takes. More like I have a warning for all of you. During this time everyone realized this was Sora but didn't say anything to interrupt him and let him speak. Sora 2, I'm under Aizen's sword effects, and even if I have ways to dispel them, I left them as is so I can connect the future. All of them tensed up when they heard Aizen's name and his Zanpakuto ability, but somewhat relaxed when they heard that he has ways to dispel them. Sora 2 then burned the spheres in his hand breaking them down from 3 to 6. And handing the 3 which was Yuzu, Karin and Masaki to Urahara. Sora 2, these are their human traits, I've completely removed the enemy power source from their souls, so place them inside their bodies. 174, Chapter 174, Killing the Quincy's. Urahara, what did you do to them? Sora 2, I just said what I did. Ichigo, did you use that to separate them? Sora 2, yes and I'm heading at the Quincy's to do the same. Ichigo, what will you do with the other parts? Sora 2, throw them inside the tears. Which reminds me Neliel how come you're here? Neliel couldn't raise her head and meet him in the eyes, because everything he said to her of not going back or else a certain someone will hunt her was true. Seeing her in an awkward and silence mode Sora 2 sighed but before he could say anything Yoryuki interrupted him. Yoryuki, so which form is the real you? Sora 2, oh right I forgot I still had my disguised. As he said that he reverted in his original form which Neliel and Ichigo knows, and the rest were stunned because they had seen him as Dark Sora, it turns out that back then they had met his true appearance. Sora 2, so how do I look? No one answered except Ichigo. Ichigo, like a dick. Sora 2, very funny. Ichigo, by the way what's with your flames? Sora 2, oh these. Tell you later. I have to go and kill the Quincy's temporary and revive them as humans. As he left these words he almost vanished, but before he did, he spoke to Urahara. Sora 2, Urahara, I know you know about the histories, let me tell you, from the moment when these half-parts fall in the tears we will have 9 years gap. Urahara, from the original 4 years it's something. Sora 2, hat. Sora 2 then vanished, leaving behind all of them staring at the void. After a few minutes Urahara went to the bodies and placed the soul-like pearls into their mouths. What happened then was the pearl vanishing, and after a few minutes, they waked up. Masaki, what happened? Yuzu, Ichigo. Dad. Karin, Ichi and I. Ishin, Masaki, can you use your arrows? Anything. Masaki in her daze tried to do what Ishin told her, and within seconds she snapped with eyes wide open. She couldn't use anything, not even a shred of Quincy's powers remained. She was shocked and turned to Ishin and Urahara for answers. Urahara, it was Sora the one who acted like attacking us in order to remove completely all 3 of your powers. When the 3 of them heard who it was, they started searching everywhere, finding nothing, not even his shadow. Urahara then further explained what he was doing, and they were almost partially calmed down. On another side of the town in a mansion a bloodbath was happening. Sora had reached there almost a minute after he left and started burning everything and clearing all their souls. He had gathered in his inventory almost 1,000 pearls. And kept increasing. Quincy 1, why are you doing this? Quincy 2, protect the kids. Ishida, all of you keep firing with everything you have. Quincy 3, we can't, we have lost too many. The number of bodies kept piling up and the pearls increasing. At that moment where even Ishida was at his last ropes against the flames, a voice was heard. What's going on in here that's so messy and all? 175, Chapter 175, Killing the Quincy's. 2. What's going on in here that's so messy and all? Sora 2 was shocked when he saw a guy in a suit appearing, but it was just that as he knew who it was Ryokan Ishida, you could say the current head of them and father of Ishida. Ishida, Dad. He's. Ishida pointed at Sora 2, who was in the sky, clad in black flames and had in both hands soul pearls. Ryokan, what is the meaning of this Shinigami? Sora 2, my meaning is that every last one of you must die. Ryokan, for what reason? Sora 2, to let you live your lives much easier. Ryokan, and again what meaning? Sora 2, are you blind? Can't you sense the corpse's conditions? Ryokan, XMM. Oh, this is. Ryokan used his Ryutsu to sense every single body within seconds and was stunned, not even one of them had the smallest burn or wound on them. After looking at everyone then at the pearls on his hands, he frowned and said. Ryokan, you're splitting their traits. Sora 2, finally someone with a brain. Ryokan, why do that? Sora 2, okay, I take that back, not that much of a brain. Ryokan kept staring at him as he was much calmer than others. He kept recount the words he said, and after a few seconds, 20 to be precise, he finally realized everything. Ryokan, you want us to lose our powers so that we don't lose our lives, just like 2.5 months ago. Where those guys sucked both parts of our soul, almost killing us. Sora 2, turns out you have a brain. You are correct. But unlike those guys that sucked all of you, I have the ability to separate both parts, making you guys escape with your lives. Ryokan, and then what became Shinigamis like yourself? Sora 2, it could be one option, the other would be to continue practicing and at some time restore your souls to the current level, enabling you to wield your own power instead of someone else. Ishida, don't screw with us. We will never become Shinigamis. We will rather die. Sora 2, yeah sure, says the guy who wanted to kill them in order to save his mother. Ishida, you, how do you know that? Ryokan, how long will it take? To restore our own powers. Sora 2, depends on each person, a month, a year, 2, 3, who knows. Ryokan, then do it engulf all of us. Ishida, Dad. Ryokan, Ishida, I still have nightmares of 2 months ago, seeing many brethren of us getting their souls sucked because of a power someone had granted us ages ago. I will strive to protect my brethren, my wife, you with my own hands. Ishida and the rest members had a bit of terror in their eyes as they remembered what happened back then, and after minutes of thinking everyone lay down their weapons. Seeing their determination, Sora 2 raised his hand and a thin line of flames appeared, slashing vertically towards the ground. At that moment black flames engulfed them, making them feel nothing before darkness takes them over. I can't write it very well, so imagine final Getsuga engulfing them as black flames. Sora looked at his inventory and saw Quincy Wywack Soul Pearl 1452 and Quincy Human Soul Pearl 1452. 176, Chapter 176, set the gears in motion. Sora 2 was standing in the sky as he was putting out the flames. He then went down on the ground and started placing all human pearls in their mouths one by one. After 3-4 minutes, as he had covered almost half of them, Ryokan and Ishida woke up. Both were in a state of being in a daze, and after a few seconds their heads finally calmed down. They tried to use their power, but it was futile. They looked towards Sora too and saw his placing the human traits pearls back to their rightful owner. After a few minutes, Sora too managed to restore every one of them. He then turned to Ishida and Ryakan and spoke. Sora too, now you are free from those powers that were hunting you down. What you will do in the future is your choice. He then opened a visible door and walked through it at least halfway before he stopped and said to Ishida. Sora too, Ishida in 2-3 days Ichigo and the others will come to save Rukia from execution as she committed a crime. Train as hard as you can and reach a level where you can at least absorb the Reishi around you and go with them, it will help you restore much faster. Leaving his last words behind he vanished along with the door. Ishida owning a department to Ichigo and Rukia for saving him stood up while clenching his fists and went to the training room never to be seen for 3 days. Somewhere on Soul Society. Sora was having vacations in his own realm, at that moment a sound was heard in his mind. System, ding. Congrats host for completing a main quest. System, ding. Does host wants to consume 1x double level up pill? Sora, yes. System, ding. Host has gained 100 levels reaching 551 level. System, ding. Host has gained a total of 50.000 soul points. System, ding. Host has gained 1000 points on all attributes and 10.000 points on Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 9.000 points on all attributes except on Ryutsu. System, ding. Calibrating new stats. System, ding. Showing new stats. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora /H, 16, 37, /level 551 EXP, 88.674.666/19.125.528.450. Health, 39.350, 3.935, power, 39.250, 3.925, defense, 39.300, 3.930, /INTE Legend, 40.400, 4.040, Ryutsu, 1.064.900, 106.490. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Zanpakuto command name, eat and drink, devour and swallow. Shikai, heavenly devour moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki, equals unable to use. Skill, Tengoku no aim. Bankai first form, heavenly devour black moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki, equals unable to use. Bankai second form, heavenly god black moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki, equals unable to use. Shikai, Tengoku Gyakuzatsu Sha, heavenly devourer. Bankai. Soul points, 60.290. Back on the real world Sora too felt a huge outburst in his strength, it was the sign that told him the quest was completed. Now he had to throw the pearls in the tears in order to gain 9 years of a gap. But for that to happen he must first go to Hueco Mundo Arc by saving Inu, therefore he needed to act now as a police catching a criminal and set the gears for the unknown future. Sora too was traveling back to the Kurosakas in order to inform them of what was going on. He reached there as fast as he could, and saw everyone gathered up. He appeared in front of them and told them the story and how it will play out. He also told them who had come to arrest Rukia, shocking her. After telling a few words on how they should restore their powers or becoming a Shinigami, he went to his girls and also said a few words before he vanished in order to meet with Byakuya and Renji. 177, Chapter 177, Their Own Plans. On the other side of the town, 2 figures were watching and feeling everything. Captain, are you sure we should stand by with that huge riots over there? Honestly don't know, but I'm certain that's where Sora too is. Renji. Renji, if that's him, does that mean he awakened his Shikai? Captain Byakuya. Byakuya, it's possible. Half an hour we felt that Ryutsu over the direction he went and now from another place, considering his speed it should take him max 2 minutes to get there. Renji, then we wait. Byakuya, yes we wait. During the killing in Kurosakas and a few minutes later in Quincy's, both of them felt it but none moved. They were waiting to feel Sora too getting closer to them. After half an hour they finally picked him up coming towards them. Sora too appeared in front of them with Shunpo full in wounds, surprising them both. Byakuya, how come you're full of wounds? Sora too, what could I do? I found Rukia only to be ganged up by 4 Soul Reapers at least vice captain's level. Both of them were shocked. 4 of them ambushed you? And furthermore, you found Rukia? Byakuya, how did you escape? Sora too, I used my doors trying to get away from a black-skinned lady with purple hair, I think, a guy who wears a hat, an orange boy, and an old man with short black hair. Byakuya, a black-skinned lady with purple hair? Byakuya froze on the spot without showing it in his face, but Sora too knew why. It was because he knew her. He knew your Yuki. Byakuya, No wonder I felt your Ryutsu spike so many times. Sora too, that lady sure was fast no matter where I was coming out of the doors I barely managed to dodge. Byakuya, let's go, our mission is to capture Rukia, as for everyone else can you both stall them? Renji, yes. Sora too, yes. As they agreed all three of them vanished from there, going towards where Rukia was. On that side, everyone felt their movements and started working their act as well. Urahara, Ichigo, you take Renji. Yuryuki will block Byakuya and me with Ishin will block Sora too. Neliel, what about me? Urahara, you will stay hidden with the others inside the house. Masaki, which house exactly? They just remember that their house more like their roof got blown away with Sora 2 stunt on them, windows are broken, the door has become ashes and the walls are cracked. As they were pondering on what to do and how to solve this, Neliel turned towards Yuryuki. Neliel, hey you. Yuryuki, what is it? Neliel, I just had a thought, we never asked him who's his this whole time. Boom, the last few windows shatter as they fell from the first floor. It was almost as if thunder hit it. Ichigo, Urahara and Ishin were slowly backing off while Masaki had a smile in her face. Yuzu, yes, Sora and I. Karin, you mean Sora and right, cause he left us without a home. Yuryuki started smiling at Neliel and said to her. Yuryuki, I just had a thought, we never beat him up for having 2 girls this whole time. Everyone thought. Rib, Sora 2. 178, Chapter 178, The Show of an Epic Punch. The tense atmosphere around them started heating up. Yuryuki, Urahara, Ichigo and Ishin were waiting along with Rukia, while Neliel and the others were searching for a way to hide themselves. When they heard Pesha talking. Pesha, Neliel-sama, what if we hide in the void? Neliel, you mean in the inside Gargantat? Pesha, yes Neliel-sama, we have 1 espada, 2 Aaron cars and 1 Ajichas for 3-4 minutes where all this will be we can protect them. As he said that he pointed at Masaki, Yuzu and Karin, all of them pondered a bit before accepting as she opened the Gargantat. She turned to the others and said. Neliel, I can only hide our signatures inside for top 5 minutes, after that there is a chance the other espadas may realize our existences. Ichigo, don't worry Neliel, I'll notify Sora 2 about this and the show will only last that long. Neliel, MMNN punch him for me as well. It was the last words she said before a mouth like a gate opened and swallowed them. Renji, Byakuya and Sora 2 realized someone spiked their Ryutsu as they traveled to get there. Sora 2 thought was that Neliel? While the other 2 looked at Sora 2 who had a confused face as if it was saying who was that. Within the next minutes they had arrived where they wanted to be and on top of the houses 4 Shinagamis were there. Yo Byakuya boya. He greetings Kukaki-san. HOH the one who escaped before. XMMN who's the red-haired? Byakuya, Shihoan Yuryuki. Urahara Kisuk, you, who are you? HOH, of course, you don't know me. I'm the former captain of 10 Division Ishin Shiba. Byakuya and Renji were shocked, he is part of the already fallen noble family, that once belonged as the 5th noble family? Byakuya, I see that makes you my enemy as well, then the last person is Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya, the one Rukia saved and transferred her powers. Sora 2, isn't it enough? We have work to do and that is to capture her. Sora 2 the moment he arrived spoke in his mind with Ichigo and learned that Neliel and the others hide in the Gargantat, leaving them with 4-5 minutes for this show to end. Sora 2, I still wanna rest, therefore, this time I'll go all out. Sora 2 then vanished with Shunpo and all of them heard 3 chants from the void. Sora 2, creation of nothingness, everlasting void energy, yin and yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear. Self-made arts 1, formless doors. Sora 2, souls of the Eternals, flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon, burning illusion, freezing reality, hot wind and cold void, blend in the everlasting life of man. Self-made arts 2, mirrors of eternal hellish lotus. Sora 2, self-made arts 3, heavenly divine destructive blades. Countless doors and lotus flowers appeared in the environment around them, and just as they were about to move as well, 15 blades appeared slashing from every direction at those 4. Ichigo, Ishin and Urahara drew their swords and deflect the incoming ones while Yuryuki vanished from there heading towards Sora 2 but ended up been blocked by Byakuya. Byakuya and Sora 2, Renji, we leave Rukia to you. Renji, yes. Renji vanished with his Shunpo and Ichigo, who this saw took his chance and vanished as well when they were talking and having their attention to him. Sora 2, damn it. This moment of distraction delayed Byakuya, who was holding Yuryuki in her place. As he suddenly lost her, she appeared right in front of Sora 2. She had a deadly full of killing intent face, and after she whispered something that made Sora 2 unable to retort or react, she punched him with a full charged lightning fist that burst in his face, sending him flying for hundreds of meters away. Yuryuki, you cheater. 13.000 HP. Author's note: for those that wish to know with how much killing intent she went, imagine Yuryuki as Luffy and Sora 2 as the Tenryuabaito. 179, Chapter 179, Thunder Fists vs Flame Fists. Byakuya was stunned by the sheer power of her punch. Urahara and Ishin were thinking, wasn't that a bit way too much? As a way to pent up anger? Around 100 meters away, being buried in a wall, Sora too was holding his face and groaning in pain. The last thing he remembers was her whispering something to him, and then a yellow freaking flash that, surprising enough, it was digitalized, 13.000 HP. A few seconds passed before he waked up in pain and find himself nailed in the wall. He realized he ate her punch in his face as it was hurting like hell and blood dripped from his mouth, and the amount of damage he took was freaking a little over than 1/3 of his health. As a clone he had around 36.000 HP, 90% of original Sora. To lose that much in a single punch, was she trying to become One Punch Woman? How much she wanted to kill me? He stopped thinking and burst out of there as he was panting and used Shunpo to return back where he was. Although all that took around 10 seconds, Yuryuki started sweating, thinking something unbelievable in her mind, and turned to ask the others. Yuryuki, did I kill him? 3 figures were watching her sweating and all of their thoughts got in sync. If you just wanted to make him unable to fight, why punch him in his face that hard? You obviously wanted to kill him. It was then they felt his Ryutsu, but before anyone could react he appeared in front of Yuryuki with a sideway divine blade in his hand and smashed it in her whole body, which resulted in her flying this time. Sora too, that hurt. Like hell, lady. Byakuya, it's the first time I see you in such a condition. Even when we fought you had a better face. Sora too, beat it, Captain. Change of targets. I'm fighting her. You take the rest. Before Byakuya could retort his annoyance at him, he heard along with the others heard her voice along with a cold tone. Yuryuki, what a coincidence, I was thinking of changing targets myself. Boy. Sora too, I'm older than you, kid. So you better respect that. Sora too, eat and drink, devour and swallow Tengoku Gyakuzatsu shat. His clothes were shredded and then an attire similar to Ichigo's Bankai was formed, bursting in black flames. Byakuya, that's your Shikai? How can you fight with that? Sora too, come on kid, let's see how strong you really are. Yuryuki's eyes started glittering with thunderous sparks and crackles of thunder could be heard around her body. She was deadly pissed. Yuryuki, kid. You're getting on my nerves. Shunko. Baruuhum, a crystal white aura shredded her clothes, revealing a tight black shirt underneath them, making her even sexier than before. Yuryuki, you better not cry later. Sora too, yeah, I'll cry. I'll cry from laughter beating you. Yuryuki charged her fists with as much thunder she could, and Sora too channeled his flames in his fists, leaving smaller density cover his body. They had totally forgotten the guys as they watched them getting ready. Both of them looked at each other, and at that moment a little far away an explosion was heard by Ichigo and Renji, and it was also the signal for their bout. They disappeared from there and appeared far above in the sky, inches away from each other, and punched with all their might. Sora too, Yuryuki, Two and two fists clashed with each other at point zero, their Ryutsu got converged smaller and smaller, and a sphere was created between their two fists. Crack, that sphere exploded like thunder, and from within raging waves of black flames and yellow thunder engulfed them with fates unknown. 180, Chapter 180, Scatter Burn Awaken. They watched as a huge sphere was created in the air, half of it was black flames while the other was thunder. Byakuya knew that it was his chance to one-up them, therefore he held his sword in a straight vertical line in front of him with the tip towards the sky and spoke. Byakuya, scatter Senbonzakura. His sword turned pink and then into thousands of petals flying towards Urahara and Ishin. Urahara, impatient aren't you? Ishin, what did you expect from a young one? Byakuya was using his hands to control the petals as waves that were hunting Urahara and Ishin as they used Shunpo. Urahara, awake Benihime, and shred Benihime. Urahara called out his Shikai and then fired many small red dots needles that clashed with the petals in the air. Ishin decided to play along and called out his own Shikai and then fired his own skill of it. Ishin, burn Ninjetsu. And get Shuga Tenshou. A huge bluish-red wave went towards the petals, blasting them away, and moved on towards Byakuya. He was stunned a bit by the sheer power of it but managed to react faster and dodge it. When it passed Byakuya it vanished, and both Urahara and Ishin remembered this and dodged as it appeared from above them, crashing towards the ground. Urahara, phew. What was that? Ishin, we were lucky we managed to avoid my attack. Both of them had separated themselves from each other with a gap of 3 meters in order to avoid his attack, and then Byakuya didn't miss this gap. He appeared between them with Shunpo and engulfed them with petals. Urahara, Gwrat. Cry Benihime. A red flash went out of the sphere of petals that had engulfed Urahara as he freed himself without damage. On the part of Ishin, a completely red blast appeared, brushing all petals away from him. It was an exclusive skill of his Shikai by spilling his blood in the sword, powering up his energy-based attacks. As Byakuya lost his concentration from Ishin's blast, it gave Urahara the time he needed to bind his opponent. Urahara, Shibari Beniheim. He appeared behind him and a black net came out of his sword engulfing and trapping Byakuya. Ishin, looks like we managed. They saw the petals vanishing and in the hand of Byakuya, his sword appeared again. Byakuya, you think you guys won just like that? Urahara and Ishin were confused, but then they came back to reality as they saw him holding the sword with the tip pointing down. Byakuya, ban. The moment he let go of his sword and almost said Bankai. All of them heard the giant sphere in the sky, which was half black half yellow, still clashing between the two. It started vanishing. His sword touched the ground but didn't activate his Bankai as his attention was turned from those two into the sky. Not only him, even Urahara and Ishin turned towards the sky. From there two figures appeared. One was Sora, to which he no longer had his flames and only his lower part of Shinigami clothes remained. On the other hand, Yuryuki had her shirt torn, which was barely holding her boobs, and one sleeve of her pants had been shredded to pieces. 181, Chapter 181, Curiosity Killed the Cat. The moment of their fists connected with each other, Sora too and Yuryuki's mind left their bodies and that huge sphere was created. Inside his realm, Sora too had drawn her here. She had a puzzled face and turned to see him smiling at her. Yuryuki, why did you brought me here? Sora too, why? Didn't my little cat wife miss me? Yuryuki, traitor. Not only you had sex with me in Ichigo's body, you also got another girl. Sora too, pffffff, ha, you really are my wife. Yuryuki, stop laughing. He continues laughing for 1-2 minutes, and when he stopped he saw her with a sour face. Sora too, sigh. Okay, let me clear this doubt of you. Yuryuki, what doubt? Sora too, first of all, I don't have time. The me right now is a clone I used to avoid Aizen's hypnosis without him realizing it. Yuryuki from being sour suddenly changed and became shocked, but before she could say anything she was shocked further by what she heard. Sora too, the second point is that from the moment I took Ichigo's body and turned him my Zanpakuto, his body serves as a portable living Jigai for me. Sora too, when we did the deed I had locked him in my soul temple a level higher than soul realm and cut off my soul force to his body because I knew it might cause problems. Sora too, third point is that before he tried to move on he was cut off by Yuryuki with a deadly glare in her eyes. Yuryuki, then you treat him as some kind of item. Sora too, xmmn his body yes. His soul no. Yuryuki, you. Before she started going in a tantrum, Sora too cued her off and asked her a different question which left her stunned, unable to retort. Sora too, then let me ask you, if you had customized your Jigai to look different, would it have been me having sex with two people? Yuryuki froze, not because he had a point but because before she was exiled she had learned from the stealth corps that sometimes in order to succeed in assassination you need to become someone who doesn't recognize you. Sora too, from the moment he became my Zanpakuto he became part of me. We are one just like you and your Zanpakuto. Sora too, the only reason I've let his memories and small personality intact, was because I need someone who can take over when I vanish from here. Boom. Yuryuki, at that moment she stopped thinking about everything as she was badly shaken, she only thought. Vanish? Why? How? She started trembling and asked with a voice full trembling. Yuryuki, ta do you me, and ish. Sora too, do you really think it's easy to twist time and history? My soul got the full brunt of the heavens, and when I turn 18, in other words when the previous history war was supposed to begin, my soul will vanish, dissipating if you may. Yuryuki fell in the ground inside his soul, her legs couldn't keep her up anymore, she had wet eyes almost ready to cry. Sora too started getting closer and closer to her and hugged her. Sora too, I already lost all my family, friends, lover, and many people I once knew, and right now I'm only a ticking bomb, a bomb that will change everything and have a blast in my life. Sora too, Shinigami? Quincy's? Espadas? Human? Those begin with nothing but your own soul, they're nothing but titles. I like who I like, I love who I love, I hate who I hate. I'm Xylan Sora, someone who will soar in the sky. 182, Chapter 182, The Future Course. Sora too, therefore to me, the only thing that matters is to enjoy each and every day I have left. Be it with one or two or more wives, they all will be my love's ones. As he continues to hug her he started rubbing softly her back, he then placed his face in front of her and gave her a light kiss in her forehead, making her face burn. Yuryuki, after calming down a bit from his teasing, she got closer to him and as he thought she would kiss him, she threw a headbutt at him. Sora too, it hurts, it hurts. Crack creak, Sora could hear bones cracking, and when he saw who it was his blood froze. Yuryuki, Sora boy, you said I'm a kid, right? Right? And now you're trying to hook up with that kid, hey? Sora too, that was, for the show, you know. Yuryuki, I even heard you went on a date with Neliel-chan? She was also a kid, I heard. Sora too really started sweating here as she was getting closer and closer with cracking fists. You're Yuaki, and now you want to throw us out? XMM, is that it? Sora too, no I never said that. You're Yuaki, you bastard. Sounds of pain were heard in the soul realm as You're Yuaki was punching lightly Sora too. At first he felt the pain, but later what he felt were small hits, and when he looked she saw her with tears in her eyes. You're Yuaki, why will sniff you vanish? She started crying, shocking him as he had never seen her in the anime and manga cry like this. It was then that he remembered this was the reality, not fanfiction texts. But what could he do? He didn't lie. Once his powers reach a certain level he will truly be ejected from this world, leaving everyone with no way to come back. He loves many girls from this series, but not all of them are his favorite for waifu category. He sighed. He was supposed to have fun when he came here as he thought he will simply change everything, but turns out he became way too much attached. Both his system and Gyaku are from higher planes, and when I reach a certain level, in order not to completely erase this world, I will be ejected going to a higher one. Will I be able to take my wives with me? Totally unknown. If I knew I would be in this mess, either I would have followed the original story to its letter or I would have destroyed everything from the get-go. He hugged her again really tight this time and said to her. Sora too, even if I dissipate in this world I would always be alive in the next one, but being the only one alive out there will suck. Sora too, therefore even if my soul dissipates from here, at least I would know you guys are alive. Sora too, then there will be a time we will meet again. You're Yuaki, as if getting her hopes up, looked at him in his eyes and saw him smiling gently at her. She didn't quite understand about the world's part, but hearing that there is always a chance to meet again was enough for her to calm down. 183, Chapter 183, Mission accomplished. After having her calm down he started kissing her lips and hugging her even more. She struggled a bit at first, but as things went down she slowly got hooked. Sora too ripped her shirt, barely leaving a bit of it to cover her boobs, and she, in turn, took off the ripped upper part of his attire. They kept kissing and got into it even more. As Sora too ripped one of her leg sleeves, something happened that shocked both of them. Sora too's hands started becoming transparent as if he was about to vanish. It was then that hit him that the flames were about to burn the last bit of Ryutsu he had, and that meant he will vanish, making Aizen realize his hypnosis fail. You're Yuaki came to the same conclusion as he had stated, that he is a clone, and used it to avoid Aizen. You're Yuaki, what do we do? Sora too, we return to our bodies and we will stop channeling our attacks. But there is a slight problem. You're Yuaki, what? Sora too, when we stop our clothes will be shredded to match what we have now. And that means? Sora too looked at the sexy leg of You're Yuaki only to eat it at his face. You're Yuaki, well, how is it? Did you look closely enough? Sora too was holding his bleeding nose and raised an almost transparent thumb up to her. Before both of them vanished from there and returned back. At that moment the sphere crackled with sounds and dispersed, revealing the two of them. Sora too started panting and was in worse shape than he thought he would be. He cancelled his shikai and only his leg sleeves returned to normal as he didn't have any Ryutsu left. Sora too, hey, you're a strong lady. So much that I wished I had time for a date. You're Yuaki, hoh boya. A date with me? Train for hundreds of years and maybe we'll go. Sora too, damn that's harsh. At that point, they heard a voice, waking up everyone from their own world. Heido Arts 4, Byakurai. A pale lightning came out of nowhere and cut the net of Byakuya, and he, in turn, used Shunpo and caught his sword from the ground. Before they realized what happened they looked at Sora too and saw Byakuya and Renji with wounds holding Rukia. Urahara, Ishin, and You're Yuaki were shocked. They thought where the hell was Ichigo. They then heard Renji solving their puzzle. Renji, I've trapped him with a few under 30 kilos. He should be able to move in a minute. Or so. Renji then looked at Sora too and was shocked to see him in that state. His captain was unscathed as if he didn't fight at all. Byakuya, we're leaving. With that they all vanished with Shunpo. Before Urahara and Ishin tried to chase them they saw You're Yuaki almost losing consciousness and fall on the ground. Urahara appeared and caught her at the last second. Urahara, how are you feeling? You're Yuaki, those flames were harsh on my skin. Urahara, yeah, I can see that quite well. Boom, he ate a punch in his face, but through that he realized that it really took a toll on her fighting those flames. Within the next few seconds Ichigo appeared. He saw You're Yuaki in that state and wanted to laugh, but he knew that if he did he would somehow end up in the same state. 30 seconds later the Garganta opened and everyone got out of there, and when they saw You're Yuaki they froze. You're Yuaki saw Nelliel and smiled at her while raising her thumb up to her. You're Yuaki, mission accomplished. A punch in the face. 184, Chapter 184, Misleading. After 2 hours and having You're Yuaki healed somewhat, she started speaking to them about what happened inside the sphere. Of course, she left out the teasing parts. Ichigo, well, congrats on learning everything. Happy now? You're Yuaki, you knew the whole time. Ichigo, of course I knew. I'm his Zanpakuto. When I was 3 the moment he awakened I saw his memories and you can say that I absorbed them and somehow matured. Urahara, so from then on you could say you weren't a 3YEARS old blank soul but a 3YEARS with pseudo-personality. Ichigo, you can say that. Yuruaki, why didn't you say that he will vanish? Ichigo, I can't even know, there are things even I don't know. I know for sure he will vanish up to some point but don't know when or for what reason. Ishin, from your words, it seems you didn't even know about his second Zanpakuto. Ichigo, I knew about a trait called Devour that he got the moment he twists history as punishment, but I didn't know he will manage to awaken it as a soul. Urahara, then what did he mean with this? If I dissipate in this world I would always be alive in the next one, but being the only one alive out there will suck, do you know? Ichigo, hey, just because I saw parts of the future from his memories doesn't mean I know his past as well. If I have to guess, imagine a pool of energy, and inside it exists real world. Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, the forgotten spots in hell. Urahara, by that you mean the energy is the void? All of them looked at him, who exclaimed with a loud voice, stunning Ishin, Masaki, Neliel, Yuruaki, Pesha, Yuzu, Karin, and Dondonkika. Urahara, you mean he's getting expelled outside the pool or the void? Ichigo, you're the expert in all fields, how should I know? I only gave you an example based on what he meant by vanishing or dissipating from here. Masaki, and that's assuming he didn't hide anything else. Neliel, but why should he do that? Urahara, because he knows what's beyond there. His trait doesn't belong to any of the 4 classes of souls. Yet by twisting time and history somehow he gained it, and it will force him out in 4 years. Yuruaki, then what you mean is that there is a world beyond that. Urahara, he didn't lie, his trait will devour his existence, making his soul vanish or dissipate. And send him out in a world where his trait perhaps reigns supreme, or Ishin, possible is quite common, and as he faces a world far worse than the war we will face, he doesn't need anyone close to him. Neliel and Yuruaki clenched their fists, and all other had sour and wet faces. Ichigo was shocked once again by their imagination that managed to almost unravel the truth about him being an outsider, and at the same time, he knew that it was Sora who kept playing in riddles. He shakes his head. It wasn't completely Sora's fault, as he probably learned from gluttony something he doesn't know, but what was it? He needed to sit down and think seriously and search everything he learned from him if he wants to find out what will happen. 185, Chapter 185, Ichigo's own version of truth. After talking for a little bit more, they left and went towards their own homes. Neliel, Pesha, and Dondokaka along with the 4 of Kurosaki went and stayed on the clinic until they rent another one or fix the current one. Ichigo went and entered a room which surprisingly enough was the one he had teased anew. He sat down on a bed and started thinking about everything. Ichigo, Sora is someone who had come from the other world. Ichigo, the one who brought him here is the system I started hearing as well when I became part of him. Ichigo, but who created this system? Ichigo, I'll need something so that I can manage to split everything. He searched inside the room and found 3 papers A4 and managed to find a marker. He started drawing circles in 2 of them, and after he finished he whispered to himself. Ichigo, in the first paper, based on his memories, there are many books for now that tell certain stories. After he said that, inside the first circle in the first page he wrote Sora and books. Ichigo, then, later on, I learned that these stories in the first paper exist as real worlds in the second. Ichigo, I confirmed that when I fought with him. He then drew on the second paper inside the huge circle a few smaller ones and a medium one. He wrote on the medium Bleach and the places that exist within it. If his hypothesis turns out to be true, then the smaller ones are other worlds. He kept that thought for later. Ichigo, Sora, having read this world's story, he knew the future and changed it because he hates it. Ichigo, so what Sora has read was History 1 and what we live now is History 2. He's trying to somehow fuse both of them to create History 3, where in the future anything possible. Ichigo, so far it's what all of us know, so what changed? His trait gluttony was with him from when he came here, and he managed to use it, albeit barely, when he was fighting us and converted it me. Ichigo, Guru, my head hurts. He was frying his brain in order to make all fuzzy memories into clear ones, but that brought him a headache. He found a few painkillers, and as he took them he continued. Ichigo, based on what I have figured out so far, gluttony appeared briefly in a few stories as a beast that rivals gods and demons. So in which paper does it belong? Why did Sora awaken it now as a soul? Was it because he had Yamamoto levels Ryutsu? When he said the last word, something clicked inside him and helped the tip of his tongue find the answer. Ichigo, Ryutsu. Beast. Gods and demons. Higher worlds. He started searching in the room in a frenzy to find one more paper. He kept searching the whole room but found nothing, and at that point, he heard a few voices behind him, making his blood, soul and body freeze in its tracks. Then, assuming your theory is correct till now, the moment his Ryutsu reach a limit to activate the full power of the beast or his Bankai, he will be ejected from here, as the world won't be able to handle 2 higher powers and transfer him in the 4th paper you're looking to find. And the ones responsible for such an arrangement are the so-called systems you wrote in the 3rd page. Isn't that right, Ichi boy? Ichigo had only a fleeting thought. God damn it. I got followed. 186, Chapter 186, How to Break a Few Bones. Somewhere within the void of Soul Society, Sora was practicing his ancient enhancing tattoo as he was way too bored until the clone got back and assimilated him. In order to find the news, something interrupted him, which in turn shocked him as he froze. System, ding. Emergency quest triggered. Individuals of this realm have learned about the planes. 1. Erase the memories of Ichigo. 2. Erase the memories of Neliel. 3. Erase the memories of Ishin. 4. Erase the memories of Masaki. 5. Erase the memories of Urahara. 6. Erase the memories of Yoryuki. Rewards, 10.000 points on all attributes for each one. Warning 1, if they left Izit Island, it endangers Wywak finding out, making him ascend in the third plane before host. Warning 2, you may get blocked from bringing someone with you on the third plane. Warning 3, there is a chance of the creators in the fourth plane reverting this realm to the time where Ichigo was still in the womb. WTF is this shitting quest? What did the clone do? What happened? Moreover, I can take someone with me? Pant 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 pant, he screamed in the void, having no one to hear him. How did they found out? Not even Ichigo knows about the other planes, and I doubt the clone said something to tick them off, or did he say something and that was a hint that sparked them? As Sora kept raging within the void of Soul Society, in the real world Ichigo was having his death sentence by counting how many bones they will break if he doesn't spill the beans to them. God damn it. I got followed. There was no pill to get the time back, and if it did exist, Sora must have it. He kept thinking about a way to get out of this before something unrevocable happened. In front of him with special cape mantles was Ishin, Masaki, Urahara who was holding the papers, Neliel, and lastly Yoryuki. Two ladies walked first, scaring the hell out of him as they placed one hand on each of his shoulders. It was Yoryuki and Neliel, and both of their faces were completely dark from the killing intent both were emitting. Masaki, Ichigo, why don't you tell your beautiful mom what you were really mumbling about? I thought my mom was always an angel. Turns out, to get what she wants she becomes the angel of death. Urahara, Ichigo, what an interesting theory you have created there. Care to share with more details? Ichigo, oh, what are you talking about? That's just something I wrote for reference to create a game. Yep, a game. Ishin, oh, a game? What a coincidence. The two girls in front of you also want to play a game. Cold sweat started dripping in his back, and even worse, it wasn't cold as chills but as cold as death when he saw their eyes and smiles. Ichigo, what kind of game? I like games. Yep, like them. Yoryuki, Neliel-chan, what game should we play? Neliel, Yoryuki-san, should we play the one who someone counts? Ichigo had a feeling of a death reaper on his neck. Masaki and the others clapped their hands as if saying what a wonderful game. Yoryuki, Neliel, yes, then one that has the name. How to Break a Few Bones. 187, Chapter 187, A Warning. Ichigo was down on the clinic's bed with black and blue bruises and was groaning in pain. Urahara and the others had frowned faces and expressions of disbelief as Ichigo told them everything he knew from the torture. He also managed to say before he passed out that his version had 99% true probability. Yoryuki, Kisuk, what do you think? Urahara, I seriously don't know what to think anymore. Ishin, don't you have any theories? Urahara, are they going to work? Yoryuki, I didn't believe there would be a day. You will lose yourself that much. Well, not that I can blame you. Neliel, can someone tell me what's going on? I'm still confused. Yoryuki saw her face and sighed before starting to tell her from the very beginning about Sora, what happened when he awakened, about the theory they had that he came from the future and what he was trying to do. Neliel, then in an essence he did came from the future. All of them looked at her with puzzled expressions before waiting for her to start explaining to them her opinion about this matter. Neliel, personally I don't care where he came from, isn't he here now living with us? What I care about is how I can follow him in the higher realms or worlds. She went and took the first paper and held it in front of them, and after a bit, she started talking. Neliel, they have access towards us through these books. That is made possible from their dreams and imagination through the void that we are currently in. But isn't the void timeless? It doesn't have past, present and future, it simply records what is happening, at least a portion of it, and send it to them through their dreams. In order to create these books about us. When Neliel tried to put it that way as best as she could, a new light ignited in Urahara, and waited till Neliel finish. Neliel, since he had read portions of past, present and future, they who had access to us by books wanted to love, to fight, to destroy, to change someone's death, they could only do it, if in the 1 trillion chances get selected after their death. They honestly didn't know what to say, it was too much to stomach for them, and then someone broke their silence. Masaki, I suddenly had a thought. What would have happened if someone with Wywak urge of dominance came instead of him and all the knowledge he had from the books? All of them had bitter faces when they thought about that. Based on what they learned from Ichigo, his memories stopped of when Wywak kills and absorbs Soul King Yamamoto, and Anohana is dead. Zero squad is down, if Sora didn't come would they be able to survive? Before they could speak Ichigo waked up and had a pale face. He stands up and had fear in his eyes, he had forgotten this feeling as he wasn't the one fighting usually but Sora. But now he was truly scared, all the others saw his face and eyes and a bad premonition came to them. Ichigo, I lost connection with Sora. 188, Chapter 188, Sora's Dilemma. Urahara, what do you mean by that? Ichigo, I mean what I mean. I suddenly have a feeling I shouldn't have dwelled into it. Ishin, it seems like something about the plains. Masaki, then we can only ask Sora when we go to Soul Society. As Ichigo and the others were lost from what was happening in Soul Society, Renji, Byakuya and Sora too had returned back carrying the unconsciousness Rukia. As they stepped into the plaza, Sora too felt an incredible animosity from somewhere. He realized it was Sora who was hiding in the void but he didn't know what was happening. They went and reported as well as giving Rukia to room 46 for her trial to be arranged and see when her execution will take place. Byakuya left thing as is without reporting Sora too for his deeds or anything else about their clash and all. And let everything take place in order to find who pulls the strings around. Sora too left and returned to Division 5 and after notifying of Aizen that he returned and they brought back Rukia he went in the library. The moment he enters it, he was greeted with a cold voice that came from hell itself. Sora, what happened down there? Sora too, what do you mean? Sora, your time is up, it's time to assimilate the knowledge. Sora too, I know I am you after all. As he said that, Sora too turned into small particles and entered Sora's body as he slowly started to see what happened from the experience of the clone. It took him 3 hours to finally assimilate everything along with the complete hypnosis of Aizen as he had transferred it on the clone. When he opened his eyes, he had a confusing expression. Sora, what the hell? I understand when I went there I trolled them saying I want to kill them. Then Ichigo realized it was me and gave them a warning I'm under the effects of Aizen. Sora, then I killed all of them splitting their souls with Wywak counterpart, then we fought in a show like an act, as I ate a punch in the face from her, which I still think my face is in pain. Sora, then we spoke in the realm and had a bit of teasing, the only thing I said is that I will vanish which is true in a different meaning. That I lost everything once which is true since I died in my old world. And I would like to soar to the sky. Sora, then how come I came in this point of having to kill them? Sora, system. What happened? System, from what I learned of the realm's log. Yuruaki told them what you told her about vanishing and created a new theory outside of the void. It was still salvageable until Ichigo started digging in his memories and everything that happened, murmuring loudly making 5 more individuals learn about the system and planes. Sora, that prick, can't he keep others secret in his mind? System, therefore the commanders of the 4th plane updated the quest manually. Sora, god damn it. Now I have no way out. He kept reading the newly updated quest and he knew he had no way out, either he does it or he dies. 189, Chapter 189, A Hidden Truth and Hope. System, ding. Emergency quest updated manually. Individuals of this realm have learned about the planes. 1. Kill Ichigo and crystallize his soul. 2. Kill Neliel and crystallize her soul. 3. Kill Ishin and crystallize his soul. 4. Kill Masaki and crystallize her soul. 5. Kill Urahara and crystallize his soul. 6. Kill Yuruaki and crystallize her soul. Rewards, 20.000 points on all attributes for each one. Warning 1, if they left alive immediately reset will occur. Warning 2, if a reset happens, Xylan Sora will vanish and be reborn in the other realm with none memories of his past lives. PS 4th plane, as they found out on their own attempt everything. We will not reset it immediately. Due to your own efforts, Bleach realm had gone from mid-tier to high tier. And you are allowed to bring one person with you. Ichigo doesn't count as his your power. Therefore to bring more people you need to go from high to advance and then peak. A tad earlier before Sora absorbs his clone this updated quest came in, shocking him and at the same time blocking his connection with Ichigo. He was already frustrated from the first quest but he knew it was only his memories which he could somehow devour them and give them back at a later date. But those creators decided to bring this to another level, why? What's the difference of killing them and erasing their memories? And what's with this cries talus their soul? And what's most important? How did I elevate this realm in high tier? He immediately rushed in his soul realm where Gyaku was and started barraging him with questions. Gyaku, first of all calm down. Sora, do you think I'm in my right mind to calm down? Gyaku, if the creators gave you a chance to be in here instead of erasing it completely, then there is a hidden way to save all of them, before you ascend to the 3rd plane and at the same time take 3 with you. Gyaku, if I guess correctly the reason this realm went from mid to high tier is because of me been in here as it balanced the power of Wywak. Sora, then I have to break the balance again raising it higher? By what killing them? Gyaku, technically you won't kill them. You're going to crystallize them before they die. When you do that you will destroy both History 1, 2, and the 3 you are trying to create, as all of them are crucial to the future. Sora, then a 4th one will be created? How will that help? Gyaku, Sai, you're really smart, why can't you figure it out? Sora, it will break the balance yet again? Allowing for more people to grow stronger or something. Gyaku, close. When you power up an existing inhabitant in a realm, its value goes up like how you powered up 6 people. Those power-ups are creating a gap, raising the tier of the realm. When that happens depends on how wide the gap is. You can bring someone with you. Sora, wait, then doesn't that mean I could power them up now and get out of this situation? Gyaku, you could if they didn't pry too much. Gyaku, in the final run you should remember the higher you raise a realm's tier the more you can take in the 3rd plane, for example girls or items. The creators later will replace this history with the normal one and send someone else from the mortal realm. Gyaku, do you know from where those Hagyakus you're spending like candies are coming from? As in reality only 2 exist. Sora, from where? Gyaku, countless backup histories that have been destroyed, erased, or turned to the better. And have no need for those anymore. Sora's mind shattered to tiny little pieces. 190, Chapter 190, the Desi Cyan to stop goofing around. Sora, wait. Wait. Gyaku, all the Hagyakus you've been using has been coming from the oldest backup of histories the creators have, in their arsenal. Countless backup histories that have been destroyed, erased, or turned to the better. Sora, then you mean to say that before me others came, made this a better living place, destroy it, or if they would have erased Ichigo and then died they would have erased the realm, reaping from them all items. Gyaku, yes, and by doing that, they prevent mortal from dissipating in the 1st plane, raising them in the 2nd plane, and when they ascend to the 3rd, that's when true hell starts, kid. Sora was speechless. Then doesn't that mean that in the 3rd plane a Waiwak might exist already? Or a Yoryuki? Ichigo? As he kept thinking he suddenly started to see some kind of light. Sora, then the 3rd plane is a united realm for those who ascended, along with their partners in items? Wait, doesn't that mean that the ones I have to kill maybe already exist there? Gyaku, they don't. Because only when they die there the creator reverts this realm so that it doesn't create a paradox effect. But you might find someone who had the same thought and brought Yoryuki in there, and when he sees her. Sora, a fight might break for her hand, correct? Gyaku, correct. Sora, so I guess the killing of them is some kind way to raise the difficulty from easy to hell mode. Gyaku, something like that, hey. As Sora was preparing to leave from there in order to think his future action, as the deadline he knew based on History 1 is in 3 days for Rukia execution. Gyaku spoke his parting words to him. Gyaku, oh. Right, one last thing, the creators in truth are only responsible for bringing mortals to 2nd plane then send them in the 3rd. What you or others are going to do in the 2nd plane and with whom or what item you ascend with, they simply don't care as long as their existence is not revealed. As Sora was leaving and at the same time hearing what Gyaku was saying, he had some kind of enlightenment for this whole mess. Sora, then that means they can't tamper with the lives or the realms there on the 1st plane, and in both cases you said they also have certain rules. 1. If a realm is erased or destroyed with nothing left they revert it. 2. When those you take with you die up there only then they can revert it and send another otaku. 3. If they revealed themselves, depending on how, either they give you a chance or they erase it and revert it in History 1. Sora, what happens when the Ascender dies before the people he brought up there? Gyaku smiled at him when he finally heard this question. It took him way too long to figure out everything. Sora, seeing that smile, he realized he asked a stupid question. They obviously stay alive waiting for countless girls from different realms to be taken by him. But of course, for this to happen he must finish the whole timeline of the story, movies, OVA, fillers in a grand like fashion, cause I have decided bringing 3 people over is way too boring. 191, Chapter 191, Invasion. A few hours have passed since he took the vow to finish everything he had to do, and during this time the verdict of Rukia's execution was programmed in 3 days. As he was preparing himself in the next 2 days for the most bitter quest he had so far, but had to do so in order to be with his many waifus in the 3rd plane. Everyone in the Siraidii suddenly felt 8 Ryotsu's signatures in the sky. Sora smiled when he felt who those were. Ichigo, Urahara, Yoryuki, Neliel, Ishin, Sato, Inu, and surprising enough Ishida. They were falling from the sky as Urahara had opened a portal in it, in order to catch them off guard. Sora stood up and yelled in his division, intruders. Making all of them tense up and ready to fight. All divisions' vice captains and captains were rushing to intercept them, while Sora had vanished in the void behind the doors. He was thinking there are a few quests that I can still have time to do. Quest. Main. 1. Save Kukiki Rukia from execution. Rewards, 50 levels/20.000 soul points. Sub. 1. Take Yoryuki into a bath with you in Soul Society. Rewards, 10.000. 2. Catch your Yuaki tail as a ghost. Rewards, 10.000. 3. Save Hinamori Momo from the hands of Aizen. Rewards, 10 level/2.000 soul points. 4. Save Garo Wine Nia from the hands of Aizen. Rewards, 25 level/10.000 soul points. 5. Spend points in the store. Rewards, 1 EXP 50 points. With his current stats, he had more than enough power to fight them on his own, and he had to thank for that his new addition, a tattoo like a tree spread in his back from his waist to his shoulders, and instead of leaves it had some kind of fruits. It was the ancient enhancing tattoo he started practicing a few days ago before this whole mess was created. As he was training in it, he realized that this tattoo absorbs Ryotsu from the surrounding and was filling up the fruits. Yesterday night one fruit got filled and it gave him a bonus 100 points on all attributes. Imagine all 1000 of them to be filled, wouldn't that be 100.000 free points? As he was thinking and going in their direction, all of them had landed and was almost comforted by officers before third, second seats and captains arrive. Sora saw Yuaki in her cat form walking around, no more like searching around. He also saw Nellil intimidating with her pressure the weaker ones. Urahara, Ichigo, can you feel him? Ichigo, no. Yuaki, where is he hid? Before she could speak, Sora caught her tail from within the void and threw her as far as he could, making her in the long run crash on a building. Sora was laughing as he had intended to play with both of them before they parted for quite a long time. At the same time he heard System, ding. Congrats on completing a sub-quest. Rewards, 10.000. All of them including the Shinigami who were coming, they thought. How the hell a cat can fly like this? Yuaki, who was inside a building rumble, had reverted in her human stark naked form and was holding her head. At the same time, Sora came behind her and without giving her any time to realize what is going on, he dragged her inside the void. Sora was thinking, first I'm going to play with my cat waifu and then with my Nellil-chan. On a second thought, why not both of them? 192, Chapter 192, Their Own Path. Since he had that thought, he created a clone and made him drag Nellil inside as well. Before everyone realizes where Yuaki went, they lost Nellil as well. Ichigo, that guy, what's he's doing? Ishin, act first, ask later. Urahara, I somehow feel I doubt we would be able to ask later. Sato, Ichigo, keep moving, we'll stay behind. Inu, Kurosaki-kun, trust us. Ishida, I know I owe you, and I promise I'll do what I can. Ichigo, guys. If you get into trouble, shout what I told you earlier. All three, get going. After being told as such from them, they rushed ahead, leaving them to face all the incoming Shinigami. Sato, I got this. Brazastericha Izquierda del Gigante Diablo. Giant arms of the giant devil, Illuma Directo. Sato activated his arms, which were a fusion of both hands in the History 1, as he did a liquid appeared covering them and hardened from his fingers to his shoulders. Then he pushed them back towards his waist and punched with both of them. At that instant from his punch 2 beams flew, incinerating anything they touch. As it did, 3 Shinigami who managed to avoid it used Shunpo and flanked Sato from above. Inu, Shun Shun Kaihoka, 9 Flowers of the Princess, Tsubaki. Katanzan Shun. Tsubaki, finally woman. From the 9 edges of her earrings 3 light up, and a male fairy appeared with 4 wings. After scolding her, he engulfed itself in golden light and dashed in a zigzag way, stopping the attackers from getting Sato. Ishida, on the other hand, was fighting and beating them with his bare hands, leaving them speechless. He had defeated around 10 so far, and when they asked him about, he said, Ishida, these guys hold swords but they have no idea how to use it, that means we haven't met any strong one yet. Sato, let's go, we need to catch up. They started running towards where Ichigo left, trying to catch up to them. Meanwhile, inside a small cave somewhere in Soul Society, Sora had arrived and took out Yuaki, who had death stares at him. Sora, what's wrong, aren't you happy to see me? Miss me, wife? Yuaki, you. Don't you know how to treat a girl from your previous world? Instantly Sora's smile faded away, what replaced it was a cold and emotional one, making Yuaki shudder as she watched like this. Yuaki, ner. As she was flustered to change his mood, she tried to think what to do, and from reflexes, she placed her hands in her face as paws and made a small cat roar. Sora, who almost tried to scold her for prying too much, was stunned and then burst in a laugher in front of her. Sora, seriously? Niar? I have to say that was critical hit from my wife. Pffffff ha 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 ha. After a few seconds or Yuaki's red face and Sora's laugher, they managed to calm down. They stared a bit at each other and Sora made an evil grin. Sora, hey baby. Wanna take a sexy bath with me? I remember we had an appointment for a date. Yuaki, are you for real? Won't you explain anything to your wife? Sora, explain? What an amusing question since you know the answers already. Sora, thanks to a certain idiot for prying too much and you guys learning everything soon I will be forced to do a task. That maybe help all of us surviving, but till then I want to have fun with all of my wives. As she heard him explaining with riddles again his situation and before she could retort, a string broke inside her. All of his wives? More than 2? Yuruki, wait. @, do you mean by all? More than 2? She asked all this while shaking from anger, and when she heard Sora's responding words she flares up. Sora, ha! I don't know many for now. But obviously more than 2. As she flares up and thunder was gathered around her, she had prepared her hand for another fist in the face. Until he saw and heard him again. Sora, cause I have no idea how many I can take out. 193, Chapter 193, Bath Time with Two Beauties. Yuruki, wait, out? You can take out people with you. Sora, only if I complete a few certain things and even then it depends. Yuruki vanished and appeared in front of him hugging him on her own. With a sweet smile and voice she asked him. Yuruki, why don't you tell your first wife, here what things? Sora, well for starters. He hugged her back as he was holding her from her waist, he used Shunpo and before she reacts both of them fell in the spiritual lake a few meters ahead. Both of them stood up and they were totally wet. Sora, bath time with beauties. Yuruki, with beauties? Who else is here except me? Sora, you forget my doors. As he said that a door opened above them and Neliel fell from there inside the pool. Boom slow puert. Neliel crashed on both Sora and Yuruki as she fell on the pool. When the water calms down you could see Neliel's face on Yuruki's ass. Yuruki's face in Sora's legs. And Sora in the crotch of Neliel. Both girls got up almost instantly with red faces and kept glaring at him, who had a lovely face before they could speak he threw water in their faces. Sora, pffftttttttttaxa don't be like that, here let me calm you down. Both girls got pissed by the water splash he was throwing to them and fight back by throwing their own water. Sora was caught unprepared and swallowed a bit of water and started coughing. This made the girls laugh at his misery. Yuruki, ha 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 serves you right. Neliel, pfffff Sora-kun are you alright? Pfffff. Sora, you girls will pay. He used Shunpo and vanished from there making ripples in the lake, he appeared behind them and hugged both of them as he started groping their breasts. Before they could react in this Sora turned them over and fell on them kissing both at the same time making them as red as fire. Yuruki, let go. H3C. Neliel, Sora-kun let go. H3C. Both of them jolted when they realized they were backing in the wall as that was his aim while kissing them, to corner them in as they complained. Sora moved his hands and placed them inside their clothes touching theirs pussies. Both moans as his fingers touched them and the hot water was accompanied by his fingers. Sora pushed his fingers between their legs and pierced both their vaginas. Electrifying both of them. Both felt hot from all this especially Yuruki since she had done it, they tried to push him away but then Sora sealed his lips in the both of them, one at a time. He kept playing with their insides and making them hotter and hotter eventually making them take their own initiative against him. Sora then ripped their clothes and his own making them blush even further. He went first to Yuruki and he held her with one hand as he slowly opened her legs and drilled her deep inside. He kept thrusting deeper and deeper in her making her moan louder and louder, all the while kissing Neliel and playing with her vagina with the other hand. After a few minutes, ecstasy could be seen in both of them and it was then that Sora held Yuruki so tight and he thrust with all his might hitting her womb releasing his sperm deep in it. Making her scream in pleasure and almost pass out. He then let her down and caught Neliel kissing her before he pierced her vagina this time. Sora felt his dick squeezed as she was really tight, and started thrusting inside her. This time it was Neliel's voice who was getting louder and louder. Yuruki barely had any strength she tried to stand up and went closer and started kissing Sora. A few minutes later he thrust in Neliel and finished inside her. After that Sora hugged both of them and started cleaning them with the water of the pool caressing them with lovely eyes. 194, Chapter 194, Trying to Reach Your Target. After 2-3 hours inside the pool, they were sitting there in Sora's embrace, but all of them knew that it won't be for long. Yuruki, hey Sora! What can we do to come with you? Yuruki and Neliel looked at him and they saw him with a bitter face, they didn't know why but it was probably something to do with them finding out. Neliel, is it because we found out? Sora, sighed, eventually you would have learned this. But I wanted it to be when I was stronger. Yuruki, what's the difference with now? Sora, I got a task of killing each and every one of you. Temporary. Both of them had their eyes wide open, but when they saw his sad face more like a bitter one they couldn't help but tremble a bit. Neliel, can you avoid it? Yuruki, what do you mean with temporary? Sora, I mean that I need to make this realm think you guys are dead with a certain way, raising the difficulty of the future 2 wars while I face it on my own. Yuryuki, that's impossible. Neliel, you won't survive this. Sora, wanna hear the rest? After I change the history to a positive one I will get some kind of grade, which based on that I will be able to bring items or people with me. Both of them was shocked, and after a few minutes, Yuryuki who came to herself asked something that made them scared when they learned the answer. Yuryuki, what will happen if you neglect the task? Sora, the timelines will crumble and the history will revert to the point before Ichigo was born. I will be sent in the other realm with wiped out memories, and someone will come from the mortal plane to help as I did or destroy this realm trying to ascend. Yuryuki, what will happen if the history is reverted? Will we remember you? Sora, it will be like I had never come here. Sora, there are also many others loopholes but I don't quite understand yet how it works on the above plane, so I'm sorry I won't speak theories for now. Sora, what I have to do now is kill you too, Masaki, Ishin, Ichigo and Urahara, a total of 6 people. No, it would be more accurate to say put you in a death-like state until I emerge victoriously. Yuryuki, does that mean that when you reach that level and you choose who will come with you we will learn the rules of the next plane? Sora, you ask me, who should I ask? It was as if the gods in the heavens wanted to answer his question and they did. System, this girl is right. Furthermore, I have been granted the rights to bend the rules if it is necessary. Sora looked towards the ceiling with shock in his eyes and they didn't miss it before they could ask. They heard him speak. Sora, oh. Then she did guess correctly, that's nice. Then can you tell me which is the maximum capacity I can bring out? Consider it as me owe you a favor or an urgent task. Both of them jumped in fright when he started speaking in the void as they felt nothing around them. System, Bleach is a mid-tier realm that allows a mortal to ascend higher. That mortal can bring out 1 person or item for each tier they raise it. Sora, so I can bring out now 1 person and if I raise it higher 2 more that make it 3. But I wish to at least bring 15 out. Is there any loophole in all this? Yuryuki and Neliel who were listening got stunned. He can bring 3? If he finishes the war on his own. No, wait, he wants 15? Both of them flared with anger as they thought that all of them would be girls. Sora ignored them as he heard some happy news, possibly the only news he will hear in his entire life. System, there is a way. 195, Chapter 195, Getting Back on the Invasion. System, but that will be left only when you reach that stage. Sora, fine. System, I also cancelled the quest of bath with Yuryuki as a fee. Sora, don't mind. He then turned to see 2 ticked-off girls with raging eyes. He sighed and said. Sora, 2 of you, Yuzu, Karin, Ishin, Masaki, Urahara, Inu, Anohana, Ranjaku, Swafon is going to kill me if I don't take her, then it would be Haribel, Lisa, Ryrika. I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Oh well, I'll remember it eventually. Yuryuki, before I say my opinion, aren't you forgetting Ichigo? Sora, he doesn't count as he's my sword. He will come either way. Yuryuki, oh I see. Why so many people? Sora, it's my family, and the people I always was in love with in my old world. If I can make them fall for me I want to at least try. Neliel, giggle giggle giggle. Yuryuki, I can't believe I fell for a womanizer. Sora, XMM, you can always back off but I doubt you could as I didn't hold anything back inside here. He pointed at her belly and both of them blushed. When they remembered the hot time they spent together. Sora, well, for now, let's stop. We need to save Rukia. Both, oh. Yes, we need to go. As they got out of the pool both of them felt the air and when they looked they found out they didn't have clothes, they had been ripped by someone. At that point Sora threw them some clothes he had on the doors, they got dressed and were ready to leave. Meanwhile outside Ichigo and Seo were having a hard time to go through all of them. In their way was standing Renji, Ikeku, Yumichika, Zaraki, Hisagi, and Jin. 3 vice-captains and 2 captains. When Ichigo saw Kenpeki he was shocked because he gave a totally different vibe than all of them. Far behind them Inu, Ishida, and Sato had encountered 3 troublemakers. It was Nia, Garo, and Wine. They had risen up to meet and confront the intruders. Ishida, be careful, these 3 are on a completely different level. Inu, yeah, we can feel their riotsu. Sato, this will take longer than expected. Nia, what are you doing here? Nia, obviously to stop them. Garo, can't you guys ever stop fighting? Garo, you think we could? Wine, yet at least till we beat those in front. Nia, even with Aizen-sama orders we will always be at each other's throat. Garo, I can agree on that one for a change. Wine, so we are on the same wavelength. Ishida took out a glove that helps him gather reishi to form his arrows better as he still hadn't recovered yet, unless they went all out they would never beat them. He signaled with his eyes Inu and Sato, making them ready to charge. At that moment Sato charged ahead and activated his arms. Sato, I'm going in. Brazos derecha izquierda del gigante diablo. Giant arms of the giant devil, illuma directo. The moment he activated his arms he didn't hesitate to fire his beams towards the three who were still ignoring them. At the same time, Ishida charged 3 arrows and fired at them from different angles. The three of them saw the 2 beams and arrows and used their own kidos to counter them. Wine, Self-Made Arts 1, Shattering Point. Nia, Self-Made Arts 1, Flowers of the Commandments. Wine swung his sheath with one hand and the sword with the other, and when 3 singles points collide, 3 thin arrows launched themselves towards Ishida's arrows, negating each other. Nia's kido instantly formed a kido like a domain with flowers, and when the 2 beams clashed in the walls, they got absorbed and fired back from the flowers towards the 3. Inu, who was on standby before she could manage to raise a shield watching the incoming's attacks. She froze as lightning came out of her body, binding her on spot. Garo, Self-Made Arts 1, Lighting Soul Grid. She couldn't react and countless beams similar to Sato engulfed them, causing a chain of series explosions to take effect. 196, Chapter 196, Sora vs 3 chess pieces. Chain explosions were set off when they got engulfed from the beams of Nia's kido. The 3 of them had smuggled on their faces thinking that they won. Nia, you guys managed to instant cast them. Garo, look who's talking. Wine, damn right. Nia, what does that mean, you 2 shits? They mean that you have boobs and wage your ass here and there. Wine, Garo, you know my thinking, and spoke. Garo, not me, that was you. Pand pang, both of they ate a punch from Nia for saying their thoughts out loud. Number at percent, you shitty bitch, that wasn't us. At that moment the black flame appeared, devouring like a heart, beating the waves of the explosion, revealing from inside an injured Sato who took the full brunt trying to protect the 2, and 2 others, Ishida and Inu, with light wounds. And a few steps behind them a figure was standing, devouring the energy around, making Nia's kido collapse in front of her eyes. Sora, you 3 have become stronger. When they finally realized who it was they were quite happy, but when they saw who appeared from the void something clicked inside them. Nia, Sora, are you with the enemy Aizen-sama wants to capture? Sora, HOH. So chess pieces, hey. Wine, chess pieces? Aizen-sama is the one who helped us reach here from the academy. Garo, we would advise you to step aside. Sora, oh. Or what? Before the tension breaks up, Yoryuki asked Sora with a loud voice. Interrupting all of them. Yoryuki, the girl you didn't mention, she wasn't her, right? Sora, no way in hell I would take her as my wife. Sora made a disgusting face when Yoryuki asked him, and when Sora answered back, flames of fury burned in Nia. What the hell is that face? Sora ignored her, making her flames burn even more wildly, and said to Yoryuki. Sora, take all of them and leave here, go ahead, I'll catch up in a minute. Yoryuki, fine. Neliel, yes. Both of them used Shunpo and Sanido, vanishing from their sight, and then they appeared in front of Ishida, Inu, and Sato, grabbing them and disappear within a split second. They were shocked by their sheer speed. They couldn't follow them at all. Sora smiled at this and then spoke to them. Sora, now then, chess pieces. How should I deal with you? All 3, don't mock us. All 3 started chanting their kidos, with Wine charging forward and connecting both sheath and sword, firing his maximum limit of 6. Wine, Nia now. Nia. Self-Made Arts 1, Flowers of the Commandments. A few full-powered arrows were coming in his way. He dodges them with a relatively easy method by moving his body with side steps, and whispered to them. Sora, too slow. The arrows that went on the back got absorbed by the full-powered up dome of Nias, and from every direction, countless arrows flew from the core of the flower towards him, cutting all of his escape routes. Sora tried to move slowly as he wanted to avoid stepping on the flowers, but then he heard Garo. Garo, you're toast. Self-Made Arts 1, Lighting Soul Grid. Sora body froze on the spot as lightning was binding him from within. At that instant, all arrows pierced his body, making bloody holes, or so they thought. Sora grinned, and then black flames appeared again in his body. They had a bad feeling about this and tried to run from the fear they were getting from those flames. Sora, too late. Eat and drink, devour and swallow Tengoku Gyakuzatsu Shat. The last thing they remember was a black-like beast emerging in the form of flames from Sora as it opened its mouth, swallowing them completely. 197, Chapter 197, Aizen's Betrayal. Sora, after the huge outburst of the flames that those who knew its signature felt it, he dispelled them slowly, only to reveal the 3 other with bloody wounds, Garo missing a leg, Wine missing his hand with his sheath. And Nia was nailed in the wall in a coma with flames burning her skin slowly. Her clothes had burned up, revealing one of her boobs with the pink nipple, and from the other side, her small well-being leg. Sora, damn, I wanted to kill them. But as the flames started to devouring them, the quest I forgot triggered. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Save Garo Wine Nia from the hands of Aizen. Rewards, 25 levels /10.000 soul points. Sora, Thank God it did triggered, and at the last second I changed the target to devour from them Aizen's hypnosis. Gyaku, do you want me to completely devour them or keep them as I have yours for later use? Sora, I doubt they will wake up like that. So keep them for now. I need to still trick him and send my clone there with 3 tasks. Gyaku, then I'll keep these. Sora then vanished from there with his shunpo and started going towards where Yuryuki and the others went. Meanwhile, as Ichigo and Seo were fighting Renji, Ikeku, Yumichika, Zaraki, Hisagi, and Jin, Yuryuki with Neliel had hidden themselves waiting for Anu to heal them. And at the same time somewhere in the Soul Society a scream was heard at this critical moment. It was in Division 5 where Hinamori saw her captain nailed with a sword in the walls. When Hinamori saw the sword she was shocked. She remembered it very clearly. As she had seen it 1 year ago and also during the little times they spent together. Hinamori, Sora-kun, why? All the others hurried to lower his dead body and immediately called for Anohana from Division 4. After a few minutes of rushing, Anohana came and saw the body of Aizen. In History 1 when Anohana had seen his body she felt somewhat uneasy about it but never paid attention until it was too late. This time however after becoming stronger even from the past her. She felt 2 types of Ryutsu in this body. It was clear that someone tampered it with an ability of some kind. She bent down and as everyone was watching he inserted her own output of Ryutsu and crashed the 2 of them inside. When that happened all of them were shocked when they realized that someone else was in the ground instead of their captain. Anohana frowned. Why would someone use illusions to stage his death? As she thought back about everything so far. And when Sora came to her mind. She was shocked. Aizen is one of the traitors? Anohana, Aizen. Notify Head Commander, Kojiro, Yukatake, Kenpeki, Byakuya, Shunsui that Captain Aizen has staged his death and his whereabouts is currently unknown. Aizen, yes. Captain. Anohana, I hope I'm not too late. XMNMM. Anohana turned to see Hinamori with tears in her eyes as she wanted to say something. Anohana, what is it Hinamori-chan? Hinamori, Captain Anohana, is what you said really true? Then Sora-kun didn't kill him. Anohana, why would you say that? Hinamori, but I saw it. This body was nailed with the same sword Sora was using with his Ryutsu. Anohana was stunned by this, and then she opened her eyes wide open as she remembers him saying that he had fallen in a trap and they will possibly be enemies. Aizen had finished her chant and sent the message to those that her captain said. Aizen, Bakudo Arts 77, Tentiakura. At that time in every corner of Soul Society in every captain's eyes, a light flashed as they learned the content of its message. 198, Chapter 198, The Execution Platform. Zaraki who was fighting with Ichigo simply with his sword giving him a hard time suddenly froze. Ichigo saw this and didn't attack as he knew that something happened. Zaraki looked at Ichigo and then to Ikeku and Yumichika who were fighting Ishin. Zaraki, you two we have been called back. Renji and Jin who were fighting Urahara paused and Jin was shocked why didn't he got the same message? Jin didn't get any orders from Aizen, therefore, he played along with his foxy lies and turned to Renji. Jin, he's right, we got the message. Renji, you're a lucky brat. Zaraki, let's move. Ichigo, wait. Jin, bye-bye. As they left their final words they vanished from there. Leaving the 3 dead tired, although they weren't fighting seriously their nerves were quite stretched. Before they managed to relax a bit. They felt a few people approaching before they could act, they heard a female voice. Wait. It's us. Urahara, where the hell were you Yuryuki-san? Yuryuki, that bastard Sora teleported us outside of the gates. Neliel, then we met with these guys and Sora was fighting a few others. Ichigo, so that means he will reach here shortly. Yuryuki, probably. And Ichigo turns out with your prying you fucked him up hard. Neliel, yeah not only you, all of us. All of them ponder over what they said. Ichigo then had a light bulb ignite in his mind. Ichigo, did the system gave him some kind of task? Both had bitter faces and they saw that it must be a really harsh one. But for now they should focus on Rukia they need to go in the Sokyoko hill. On top of the hill, a few captains and vice-captains had gathered there. They were Yamamoto, Kojiro, Swa-Fon with Omida, Byakuya, Nanao Ise with Shunsui, and finally, Anohana with Aizen arrived on time. They got an order and Yamamoto was standing in front of Rukia asking her if she has any last words to say. Rukia knew that he would be saved and this was a fiasco but in the off chance she really died trying to unmask the one behind everything. Rukia, I wish for the humans that came to save me to be returned back on the real world. Yamamoto, you have my words. Rukia, thank you. Yamamoto, release the Sokyoku. It was then that a few Shinagamis raised their Ryutsu cutting away the ropes in the spear. When that happened everyone could feel the feeling of its power, they saw the ropes that had been cut, untangle themselves and fell on the ground as rods. What was left was a huge spear with a single blade at its tip, when the last rope stuck on the ground the spear burst in flames, revealing a phoenix-like bird being condensed by flames. Everyone saw that, including those who were hiding away, such as Aizen, who had a smile on his face. Ichigo and the others saw this and tried to speed up. Just then Ichigo heard a familiar voice. Jump above you. Hurry. Ichigo, Che Oriaiaiaiaiaiaiaiaiaiaiai. They all saw Ichigo jump and at the same time vanish from there. At the hill just as the bird was about to jump and fry Rukia, Ichigo appeared with his sword in Shikai, holding it in its back as he was blocking the beak of the bird. Yo! Rukia! We've come to save you. 199, Chapter 199, Chaos. Yamamoto, XMMM. SWAFON, what? He stopped the Sokyoku just with one sword. Omida, wa_Tiwa hat. Isane, who is he? SWAFON, he stopped it with his Zanpakuto. The Sokyoku that said to rival 1 million Zanpakuto in power. Omida, unbelievable. Shunsui, HOH. Rukia, why did you come? Go back. Ichigo. Ichigo, I refuse. Rukia, hey. Are you drunk? Go back. Both of them knew, as they had talked about it before, that they should put a show, in front of others. At that time Ichigo felt his back quite heavy. He turned around and saw the bird backing off ready to make another charge at him. He smirked and turned to face the bird. Ichigo, wait a bit Rukia, I'll take care of this now. Rukia, wait, what are you doing? Rukia was thinking inside her. This wasn't in the plan. But before they charged at each other, Yukatake appeared and threw a rope that tangled up in its neck, making Shunsui catch the other side of it. Yukatake, sorry I'm late. Shunsui, let's do. Before he could finish his words, Sora came from above and crashed on the back of the beast. He smiled and chanted. Sora, itadakamesu. Eat and drink, devour and swallow Tengoku Gyakuzatsu shat. Sora's clothes changed and burst in black flames on top of the bird, and within seconds it was devoured, leaving all of them with mouths wide opened. They also saw him licking his lips and murmuring something that only a few heard before almost passing out. Sora, delicious. As everyone including Ichigo and Rukia was thinking. This guy is definitely on high period. Sora was smiling as he had completed a quest he got. And the already existing of saving Rukia. System, ding. Congrats on completing a main quest. Rewards, 50 levels /20.000 soul points. System, ding. Congrats on completing a sub-quest. Rewards, 25 levels /20.000 soul points /100 ancients fruits. Let's go back a few minutes. When Ichigo jumped and stopped the bird, and at the moment he felt Yukatake, he got this quest. System, ding. Sub-quest triggered. Devour the Sokyoku that rivals 1 million souls. Rewards, 25 levels /20.000 soul points /100 ancients fruits. When he saw the gains he didn't thought at all and jumped to devour it, leaving everyone with mouths wide open. Sora, yo Ichigo, I came to save your sorry ass. Ichigo, you're an ass, a dick, you're freaking late. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the two as they had forgotten about everything else. These two know each other? Sora, stop talking, we have a gallery here. At that moment all captains arrived surrounding the two and Rukia, who was still hanged in the air. Yamamoto opened his eyes and yelled. Yamamoto, all captains. Capture the rebel and the human for interrogation. All present, yes. The faster one who manages to react was SWAFON, as she instantly appeared in front of Sora, but what shocked her was that instead of being surprised, he was smiling. Within that split second he raised his finger faster than her and pointed on her right. Before she could react, someone appeared and dragged her away at extreme speeds. Yamamoto tried to move and was blocked by Yukatake and Shunsui. Toshiro, who came late, tried to attack only to be stopped by Ishin. Komamura and Tosen were blocked by Nelliel, and that left Urahara blocking Jin and Byakuya. Sora saw this and thought how the fuck this mess was created. Not only that, he along with Ichigo must block Anohana and Zaraki and at the same time make it so that Rukia is left alone so that Aizen can stop hiding and come in the front lines. 200, Chapter 200, Battle of Titans. No one could move recklessly at this point. Everyone had daggers at each other's neck through their eyes. Sora and Ichigo were looking in front where Anohana and Zaraki were blocking the path of both of them. None of them dared to move. They knew that this time the one in front of them was the real Sora. Both knew how powerful he is, and now with his Shikai in plain sight, clothes that burns with black flames, and anything they touch they disappear. They also knew that this was a fiasco. In order to unmask the traitor Aizen, before they could whisper to him, he used Shunpo and appeared in front of Kenpeki. Sora, heavenly divine destructive blades. 2 blades appeared in his hand and slashed vertically in Zaraki without room to dodge. Zaraki didn't even bother to look as he had already placed his sword in defense, parrying the 2 blades. Ichigo used his sword and attacked from behind Sora. Ichigo, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts, Tengoku Akumatsuki. Ichigo, Tenku no Gecko Heavenly Moonlight. He wasn't holding his sword from the second handle but from the first one and slashed at both of them. When he did, a light four-colored pillar came out of the sword engulfing both Anohana and Zaraki, sending them far away from the sheer power of it. All the others who saw this were stunned by its power, being able to send two captains to fly away. Sora was shocked, and when he checked his status he saw this attack next to Tengoku no aim. He turned to Ichigo and said to him. Sora, new attack? Finally, you're adapting, you piece of shit. Ichigo, I was thinking what will happen if I gather all arrows in a single point and then fired it. It turned out like Getsuga, but the thing is it doesn't fly as a slash but as a ray in a single direction. As they were talking they heard from the faraway ray a voice. Zaraki, drink no Zarashi. At that moment the ray-colored pillar that kept pushing them was cut in half, going and crashing in two buildings. It revealed a giant sword with Zaraki holding it, and behind him was Anohana, both unharmed. They used instantly their instinct to try and parry it with their swords. But the ray was quite heavy, pushing them way further away. Zaraki then was forced to use his Shikai, splitting it in two. He actually wanted to split it in four as it had four colors, but too bad he barely managed to cut it in two. He looked at Ichigo and started laughing. Anohana disappeared from there and clashed with Sora, who instinctively parried Anohana, and the force made him move with her away from there. Zaraki was slashing at Ichigo as he was laughing, and Ichigo was parrying with relatively an easy time. Toshiro made a move to attack, only to let Ishin catch his shoulder and push him back. Toshiro, what's the meaning of this? Captain. Ishin, I'm not a captain anymore, Toshi. Toshiro, then are you my enemy? Ishin, for now I guess. Toshiro, then I'll go all out. Bankai. Daiguren Hyaren Meru. Ishin, burn Ninjetsu. When their swords changed to their respective commands, as the point of their swords clash, a small zone of flames and ice was created and engulfed the two of them. 201.